It is a world of spirits and monsters where people can release their soul potential to awaken their superpowers. People in this world are strong enough to kill demons and destroy everything around them. They were called awakened heroes. The news reported that a guy driving a car killed a melon seller, after which the authorities intervened in the investigation of the case. A chess player with a high grandmaster rank named Ma challenged the undead king during a live broadcast and was defeated by the opponent in one move, but the opposite party attacked stealthily. The incident of the attack on the needle store was investigated. The perpetrator turned out to be the evil spirit, Yu, and was detained. This guy's name is Lin, and he woke up in a garbage dump. Most of all, he was worried about his head, but everything was fine with it, and he only ruined his hairstyle. He believed that the other victims were invincible from the very beginning, and they had no equal. Lin called himself untalented without any talent, and was an ordinary guy who was thrown into the trash heap. He was upset because he had been a handsome man most of his life, but suddenly he was transported to another dimension, into the shameful image of a guy. Lin wanted to find out who killed him and punish them for such an act. He saw how some rogue was doing obscenities where it was prohibited, and the guy was surprised at how low the level of development was in this world. That stranger turned around because he smelled fresh human flesh. The guy was scared. He didn't understand what was wrong with this stranger. Rushing towards Lin, he wanted to taste his body. Having driven him to a dead end, he told the guy that he had nowhere to run, but Lin asked the stranger not to approach. Seeing his huge mouth, the guy didn't know what to do, so he called for help. But then something passed through that monster with great speed, and it began to dissolve in space. It was a pretty girl who saved Lin by throwing her sword-sharp scissors at that monster. The guy thanked the girl for saving him, and he was delighted with her strength. She asked him if he thought she was beautiful. But Lin was confused. He didn't expect that all the girls in this world were so straightforward. Although this was the first girl he had encountered in this world, the guy really liked her figure and thought she was magnificent. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was the same as that monster's. Afterwards, the girl wondered if he still thought she was beautiful. Lin was scared. He did not understand why the monster appeared in front of him again. The guy thought she was a wonderful heroine who came to help him. She was impatient with his answer. He didn't know what to answer her. He was pleased that such a beautiful monster hugged him, but he understood that there was no time to think about her. Lin knew that if he told her about her beauty, she would immediately bite his body, and if she told her about her strange appearance, she would kill him right away. He couldn't make up his mind. Since the guy didn't give an answer, she wanted to help him with it. Since the divine selection system detected that the guy was in danger, it stopped time for 5 seconds. The guy was given 3 choices. The first was to try to escape from the monster, the second was to beg for mercy, and the third was to kiss the girl. Under each choice, there was a task rewarding SF class abilities. But since he had been playing games for many years, he decided to choose the third option to get the best SSS class reward, in which a random ability dropped. Even though it was his first kiss, he still decided to give it. He was underwhelmed by his first time with the monster in the form of her. The girl immediately turned from a monster into a very sweet beauty. Lin didn't expect her to be so cute. When a female demon appeared before him, he realized that it was his responsibility to use love to convince him. As she left, the girl said that her name was Hongye. Hong Yi promised the guy that she would definitely return to him. After which, a magical tornado formed around her, and she disappeared. Since Lin completed the task, the system awarded him an SSS class supernatural ability, which was randomly selected. The system asked him to shout the lottery words, but Lin didn't understand how he could shout in the middle of the street so that thunder would cause darkness because it sounded stupid. But since the guy forced himself to kiss the monster, he understood that nothing could be worse than that, and shouted this phrase. After which, a spirit appeared from the darkness of the clouds, from which many lightning bolts emanated. He hit the guy with a flash of lightning, which gave him super strength. The people in the city were surprised by this phenomenon, and they thought that it was the devil descending from heaven. The girl passing by knew that someone had awakened S-class special abilities. She knew that only one person in Kanglan City had achieved such an ability rank. She couldn't imagine who it was this time, but she assumed it was a descendant of that guy. After some time, the vision in the sky disappeared. The system congratulated Lin for his SSS class superpower called Chi Yu. The carrier's strength was weak, but the ability of the SSS class Chi Yu could complement the guy's strength, and it could be gradually improved. The memories of this body said that the limit of power in that world was S-class, and since the guy awakened this power, he understood that he would become invincible. He was sure that he would become a boss if he climbed to the top of this world. Just the thought gave the guy goosebumps all over his body. The system warned him that a powerful demon was nearby and he needed to leave the place as soon as possible. Lin understood that he was still too weak for such creatures, and he believed that escaping was also a kind of victory. After Ling Kui fled from the demonic creature, he finally reached home. Since this was the guy's first time in such a mansion, he was a little nervous. Lin assumed that his loved ones were inside the mansion. Upon entering, he was met inside by his younger sister, who was already waiting for her brother. He remembered that he had another younger sister named Ling Xi. Ling Xi was scared that her brother was injured and wondered what happened. But the guy replied that everything was fine, and that the scratches were due to the fact that he slipped in rainy weather. Ling Xi made him some ginger root tea and left it on the table. He thanked his sister for such a sweet gesture and was very glad that he had her. The girl told Lin that she was heading to bed. The guy remembered that he was a child who was adopted by the Lin family. After the death of his adoptive parents, he lived with his older sister Ling Hua and his younger sister Ling Xi. Both of his sisters were endowed with incredible intelligence and talent to make it into the world. Only he turned out to be weak, and all his life the guy received ridicule from people in his direction. 3 years ago, his sister Ling Hua, thanks to her skills, was chosen to join the Department of Superpowers. Due to her busy schedule, she was rarely at home, so he had to take care of his little sister. The guy was sorry that in the past he was completely hopeless. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone his little sister. When she told him that she was scared to be home alone, he simply went about his business. In this life, he really believed that his little sister was very good. Suddenly, his tea drinking was interrupted by a loud scream throughout the house. The guy didn't understand who dared to break in and scare him while he was drinking the broth. Entering the room, the 2-room apartment said that she was not going to look for him anymore. It was Chu Junyao, which the guy knew since childhood. Lin asked her why she came. The girl was at a loss. She didn't understand how he had the audacity to come home after he confessed his love to her in front of the whole class in the morning, and she demanded an explanation. Lin did not understand how his death outside the school and Chu Junyao's declaration of love were connected. He decided to play along and said that it was all pampering and he would never fall in love with someone like her. The girl decided to take revenge for such words, but Lin was not taken aback and managed to dodge. She was mad at him for looking up her skirt when she jumped. But Lin said that he didn't mean to, and that it was her own fault for not covering up. Chu Junyao accused him of this and called him an impudent person. His younger sister got into this conversation. The girl told Chu Junyao not to raise her voice against his brother and asked her to stay away from him. She was not happy with what the child was ordering her to do. Chu Junyao reminded Ling Kui that they had an aptitude test tomorrow, and only students with C-class abilities and above were eligible to enter Kanglan Academy. She said that she had awakened the A-class ability long ago, having secured a place in the academy in advance. Thus, having opened all the paths for herself, the girl believed that Lin would enter the worst university and would be an ordinary person. Her words hurt the guy, and he believed that with an SSS class ability, he could not be an ordinary person. The system gave the guy a choice: remain silent and receive a reward, +2 to dexterity, or apologize, admitting she was right and receive +10 to strength, or apologize and swear that he will awaken his abilities, receiving +5 to strength. Although the second reward was much better, the guy chose the third option. He told her that he would not only gain the ability, but also enter Kanglan Academy. Lin was proud of himself for answering her so pathetically, and for this he received a reward for the task, +5 to strength. She did not believe his words, saying that real strength was more important than his empty promises. The guy told her that she would regret it. Ling Xi told her brother that she believed in his abilities and wished him success in his endeavors. While he was sleeping, the demoness Hong Ye flew into his room. She believed that since he stole her first kiss, he was obliged to take responsibility for it. He had to eat breakfast on the go since he was late, after which his sister wished him good luck, and the guy promised her that he would pass the aptitude test. The girl said, since he is the coolest, he cannot let her down. He raced with all his might so as not to be late for the exam. Lin dreamed that he slept with a she-devil, and the dream seemed very realistic to him. Chu Junyao was wondering where all the students were, because they were supposed to gather in one place. After all the aptitude exam participants were asked to go to the test site where the exam would take place. Among the crowd was Lin, who was wondering where the aptitude exam was held. There were many students in the crowd, and one of them asked Lin not to touch him. He looked carefully at the guy. He thought that he was no longer alive, and this surprised him. He asked him what he forgot there. Yang Xiao also liked the Cha Junyao girl, and Lin remembered that they were rivals, and he thought that it was he who sent those guys to him. But he didn't want to leave it like that, and planned to teach him a lesson. Since the aptitude test was about to begin, the teacher said that only C-class and above students would be able to enter Kanglan Academy. Wang Xiaoming was the first to be called to the exam. The guy really didn't want to disgrace himself in front of everyone, but he made the mistake of taking an FE-class frying pan and was unable to pass the exam, which disappointed him greatly. Xu Xiang was next, and he also made the mistake of taking D-grade sharp sticks. Right behind him was Hu Shuai, who failed the exam by taking toilet paper as his subject. When Yang Xiao came out, all the stands were noisy. Since he was the favorite of many, the guy awakened the abilities of an A-class hellhound beast. Many were not surprised by this. After all, it was Yang Xiao himself. Chu Junyao was impressed. She didn't think that this guy would be so strong and awaken an A-class ability. Ling Qiu was next. She was surprised that he came to the exam. The guy considered himself a boss and thought that he would show everyone a master class when he went on stage. The teenagers laughed and did not believe that the guy had any ability, and they thought that he only came to entertain them. Yang Xiao believed that in this way, Lin decided to say goodbye to the last drops of his dignity. The guy thought that this reaction from the audience was because he was cool. The teacher told Lin that his fly was undone, which he definitely did not expect. He understood that the fly was not the main thing was his ability. Lin told everyone to lose whatever opinion they had about him. He created a cosmic sphere and held it for some time. All the teachers were shocked by this because they did not expect this from Lin. He asked them how they rate his SSS grade. The teacher said that this was just an FFF class ability and the application was unknown to him. The guy didn't understand how the FFF class was unknown. All the stands laughed at this ability and thought that he was joking, thus showing this level. Yang Xiao told him that he did not disappoint him by showing such an unknown level. Lin tried his best and did not think that everything would turn out like this. Hong Ye appeared behind him and said she would help him. The students from the stands noticed how the potential of Ling Qi's ability began to rise sharply. The teacher was surprised that the guy continued to grow at such a high speed. He said that this was a completely new record, an S-class ability potential. Holders of such skill with due diligence could reach A-class and higher. Yang Xiao believed that Lin was cheating and this simply could not happen. The teacher told him that although he had FFF class ability, he had S class potential, which was 1 in a million. 10 minutes later, the students were in the waiting area for the second stage participants. Yang Xiao came to tell Ling Ke that he would not survive the second stage, and even his potential would not help him. The guy understood that he was simply jealous of him, so he decided to ask him about it directly. This infuriated Yang Xiao, and he told the guy that he would not envy someone like him and asked him to prove his strength. He was again faced with a choice, ignoring him, receiving +3 to agility, satisfying his desires and giving what he deserved, receiving +3 to strength, and hugging him, receiving a reward, +3 to intelligence. The guy chose the second and taught Yan Xiao a lesson because he could not ignore his request, for which I received a reward for completing the task, +3 to strength. Yang Xiao didn't understand how he dared to do this. Even his father didn't treat him the way he did. A girl came to them and asked them to stop all this because the second stage was about to begin. She asked the past students to come with her to the site of the new stage. Lin noticed a chevron with the Tenchi emblem on her sleeve, which meant that she was from Kanglan Academy. On the trip, the girl introduced herself. Her name was Sutan. She was a senior student at the Kanglan Academy, and she also conducted the exam. She said that the second stage of the exam was especially important, and those who could pass it would immediately enter Kanglan Academy and become official students. Sutang noticed how Lin was looking at her figure, and she incinerated him with her gaze. The bus driver saw a flock of bats flying ahead directly towards him, but it was already too late. Since they were too close, he was unable to control the controls. Lin didn't understand why the bus overturned, and where were there so many bats in one place. Sutan was shocked by the number of monsters she saw. The girl ordered the students to unite and finish off all the flying monsters. Lin knew that something was wrong because they couldn't just engage in battle, and Yang Xiao decided that this was the most necessary moment to take revenge on him. Yang Xiao awakened the Hellhound Beast's abilities and sent the monster straight to the guy's head. But Lin managed to send the bat back. Yang Xiao was very angry and told Lin that he would not be able to hide from him. Meanwhile, Sutan dealt with the last monster and declared their victory. But that was not all. An earthquake began under their feet, and many chains flew out from under the ground and tightly grabbed the students. Then a biker appeared and used chains to hold them in the air. He called himself a gym boss, and he appreciated the cute faces of these students. The gym boss approached the girl and apologized for all this, but her boyfriend, who wanted to save his girlfriend, did not like this. The boss told him that he would touch him instead of his girlfriend. Sutan got out of his chains and hurried to help the rest of the students. Running past Lin, the guy asked her to untie him, but she had no time for that. The girl could not resist him. He was too strong for her. Lin did not let her fall. He considered himself a hero who always appears at a critical moment. The guy had a choice: escape with Sutan, for which he would receive 2 points in dexterity, or ask to let everyone go, for which the reward is 2 points in strength, and the latter defeat him and receive a reward of 1 fragment of ability improvement. He chose the third option because he was there to defeat him. The opponent was a B-class demon. The students did not understand how he was going to defeat him, but they thought that he had revealed his potential and would succeed. This was a bad idea because as soon as he flew up in hopes of attacking him, the exact opposite happened. They were disappointed that it didn't work out for him because he was their last hope. The demoness Hong Ye appeared behind him again. She explained to him that he needed to concentrate all his spiritual energy into his right hand and attack the monster. He was glad that she appeared and that she told him how to use her ability. Hong Ye was too close to him. He assumed that she wanted to kiss him. But since he is a man, Lin decided to get ahead of her, taking the initiative into his own hands. She suddenly changed her appearance to a demonic one and told him to go into battle. He was scared because he didn't expect her to do this. All this time it was his vision, and all the students were screaming and trying to wake up Lin so that he could help them. He decided to take the situation more seriously, while behind him the students asked him not to pretend to be a hero and save them. The gym boss launched his chain straight at Lin. Sutan was worried about the guy and warned him of the danger, but he was not taken aback and grabbed his chain, telling the gym boss that the blow was too weak. He didn't expect this from some boy. Lin spun him around, holding onto the chain and threw the brute. Sutang and Zhang Xiao did not understand how he became so strong and where did he get such power from. The gym boss appreciated how skillfully the guy threw him. He decided not to play games with him and chain him up. Lin didn't expect the gym boss to drift like that. Stopping, he swung his chain again. But then Sutan intervened and crushed it with one touch. The gym boss appreciated the way she attacked from behind. He thought they stood up to him admirably. But while he was distracted by Sutan, he did not notice how Lin sat down next to him. The guy told the gym boss that he had started all this in vain. Sutan caught him and threw him off the motorcycle, which was definitely not what the gym boss expected. He ran out of energy, and instead of dealing with them, he decided to take them with him. Since he wanted to blow himself up with magical power, they began to run away. The students thought they wouldn't see them after such a powerful blast, but they noticed their shadow in the cloud of smoke. They were lucky that they managed to escape. Sutan asked Lin Ke if he would pretend to be a hero. The guy had crowds of fans. Yang Xiao envied him and did not understand where he got so much strength. Lin received a shard for the task to improve his ability, which he was happy about. While he was thinking about his future, the students noticed something in the sky. This was the announcement that the second phase had been completed. Lin didn't understand whether they really put them in such danger for the sake of some stage. From the flying sphere, they heard that this stage was aimed at practical skills, and the cameras recorded who performed well. Students who performed well officially became students of the Xianthal Academy. Sutang was angry that she was not warned. After all, she had to conduct an exam. She was told that the academy did this in order to create a realistic environment. Afterwards, it was announced that the student who scored the most points on the exam was Ling Kui. Lin pretended that everything was as it should be, after which all the girls were crazy about him. Sutan understood that the guy hid great potential within himself. And if he does, in the future he will shock the entire academy. After the exam, Lin returned back to his home. The younger sister was really looking forward to an answer about whether he passed. The guy said that he was so cool that he couldn't help but pass. He also boasted of his ability and the fact that he entered the Santal Academy. While he was having fun, she didn't understand whether her brother would leave when he studied there. Lingxi wished him a good rest and said that she would prepare dinner for him. She also asked him not to forget to share this news with his older sister. Lin thanked her for this. He called his older sister and told him that he had passed the exam successfully. She was glad to hear it, and if their father was alive, he would definitely be glad to hear it. Linghua hoped that he would not stop there. His older sister was so busy that he could not imagine when they would see each other. Lin didn't understand why he was feeling dizzy again. Hong Ye appeared in front of him again. Lin realized that it was because of her. He asked not to behave so provocatively. The girl said that she needed him and she could teach him to increase his strength, but in return, he had to promise her something. She wanted him to marry her. That was the condition. Hong Ye said that he must sign a spiritual contract with her, after which they will get married. But Lin replied that he couldn't just get married, and he needed time to get to know each other better. But she couldn't stand it for so long, so she took the initiative into her own hands and tied a blood contract with him. The blood was their witness, and thus they entered into marriage. Thousands of years ago, demons and gods descended into this world. They killed people, and the heroes suffered defeats and so on for 1,000 years, until Hong Yi was reborn. Lin is very tired. The guy didn't understand why he was seeing Hong Ye's memories from the past world. His younger sister came to him and called him for breakfast. Waking up, the guy was wondering where Hong Yi had gone and what happened in her past world. He wanted to find out more about this from her, and since he was going to Kanglen Academy, he needed to say goodbye to his little sister Ling Shi. He went to the bus, and his younger sister accompanied him. The girl really didn't want her brother to leave her. He said that he was not leaving forever and would visit her during the holidays. Lin became more and more attached to this girl, but unfortunately, he could not take her with him. The guy asked her not to be upset and said that they would meet very soon. The bus driver couldn't wait long for him to talk there, so he hurried the guy to take his seats faster. Ling Xi accompanied him even when he was already driving. The girl did not want to wait for him to return, she wanted to come to him herself. Lin appreciated Canlin Academy and liked it very much, but the main thing for him was that there were many beautiful girls. Before he had time to visit the academy, the guy was discussed by girls who admired him. He understood that the beauties needed to be put off for later, and first he needed to report his arrival in the teacher's room. In the hall of students, the guys were arguing with the girl about whose outstanding first-year would be. While they were arguing, Lin came there, in whom many were interested. The guy asked how he could help them. They knew he was the outstanding freshman of the year, and that's why they wanted to grab him. One of them asked him to recognize them as his teacher, for which they offered him a high-quality medicine. Others suggested making him popular throughout the school for this. Lin asked them to calm down and resolve this issue normally. The teacher told Van not to mention his super medicine, well, because he couldn't even prepare a pill, let alone the medicine. They argued about who would train the guy. Lin was not surprised by this, because Canglin Academy had its own traditions. The girl turned to Ling Kei, introducing herself as Tang Ling's teacher. She suggested that he go to her, but other teachers heard this and told her not to touch their student. Tan Lin asked not to listen to those uneducated teachers, to which the guy agreed with her, because he liked her. She said that she would provide him with a better hostel and a special place in the future if he accepted her as his teacher. The teachers understood that they would not be able to provide equal competition to Tang Ling, after which Lin asked to accept him as a student, which she was happy about. Kissing him on the forehead, she asked him to practice well and not let her down, adding that if he lets her down, he won't feel good. Their conversation was noticed by Yan Xiao, and he was not very happy about this turn of events. Lin liked the fact that there was a separate dormitory there. A neighbor, on the contrary, noticed Lin and wanted to get to know him. The guy asked to call him Xiang Qiang. He was also a student of Tang Lin, and according to the teacher's orders, he was the highest in rank, so he would help him with advice. Extending his hand, he asked Xiang Qiang to take care of him. The guy said that you don't have to call him that formally, but you can call him Fatty. Lin noticed that the guy was quite cheerful. The fat man asked Lin what he thought about teacher Tang Ling. The guy replied that he liked her. Fatty understood that Lin definitely agreed after seeing her beauty, and he assumed that she had promised him a special position in the future. The guy didn't understand if she was lying to him. The fat man said that he had once been fooled like that too, and as a person who had endured a lot, he wanted to warn the guy that teacher Tang Lin had fooled him. Lin didn't understand whether teacher Tang Lin was really as insidious as this fat man said she was. The fat man decided not to hide it and tell him that the nickname of the teacher Tin Lin in translation is Witch, and what she promised was a complete nightmare. And in the end, Tang Ling's special position was simply a bluff, and the hamster believed that Lin had nothing to do in this place. This scared him because he thought he was learning something new. Lin told the elder that he was fine and would look forward to the moment when teacher Tang Ling began to act, but everything was fine with the hamster, since he simply warned him about it. Yang Xiao came to complain to his grandfather about Ling Kei and said that he had become Tang Ling's student. Since he was competing with him, Yang Xiao was afraid that he would lose his authority, and so he asked his grandfather to help with this, to which he was glad to help his grandson. He said he would calm this arrogant guy down for his antics. Lin was having a good time. The guy didn't even think that the hostel had its own spa. He didn't expect to see Hong Ye there. Lin assumed that she lived inside him, which is why she appeared so suddenly. Hong Ye said that she lives in his spirit world. The girl explained that the spiritual world is a space created from the hidden energy that was inside the spirits, and Lin's spiritual world was simply huge, but the power was weak so it could not be used to its fullest. And so she entered into a marriage contract with him because it was beneficial for her to live in his spiritual world because of the internal energy, since her world was destroyed. But their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Lin did not understand who decided to come at that very moment. The guy warned that for the fact that they distracted him from such an important matter, he could punish them. But there was no one even in the yard. It was a very strange joke from someone unknown. The guy noticed that someone was hiding in the bushes. He dodged something that flew into the house at breakneck speed. It was the yellow ferret who believed that Lin was not entirely weak since he managed to dodge his attack, and he wondered if the guy thought he looked human. Lin knew about the legend when a talking yellow ferret came to people at midnight and asked them questions. What the person would answer was that he would turn into it. The guy didn't understand why he needed it, because he took on the form. The ferret saw that the guy was confused and decided to attack him, but he immediately received scissors from Hong Ai. The girl did not understand how the rat dared to attack his husband. The guy considered this a very vile act on the part of the ferret. The girl decided to get rid of this pest, but Lin asked his love not to do this. Hongye was very pleased that he called her his beloved. Since the ferret came to them on its own, Lin wanted to turn it into something edible, like food. The ferret was sad. He did not consider himself appetizing, but the guy believed that not every day there is an opportunity to try something like this. He was outraged because he considered himself quite cute and did not want to be eaten by two demons. The guy told him that if he didn't want to become food, he had to tell who sent him, but he wasn't going to talk because ferrets don't give up. After Lin told his beloved that they would have a delicious dinner on the coals, the yellow ferret admitted that Yang Guan had sent him. Lin knew that this was Yang Xiao's grandfather, and he was a high-ranking person in Kanglan Academy. Since they had decided to get rid of him, he knew he had to be careful. He had three options: I release the ferret and get an S-rank talent pill, kill it and get 6 ability enhancement shards, or become a chef and get a supreme steel frying pan. He understood that the first option had a very good reward, because getting a pill that improves physical abilities is cool, but letting go of the ferret could lead to difficulties. Lin told the ferret that he was letting him go because he felt sorry for living creatures. The ferret couldn't believe it, but the guy added that he really didn't intend to eat it. The ferret was very grateful to him for this. Since the task was completed, the system awarded him a pill and added it to his inventory. Lin didn't expect the task to count, so he decided to stop pretending to be a good guy. The ferret tried to escape from this den of demons as quickly as possible. Lin asked this cutie where was he going. The ferret was confused because the man let him go. Lin replied that he changed his mind because he was hungry. After the ferret heard the word frying pan, he fainted. Hongye wondered if he would eat it, but the guy had a much better idea than just a treat. The next day, the ferret was in the role of a watchdog, which he was surprised about. He was sad to realize this because he had lived more than half his life and did not understand how some guy managed to tame him as a dog. The next morning, Lin woke up in the same bed with Hongyi. After he took the pill he received as a reward, he had a headache and a fever, but Hongye took care of him and protected him all night. He realized that having a wife was not as bad as he thought. Waking up, the girl noticed that Lin had become much stronger and more beautiful. Approaching the mirror, the guy examined his body, and most likely it was the effect of the pill. He felt that his body was filled with strength. Although Hongye didn't know where he got the pill from, she warned him not to be so happy. She said that the pill he took could greatly increase his strength, but with his current body, he would not be able to fully absorb such power. At night, Hongye helped him so that he would not feel bad, but if Lin fully wanted to accept the power of the pill, then he needed to strengthen his body to S rank, then he could constantly refine his muscles. Hearing this, he caught fire and offered to develop together using this method. But Hongye did not want to use pills to increase her strength. Lin hugged his wife and said a lot of pleasant endearments to her, but so that he would not overdo it, she decided to talk about one way to quickly restore muscles. It was to constantly receive physical pain. In simple terms, he needed to spar daily to keep his muscles challenged. At Kanglan Academy, a ceremony was held to honor the freshmen, and all students were asked to come onto the field. Lin doubted the method that Hongye advised him. There he met the hamster, who noticed that the guy was in a bad mood, and he told him that he had a ceremony soon. To which Lin replied that his mood was due to a lot of attention. The female students looked at Lin as he passed by and commented on his beauty. In their opinion, he was the cutest freshman. He was offered all sorts of juices, and the guy was pleased to be the center of attention, but he decided to remain cold to everyone. Lin found his teacher among the crowd. She never thought he would come. She introduced him to his senior ranks, a girl named Murong Bingyue and a guy named Ho Teng. And also Sutan, she was also in his group. He could see the girl earlier. She was conducting an exam for beginners. Sutan complained about him, saying that the guy was late on the first day. In response, Lin complimented her on her appearance, telling the girl that she had become prettier in a couple of days. Sutang did not approve of his compliment and wanted to teach him a lesson, but Lin dodged her blow and began to mock. Murong Qingyue approached Sutang and began to calm the girl down, saying that Lin was his own enemy and there was no need to be so angry. He was fooling around, running away from the girl, and she could not catch up with him. Afterwards, he did not notice how he bumped into his teacher. Tang Ling told the guy that he didn't move well. Tang Ling found little information about him. She did not think that he was Ling Wan's son. The hamster was surprised by this, because the guy was the son of his idol. The other students were also surprised by this, because Lin Yuan was the strongest person in Canlan City in the past. Lin himself had vague memories of his adoptive father, and he didn't think that so many people knew him. Chu Junyao noticed that the guy looked much stronger than before. She didn't understand what methods the 7th group witch Tang Ling used to improve him. Yang Xiao did not understand why the yellow ferret sent by his grandfather did not return, and the Ling also looked normal, which indicated that the mission was a failure. All the freshmen lined up on the field for the ceremony. They were greeted by the deputy director of the academy, Kanglan Xuan Yang. He was glad to see them. Since they all came with the hope of becoming the strongest, Sanyang said that he would look forward to good results from them. He called the outstanding freshmen onto the stage to praise them and to present them with their personal Zanal emblems. Lin wondered what these emblems were. Komyak told him that this award is given by the Academy only to outstanding first-year students and serves as a student card for all events held at the Academy. At the same time, it is spatial storage, which was very convenient. Lin was surprised that there were such things. The hamster showed off his emblem, to which Lin replied that it was unexpected that he was entrusted with such a thing to someone like him. The hamster did not like the way Lin spoke about him, and the guy asked for forgiveness and said that it was just his opinion. The first to receive the emblem was the outstanding first-year student of the first group, Chu Junyao, for which the girl gave a grateful speech for this and said that she would not let them down. The second was the outstanding freshman of the second group, Yang Xiao. The guy said that he would fight for the title of the strongest in Kanglin Academy. Lin believed that Yang Xiao's performance did not deserve this emblem, and he was given it because of his connections, and at that moment it was his turn to receive the award. The system again gave him a choice: give a speech to exalt himself and receive a reward, +5 to dexterity, give a daring speech and receive, +5 to strength, or give a positive speech and receive, +5 to charm. Since charm glasses appeared this time, the guy realized that he could attract more attention to himself, so he wanted to become the most charming. The guy chose the third, and gave a speech saying that he was unusually glad to accept the title of Outstanding Freshman, but he believed that he was not worthy of it. Chu Junyao didn't understand why Lin talked about himself like that. The guy said that he was just a worthless weakling with no strength, and he could not feel the greatness of the academy. He thanked everyone for their kind attitude towards him and said that he would try hard to become a pillar of the academy in the future. Chu Junyao did not think that he was so handsome, and because of his modesty, the girl thought that she had fallen in love with him. Yang Xiao was angry because Lin had stolen all his respect. Lin received a reward for making such a speech, and all of the above was a lie. After which the guy said a bad word about everyone. They were not happy with such statements from Lin. After which, the guy told those whom he had offended to come out and start sparring with him. Lin did this in order to quickly learn the method of muscle recovery. As the welcoming ceremony was coming to an end, Wan Yang asked all the students to leave the field. Lin allowed them to attack him altogether. Senior Hamster asked all the students to do him a favor this time and omit Ling Kuei, which of course the guy didn't expect. Since this arrangement of events did not suit Lin, he said things about Hamster and Ho Ten, saying that they should have returned to the village and herded the animals. The senior ranks did not like this very much, and they cancelled the request they asked for. After which, the offenders dealt with him, and Chu Junyao was not surprised by his behavior. Murong Qingyuo told Su Tang that she was not mistaken about Lin being his own enemy, and suggested they go see that spectacle. Teacher Tang Len understood that since he did not oppose them, it meant that he needed it, but no one even wanted to approach him for sparring. Lin said that he was a super cool master who had no equal. The guy had been standing there since the morning and didn't understand. Did no one really want to fight him? Hong Yi came to him and asked them to come another day, but Lin couldn't just give it all up. He wanted to obtain all the power of the pill and obtain an S-rank body. He didn't want to give up and wanted to achieve this by any means necessary. The students were very infuriated by this, and they wanted to spar with him. Lin didn't understand why it was so difficult to find someone to fight with. A guy approached him and said that if he wanted it so badly, then there was an option to confess his love to Mo Ching-cheng, who was one of the 4 beauties of the academy. Lin understood that since she was one of the 4 beauties, she had many admirers, and by declaring his love for her, he would definitely be chased by those who liked her. He wrote to the academy's public page that Mo Ching-cheng was his girlfriend, and anyone who didn't like it could talk to him about it. Not even a minute had passed before a whole crowd of dissatisfied students ran towards him, which he was glad about. They told him not to even dream about their goddess, and since they had put up with his antics for too long, the students decided to deal with him. Lin realized that by writing to the public, he made a big mistake, because there were too many of them. Hongye told her lover that she would return to the spiritual world and wished him to train hard. Mo Qingjing looked at his publication and was pleasantly surprised, because he was the first who dared to so boldly confess his love to her. Lin didn't understand what feeling washed over him. At the same time, he liked it, and at the same time, not very much. The students called him very persistent and said that they would teach him a good lesson for such antics. His teacher Tan Lin stood up for the guy. She was wondering if they were going too far in bullying her student. The students were scared because Tang Lin warned them that they had 3 seconds to leave. She understood that this was some kind of training method, but the guy denied it and told her that she was beautiful. Tang Ling was surprised by his statements in her direction and said that a spiritual source would soon open. Lin wondered, was this something left over from the spirit master? She revealed that it was a hot spring with spiritual power that could help him become stronger, and all he had to do was concentrate on his strength because there would be other participants fighting for him. Tanlin said that the time had come for her to fulfill her promise to his special position, which the guy was happy about. Lin didn't understand why Hamster was intimidating him, saying about this special situation that it didn't mean anything good, but he didn't want to back down. At noon, they came to the mountain, which was located behind the academy. There, Lin trained his abilities while running away from a huge boulder and did not understand whether this was his special position. Tang Ling told him to speed up, otherwise he might die. A special situation was called Devilish Trials. She told him to do push-ups as she sat on his back. Lin didn't understand whether this was happiness or misfortune. It was funny for the elders to watch this because they warned him about it. Afterwards, he needs to overcome his fear of heights and jump on the trampoline. Lin found it very difficult to go through this special situation and wanted to leave. But he understood that real men cannot give up and say, "I can't." Lin didn't eat or sleep all day. He thought she was a devil who came up with her crazy training sessions, but the guy was glad that he had the opportunity to rest. She was curious to know what he knew about his father Lin Yuan's past. Lin said that when his father was alive, he did not talk much about his past, and he learned about many things related to him from third parties. She said that his father was a great man. 10 years ago, an army of demons invaded the city of Senglin. They killed countless citizens, and humanity found itself in unprecedented danger. His father, Lin Yuan, fearlessly fought against them and defended the city with his Basilard unit. She was also in that detachment, and she was lucky to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. They protected people by killing demons and fought for the future of humanity. Unfortunately, there were too many demons, and there were S-class demons. After the battles, their squad, Basilard, finally repelled the attack of the demons. But his father and other team members died at the altar of victory. The guy did not know that his father gave his life defending humanity, and he was pleased to be the son of such a great hero. He said that after arriving in this world, he quickly had to forget about a comfortable life because people did not live in peacetime, they only lived in a peaceful place. The price for a short time of peace and tranquility was the blood and lives of his father and other members of his team. After Lin's father died, his older sister joined the superpower department and continued to fight demons to protect the city. And since Lin came to this world, he understood that his goal was to protect all of humanity, and the guy wanted to become stronger before his time of peace expired in order to do good. He told the teacher that he wanted to continue this difficult training. Lin did several thousand push-ups in order to achieve the result. The academy discussed the issue of expelling Ling Ke, since this was what Yang Xiao's grandfather wanted. This is Mu He. He was an outstanding student of the second group. Yang Guang gave him 1,000 spiritual stones so that Mu He would deal with Lin, and more than one mistake could not be made. He asked the old man not to worry, since he was an A-rank student with the right to participate in the fight for the spiritual source, so his strength surpassed Lin's. Mu He said that he would return for his reward as soon as he dealt with Lin. In the morning, Lin told Hongyi that he was going to a spiritual source while the boy had breakfast on the way. With the help of his wife and teacher Tang Lin's demonic training and pill, Lin would soon be able to create an S-rank body. Lin noticed how the yellow ferret seemed somehow depressed. He came up to ask what happened, but the ferret was only unhappy. The guy decided to appease him with a chicken leg, but in response, he only snorted. Without thinking twice, he decided to take a bite and asked not to tell anyone about it. While leaving, Lin heard from the yellow ferret that these days you need to be more careful. He said since he had not returned, his boss would not wait long and would send someone else to get him. Lin appreciated the kindness of this yellow one, but the ferret did not like being called that. The students were shown the location of their spiritual source, where they would improve their abilities. Lin was impressed that there was such a natural place near the city. Tang Ling said that each disciple had 500 spiritual stones stored in the Kanglin emblem. This was a gift to them from the academy, and these stones will be useful to them for a spiritual source, but they must be used wisely. Lin wondered what kind of stones these were. Hamster said that this is a type of natural stone that contains energy, and it can be used to restore spiritual strength and also as currency. As soon as the source was discovered, the students had to take their place as quickly as possible. Sutan hurried everyone and asked them to take their seats. Lin's teacher told him that she would be waiting for him near the entrance to the spring. He asked her not to worry and said that he would definitely return. The students assumed that each spiritual source was located in a separate cave room, and they thought that it would be nice if Kanglan Academy had a similar place. Hamster decided to leave Lin, saying that he would first help the girls find a place. The guy was not happy that he would have to look for the source alone. He noticed that Yang Xiao was also there, so he needed to be careful there. He didn't have the slightest idea where he needed to go. He found a large gate and assumed that something interesting was hidden there. Having knocked down the doors, he was scared because he did not expect to see two girls bathing there. One of the girls was the one Lin had confessed to in the academy community. He had a choice. Look at them and get +5 to agility, jump to them and throw an aqua disco and get +6 fragments, ask them for forgiveness and get +5 to strength. Since everything turned out this way, he understood that his apologies would not be needed there, and he decided to swim with them. Lin chose the aqua disco option and plopped down next to them. They kicked him away, but the task succeeded, and Lin received 6 shards of the ability. Muhei, seeing that Lin was in Mo Cheng's room, was not happy with this. Although it was unpleasant to fly out of the room and he only found a small source, he was glad that he saw Muhei and received a reward from the system. Lin decided to bathe in this spring. He really liked its dense spiritual power. Hong Yi appeared in front of him, and she was wondering why he was having fun with other girls. She was angry with him and decided to take revenge for this. Lin didn't think his wife was so jealous. Then someone broke into the walls of the cave room. It was Muhei, and he was wondering why he dared to break into his Ching's room. Lin recognized him, he was in the cave, and communicated with Yang Xiao. Muhei was very angry with him, and he attacked the guy using his claws, but Lin managed to dodge, after which he struck a strong blow with his paw at the source. They fell under the source. Lin didn't expect that there was something else underneath him. He managed to cling to the edge of the cliff, but Muhei managed to grab his leg. Since Lin couldn't hold on for long, the two of them were in free fall into the unknown. Flying into the abyss, mockingly, Muhei considered his mission accomplished. Hong Yi reappeared and wanted to help Lin, but the guy saw that there was water at the bottom of the abyss. Both of them and Muhei dived into unknown depths. Lin saw that there was land under the water, which he definitely did not expect. Hong Yi managed to catch Lin, which made the guy incredibly happy. Before the fall, Muhei asked not to boast about his wife Ling Kui. Looking at him from above, he realized that he was very lucky to have such a wife. He couldn't imagine that there could be space underneath the spiritual source. Lin assumed that there was something hidden there and asked Hong Ye if they should have gone there. She was all for it. She was pleased that he was interested in her opinion. Having descended to the bottom, they realized that Muhei had crashed. She asked Lin what he felt, but the guy didn't feel anything because it was his own fault that he attacked him. And the only thing he could do was take everything he had with him so that Muhei could safely leave the world. Hong Ye approved of this action. Lin found spirit stones in his possession that he would no longer need. The girl noticed that the dark energy in the vicinity was very strong. She assumed that a large number of demons had accumulated nearby. Lin thought that other demons were just as beautiful, but Hong Yi did not appreciate this joke and said that this area was dangerous and the most terrible demons lived in it. He wondered why the area was so bright. She said that the demonic area was the sinister territory of demons, and it was especially dangerous for people. Lin realized that they had invaded directly into the home of these creatures. In the distance, they heard someone laughing, which alerted them, and someone threw a small ball at their feet. Taking it in his hands, he became interested in who it could belong to. 2 demonic creatures appeared in front of him, who asked him to play football with them, and if he refused, they said that they would kill him. He had a choice: return the ball and spend time with them, for which he will receive a reward, +3 to strength. Refuse and piss them off, for which he will receive +5 to strength. Or kill one and become the enemy of all demons with reward of +8 to strength. Looking at these 2 cute little devils, he wanted to play football with them. They were very happy that Lin agreed to spend time with them. He fired the ball so hard that it began to glow with a bright flame, and he hit one of the demons straight, after which he fell after such a strong serve. The imp saw that it killed the second one. He did not expect that football could turn out like this for them. He began to cry bitter tears, blaming the man for this, and saying that he had invaded their territory, for which Lin received 8 strength points for completing the task. Hong, you warned the guy that the imp was calling others, and he had to leave. But Lin didn't want to. Since he had almost completely mastered the pill, the guy considered this an excellent opportunity to finish it off. Many evil goblins came to the imp, and they were wondering who dared to offend their brother. He began to mock them and really wanted them to take revenge on him. They didn't understand why he was behaving so strangely, but one thing they knew for sure was that they would have delicious kebab. Lin's plan worked successfully. They surrounded him and avenged their brother. The goblins did not understand what the demoness was doing there, but since she did nothing and just watched, they decided not to touch her. Lin was very resistant to this and asked them to continue. They understood that it was not that he was crazy, but that he had superpowers. And when they realized this, they were even more happy about it, because these always tasted better. But the guy understood that this was not part of his plan. Hong Ye couldn't look at it. She understood that if this continued, they would eat him. The girl was already going to help when suddenly she noticed a light breaking through the smoke. The line lit up with a bright light, and all the demonic creatures were thrown away from it. The guy found the S-rank body he had wanted for so long. He told Hongye that they needed to team up to defeat all the remaining goblins. Ahead, they had to fight with a considerable number of demonic creatures. After Lin found the body he wanted, he began to fight much more confidently. Hongye congratulated him on his new S-rank body. The guy was incredibly glad that all his torment led to such a result. The body had a special sensitivity, and when Lin used the power, he could feel the heat flowing throughout his body, and like a phoenix, he was reborn from the ashes. The guy felt a strange feeling that scared him. Hongye said that it was the aura of a demon higher than B class. Perhaps it was the Demon King himself. First, she needed to get Lin out of there and then return to the spirit world. They successfully escaped from the demonic abyss. There his elders were waiting for him, along with teacher Tanlin. They said that he was very lucky to get out of that world. The aura of the strongest demon burst out from the demonic abyss. Teacher Tanglin told them to get out of there and that she could handle the demonic creature. Lin didn't understand what kind of demon it was that even Teacher Tang had become so serious. The teachers still had to calm the demonic creatures, directing all their forces at them. After returning home, Lin watched the academy news, and there was nothing about Muhi's body, which was in the demonic realm. Lin assumed that he had been eaten by demons. Lin received a message from Hamster, which said that due to the temporary closure of the spiritual source, the academy had decided to compensate the students for this loss, and everyone would be given spiritual jasper. Since the guy didn't know what it was, Hongye said that it was the energy core of demons, in which their spiritual power accumulates. After the death of a demon, spiritual jasper can fall out. Its quality depends on the power level of the demon itself. Having received it, you can process the power accumulated in it, and there is a chance to gain a superpower. Watching their conversations, the yellow ferret was infuriated that they did not allow him to rest properly. The guy warned Hongye that he needed to go. Before leaving, he decided to feed the yellow one some chicken soup. The ferret didn't really believe that Lin Kei's conscience had awakened, and he decided to feed him. Lin was thus grateful to the yellow one, because if he had not warned him about Yang Xiao, he most likely would not have returned. Ferret asked if he realized he was good, but Lin ignored him, telling Hong Yi that he had a back pain, and she replied that she would give him a massage in the evening. The ferret understood that Ling Kui was not like everyone else, since Yang Guang did not value him and forced him to help him. But although the guy was shameless towards him, he still considered him good. Yang Xiao did not understand why Lin was still alive, and time after time the guy got away with it. He asked his grandfather to send someone else since he did not like Lin. Yang Guang told him that he was too young and he could not act rashly in this matter, adding that they would have such an opportunity in the future. They just had to wait. At noon, Lin and Hamster came to the treasury to obtain spiritual jasper. The hamster said that the sleeping grandfather was the guardian of the treasury and everyone called him Old Man. Lin joked, saying that it would be better to call him Master Old Man, but Hamster asked him to be more serious. Waking up, the old man saw that two young guys had come to him. Lin didn't understand how it was. The old man just looked at him, and a trembling ran through his body. The old man told the students to follow him. He led them inside the treasury. Lin did not understand what kind of cubes were located there. Hamster said that these were repositories of spiritual jasper. They were unusually strong and sealed with a spell, and it was very difficult to open them. They are used to test strength, and in the past, Hamster even managed to open one cube. The old man allowed them to begin, saying that the way to open the box depended only on them. Lin asked Hamster, as the one who managed to open this box, what was the easiest way to open it? To which she replied that the easiest way is to use brute force. The elders used all methods to open this box. While others were racking their brains and not understanding how to open it, Hamster used the brute force of magic, and he did it. He was able to open the box, which surprised Lin. After all, the guy didn't expect that he was so strong. The hamster was not happy with the jasper, since it was very ordinary. Lin was thinking about which box to choose. It was a familiar feeling. It reminded him of a lottery from a past life. The system gave him a task: open the box in the usual way and get +5 to strength, break the box hard and get +8 to strength, or pretend to be a beginner and get +4 to strength. Lin chose to break the box hard, for which he received 8 points in strength. The elders were shocked by what they saw. The hamster told the guy to change his name to Lin Crusher. The old man asked the guy to tell him how he broke the box so easily. Lin replied that he himself told them to open it, but did not say exactly how. So he broke it with his bare hands. The guy broke one box after another because he wanted to find rare jasper, but the old man asked not to break everything. The students understood that they needed to take advantage of the opportunity and take jasper from the boxes that Lin broke. The elders also decided not to miss this opportunity. Sutun didn't think this was a good idea and called the two useless. The old man asked the guy to calm down and said that he had something to show him. Lin wondered why the old man brought him there. He told the guy that he had brought him so that he could choose a worthy spiritual jasper for himself and leave those boxes to other students. There was his collection of rare spiritual jaspers, and since Lin is very strong, the old man believed that such talent should be well rewarded. As an incentive, he allowed him to choose one of his choice. He didn't know which one to choose, because they were all beautiful. And then he heard Hong Ye's voice. The girl told him that red spiritual jasper was quite good. It belonged to a flaming demon, although it was EF rank and had little spiritual energy, but it could allow the owner to master the power of fire. Although his body had reached S rank, his ability had not fully manifested itself, and this jasper was perfect for him. The old man understood that the guy had chosen one of the best jaspers. He was not surprised that his choice fell on her. After all, he was the son of Lin Yuan himself, who also had a good feeling. The system discovered spiritual jasper and suggested that the guy absorb spiritual energy. Lin didn't think the system was capable of this, but he agreed. He absorbed the energy of jasper, and his Qi Yu ability developed in the fiery direction. The guy had access to a new skill, Fiery Fist. He was glad that his wife recommended this jasper to him. The old man was shocked to see that Lin was able to absorb spiritual energy directly into himself. Because of his existing ability, the fire element had awakened, and he urgently needed to unlock the skill on his left hand. The old man could not understand where the guy got such an ability. The system congratulated him on acquiring the new ability, Qi Yu, on his left hand. He thought he was cool, because now the guy had abilities on both hands. Although Lin was happy about this, he understood that the full form of Qi Yu's power was not complete and he needed to try harder. The old man understood that with such abilities of this guy, the academy had a great future. The hamster came running with bad news. He told Ling Ke that it was necessary to urgently look for an emergency exit since Mo Qingcheng's fans were coming for him. Lin knew this was a great opportunity to test his new ability, but the hamster warned him that this time the main bully Breeze was there, and he was very strong. But even such news could not stop him because the desire to test a new ability was much higher than this. At the entrance, there was a crowd of Mo Qingcheng fans waiting for Lin. The guy told his brother, Feng, that if they didn't wait for Lin, it meant he was chickening out. After not waiting long, the guy left the treasury. Lin asked them who was in charge among them and controlled all the youngsters. They did not understand why Lin allowed himself so much and asked why he confessed his love to their goddess Mo Qingcheng. But he did not want to talk to them for a long time and told them to attack. Feng was angered by this and used his Gigantopithecus ability. This happened so quickly that the hamster could hardly see his trace. He understood that Lin was finished. But the guy easily parried his blow. Since he didn't hit it, Lin started teasing him. Feng was angry, and to double his chances of winning, he began to call his brother for help. His brother had the ability to summon a cannon. They were shocked when they saw such an ability. Lin guessed that it was an Italian cannon. He decided not to hesitate and attack them first, showing off his new ability. But while the guy activated his fiery fist, they combined their powers to accurately hit the target. Hamster was surprised when he saw Lin's new spiritual jasper ability. The students heard a strong explosion and did not understand what had happened. They came to the place where it happened, and there they saw the crater formed after the explosion. Feng thought that the guy had the most ordinary ability. He did not understand when everything had changed so much. He wondered how Lin managed to shift the direction of the attack and why he decided to spare them. The guy warned Feng not to get in his way again, otherwise he wouldn't be so merciful to them. Hamster was happy for him, and he wondered if the spiritual jasper he chose was of high level. But Lin replied that it was an ordinary F-rank jasper, and he needed to train his abilities. Watching what was happening, the old man realized that teacher Tang Ling had found herself a good student, and the fact that this young man will be very useful in the future. The younger sister really missed her brother, and she came to see him. She asked her elder sister to ask the academy for Lin's address and was glad to finally meet him. But since her brother was not at home, she decided to wait for him inside. Seeing that someone unknown had sneaked into their territory, the yellow ferret took off his bandages and told the girl to get out of there. Yellow was confused. He didn't understand why he started defending the territory of the house. Lingzi really liked this cute dog and wanted to pet it. Yellow didn't like that she called him a dog, and he told her that he wouldn't look at her age and might bite her. A huge bear appeared behind the girl, protecting her, and he asked the yellow one how he dared to snap back. Realizing that the girl could be at the level of the Demon King, he allowed himself to be called a dog. When the girl stroked him, he pretended to like it. Lin returned home late in the evening. After a hard day, the guy felt very tired. When Lin returned home, he saw that the door was open, and he assumed that there were thieves there. Hong Ye warned him that she sensed a strong energy. Lingxi decided to surprise her brother with her appearance. The yellow ferret was very worried that Lin would not be able to cope with the strong demon queen. Lin didn't find anyone and didn't understand why the front door was open. He thought he just forgot to close the door. But then Ling Xi suddenly came out and hugged her brother. Lin was pleasantly surprised. He was wondering how she got to him, and Hong Ye didn't understand what kind of girl she was. Ling Xi said, since he forgot about her, she decided to come herself. Lin said that he trained a lot to protect her. Hong Ye realizing that it was his younger sister who was calm. The yellow ferret was shocked that this demon queen was his little sister. Ling Xi, realizing that her brother was really busy, decided to forgive him. Lin was grateful for the understanding and told her that he wanted to join the superpower flight to fight evil with his older sister. Ling Xi wanted to share the good news with her brother. She told him that she had asked her sister to help her apply for homeschooling, and now the girl could live with him and be homeschooled. He was very happy about this, but did not understand how he and his wife would now spend time together. Yellow was not happy that this demoness would live with them, because this would end his happy days. He decided to leave home, but with his anger he attracted the girl's attention. The girl took him in her arms, and she was glad that Tench got a small dog. Looking at this, Lin found it funny that it would not be easy for the yellow one. She noticed that his house was very clean, and she became suspicious because it didn't look like her brother. She attacked him, accusing him of bringing all sorts of girls into the house. Lin said that he really trained a lot and he didn't have time for such things. Ling Xi was glad to hear this because she believed that all the girls except her were treacherous. Yellow believed that you should stay away from her because she is the most insidious. The only thing that came to Lin's mind was to secretly meet with Hong Yi. Hong Yi thought that Ling Xi was quite an interesting girl. In the morning for breakfast, the girl prepared something for him to eat. Looking at what Ling Xi had prepared, he thought that she had decided to take revenge on him in this way. The girl was wondering why Lin didn't eat anything. The guy told her that he didn't know if it was edible. As an example, she pointed to a small dog that had eaten and was sleeping. He had to eat it so as not to offend little Ling Xi. To his surprise, it was indeed delicious, which he did not expect. He described it as if he was surrounded by mermaids underwater. Looking at the way the guy praised her food, the yellow ferret knew that only a demon king could eat the demon queen's cooking. Since Lin felt full, he decided to look for a part-time job. At first he needed to support his wife and dog, but since Ling Xi appeared, his wallet was empty. He was ashamed that he didn't have money and didn't want to resort to having to ask his little sister for it. On the street he met Hamster, and he asked him where he was going with an axe behind his back, but it turned out that he was going to work part-time. Since the guy needed money, he began to beg the hamster to take him with him. He understood that Lin would not get rid of him so easily, so he agreed. They came to the mercenary hall. Lin was surprised because the hamster did not tell him that he worked in such a place. Although he was aware of the existence of this place, he had never been interested in it, and he was surprised that there were many people there. In every city there were unions of mercenaries. They were also called houses of earnings. Every day, tasks from the superpowers department were posted on the notice board in the central hall. Although the rewards were different, they were still worthy of attention. Komyak said that since they had a lot of free time, the academy was not against their joining the mercenary squads. Sometimes the academy itself acted in providing students with jobs to earn money. The hamster noticed that Lin was not listening to him at all because Lin found an advertisement with a reward of 50 million spirit stones. The guy was glad that he found such an offer because by completing it, he could forget about financial problems for several months. The workers were angry that Lin was making too much noise. The hamster hurried the guy, as it was time to start completing the tasks, and he warned Lin that he could only recommend him, but whether he would join the ranks of the mercenaries or not would depend solely on him. He revealed that they even had their own team called Hubby. They had to fight their way through this entire team to get to the main office. They went to the boss, where the hamster recommended Lin as the outstanding student of the year. He was greeted by the head of the Chunli squad. Mujia belonged to him. The guy said that he had heard a lot about his squad, so he decided to try his luck. Chunli shook his hand firmly. He told the guy that he was always glad to see the outstanding students of Konglan Academy. The hamster said that Lin K belonged to the attack class, and that a few days ago the guy received a fire-type ability, so the hamster believed that Lin was ideal for their squad. Chunli wanted Lin to take the ability rank test. The guy thought this device was quite similar to the one he used at school. Putting his hand on the rank measuring device, he wondered how far he had moved. The device showed a C+ rank. The hamster praised him, reminding him that when he entered he had an FFF- rank and was moving well. Chunli considered this a good indicator and understood that something could come of the guy. He told Lin that he was accepting him into the Muzhen squad. The guy didn't think that the introduction would be so simple. He thanked Chunli and said that with him, the squad would only reach unprecedented heights. The guy told him that he was exalting himself too loudly with his words. After these words, his fans were delighted. adding that young people were often unrestrained in words, but in fact many had enough experience, and that not everyone could become a mercenary. This guy seemed quite familiar to Lin, but he didn't remember where he had seen him. Chun-Li asked all the squad members to introduce themselves, since the guy was in their squad. The girl introduced herself as Kake Hiller, and she was glad to meet you, and the guy's name was Yu Zhou, and he said that he had long-range attacks. Lin was pleased to meet everyone, but since the blue-haired guy did not introduce himself, he greeted him first, but he did not answer him, and the guy did not understand why he was ignored. To smooth out the awkward moment, Chun-Li introduced him in person. This was Zhao Shu. He was Mo Qingqing's older brother. Lin did not expect such a meeting. He was sure that Mo Xiu knew exactly about that situation at the academy. He was not happy to meet the one who broke into his sister while she was swimming in the spiritual spring. Lin, calling him brother-in-law, asked not to be angry and said that he would be fully responsible for what he had done. Mo Xiu was angry that Lin called him that and said that only he was worthy of being in one spiritual source. He told Lin that if he wanted to join their squad, he had to defeat him. Hamster warned Lin, saying that although Mo Xiu was a V rank, he should not underestimate his abilities. Lin Yum had a choice: ask him for forgiveness and receive +5 to agility, teach him a lesson and receive +5 to strength, or convince everyone that he was right by loudly announcing his refusal and receive +5 to soul. Lin assessed his abilities and understood that he did not need glasses for his soul yet, so he chose agility. Mo Xiu didn't understand why Lin didn't attack him. He thought that the guy was chickening out, but Lin chose the first option because he needed agility points. His body succumbed to the system of completing the task and began to flutter like a butterfly through the air. Bowing before Mo Xiu, he asked for forgiveness and said that from now on he would not dare to approach his sister, Mo Qingqing, and only he was worthy of his sister. Mo Xiu was glad to hear these apologies, and the guy understood that Lin was dumbfounded from fear of him. Lin wondered if Mo Xiu would forgive him. Mo Xiu thought he was too pathetic. But still he showed mercy to Lin and forgave him, after which the guy completed the task and received +5 to agility, after which he hit him with such speed that Mo Xiu did not have time to react. His detachment leaders were very surprised by this. Lin was glad that his agility had greatly increased due to the system's reward. Mo Xiu was angry at Lin for that vile blow, and he understood that the guy was on a completely different level than the C rank. Lin announced his victory and told Mo Xiu that they had an agreement that if he won, he would get on the team. He said he wasn't done yet, but the head of Chun-Li told him to stop making noise. Mo Xiu did not understand why the head left this matter unfinished. Chun-Li told him that they had more important matters to deal with, and they could resolve personal grievances a little later. Pointing to Lin, he asked the head if he was sure that he had made the right decision by letting him into the squad. The guy had already managed to come up and boast to the team that he was the one who defeated their deputy, but they did not appreciate it. Mo Xiu blamed himself for being too relaxed and causing him to miss the blow. Cake Hiller said that Lin Kuei is quite cute. The hamster said that although the guy is not perfect, he can get used to it. The head of Chun-Li announced to everyone that the support was moving forward on a mission. Lin stopped taking Mo Xiu seriously and joked about him, which he did not like. But Mo Xiu appreciated his fearlessness and understood that Lin was stronger than C rank, and it was in vain that he underestimated him from the very beginning. Not long ago, a group of 7 people were exploring an abandoned estate in the western suburbs. It would seem that this is a dark and frightening place, but who would have thought that they had to stay there forever? The head of Chun-Li said that this is what was written in the task of searching for the missing. Lin did not appreciate this story made up from the internet. Chun-Li said that, according to the Department of Superpowers, 2 ghosts of an E-rank cannibal lived in this estate. Their task was to expel them and rescue the missing. Chun-Li asked Mo Xiu to give everyone a communication device. Receiving the communication device, Lin did not understand why the task was so easy, because he believed that he could defeat these ghosts with one blow. Mo Xiu told the guy that he hoped he would survive. From that moment on, Lin realized that he was vindictive. Before entering the estate, the head asked everyone to stay in touch. He assigned duties to everyone, telling Ling Sui to go into the corridor and Xiang Qian to inspect the basement. He and Keke had the dining room, and Mo Xiu could make his choice. Lin didn't understand why it was so cold in the corridor, because it was hot outside. He felt a spiritual pressure as strong as that in the demonic realm. The only difference was the temperature, or rather the cold in the corridor. He was sure that there were many ghosts there. Hongye praised him, saying that his senses did not fail him, and the information from the head was not correct, that there were weak E-rank spirits there. There were strong and powerful A, D, and C-rank spirits there. He was wondering why the information was wrong. She said that the local ghosts were good at camouflage, and that's why the mistake happened. Lin didn't understand where the rain could have come from in the corridor. But looking at the ceiling, he saw ghosts dripping with saliva. They blocked all his escape routes, but Lin did not mind. Hongye said that she would help him deal with the ghosts. But Lin asked not to rush, as he wanted to enjoy this pleasant torture. The spirits were curious which of them Lin liked best. He had a choice. Choose the left one and get +5 to charm. Choose the right one and get +5 to strength. Or choose both at once and get +10 to dexterity. Since he liked the reward the most in the third option, he chose it. Hongye did not like this, and she said that she would give him a home for this. But since the task was completed, he asked the ghostly girls for forgiveness and said that he had changed his mind. He said that his heart could belong to only one girl and began to run away from them. Lin apologized to Hongye and said that he only loved her. She didn't understand him more and more. The ghostly girls caught up with Lin and accused him of deceiving them, that he did not have a girlfriend. They said that he would pay for what he had done and called his suitors. Hongye said that he needed to leave from there to his comrades, since she could not help him due to the fact that she could be noticed. He listened to his wife, and they began to run away from them. Hongye said that these were the same missing men who fell for the charm of these ghosts. Lin said that there were many more missing people than what was stated in the mission. The head asked Moju if he had found anything. The guy replied that he did not find any ghosts in the building. Yuzhu noticed that the temperature in the building's rooms was much lower than it should be. He was sure that someone was there. And Chunli agreed with this, and he asked where Ling Kuei was. Shang-Chen thought that the guy had returned a long time ago and was with them. Cake Hiller heard some kind of incomprehensible scream, and she did not understand where it came from. Lin ran into their dining room, shouting that they needed to run. Chun-Li was shocked because he did not understand what kind of ghosts they were. All these ghostly creatures came to their dining room. Seeing the army of demons, Xiang Qian yelled at Lin for bringing them to them. The guy asked for forgiveness for this and said that he did not know that there would be so many of them. The ghost girl was offended by him and said that his friends would not help him. She attacked them with green slime, which gave off an unpleasant odor. The slime began to eat away at their clothes. Lin was not happy about this sight when he looked at the hamster. The head of Chun-Li said that there was no time for embarrassment and he needed to meet the enemy face to face. They fought bravely with their ghostly suitors. Chun-Li directed his phoenix at one of the ghostly sisters. Her ghostly sister was worried about her, but she also had problems in the form of Xiang Qian. Cake Killer wanted to help her team, but since her clothes were half eaten away by ghostly slime, the girl could not fight the ghosts. Hongye told Lin to throw something on her, but he couldn't take his eyes off her. She brought him to his senses using a magical immobilization spell. Hongye, controlling his body, helped the girl cover herself, for which Cake Hiller thanked the guy for his care. She never thought that Ling Kuei was such a gentleman. The girl did not understand why her heart began to beat so fast. After some time, they defeated 2 demonesses. Xiang Qian understood that although they were not of high rank, they could summon and control minions. The head said that he would report everything to the superpowers department. Sang Kyong decided to leave his number to the demonic sisters, but they did not appreciate this gesture. Lin didn't understand whether Hongye could really control him with her body so easily, and he wanted to do something about it. Keki approached him and said that she would return his clothes after she washed them. As a thank you, the girl kissed him on the cheek. Shang Xiang didn't understand why Lin didn't give him the clothes, but the guy said next time. He wondered why the hamster didn't use his powers. Xiang Chen told him that he was a breaker and such places were not suitable for his superpowers. Mo Shu didn't like the fact that Lin was on their team and considered himself the coolest. Lin was disappointed that Hongye forced him to give away the clothes and things didn't go according to her plan, which made her feel offended, and he understood that he would have to ask for forgiveness. The head of Chun-Li said that due to an error in the information, the difficulty of the task was increased, so in addition to the main reward, everyone would be paid compensation in the amount of 30,000. Sanchang didn't understand why Lin was so happy about these pennies, but the guy considered himself rich and said that he would have meat for dinner. The head told them that they would be able to leave the place as soon as the superpowers department gathered information and took these 2 demonesses. Afterwards, the Night Watch came to them to pick up the demonic creatures. They told them that their strength was at D rank level, and their strength was close to the initial stage of C rank. They thanked them for their squad coping with such difficulty. Lin didn't think that the demonic creatures were of such low levels. He remembered the low-ranking biker in the entrance exam. It was difficult for him to imagine how strong a real B-tier demon was. Lin heard the name of his older sister spoken by one of the workers on the Night Watch. As he approached the car, he saw his older sister Ling Hua. She asked him what he was doing there. The head of Chun-Li did not understand why San Chang did not tell him that sister Ling Kei was from the Night Watch, but San Chang replied that he himself was not aware. Lin told his sister that he joined the mercenaries for Lin Chi's sake in order to earn more money. Since she had learned little about Lina and had little time, she had to go. But Lin stopped her and said that he had recently learned about his father's military merits and that he wanted to follow in his footsteps. He asked to tell him how to join the Night Watch. Ling Hua told him that he did not have enough ability and to return to Kanglen Academy and study hard, since the Night Watch is not a place where people are recruited only because of desires. Lin knew that he had a long way to go to reach the level of his sister. She said that he would have a chance since the Night Watch would soon conduct the autumn test together with Kanglen. And if he takes a good place there, it will undoubtedly bring him a good investment in the future, and someday she will tell him about her father. Finally, Ling Hua gave him a gift, which he was happy about, and said that he would do everything possible to become like her. She was pleasantly surprised at how her brother had changed. Since the Night Watch had taken 2 demonesses, they could go home. Shen Kang praised him for being from a family of heroes, but Lin asked not to attribute the merits of his family to him, since he believed that he was still far from reaching their level. Since Mo Shu learned that Ling Ke was Miss Hua's younger brother from the Night Watch, he wanted to warn his sister not to be fooled by his family's status. As soon as Lin returned home, the younger sister showed how she had dressed up Xiao Huang. Lin boasted that he met his elder sister, who gave him a gift. Ling Shi thought it was unfair that the gift was only for him. He asked her not to be upset and said that next time he would bring her a gift. Opening it, he saw Spirit Jasper. Lin couldn't believe that his sister gave such an expensive gift. Ling Shi asked him to absorb her power as soon as possible. The system, having discovered Spiritual Jasper, clarified whether he wanted to absorb its power, to which the guy gave permission. He concentrated on taking away all the power of this item. Ling Shi was surprised that Lin was able to directly absorb energy, because only great masters could do this. The ferret wondered who his sister was, since she was capable of such gifts. The girl was happy for her brother that he was changing so quickly for the better. This time Lin's absorption took much longer than usual. The guy strengthened his Qi Yu ability and unlocked the additional skill, Absolute Defense. He could cover his body with energy and turn it into a protective layer. With an S rank body and a new ability, he could single-handedly take on a warrior above the C rank. Lin was crazy about the gift. The younger sister congratulated him on his new acquisition, but Lin said that this was all thanks to the help of Lin Hua. He promised to make every effort not to let her down. In addition to this, he needed to take care of Ling Shi and prevent anything from happening to her. Hong Ye, seeing how rapidly her husband was developing, she decided to forgive him this time. Since classes were over, Tang Lin dismissed all the students. Lin told the teacher that he wanted to take part in the fall test. Tong Lin didn't think he knew about it. She told him that she would have added him to the list of participants even if he didn't want to. Since he had a special situation, she suggested making emergency preparations. He agreed to give him training. The elders approached him, and since Lin also knew about the autumn test, they suggested that they give their best together. 2 girls came into the classroom and were not happy with Lin, and they asked him to leave. The guy understood that this was the same Mo Ching Cheng with the girl with whom she was at the source. He assumed that they had come to take revenge on him. She was indeed very beautiful. He was not surprised that Mo Xu was so protective of her. Her friend screamed his name loudly. He told them that they were mistaken and called himself San Xian. Pointing to the hamster, the guy said that he was Lin Ke, but the girl said that she remembered his face, after which a magic whip flew at Lin. Since he had a new absolute defense skill, he didn't even feel the blow. The girl was surprised because she put in 90% of her strength, but there was not a scratch on Ling Qiu. Lin joked about this and told her to continue massaging him because he did not feel her attacks at all. Sutan decided to protect Lin and told Tian Yu that she had crossed the boundaries of what was permitted. Although Lin Qiu deserved it, he was still part of their group and she didn't want anyone to dare to touch him just like that. Tian Yu said that a little thing like her wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Mo Qingcheng considered her friend very unrestrained because they came there for Lin Kuei, and she did not understand why she began to quarrel with Su Tang. Xiang Qiang told Lin that the girls had been fighting since first grade, and they couldn't stand each other. And Su Tang didn't like it when someone barged into her class and caused problems. Lin was on Su Tang's side and supported the girl in every possible way, coming up with all sorts of jokes in the background. A wanderer in a robe got into their fight and asked to join them, which the girls did not expect. Lin didn't know this person either. Hongya warned him that this wanderer had a demonic aura. He told them that he was a ghost in the darkness. All he knew was to bring misfortune. Mo Qingcheng assumed that he was from the afterlife. Shang Cheng knew that this was the strongest demonic force. He wanted to find Tang Lin as soon as possible to tell her about the danger. Approaching the girl, the ghost of darkness told her that she was right. He wasn't surprised that she knew this since she was from the Mo family, after which he grabbed her, saying that she was his target, since the power of their family's blood was very attractive. Tian Yu saved her friend Mo Qingcheng by knocking down his magic with her whip. She took her side and said that he could only take her if he won the duel. The Phantom of Darkness was surprised that the girl managed to offend him. He invited her to follow him, saying that she would be his maid. Lin interrupted their conversation because he had a question. He was wondering what the afterlife abyss was and whether it was edible. The Phantom of Darkness did not like that he was interrupted, and he could not understand how someone could not know about this. Su Tang told him that the afterlife was a powerful demonic organization, and some of its members were human beings. And most of them were people who sold their souls, who helped demons in order to gain power. After which, Lin made a strange joke about the Ghost of Darkness. The Phantom of Darkness did not appreciate such humor, and he congratulated Lin for managing to piss him off, and so he said that he would not let him go. The entire sky above their heads was covered with a purple dome, in which the Ghost of Darkness imprisoned them. Then he unleashed a magical snake lair on all of them. Lin did not understand why the Ghost of Darkness did this to him. Sutan told him that it was all theirs because of his strange jokes. The Ghost of Darkness warned them that they would be imprisoned with the snakes until they fell from powerlessness. Lin called the Superpowers Department and reported that they had some crazy person talking to the snakes, but he realized that there was no connection. The Phantom of Darkness said that in his formation they were locked away from the entire outside world. Lin began filming this, talking about what was happening and making fun of the Ghost of Darkness. These jokes really pissed him off. The girls didn't like Lin Kei's behavior. They didn't understand why the guy did this. He was faced with a choice. Leave everyone and escape alone for a reward of +5 to agility, betray the academy and go over to the Ghost of Darkness and get a life pill, or fight him and get +8 fragments of the ability. Lin didn't understand why there was only one choice available. After all, he could complete several at once, but only one reward was given. He believed that the best option would be to give Kanglin Academy and join the forces of the afterlife to obtain the life pill. The Ghost of Darkness again grabbed Mo Qingqing, saying that she would be his. But Sutan saved the girl by knocking down his snake fight. She told the Ghost of Darkness that she would not allow anyone to be taken away from the students of Kanglin Academy. But the Ghost of Darkness did not understand how the girl could stop him. Approaching him, Lin called him his master and praised him for the work he had done. The girls were outraged by this turn of events, and they did not understand whose side he was on. Lin asked his master for forgiveness for making fun of him. He said that he liked the afterlife much more than Kanglin Academy, and he wanted to serve him by putting all his strength into the well-being of his organization. The Phantom of Darkness liked this and accepted him into his demonic organization. Since Lin served him, the Ghost of Darkness ordered the guy to bring Mo Qingqing to him. He agreed to this, after which the task was completed, and he received one life pill. But before bringing Mo Qingqing to him, he had one requirement. Lin wanted to prevent the Ghost of Darkness from interfering with them and used a flaming fist. The girls were surprised by this. They realized that he was doing this only to strike a surprise blow. Lin said that he would never deal with villains and that he would only join the Night Watch. But while he was making this speech, the Ghost of Darkness attacked him from behind. Hong Yi couldn't bear to watch this, so she saved him. Lin understood that only thanks to her he remained safe and sound. The Phantom of Darkness said that if he could dodge his blow, he could consider himself a worthy opponent, after which he released a dark serpent of absorption from his hand at him. Lin used his new absolute defense skill and was completely safe. He defeated the magical boa constrictor, dividing it into parts. The Phantom of Darkness was impressed by this and released the boa constrictor with a killing move. At this moment, Teacher Tan Lin came to their aid. The students were happy about this, and they realized that Xiang Qiang had not run away at all, but had gone to bring help. Tang Ling waited impatiently for his killing move. The Phantom of Darkness did not understand how they managed to enter his formation because it was simply impossible. She discounted his formation by saying that it was child's play. It didn't matter to him how they got there because he had a secret move, a deadly move that no one could resist. Then he ordered the snake to attack them with oblivion. The students understood that something needed to be done about this situation. The Phantom of Darkness found it funny that they were worried like that. He told them to submit to the afterlife because he was sure that the world would belong entirely to them. There was a huge explosion and his huge demonic snake was shattered into pieces. Lin was surprised because this was the first time he had seen what his teacher Tang Lin was capable of. She asked forgiveness from the demonic Ghost of Darkness for accidentally killing his snake. He was angry with her and accused her of cheating because she didn't have a single scratch on her from his killing blow. Because he blamed her, Tang Lin showed him her Zhu Yan summoning technique. Her cub attacked the Ghost of Darkness with its flames of the underworld. Tang Ling didn't understand why he gave up so quickly. After all, he shouted that he was invincible with his crushing blows. Lin liked her summoned animal and said it looked like a monkey, but the monkey didn't like the fact that he approached her. Lin understood that this was a very angry female. Shang Jian said that he was very lucky that Zhu Yan did not fry him. After all, it was a summoned, mythical ancient beast that used flames and expanded Tan Ling's capabilities by granting her fiery abilities. The Phantom of Darkness told them not to do anything. He would not tell them anything. But Lin and teacher Tang Lin did not think so. They hyped him up until he revealed all the information. The Phantom of Darkness said that he would confess everything, and as soon as he began to talk, a she-devil appeared above him and did not allow him to do this. Lin didn't understand who it was, but he felt a very strong demonic aura. Tang Ling was already ready to fight this devil. But she didn't understand why Onitsi, who was number one in the afterlife, came to them. The devil Oniji asked them not to strain themselves so much, after which she suddenly appeared behind Lin Kai and said that she had come for him. The girls were shocked by the speed of the devil, because she literally teleported behind the guy's back. Lin didn't want to be kidnapped. He asked to take Mo Ching Ching instead. It happened so quickly that teacher Tang Lin was unable to help him. The guy didn't understand why he was the only one in all the extremes. Teacher Tang Ling ordered everyone to follow the she-devil Oniji. The she-devil Onitsi dragged the guy to the very top of the mountain. Lin tried to call someone for help, but Onitsi said that absolutely no one would hear him at such a height. Flame Fist's superpower against her. But nothing happened, and he did not understand where his strength was. She-devil Oniji said that he would not be able to resist since she had sealed his soul and his spiritual world. He was wondering what she was going to do with him because initially the goal of the afterlife was Mo Ching Cheng. Oniji admitted that initially everything was exactly like that, but she secretly watched everything that was happening, and he with his Chai Yu ability turned out to be more valuable than that girl. Since the demoness sealed the spirit world, Hong Ye could not help Lin. Lin could not understand how the demoness could find out about his potential, because to everyone, he was an ordinary guy, and his Chi Yu SSS rank ability was not yet fully revealed. She said that if he was an obedient boy and accepted demonic blood, then she would not touch him and would even reward him for it. He had a choice: refuse and get plus 15 points to strength, listen to everything she says and get plus 5 fragments of the ability, or stall for time and run away, getting plus 10 points of agility for it. He liked the first option with 15 power points. Lin told her no matter what she did to him, he would never accept demon blood, for which he received 15 power points for completing the task. Oniji said that one way or another, she would still find a way to force him to drink it, so he would still have to accept the demon blood. He understood that there was nothing to do and would have to listen to her. The she-devil said that she would reward him with an additional reward for his obedience. Oniji transferred the demonic blood to him through a kiss. Lin didn't know what the demon blood was and didn't feel any changes. Teacher Tang Lin found the guy at the top of the mountain. She-devil Oniji was impressed by how quickly she was identified. After saying goodbye to Lin Ke, she slipped away into the portal. Xiangqiang was concerned about Lin's condition, and he began to check to see if he was okay, but Lin told him not to give up. The assistants asked teacher Tang if they should have continued the chase. Tang Lin replied that this was unnecessary since she did not know what that she-devil could be capable of. Tang Ling praised Lin Kuei for performing well and told him to have a good rest when they returned. The guy told them that it was not difficult for someone as tough as him to stand up to such a petty demoness. Upon returning home as promised, he bought his younger sister, Ling Shi, something tasty. She was very happy that her brother bought her so many goodies. The girl offered to share candy with her brother, but he said that he was very tired and did not like sweets. When he took the demon blood, he didn't feel anything, but at home he had a sharp pain all over his body. Lin now realized that Oniji had bad intentions, and suddenly the guy remembered that he had a life pill that could remove any negative effect. Hong Ye saw that Lin was not feeling well, and she was worried about it. Lin told her that he needed to take the medicine, but he felt that his spirit was weakened and he did not have the strength to get the item out of the system. She said that the demoness gave him a catalyst that reduced his physical strength, and she did this in order to cultivate demonic strength in him, but he was weak and could not overcome her. She understood that there was only one thing left, and after that she opened her shoulder. Lin didn't understand what Hongye was going to do. She said that to help him with this, they needed to merge their yin and yang to distribute the entire load between them. They then merged their spiritual energy into one. Lin woke up in the morning feeling much better. He felt only a spiritual experience with Hongye and understood that the living and the dead have different ways for this. In the future, Lin wanted to find a way to restore her material body. Going down to the first floor, he was met there by his younger sister, who said that she had prepared a delicious breakfast of rice porridge and meat for him. He praised Ling Shi, saying that each time she cooked better and better. The girl was wondering what kind of strange sounds were coming from his room at night, as if he was fighting with someone. He said that it was her imagination and that it probably wasn't him. She suspected something and grabbed his hand to interrogate him about it. But to avoid conversation, Lin said that he urgently had to go to class. Ling Si didn't understand what it was, and the yellow ferret wondered how long Lin Kuei could hide his demonic wife. Lin understood that he was finished, and if this continued, his sister would sooner or later find out about it. At the academy, he met elders who were looking for him. Shanggong noticed that demonic energy was seething outside his house in the evening, and in the window of Lin's room he saw the silhouette of a girl, and he was curious if he had met the demoness. But the guy pretended that he didn't understand what he was telling him. Sang Chiang said that these are not just unfounded rumors. In the academy community, there was a person who walked past his house at night and filmed strange sounds on his phone. Lin was angry with them and asked them not to spread false information. Looking at this, Su Tan believed that men were nothing but problems. During the lesson, Tanlin said that there was only half a month left before the autumn test. She gave them forms and said that she had signed the 5 of them into one team. And since there was little time left, they needed to train harder. In the forms, they could familiarize themselves with what would take place during the training. She asked everyone to gather on the mountain so as not to waste a minute. When they looked at the tasks that Tang Lin had come up with, they were shocked. Teacher Tang Ling took teaching students very seriously. Lin told them that compared to the last training session, this one was still an easy task. While dragging a hefty boulder, the girls did not understand why they needed such hard work, because only the boys needed it. They spent hours training according to Tang Lin methods. When the students decided to rest for a while, the teacher urged them to continue until the sun went down. Half a month later, the autumn test began. When they came to the test, they were very tired because they had been studying with teacher Tang Lin for days. Looking at their appearance, other students believed that they were the walking dead. These half a month passed, like half a year for them. They trained day and night, spending time on the mountain. Looking at their sad faces, Tang Lin told them to brace themselves as it was the first day of the autumn festival and she didn't want to see them like this. They did not like the name of their squad wire base alert, which Tang Ling gave them, and also the fact that the commander of their squad was Lin Kuei. She told them that it was too late to regret the name since they were registered under it. And about the fact that Lin Kuei was the commander, she thought that although he was not serious, he could take control of the situation at a critical moment and was able to lead the team to victory. The event was just beginning, and Deputy Director Xuan Yang was beginning to announce the teams and their commanders. The Berserker Squad was announced, and their commander was Qin Feng, who said that they always come first. Next was the Flywheel Detachment, in which Yang Xiao was the commander. Afterwards, the Qingcheng Detachment was announced, in which there were only girls, and the commander was Mo Qingcheng. Then the squad Muzhen, and their commander, the head of Chunli. Then the Divine Kuei Squad, and their commander Lu Feng. He said that he would follow in the footsteps of his brother Lin Kuei and lead his guys to victory. And finally, the Basilar Detachment, whose commander is Lin Kuei. The guy said that with him, the squad would show incredible results and take first place. Hearing this, the students did not understand how they dared to take the name of the strongest squad in history. They believed that their unit did not deserve such a name. Chu Junyao didn't think that Lin would become a commander. She didn't recognize the guy she knew before. Yang Xiao did not understand for what kind of merits Lin Ke was made commander. He wanted to deal with it himself, since his grandfather did not want to help. Yang Xiao spoke out against him, saying that he was unworthy of such a team name. The students supported Yang Xiao's protest and began to rebel against this name. The guy was glad that so many people supported him, and he wanted Lin Ke to leave the test. Since Yan Xiao repeatedly put a spoke in his wheels and spoke out about the Balsalard detachment, Lin believed that he had crossed all boundaries of what was permitted, and he was faced with a choice: to object and prove his determination, receiving +5 to strength, to ignore and change the subject, receiving +5 to dexterity, or admit he was right and receive +5 to soul. Even without the system, he would have chosen the former because his father, Lin Yuan, was the commander of this unit, and he fought against the demons for a peaceful sky, and therefore Lin wanted them to remember his father's merits. He didn't want to boast about it, but said that it was only thanks to people like his father that they could be there and enjoy it. Therefore, he wanted to continue the work of the Basilard detachment and go to the end for himself and his loved ones, so that the world would know that he was not one of those who basks in the rays of other people's glory. Lin himself did not think that his speech would be so inspiring. Lu Feng held Lin Kuei along with his entire team, saying that the guys said everything correctly. Lin thought that their support was only because of some self-interest, but Lu Feng continued to defend him, talking about his achievements and how if anyone was worthy of such a team name, it was him. Lin was surprised that he was protected by the main fan club of rich guys. Tianyu understood that although Lin Kuei constantly behaved strangely, he was at least open, honest, and noble. Qingcheng also believed that classmate Lin was a good person. After Lin's speech and a lot of support from others, the students stopped protesting and had a good opinion of him. Yang Zhao was perplexed that so many people supported the guy. Many girls shouted that they loved Ling Kui. Chu Junyao realized that she was very mistaken about him, since at that time he was completely clumsy, but now she was ready to fall through the ground for him. He was extremely pleased because he had never received so much support, and he was grateful to everyone for it. The guy from the Berserker team, Qin Feng, considered Lin Kuei to be a good person, and if the opportunity presented itself in the future, he would definitely like to fight him. Observing all this, teacher Tang Ling almost regretted that she had transferred the Baitlar detachment to the management of Lin Kuei. Looking up into the sky, she told the commander that his son had become an outstanding man and suggested that watching him from heaven made him proud. Yang Xiao was angry with him and wanted to take revenge on him. A large number of students approached him and wanted to get his autograph. The elders did not understand why everyone praised him so much, because nothing unusual had happened. Everyone was welcomed into the Red Demon Theory battle arena, and the students were asked to prepare for the opening. They were amazed at how lively it was there. Lin said that from such serious organizations of the Night Watch and from the Kanglin Academy, nothing less was expected, and everything was at the highest level. Lin wondered what it was. Zhongchang said that many students were allowed to earn money before the test began, and if they were lucky, they could find a map of the demonic territory there. Some even sold photos of beauties, Kanglin Academy. It was unclear to Lin who would even buy such a thing. But for now, Chang turned away and went up to the cellar to buy photos. Lin said that in order to save the reputation of his classmates, he had to buy all the photos. Xiang asked to share one collection in a friendly manner, but Lin wanted to resell it and earn even more. Lin saw Chun-Li, who was selling a limited edition photograph of Mo Shu and Muzhen. They came closer to greet the former head of the Muzhen team. Lin asked Chun-Li what he was doing at his age in the student squad. Chun-Li told him that although he looked much older than his age, he was a student at Kanglin Academy. Lin wondered what Chun-Li was selling other than exclusive photos. He told the guy that in his hands was a map of the Red Demon's territory. It was not so easy to obtain such a detailed map, on which all the dangerous places and warnings were marked. And since Lin was a former member of the Muzhen squad, Chun-Li offered him a 10% discount. Xiang Zeng began to whisper something in Lin's ear, saying that he had a good idea. While running away from Chun-Li, Lin said that he would return her as soon as he studied her. Chun-Li was outraged. He did not understand how someone could be so shameless. KK tried to reassure the head, saying that he had known the guy for several days, and that he would definitely return the card to him. The head was not upset because the guy only stole the wrong copy, but he had the original. Lin was glad that he could run fast and said that it was a joint robbery. They were greeted by the chief examiner of the autumn tests, and he informed them that the rules of the competition would soon be announced. He told the students that their entire testing process would be recorded by cameras, and points will be awarded for spirit hunting, teamwork, emergency response, and other criteria. Lin understood that this was almost the same as when he entered the academy. Since the Red Demon Theory would soon be revealed, they were asked to enter the portals with their squads. Lin assumed that all the portals led to different places, but Sutan asked him to quickly make a choice. Since they did not want to wait long, the guy chose a portal for them. They had hit the very spot of the Red Demon Theory. The girls were surprised that the stolen card was really useful to them. Looking at the map, Lin said that they were finished as they were near the most dangerous area of the Red Demon's territory. They were disappointed and blamed it on Lin Kuei because his luck had turned against him and he had led them into a dangerous place. But Lin asked them not to worry, as he had a plan. The Detachment Monitoring Commission evaluated one detachment and considered that they did a good job actively exploring the territory. Tang Ling even said that they exceeded her expectations. A man from the Night Watch organization burst into their room with the bad news that a student and his squad had stolen an SUV with cameras. The old man assumed that these were fans of her younger brother who could imitate Ling Kuei because everyone at the academy considered him the Demon King. Teacher Tang Ling noticed that it was Ling Kiao. Lin said that they were going on a tour of demon territory, but Sutang was not entirely happy with what he did, since he could ruin his reputation. Linghua was ashamed of her younger brother in front of everyone, but on the contrary, they were interested in watching the events of Lin Kei. They lost their route. Lin told them that according to the map, they should have already reached the center of the demon's territory. But they didn't understand why he was so sure of this. They came to a dead end, some village that was not marked on the map. Hong Ye warned him that in demonic regions, evil spirits lived in such dwellings. Shang Tang and his group discovered something in this village, and they called Lin to take a look at it. When he approached, he saw people there kidnapped by demons. Lin asked to untie them, and he went to inspect the surroundings. Su Tang was surprised because she noticed that Lin Kei began to lead the seed like a real squad leader. Lin walked around the demon village trying to attract their attention in order to catch them. Hongye really wanted Lin to win the autumn trial and become king. The guy noticed a supermarket called the Red Demon. He didn't think they could have stores, and he assumed they stole it from the people. Hongye asked him not to make noise, so as not to run into a strong enemy. Since Hongye was with him, he asked her to envelop him in her aura in order to pretend to be a demon and join their lair. Changing his image to a demonic one, he went into the supermarket and said that this was a robbery. Inside was a Cyclops, who felt a strong demonic force and did not understand why the Demon King came to them. Lin hinted that he did not have money, but he wanted to take something. The cycle allowed His Majesty to take whatever he wanted. The guy was glad that his wife was a demon and that at any moment he could pretend to be a demon. While the boy was filling the bag full, the Cyclops complained about him to his boss. Seeing this giant, Lin was worried that he could be at the peak of the C rank because a strong aura was emanating from him. The boss of this supermarket was wondering why the guy came to rob him. At this moment, Lin knew that the best thing to do would be to smooth out the situation and determine the strength of the enemy in order to launch a surprise strike at the right moment. He told them that he came in peace and needed to borrow something. He had a choice: return everything stolen and ask for forgiveness, receiving +8 to dexterity, attack them and receive +8 to strength, or tactfully retreat, receiving +4 to dexterity. Lin understood that it was too dangerous to get involved in a fight or flee. Therefore, he chose the first option by returning the goods and apologized. They were surprised that it was so easy, and the guy returned the goods, and Lin received a +8 to agility for completing the task. And then he grabbed the bag and began to run away from the Cyclopes. They immediately rushed after him. The Cyclopes were angry at him for fooling them. Hao Teng and Qiang also did not waste time, and they collected many interesting items from the demons. But then they see Lin Ke running and they began to blame him for always being nothing but trouble. But Lin noticed that they were also not empty-handed, and he asked why they left the detachment and ransacked the demons. But while they were chatting, a whole crowd of angry Cyclops came running towards them. They had to escape from there as quickly as possible. Murong and Sutang freed all the people who were kidnapped by the demons, and they did not understand why the rest of the squad members were gone for so long. And then Sutan saw that they were running away from someone. Lin shouted at her that there was no time for explanations and that she should quickly start the engine. The old man watched all this and remembered that before demons robbed people, but now it's the other way around. Tang Ling appreciated how Ling Ke rallied his entire squad around him, and older sister Linya really hoped that her brother would not do anything like that again. Teacher Tang Lin said that although he is shameless, the most interesting is yet to come. Ling Hua could not believe that this demon was her younger brother. In the Qingqing detachment, the girls were robbed by demons and took away everything they had. Tian Yu compared them to Lin Jue because he is as shameless as those demonic creatures. Qingqing did not understand why Tian Yu had such a negative attitude towards Lin Ke. Tian Yu was surprised that she was protecting him and suspected that she had fallen in love with the guy. Qingqing replied that this was not so, and at that moment the Bazelard squad appeared behind her. Lin spoke into the bullhorn that their trading store on wheels had everything you could want. Since Yang Xiao considered Lin Ke to be arrogant, he looked for someone who would help him deal with him. He talked with one of the people of the Berserker squad, and that guy told him that their commander Qin Feng did not like Ling Kuei. Realizing this, Yang Xiao offered him an E-rank spiritual jasper for his help, and said that he wanted to discuss all the details about Ling Ke with his commander. The guy refused, saying that it was too valuable, he could not accept it, but he asked her to just put it in his pocket. Yan Xiao was infuriated by the fact that there was no need to say anything. He even pointed out to put everything in his pocket. He asked him not to be so polite and told him to take Jasper. The guy told Yang Xiao that the Jasper was too small, and it was too small a price to pay to help the Berserkers. Yang Xiao was infuriated by such rudeness, but the only thing that stopped him was the fact that this guy was a member of the Berserker squad, but he still paid him an extra 1,000 spiritual stones for his help. The guy was happy about this and said that he agreed to help them. He showed in which direction his detachment was located. Yang Xiao and his squad were scared because the guy was leading them into dangerous lands. But since Qin Feng was the commander of the Berserkers, he understood that he could easily set up camp in such a place. Lin understood that they would not be able to deal with him with the wrong hands. He was glad that his disguise plan worked perfectly and that he received a reward for it for nothing. But the only thing he didn't want was to meet the real members of the Berserker squad. Lin tried to lead them to hell, but what he didn't want happened, and they met Qin Feng's real squad. Yang Xiao was glad to meet Qin Feng, but Qin Feng did not understand who he was. Yang Xiao said that his grandfather, Yang Guang, was an elder of the academy and asked to introduce himself to one of the members of his squad. But the guy who helped them disappeared somewhere. Lin understood that there was no point in pretending to be another person for a long time, and revealed to them his real appearance. Yang Xiao did not understand how he dared to deceive him and ordered him to quickly return the spiritual stones and jasper. But Lin didn't understand why he would return something if he himself gave it to him. Yang Xiao didn't like this and ordered his squad to teach him a lesson. Lin was almost scared and was confident that he could easily cope with 5 weaklings, but Qin Feng prevented them from doing this, blocking their path using his superpower. He told them that they had no honor, and it was not fair for a group to attack one. Lin was faced with a choice. Together with Qin Feng, confront Yang Xiao and receive, +6 to strength, apologize to Yang Xiao and receive, +2 fragments of the ability, or escape after receiving, +8 to agility. Qin Fei was ready to defend him because he considered the guy to be quite fair, but Yang Xiao thought the opposite. Since the system told him to run away, Lin decided not to argue with it and stick to the rules. He told Commander Qin Feng that he was leaving Yang Xiao entirely to him. Qin Feng did not think that Ling Qi trusted him so much and was glad about it. He told him not to worry about him and that he could handle it himself. Having escaped, Lin received a reward, +8 to agility. He was interested in how the hamster and the others were trading in the car. Returning back, Hongye warned him that there was a strong demon nearby. Then, he saw a bunch of people running from the other side, shouting that there was a whole army of them there. Lin stopped one guy to ask what happened. The guy told him that someone had discovered a cave with demons and brought them all there. He understood that he urgently needed to find the hamster and the others. After finding them, he wondered what happened to the car. They told him the car had broken down and the only option was to walk. Lin understood that they did not have time and the demons were already too close. They met the Qingqing detachment there and the girls invited them to fight together, to which they agreed. Shangqiang reminded everyone that points were given for demons. Seeing that even Mo Qingchen was fighting demons, Lin Kua's team wanted to try not to appear worse in comparison. They used their abilities against demons. Lin asked the hamster why he had not used anything yet. Shangqiang showed him his pig dragon ability. The guy went straight astride his dragon. He told his dragon that for his help he would reward him with a chicken later. Seeing how well he handled the dragon, Lin was impressed that Shangqiang was a dragon tamer and that his ability was truly terrifying. But while he was admiring Sanqian's ability, there was danger behind him in the form of demonic creatures. Qin Feng appeared behind him and covered him at the right moment. Lin wondered why he was helping him. Qin Feng said that he heard that the demons were attacking, so he came to help. Yang Xiao also had to come there just to earn ranking points. Activating his ability, he overtook Lin Qiu and hit him. He apologized to him for accidentally hurting him and asked if he blamed him for it. Lin also thanked him in his own way as a thank you. Yang Xiao wanted to attack him after being so grateful, but he couldn't see anything and couldn't hit him. Lit responded by giving him change for his behavior. Since Lin had managed to stock up on useful things in the storage room, he decided to use one of them, giving him a bright fireworks display. The squad was frightened by this loud sound coming from the fireworks. Sutan scolded him for misusing them again. A very large evil demon came to them, which, as food, ate those demons who could not cope with the detachment of the Kanglan Academy. Lin was shocked to see this B-rank demon, because he had never seen such powerful creatures before. Under the pressure of the demon, the students could not move. The pressure of the demon, Yaksha, automatically activated Lin's Qi Yu ability and the guy could move freely, but he was faced with a question: leave his comrades or still fight the demon? The party told Lin Kuo that while he could move freely, he needed to escape and not act like a hero by rescuing them as usual. But Lin told them that he never considered himself a hero and that he always does what he wants. At the moment, he wanted to protect all people from danger. Demon Yakshi noticed that the guy was the only one who could move under his pressure, and he told him that he would eat him first. Lin had to make a choice. Run away from him, having received +20 points to strength. Beg for mercy, having received for this +15 to agility. Or together with his comrades defeat him, having received +20 fragments of the ability. Lin chose the third option and told Yaksha that he was his opponent. His sister was unhappy that such a strong demon was roaming around there. She didn't understand how this could happen, since she ordered all B-rank demons to be dealt with before the test. Her security guard said he would send help to the students, but she asked him to just send someone there to keep an eye on them, but not help them unless it was necessary, because she wanted to see what they could do. Teacher Tang Ling noticed that Ling Hua believed in the strength of her younger brother. Ling Hua said that she only wanted to give him a chance to prove himself, and she hoped that he would not let her down. Lin Kuei was unsuccessful in fighting such a powerful demon. Yaksha did not understand how this little ant could tell him that he was his opponent. The demon asked him not to resist and just surrender to him. Hong Yes was worried about Lin, but he told her that everything was fine and he had the strength to fight. She said that she would take on a fighting form to defeat the demon, but Lin asked not to do this since they were being watched by the Night Watch, and if she was discovered, they could immediately kill her. He told her that he would win Yakshi, and after that he tried his luck again by attacking the demon. In the depths of the dungeon, in the territory of the Red Demon, two guys were guarding a huge door that was locked under a strong spell. One of them was wondering what was happening above, since the whole earth was shaking, but his partner didn't care about the autumn test and asked him to focus on the task. His partner didn't understand. Why should they be afraid of that bloody demon? But the guy replied that it was always worth being on the alert. There was a noise behind them, as if someone had entered them through a portal. It was the demoness Oniji. She was immediately smitten by these two and didn't understand why the academy had placed such weak security at such a serious facility. And while Yaksha was raging on the surface, all the attention of the academy was on him, and she took advantage of this opportunity. Since there was not much time, Oniji wanted to break the unbreakable seal with the demonic stone. As soon as the door was opened, she felt a very powerful aura. There was a strong demon chained there with many chains, whom she came to free. It was a bloody demon, one of the 8 great rulers. He was angry at the people who kept him there for a long time. He was so strong that even Onitsi felt her breath taken away from his power. The blood demon smelled the fresh blood of those 2 guards, and Onitsi said that they were V rank and that he could replenish his energy with them. Although she and he were the same type of demon, their methods of replenishing energy through people were completely different. Since the bloody demon finished with dessert, he wanted to take revenge on those who locked him in that place. Yaksha was very strong for Ling Kui, and the guy understood that he had practically no strength left. Qin Feng was disappointed that he could not do anything to help Ling Kui because the pressure of Yaksha did not allow them to move. Seeing that Lin was completely exhausted, Hong Ye was very worried about him. But Lin didn't want to give up on this, and said that until he found a way to get her physical body back, he wouldn't give up so easily. He had the life pill he had received earlier, and he knew that it would be perfect at the moment. He took the pill, and the system reported that successful recovery was underway. Yaksha told them that she would eat them, one by one. He liked Qingcheng most of all, and he wanted to start with her. But Lin managed to protect her, using his ability against the demon by making a hole in him. Yaksha was surprised that such an ant like Ling Kei was still able to fight. Thanks to the life pill, he was able to fully restore his strength and remove all negative effects. Hong Ye was glad that Lin was not only able to regain his strength, but was also capable of defeating such a powerful demon single-handedly. After Lin's attack, the effect of Yaksha's pressure disappeared, and all students were able to move again. Hong Ye helped him with his ability so that he could fully cope with the demon. Yang Xiao's squad also decided to help them deal with this giant. But Yang Xiao did not like that his squad was helping Lin. Together, the troops defeated the strong demon Yaksha. In the observation room, the commission watched as Lin Kui saved his friends and successfully defeated the demon, and teacher Tang Lin was glad that she was not mistaken in choosing him. Ling Hua noticed how her brother had grown a lot and achieved great success. She thought that in the future he might become like his father, an S-rank warrior. At that moment, a guard entered the observation room and informed them that communication with the dungeon guards had been lost and the indestructible seal had broken. The old man and teacher Tang Lin were surprised that someone had released the strongest demon. Lin Hua told them to notify all participants in the autumn test that they needed to leave the demon territories. For completing the task, Lin received a random skill book, plus 20 points to strength, as well as 10 ability fragments. Having opened a book with a random skill, he received a new ability, Peerless Egg, which could transform his spiritual energy into a nutritious egg. Lin was shocked that his ability was to create countless eggs. He decided to play around with this ability and asked San Qian to open his mouth. He said it was so delicious it was as if the egg angels themselves were feeding him. Hao Tang said that he also wanted to taste these chicken eggs. Lin was upset by such a strange ability, but still fed him too. It was so delicious that Xiang Qiang asked for more. Qingqing was curious what they ate that they praised it so much. After that, he decided to feed everyone at once and let them try his ability. They said that after these chicken eggs, their bodies were filled with energy. At this moment, Lin realized that this ability was not so bad, as he would not have problems with nutritious foods in the future. Shangsheng asked what they would do with the body of the demon Yaksha. Lin said that they would disassemble it into its components, and that he only needed his spiritual jasper. The girls did not object to this, since it was fair, because Lin Kui himself dealt with the demon. They shared the horns of a demonic creature among themselves. Lin was surprised that the jasper was so huge. Qinfeng said that it was quite useful and advised him to use it wisely. But then they were notified that an emergency had arisen and they needed to leave the test site as soon as possible through the illuminated portals. Lin assumed that a demon stronger than Yaksha had appeared, but since he did not want to find out, he told everyone that they needed to leave there. Xiang was worried about Yang Xiao, who was not with them, and he thought that he could put a spoke in their wheels. Tian Yu said that this coward was the first to escape. Coming to the surface from the dungeons, the bloody demon could not find more than one person to replenish his energy. Not far from him was a squad of girls who were discussing how their squad was the worst since their commander had escaped, and they understood that they would be at the very bottom of the rankings. The bloody demon smelled their scent and came to them. The girls felt a very strong demonic aura from him and were scared by it. But when they turned to face him, the bloody demon lost his appetite. Most of all, he loved to feed on the blood of human women, and Onitsi felt that they could not escape him. He told these girls that he could make them beautiful. Although they were scared, they still strived to become one of the most beautiful girls in the academy. The bloody demon made beauties out of all the girls, which they were very surprised by. Thus, the bloody demon, changing the appearance of the girls, gained complete control over their hearts, leading them into his trap. The girls agreed to thank him for this and asked what he wanted for it. He replied that he wanted their blood and then replenished his strength. After the bloody demon profited from them, he realized that this was too little for him and wanted more. Oniji felt that somewhere nearby was the same guy to whom she transferred the demonic blood. Hearing that the guy was the owner of a demonic deity, the blood demon was glad that he could feast on him. Oniji warned him that the guy should not be touched. After all, he experienced demonic blood on himself, and if he eats it, she will not be able to explain it to the head. But he said that, no matter what, he would eat it. And at that moment, teacher Tang Ling and Linghua appeared in front of them. They came to stop and imprison him back. He wondered if the leaders of the Night Watch and the Academy really thought they could defeat him. But they didn't want to talk to the bloody demon, so they attacked him. Onitsi decided to sneak up behind Linghua, but the girl noticed her and attacked the demoness first. Oniji underestimated the girl's strength and understood that she was stronger than she seemed. The bloody demon told them that he liked cats, but he did not like female monkeys and tigresses, having introduced their animal abilities. He told the demoness Onitsi that they needed to leave urgently, and that he needed the portals that she knew how to use. Since he didn't have time to play with them, he told them that he needed to meet the bearer of Chi Yu. They were delighted that the blood demon had the ability of flight. Linghua told Tang Ling that she needed to catch up with them and prevent an attack on the students. Tang Ling understood that there would inevitably be a massacre in the Red Demon's territory, and she was worried that this would not affect Lin Ke. Lin was upset when he saw how many people were there and knew that it would take a long time. Xiangqiang told him that because the academy had little time to prepare more portals and nothing could be done about it. Yang Xiao noticed Lin Ke in the crowd, and he wanted to prevent him from leaving the territories of the demonic lands. But Lin also saw him and told the people that this was the same young Yang Xiao whom they loved so much, but he was a coward because he did not help them cope with the demon. Yang Xiao was very angry about this. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a portal appeared in the sky from which demons emerged. Lin recognized the demoness who shared her blood with him, but he knew nothing about her friend and could only assume that he was from the afterlife. The demon used his blood pressure against all of them. His pressure was so strong that even Lin fell in front of him. The guy understood that in front of him was one of the 8 strongest demon rulers of Xueye. He was shocked that such a strong demon king would come to them. Lin understood that he was at least A rank. The Demon King told the students that they would all become his food. Hearing this, Qinfeng was scared because he still wanted to become a great warrior. The Demon King found Lin Ke by smell and grabbed him. He knew that it was this guy who possessed the power of Chi Yu. He was surprised that an ordinary guy had such power. Onitsi asked Shui Yi not to touch him because if he takes away his Chi Yu power, the head will not forgive him for this. Lin asked why the head of the afterlife abyss might need him. But the Demon King said that the food did not need to know this information, after which they went with him to another dimension of the black hole. His squad did not understand what to do because they did not know flight techniques. Meanwhile, teacher Tang Ling and Linghua arrived to them and they were wondering if everything was okay with them. But among all the students, they could not find only Ling Kui. Linghua could feel her little brother's aura emanating from the blood sphere. She understood that this was a personal space created by a demon, and if someone from the outside entered it, it would immediately collapse. And she said that they could only wait for them to take them by surprise. Inside the blood sphere, Lin fell from a height, and if not for his S-rank body, he would have crashed. The Demon King welcomed him to his dimension. Onichi did not understand Shueye because he did all this in front of so many people. While the Demon King was telling Ling Kui that he was his food, the guy threw eggs at him. Lin told him that what he dislikes the most is narcissistic villains like him. In the entire 1,000-year history, no one had ever thrown eggs at the demonic king, and he did not want to tolerate such an attitude towards himself. He was very angry with the guy and sent a blood seal spell at him. Lin was exhausted, and even his absolute defense was useless, as were his spiritual powers. The Demon King asked him not to try to use his powers, and told him to give up and accept his death. But he was stopped by a huge sword of scissors. Hongye appeared, who did not understand how he dared to take Lin Kuei from her without her permission. Oniji didn't understand why the A-rank demon queen was helping Lin Kuei. But the demon king already knew her, and he asked if they had met before. Hongye said that 1,000 years ago, when she was a princess of the empire, he killed her and her people, and now she did not want to allow him to harm the people dear to her again. Lin was surprised that Hongye was a princess during her lifetime who died defending her people. After all, she had never told him about herself before. The Demon King wanted to end this story of 1,000 years and said that he would defeat her and then her beloved, after which they fought against each other. Oniji was surprised because it was her first time seeing A-rank demons fight, and since she was a B-rank demon, she decided not to interfere in their duel. The Demon King wondered how long the Demon Queen could resist against him. He injured Hong Ye by scratching her body with his sharp claws. But since there was poison on Chue Yi's claws, the Demon Queen's inner spiritual power gradually dissipated. Lin was upset that, being a man, he could not do anything because his abilities were suppressed by the Demon King. He couldn't believe that he would have to watch how they fought for him. He didn't understand what kind of man he was if he couldn't even protect Hong Ye. Oniji saw that Lin Kuei suddenly began to exhibit an incredible amount of demonic power, and she did not understand how this could be. Because of his Qi Yu ability, his blood and soul gave him power. This ability made him much stronger. The Demon King, holding Hong Ye, said that 1,000 years ago he defeated her, and after 1,000 years he will do it again. Lin couldn't bear to watch this, so he protected her from the Demon King. He carried her in his arms to a safer place. Hong Ye noticed that although Lin had become much stronger, he had lost his mind and was angrier than usual. While fighting Lin Kuei, the Demon King understood that his Qi Yu power gave him such power. Missing Zhui Ye's blows, the guy wanted victory more and more. Hong Ye saw that he had completely lost touch with reality. She understood that if this continued, Lin could quickly die from lack of spiritual strength. The Demon King wondered how long Lin Kuei would last. They fought against each other with dignity. The Demon King praised the guy for being able to make him fight at full strength. Although Lin Kuei had awakened the ability, he was still no higher than B rank, and Oniji knew that there was no warrior there who could defeat Shui Ye. Lin still could not hold out decently for a long time against such a strong opponent. Hong Ye, seeing that Lin had fallen to the ground, ran up to him and asked him to come to his senses, but he was still fixated on the same thing, saying that he had to protect her. The Demon King discounted his powers and said that he would replenish his energy through him. Hong Ye told Lin that he had helped her a lot, and the days they spent together were the best. And after these words, Lin managed to return to his previous appearance, and he was very sad. And since he still had a lot to do, Hong Ye said that he shouldn't have died there because she lost too many people close to her 1,000 years ago, and she didn't want to repeat that again. And so this time she asked him to let her fight for him. And since his attacks had sufficiently weakened the demonic king, it would be easier for her to deal with him. Shik Ye mocked Lin for hiding behind her skirt, and he said that he would defeat the two of them. She gave all her strength for one crushing blow. Oniji was surprised that such a demon queen would make such sacrifices for a human. The Demon King wanted to stop her, but it was beyond his power. All her strength was concentrated in one powerful blow. The demonic king had nowhere to run, and she defeated him. Approaching Lin Kuei, she told him that she really didn't want to part with him, but there was no other way. The last thing she asked him was for him to take care of himself. Afterwards, Hong Ye disappeared, and the wind scattered the golden petals to the very top, and the core containing her soul fell from them. He said that he would try to find a way to revive her. Seeing that the Demon King was in serious condition, Onitsu said that she would take him with her to the afterlife, and there he would be helped. Zhu Ye said that she would not have time to do this, and asked her to become his food so that he could restore his strength. He was glad that he had it, otherwise he would not have been able to recover. Although he managed to escape from the situation, his wounds were too serious and he had no strength left to fight. Lin decided to finish the job he started and kill the Demon King. But he managed to fly away from the guy, saying that sooner or later they would meet again. Since the Demon King pushed away from the sphere to increase its speed, from such a strong push it began to crack. Teacher Tang Ling saw that the sphere of space was collapsing and told Lin Hua to save Lin Kuei, and she would go after the Demon King. Lin Hua moved forward to help her younger brother. Lin saw that the space had been breached from the inside and understood that he needed to get out as quickly as possible. Looking at the daemoness Oniji, he saw that she had taken the form of a young girl after Xue Ye took away her powers. Lin knew that she must know where the Demon King was going and how to get his wife back. Therefore, he decided to save Oniji by transporting her to his spiritual dimension. Since standing under the spatial sphere was dangerous, Xiangqiang asked everyone to leave this place. Lin Kuei managed to get out, but because he was too weak, he could not do anything and was in free fall. But his sister was just in time and she saved him. Ling Hua was worried about him and did not understand what was wrong with him. but Lin said he was just tired. 3 days later, Lin continued to train hard again. Lingxi noticed that after the autumn test, her brother became like a different person. As soon as his wounds healed, he spent time every day in training. Since the yellow ferret had not seen his demonic wife for a long time, he suspected that something had happened to her. Lingxi's attention fell on the glass, which fell and broke. It was little Oniji who asked forgiveness for her clumsiness. Lingxi was unhappy that Oniji ruined the breakfast she was preparing for her brother. She didn't understand why her brother brought this girl here. And the yellow ferret was glad, because compared to him, the girl was not even close to him. Because when he was a servant, he did not make such mistakes. Lingxi said that since she lived with them, she must do the job well. Little Oniji said that she would improve and prepare breakfast for Mr. Lingqi. Lingxi reminded her not to forget about them. This infuriated Oniji because she agreed to serve only Lin Kuei as a token of gratitude for saving her, but not to these two. The yellow ferret really liked the new servant, and he had not felt so good for a long time. While training, Lin thought of only one thing: how to get his wife back. His studies were interrupted by his younger sister, who brought him breakfast. Lin thought that perhaps the demoness knew how to restore Hongya's soul. After having breakfast with everyone at the same table, he called Onitsi to follow him. When she entered his room, she wondered why Lin Kuei called her. He said since she was a member of the afterlife, she should have known a way to restore the soul and how to return the body to his wife. Oniji was very grateful that he left her. But there was one but. Lin didn't understand what she was talking about. He thought that Oniji was still faithful to the afterlife, but she was simply not entirely sure of the reliability of the information. The girl said that Ye absorbed most of her power, and therefore most of her memories were lost. And the only thing she remembered was that the soul of the Demon King was unusually strong, and if you get his spiritual jasper, then there is a chance to return his wife. Lin said that he would believe her this time, but warned that if she deceived him, it would be the last time, and that no matter the circumstances he wanted to fight the Demon King. Oniji was surprised that he really loved Hongye so much because she did not know the feelings of a demon with a person. Arriving at the academy, he met with Sanxian, who noticed that something was wrong with him. He told him that when Yang Xiao learned that the Baslard squad had taken first place, he was very surprised. But Lin did not appreciate this story, and Shang Qiang did not understand what was wrong with him. There was a good reward for first place, and he said that teacher Tang Lin asked him to tell him that he needed to come to her, and since she gave Lin a day off, Sanqian was wondering what he would do. All Lin wanted was to find one demon and deal with it. The demonic king returned to the castle of the afterlife. He told his master that he had sent his subordinates in the form of people to deal with the traitor Onetse and at the same time to catch the younger sister, Lin Kuei. The chief praised him, but said that his target was not the guy with demon blood, but the entire Kanglan city. The demon king was surprised that his master was preparing an invasion. The head said that due to the fact that the Academy's forces were growing greatly, they were a threat not only to all demons, but also to the afterlife and the plans of their state. Therefore, the battle is inevitable. 10 years ago, only because of Lin Yuan's perseverance, the city of Kanglan managed to avoid destruction, and since he was no longer alive, the city could not resist them. The Demon King, having learned about his plan, wanted to lead the troops. The head did not understand how someone who was almost killed by an ordinary person could become the leader of the army. The Demon King said that he had regained all his strength and was at the peak of his power. He announced that he would lead an army into battle and capture Kanglan, making it a new demonic territory. He reminded the head of his ability, which allowed him to control people, and if he leads the troops behind him, then without much effort, they will be able to capture the city. Waiko with the power of Chi Yu as a reward. Since the portal to Kanglan would soon open and the squad would begin to attack, he told him not to waste time and take everyone else under his command. The Demon King was glad that he was entrusted with such a serious task. He couldn't wait to meet Ling Qi again and enjoy his Chi Yu power. Teacher Tang said that they took first place in the autumn test, but it didn't mean anything because the afterlife won't wait, so they need to concentrate on training, and that they would spend the next few weeks doing advanced demonic training. They were shocked that she would chase them again. Morong couldn't continue like this anymore because she was the team's medic, and the girl didn't understand why she needed to do this too. Shang Qiang was surprised that Lin Kuei was still meditating, but Teacher Tang asked not to disturb him because he had been training a lot lately to become stronger. Shang Qiang, seeing a powerful aura around him, assumed that Lin would soon reach new heights. Lin's spiritual powers have increased enough and will soon reach B rank. When last time he took on the guise of a demon, he achieved the same power in one moment, and this time the power will truly be his. The system found that the guy had 10 fragments of unused fragments from completing the task of defeating the demon Yaksha and offered to combine them. Lin was happy with this news and decided to use them. He told himself that no matter who he was, he would be the best at whatever he did. His powers merged with the Chi Yu ability, and the system congratulated him on his new B rank. His group was surprised by such a powerful blow. Teacher Tang said that his aura was that of a B rank warrior, and he managed to do it. A system panel with all his abilities and data appeared before his eyes, and he did not understand why there was a question mark on the item near his soul. He thought it was because he was from another world. The system gave him a reward for achieving a new rank, and she congratulated him on receiving the new S-rank combat weapon, Kyanren Demonic Sword. Xiain Tantura Kelstitodit. Zhang Xiang was surprised that he had additionally awakened the ability of a martial weapon. The group and Teacher Tang congratulated him on this, but Lin said he had a lot more training to do. They believed that with such talent, he would be able to achieve S rank. Teacher Tang noticed a portal in the sky through which enemies were making their way towards them. They did not understand what was happening because there were also hundreds of portals above the city. She was surprised that the afterlife decided to strike so early and ordered everyone to get ready. Demonic creatures roamed throughout all areas of Kanglan City. People panicked, but the city police warned that the Night Watch warriors would soon arrive. Teacher Tang Lin asked all the students to work in groups on all the monsters. This time, Lin wanted to pay the afterlife for everything she had done. 2 demonic portals appeared right in front of Lin. 2 B-rank commanders, Jinlei and Yinzhen, came out from there. Lin noticed that their demonic power was at the middle stage, and he knew that he needed to be careful. Jinlei told him that last time his father fell in the war for Kanglan, and in this one, it will be him. Lin said that they thought too much of themselves, and that their demonic aura was funny. He wanted them to pay him for his father and for Hong Ye. The 4 great generals of the afterlife laughed because the boss ordered them to bring some girl because they considered this task easy. But they understood that since the head said it, they had to do it. They needed to take away Lin Kuei's younger sister and take revenge on Onitsi for betrayal. According to the information they have, the generals found Ling Qi's house. While Lingzi and the yellow ferret were resting, Oniji was tidying up the house. Ling Xi was eating the cake that her older sister sent to Lin, but since he was in no mood or appetite, she decided to help him with it. Yellow decided to use the services of a servant and asked to give him a massage. Oniji said she would do it, but she was not very happy that the dog had Lin Kei's protection. When she gave him a massage, he still didn't like something and was indignant. But since his screams disturbed Ling Zi, the girl asked him to shut up. 4 demonic generals burst into their house and asked which one was Ling Zi. The girl didn't understand what they forgot at their house. Onitsi immediately realized that these were demonic creatures from the afterlife. One of them did not understand where Ling Kuei got the dog from, but the ferret didn't like it and said that he was the great yellow saint, after which they showed their true selves and showed themselves. The first thing the demonic generals wanted to do was teach Anji a lesson. But the other generals said that first, we need to take this stupid little girl. Ling Si didn't like the way he called her and her eyes glowed red. Onaji was scared and didn't understand where her demonic aura came from. Ling Shi told them that since they had already come, there was no need to leave. The demonic creatures understood that something was wrong, and the girl was not as simple as she seemed. She united her bear cub and the black whirlwind and ordered him to deal with the demons. The bear swallowed up 3 demonic generals at once. Onaji couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible from Lin Kei's younger sister. The last demonic creature understood that while there was a chance it had to run, but he was stopped by a yellow ferret who wanted to test his new transformation ability. The girls were surprised that Yellow could take on human forms. The Great Ferret Saint took on a humanoid form. The commanders of the Afterlife Abyss repelled the attacks of Lin Kei. Lin had a choice: personally defeat these 2 and get plus 20 points to strength, kill them together with his comrades and get plus 12 to agility. The guy chose the first option. He was then attacked by Yinzhen, but he was able to repel her attack. Seeing that his partner could not cope on her own, Jinlei decided to help her. But Lin used his absolute defense skill to block his blow. Jinlei was shocked and did not understand how this was possible. The girl attacked him again and this time managed to wound Lin Kuei. Lin didn't want to play with Yinzhen for a long time, so he threw her away. After the last training sessions on his S-rank body, the usual wounds healed right before his eyes. Yinzhen did not understand where the new generation had such speed of recovery. Jinlei thought he could attack the guy from behind, but Lin noticed this and dodged. Since he left them no choice, they used a joint ability technique. The demons cloned their bodies many times over and surrounded him on all sides. Jinlei told him that he was going to make a thunder strike after which he would definitely not survive. Lin understood that in this way they decided to drive him into an air trap, but he only had one plan in the form of dynamite from the spatial storage. Lin managed to escape the blast wave by escaping through the air. Their demonic bodies were resistant to this, so they escaped with minor abrasions, but the generals were angry with Lin Kuei. Lin understood that he should not underestimate his enemies and he decided to deal with them in one blow. He scattered them to smithereens and received 20 power points for completing the task. Meanwhile, Lingzi dealt with the demon invasion and told the Yellow One and the servants that they must cover their tracks before her brother returned. Yellow thought that, having become a man, he would be able to get out of the position of a servant, but he was very mistaken. Portals appeared above them, from which evil creatures emerged. But little Lingzi calmly continued to eat the ice cream and told the Yellow One and Oniji that they would have to dig a hole deeper. They were angry at these demonic creatures because they gave them jobs. In the sky above, Kanglan Academy was the guardian of Kanglao Academy and the deputy director of Xuanyun. Xuanyun defended the academy's airspace by using his blade against the demons, and Kanglao used his dragon ability against them. They exchanged warm words with each other about their skills, just like in the good old days when there was a similar demon attack, after which they continued to fight with demonic creatures. Meanwhile, Teacher Tang and her students also cleaned the academy grounds. Seeing that Xuanyun and Kanglao had crawled out, she understood that a war had begun between humans and demons. They could not find Lin Kuei and thought that he had fallen behind the group. Lin appeared and said that he fought 2 strong demon commanders alone. They were glad that he was okay. Teacher Tang noticed 2 V-rank spiritual jaspers in his hands, and she understood that he had dealt with serious beings, so she praised him for the work he had done. Lin was pleased to be praised, and since there were no more demons in the area, Tang Lin allowed everyone to return home. Returning home, the guy noticed something in his yard. There, his younger sister commanded that they do their work quickly. Seeing her brother, Lingxi immediately ran to talk about how she was terrified by the visiting demons. She asked him not to worry and said that she and the bear had sorted them out. He was surprised that his little sister was capable of such a thing, and he knew that she would no longer need his protection. Yellow told him not to stand, but to help them clean up. He didn't understand why she was in charge and who she was. She was angry that he did not recognize her, and she taught him a lesson for this. And then she said that she was great, yellow, and holy. Lin did not believe that it was yellow, because he thought it was a dog. But because he was so strong, Lin assumed that he was still a guy. Oniji wondered, once Linko recognizes her, will she be able to join everyone? And the girl really hoped that he would be able to defeat the demonic king and return his Hongi. Ye ordered the demonic creatures to turn the city into his servants. Bats, under the influence of the demonic king, flew around the city in search of victims. They attacked the girl and bit her on the neck, after which she developed fangs and her eyes turned red. Song Kyung came to Lin, who urgently needed to tell him something important. Lin wondered why he was making so much noise since the morning. Xiang Qiang said that an opportunity to make good money had arisen, since another attack by demons had occurred, and the Night Watch had deployed the forces of the academy with a good reward for their help. Looking through the academy's posts, Lin understood that the afterlife was serious about getting their city. Xiang Qiao told him to hurry because Teacher Tang had an important task for them. Although the Yellow One took on a human form, he still had his old habits. Lingxi didn't think that her brother would leave so quickly, and she wondered when he would return. Lin asked her not to worry and said that he would just walk around the city and come back. The younger sister asked him to be careful and said that she would not leave the house anywhere. They saw off Lin Kuei and wished him good luck. He was glad that his sister had become more mature and wiser. Right after Lin left, Lin Shi told Yellow to get ready because they were going into town. The girls' plans were to walk around the city and destroy the demons. Yellow was glad of this because he had not gone out for a long time. In the city, Lin's squad met the former commander of the Muzhen squad, Chun-Li. The commander did not expect them to be on the same team again. Also with him were KK and Mo Shu, who was not happy to see Lin Kuei. KK couldn't understand why, every time Lin spoke to her, she began to worry. Chun-Li reminded Lin that last time they took his card, but the money was never returned. Lin said that at the moment, their goal was to exterminate all the demons, and the rest could wait. Shang Qiao noticed that there was a strong demonic aura nearby. They saw many zombified girls, who were their target. Chun-Li said that the zombies were not demons. They are simply people who have fallen under a demonic curse. Therefore, they could not be killed, but had to be handed over to the Night Watch. Mo Shu asked everyone to be careful not to get bitten, otherwise they will become the same. Shang Qiang didn't understand why all the zombified girls were attracted to him. Since they could not be injured, Chun-Li tried in every possible way to catch them. He decided to attract them in the same way as Shang Qiang. But all of them were attracted only to Xiang Qiang, and it infuriated him that not a single girl ran after him. The only ones whose attention he attracted were the zombified men. It was difficult for the squad to deal with them, because the main task was not to harm them. These zombies did not approach Lin, and he assumed that it was because he had the demonic aura of Hong Yi. Shang Qiang was in danger and called for help, as he was attacked by one of them. Lin saved him and told everyone that they should try to snatch the demonic fangs from them. When they tried it on that girl, she came back to herself, and Lin said that this was their weak point. Moshu said that only this time he would do as he said. The Demon King watched as his ability made puppets out of them all. He quickly wanted to see Lin Ke and fight him in order to drink his energy, but then he saw something he did not expect. Lin Kyo again ruined his plans. The Demon King was angry with him and already wanted to deal with him, but they stopped him and said that he should not have left his current place. It was Meng Yan, a B-rank deputy. He told Shuya Ye that since he led all the demon troops, he simply could not leave them. Meng Yan volunteered to help him and said that he could easily cope with such an ant as Lin Kuei. The Demon King warned him that if he failed, he would be punished. Having set off, Meng Yan told his master not to worry and to wait for him with good news. When the squad had dealt with all the infected, an employee of the Night Watch arrived and said that for their help they would receive a reward for the task in their accounts. They were glad that they would be paid well for their hard work. Lin assumed that there were also demonic creatures in the rest of the city, so he wanted to get rid of them. And since all this was not without reason, Lin suspected that the Demon King was also in the city, and he wanted to destroy him, no matter what the cost. Screams were heard on a nearby street. Someone called for help. The squad immediately rushed to the rescue. They assumed that the demons had attacked the lovely ladies. When they came running, they saw girls asking for help. The detachment was told that they would save them and remove them from there. The girls were glad that they came to their aid. Lin noticed a demonic aura about them and told the squad not to help them. There was a magical trap under their feet, and they understood that they urgently needed to get out of there. But it was already too late, and their souls were captured. The girls they saw were just scarecrows disguised with magic. It was Meng Yan's trap that activated the dream world. When entering his dream world, a person entered into a deep sleep, first losing his spiritual powers and then his consciousness. Santian dreamed that he was surrounded by beautiful girls who looked after him, served him a lot of food, and waited for his instructions. He was surprised that his dragon came out of the spirit world to eat, since this usually did not happen. Everything was so good that the guy thought he was in heaven. He was fed and watered from all sides, and he was very happy about it. He told the girls that he couldn't eat as much anymore. The girls did not understand how he could say such terrible words, so they brought more and more. Chunli dreamed that he became the ruler of the mercenary world. There he was in great demand and needed. People constantly turned to him for help in accepting their assignments. KK and Yuzhou asked the ruler if they should take this task. Chunli told them to tell them that he didn't take jobs with a reward lower than 5 million because he wanted people to understand that without money, they wouldn't be able to hire the #1 mercenary leader in the world. Moshu dreamed that she and Mo Qingcheng had a happy wedding. The seniors dreamed that they were having a good time together on a roller coaster. Meng Yan was glad that they were all stuck in deep sleep. Only Lin Ke remained, and he wanted to pick out his biggest wound. Lin woke up in his bed at home and was surprised that it was over so quickly. Hong Ye was with him, who did not understand why he woke up so early. He couldn't believe his eyes that he was lying with Hong Yi again. Lin hugged her and told her how much he missed her. She didn't understand why he was so upset and missed her so much. Hong Ye said that she needed to get up and go have breakfast. But he couldn't let her go, and he wondered if he couldn't hold her. She did not understand why such questions were asked, and said that they could spend an eternity like this. Although he knew that it was a dream, he was incredibly happy about it. She said that she was lonely and asked him if he could stay with her. He had a choice: spend the rest of his life with her, receiving, plus 200 years of dream life, and dispel the illusion and receive, plus 3 fragments of the ability. Or destroy the dream world and save his friends, receiving, plus strength. Realizing that this was just a dream, he chose the third option and wanted to quickly deal with a UAE for this. Meng Yan was horrified that Lin Kuo had managed to destroy his dream world. Since Lin managed to destroy his trap, Meng Yan received serious injuries from this. His team managed to wake up and they were upset and wanted to go back to sleep because everything they wanted was there. Lin told everyone that they needed to quickly escape through the crack that had formed in the dream world. After getting out of the trap, Lin saw Meng Yan and he felt his strong aura, which was no lower than B rank. He understood that he should be careful with this demon. Meng Yan told the guy that since he didn't mean it in a good way, he would do it in a bad way. The demon attacked Lin Ko, but turned out to be much weaker than him. Because he was injured, he had no strength left to fight. To hide, Meng Yan used magic weapons. Poisonous smoke scattered from it throughout the area, making it difficult to breathe. But Lin dispelled it with his Qi Yu ability. While he was saving his friends, the demon Meng Yan managed to escape, and Lin understood that it was too late to catch up with him, especially since his main enemy was the Demon King. Meng Yan wanted to quickly report the situation to his master Shui, so that he could send reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ling Shi, Yellow, and Oniji were driving around the city in a car. Oniji was afraid to travel with them, and she didn't think that among them, only the ferret knew how to drive a car. Meng Yan was calmly returning to his master when suddenly he saw a flying car. Since he had little strength, he was unable to escape. Onitsu was wondering what they had moved, but the ferret didn't know because he was concentrating on how to stop. Demons often went out into the human world and stole things from them. They were glad to have gained so much this time, but since they were in the path of the Yellow Saint, they did not have time to escape. Lin told the party that in addition to the nightmare demon, they also had to deal with other creatures. Chun-Li was glad that everyone was motivated to kill demonic creatures because they received many rewards for doing so. They wanted to fight shoulder to shoulder and destroy all enemies. Half a day had passed since Meng Yan left, and the Demon King believed that he should have completed his task. He was going to look at his winner, but his spiritual sphere of life was broken, and he could not see what had happened to him. The Demon King was angry that he lost to this guy again. He understood that he needed to take control of the situation and went in search of Lin Kuei. Yellow lost control and they flew into the wall. Oniri managed to grab both of them and jump out of the car. She told the yellow one that next time he would not come near the steering wheel again. Lin wondered how they came to the city. Lingxi hugged her brother and said that she wanted to stay at home, but the yellow one forced her to go with her, and also that she was driving the car. Yellow didn't understand because Lingxi herself told her to go faster. Lingxi didn't like the fact that she passed her, and she taught Yellow a lesson. Xiang. Qiang did not know earlier that Lin Kuei had not only a younger sister, but also a demonic girl. Lin knew that these two would create chaos in the city, and he sympathized with the demons. Chun-Li informed everyone that he had received an emergency notification that Zhuo Ye had launched a full-scale offensive, and his army of demonic creatures had occupied the city center. The demonic king ordered his army to level the entire city in its path. Teacher Tang and Ling Hua, as soon as they found Shues, Ye immediately came to take him back into custody. The Demon King said that he was thirsty and would quench it with their blood. They told Josie Ye that he would not be able to escape from them this time. The Demon King awakened his blood dragon. Teacher Tang Ling told her Monkey Juyan to transform. They fought bravely against this fire-breathing red creature, using all their abilities and skill. The Demon King understood that they were at the mid-rank stage, and he told them that they would not be able to defeat him. He used his weapons technique well against them. Tang Ling attacked him from behind using the Flame Fist technique, but the Demon King was too powerful. He immediately blocked her sneak attack. They understood that in order to defeat Shui Ye, they could not give him a second of respite, and they attacked him from all sides, not allowing him to recover. Sanjin wondered where Chun-Li's grandfather and his boys were. Lin said that they had a few tasks left, so they had to leave. And he was also wondering if he was sure that the children would stay in the city. Lin said since there were demonic creatures everywhere, it was safer for them all to be together, and asked not to underestimate their abilities, since they could be stronger than him. On their way, there were demons who blocked their path. Lin told everyone to prepare for battle, as there could be even more of them ahead. Lingxi told her brother that she was very scared. Yellow and Onaji didn't understand why she was acting this way, and said that she had fought them fearlessly before. But Lingxi didn't like this, and she asked them to shut up. Since his sister was afraid, Lin asked the squad to take care of her while he dealt with the demons. But Lingjuri told his team that she did not need their protection, and then she activated her bear and black vortex abilities. The squad understood that if the younger sister, Lin Kuei, was fighting, then they could not stand aside, and they also needed to go into battle. Yellow couldn't stand it anymore, and decided to help them fight the demons too. Oniji couldn't stand by while everyone around her saved the city, so she joined the yellow one. There were more and more demonic creatures. The system discovered 2 unused B-rank spiritual jaspers that could grant abilities, and she asked if Lin would like to use them. Lin wanted this, so he absorbed Jinlei's spiritual jasper and gained the Thunder Strike skill, after which he could release lightning. He then absorbed the Yinzhen spiritual jasper and gained an air-type skill called Windwalker, which increased his speed and agility. Lin was glad that he received 2 abilities of different nature at the same time. The girls, seeing that Lin Kuei alone dealt with all the demons, understood that he definitely had enough strength to be their commander. In front of them, the entire street was blocked by an entire army of demonic creatures. Lin felt a very powerful aura from them, but he understood that if he could not defeat this small group of weak demons, then there was no question of defeating the Demon King. His squad said that they urgently needed to retreat as there were too many of them. Little Lingxi was worried about him and also asked him to retreat. He had a choice. Bide his time until help arrived and get +10 to strength, run with his comrades and get +10 to agility, or defeat the army of demons and get several rewards. Lin knew that escaping from the battlefield would only make their situation worse. Due to such retreats, these creatures were taking over cities, and so he chose the option of fighting to the end. He wanted to cut through all this darkness and destroy them with lightning. Lin attacked them using his new Thunder Strike ability, frying the entire army of monsters. And since he destroyed all the monsters, he wanted to kill one of the strongest demon kings. The blood dragon used the strongest attack of its poisonous breath. Zhou Yan cut this fiery blow in half. Tang Ling realized that while the demon king was distracted, this was a good chance to strike him. This knocked Chukai out of the air, but the blood dragon saved him from falling. Linghua attacked him with her Thunder Tiger power. A strong electric shock ran through the demon king's entire body. This was the most powerful blow that Linghua had ever made. She had no doubt that after this, the bloody night ghost would die. The demon king was angry and he didn't understand how dare she hurt him. To restore his strength, Shuya fused the blood dragon into his essence and transformed his body. And he turned into a huge demonic giant. It was the first time Tang Ling and Linghua had seen such a strong aura. The demon king told them that he always has a backup plan. He didn't understand how two low-level beasts dared to attack him. Since he became much stronger, it became much more difficult for them to fight him. Linghua came to their aid, which surprised them, and with him are his partners and little Ling Shi. Linghua was delighted that her little sister was not afraid of anything. Morong helped heal the pleasures of teachers Tang and Ling Hui. Lin told the Demon King that he was his opponent. He was surprised that Lin Quri had become much stronger than before. Lin had a choice. Escape with the team and get +10 to strength, defeat Jue, E and avenge Hongye, get improved performance, or find another way out of victory and get +10 to agility. He chose the latter and reincarnated into a demonic form. His team and Master Tang were surprised that he had such an ability. The Demon King told Lin Qiu that she would not give him a single chance to win. Lin used a powerful Fire Fist attack. They all united against the Demon King and attacked him from all sides. The Demon King found it difficult to fight all of them at the same time, and they were almost able to knock him down. Little Ling Xi and Onunji also helped Ling Kui win. Zhuo Ye sacrificed his blood to open the prison and immobilize everyone. This was also a problem for Lin because he could not move. The circle caused by 2/3 of his blood was truly powerful. He said he would eat them all. Lin managed to get up and told the team that they could rely on brute force to break his pressure. The Demon King didn't understand how Lin Kei could move. He thought that the power of Qi Yu had broken out of the circle. Lin told the Demon King that he would not give up and would finish what he started. Xu Ye spent too much of his strength, and it was difficult for him to withstand such force of thunder and lightning. Lin was very angry and sought justice for his family and friends, as well as for the return of Hong Yi. He dealt the last powerful blow, and for completing the task, Lin received +20 strength points, +20 agility points, and +15 ability fragments. And he received the jade soul of the ghost of the Bloody Night, and he understood that he could save his Hong Yi. His sisters were proud of him. They were glad to have such a brother. Since he became much stronger, the team told him that he was worthy to be called their captain. They were glad that there was not a single demonic creature in the sky above their city. Exactly 10 years ago, Lin Yuan saved Kanglin. Tang Lin was proud that the guy inherited the fame of the Baslard team and once again saved the city. 2 days after the purification, the power of the Bloody Night Soul Jade was finally transferred to Hong Ye. He succeeded, and he was glad that he felt the breath of life in her. She appeared before him, exactly the same way she left with the Wind of Leaves. Hong Ye was incredibly happy to see him. She said she didn't think she would see him again. He told her how much he missed her and how bad it felt to be alone. Hong Ye was also very bored. Although she was in the spiritual world, she felt all its pain and anxiety. She believed that it was easier for him to refuse than to return her at such a price. Lin said that he was ready to do anything for her, and after that they kissed. At the Minyuan headquarters, the subordinates told the head that the Battle of Kanglin was a failure, and the Demon King gave his life in it. They wondered if he wanted to increase the demonic troops and continue attacking the city. He told them that although the operation had failed, battles in other cities had been won, allowing the territory to expand. Kanglin was just a small piece of land. The servants considered their king wise and had no doubt that he would rule Daxia. Lingxi did not understand why her brother ignored them for 2 days and did not go downstairs.
Onaji said she would bring him breakfast upstairs.
But Lingxi didn't like it, and she said that she would take it herself. When he entered his room, she was surprised. Lin didn't expect his little sister to come into his room and see Hong Ye. When she saw a girl in his room, the yellow one said that Lin Kei's ghostly wife had woken up. Lingxi didn't understand why those two didn't tell her earlier. She wanted Lin to tell her who this ghostly girl was and why she was in his room. Lin understood that he could not hide it forever, and he would have to tell everything. He said that Hong Ye was very dear to him, and that it was his choice. Whether she was a person or a ghost, he would always love her. Hong Ye was very pleased that Lin finally introduced her to his sister. Ling Shi considered Hong Ma a very beautiful girl, but she was a stranger to her. Lin Shi wanted only her and her elder sister to be able to support and love Lin. He understood this and said that she was unlike anyone else and was unique to him. Ling Shi didn't understand what the difference was because women are all the same, and Hong Ye was touched by the fact that this little girl was jealous. Hong Ye leaned down to pet her and said that he was not going to steal her brother. She understood that the young lady was worried about Lin Ke, but she hoped that Lin Si would trust her and her brother's choice. Ling Zi understood that it was just a spirit and there was no real touch from her. Nevertheless, she was very pleased and felt something tender. Running to her room, she said that it was only because of her brother that she would accept her, but she wanted Hong Ye to understand that he would only remain her brother, not her. Lin didn't understand what it was, but the Yellow One learned that the Demon Queen also had weaknesses. Lin told Hong Ye that in the future they would all become one family. She was very pleased to hear this. Then Hong Ye suddenly became ill and he was very worried about her, but Hong Ye said that she was just tired. Oniji said that her soul was severely damaged and even if she recovered, she would still be weak and she urgently needed to be returned to the spirit world. Lin told Hong Ye to have a good rest there and that he would think of something to make her feel better. He asked Oninji if there was any way to restore her soul to a normal state or change her body. She said that the previous battle had taken too much power from her, and even if the jade was consumed, it would barely help her. Lin remembered that Hong Ye once told him that her spiritual world was destroyed, and she could not accumulate too much energy, relying solely on her soul. Oniji said, since Hong Ye did not have a physical body, even 10 bloody night jades could not revive her soul, but it was possible to change her body shape, which would solve the problem. No matter the cost, Lin was willing to do anything to help her. Oniji said that there was only one thing in the world that could change the shape of the body, and that was the Sage Stone. It was an ancient treasure that was capable of imbuing its owner with divine power. The stone, during the battle between ghosts and monsters, was broken into 9 pieces and scattered throughout the world, the owners of which were powerful ghosts, and picking up the pieces is not so easy. Lin was ready to go through fire and water until Hong Ye restored his body. In the Kanglan classroom, Teacher Tang was telling the students that although they had defeated the demons, most of the other regions had been overrun by ghostly creatures. And due to the presence of monsters, there are few people left there. But their city will help save people there and fight ghosts. The Academy and the Night Patrol will generously reward those students who cooperate with them. The deputy director said that in the recent battle, the Baslard team, led by Lin Kuei, showed themselves worthy, and the young captain had courage and bravery, and such he was worthy of praise, and for this he receives a reward of 3 million in cash. And he hoped other students would follow his example. Lin and his team were very pleased to hear this. The guy could not even dream of such a reward for saving the city. Many girls at the academy loved him and considered him their idol. Their team was presented with ribbons of honor for their achievements. Qingchen, watching Lin Kuei, considered him very handsome, and her friend thought he was funny in this ribbon. Qinfeng was happy for him and wanted to follow his path to become just as strong and respected. Yang Xiao was unhappy with his success and still wanted to find a way to take revenge on him. Teacher Tang wondered if Lin Kum would participate in this mission. Lin responded that since Yuan was an enemy of their city and the entire people of Daxia, he wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Tang Ling said that he was undoubtedly worthy of being the star of Kanglan, and that every day he became better and better. Lin understood that by going to this battle, he could try to find the Sage's Stone. When he came home, Lingxi showed him the letter and said that she had passed the primary school entrance exam. Lin was glad that she would study there so she could go to school in the future. Elementary class was an educational class for minors. He considered her very talented and understood that she would be popular in the class. Oniji and the Yellow One also wanted to be like her and go to school. The Yellow One thought that it was not fair because she was a ferret and could not go to school. Seeing Lin leaving, Lingxi wanted to go with him. Lin said that she should study, and he hoped that when he returned, she would please him with her results in her studies. They saw him off, and Lingxi promised to please him with her academic success. The city of Heimu was taken over by a void ghost that had control over the inhabitants there. Lin and his team came there to protect the city from this ghost. They came to the local residents and asked to tell them about the whole situation. He told them that the people in the city had told him that the void ghost from Ming Yuan was a subordinate of the Red Sword, one of the 8 ghost kings. Lin hoped to meet and capture this ghost in order to find out from him about the Sage Stone. The grandfather said that the ghosts were fierce, they often came in search of girls and children. And a few days ago they took his granddaughter and said that they would raise her as a wife, and she was only 8 years old. Lin was angry at these ghosts, and he wanted to quickly deal with these offenders. Sheng Qiang asked his grandfather not to worry and promised to help and save everyone. Grandfather saw someone coming. He said that these were lackeys, ghosts of the void, and asked them to hide as soon as possible so that they would not get hurt. Lackeys were strange guys who worked for ghosts. Lin did not understand how a person could serve a ghost for his gain. The lackeys saw very beautiful girls who they liked. The footman told his comrades to deal with the guys and take away the women, who would then be delivered to the ghost of the void. Sutang and Murong did not like this attitude towards themselves. Lin bombarded them with his invincible chicken eggs. He wanted to strike a real blow and defeat the criminals, but the girls overtook him. They taught the offenders a lesson and were glad that they would not harm anyone again. The grandfather understood that they had special abilities, but he warned them that the ghost was not an ordinary one, so they needed to be careful. Lin said that they would save all people and defeat the Void Ghost. Lin had a choice: attack the Void Ghost headquarters and get +10 to strength, dress up as a woman and sneak in unnoticed and get several rewards, or lead the residents out of the city and get +8 to agility. He didn't understand where he could get women's clothes and was surprised that they even gave charm points for it. Qian with him so that the three of them could be in female form. He told the girls to defend the city while they retreated. The three of them disguised themselves as women in order to get into the headquarters and surprise the ghost. Shang Qiang was not very happy with this idea. He said that if it didn't work, he would kill Lin for it. But Lin didn't understand, even though it was his idea. But where did they get the costumes? Since they were already approaching the headquarters, Lin asked them not to make any noise. The demonic creatures really liked these girls. They told them that they had come to the king of the void ghosts. They happily let these lovely ladies pass. Lin knew that these ghosts had very strange taste. They told the ghost of the void that they had heard about his attractiveness, and that is why they came to him. He was glad that there were 3 more such beauties in the city and invited them to his room. As soon as they entered his room, they took off their disguise and showed this ghost their true colors. But the ghost quickly disappeared, as he had teleportation skills. He appeared behind them and said that what he hated most was when men deceived him and demanded that they apologize. He attacked Lin Kuei with his crushing fist, but Lin dodged. Lin said that it was not for nothing that he was called the Void Ghost, as he deserved this title. Lin used his ability and attacked the ghost with invincible chicken eggs. But since he teleported, some of the eggs fell into Ho Ten. Hu Ten didn't like this and used his 18 palms technique on the ghost. The ghost admitted that he was wrong and asked to let him go. Lin had a choice: release the ghost and receive +7 to strength, rid people of evil and deal with it, receiving +10 fragments of the ability, or use it for his own purposes, receiving +8 to dexterity. Lin told the Void Ghost that if he knew anything about the Sage Stone, he would have mercy on him. The ghost said that his boss has a red sword that contains a fragment of this stone. Since he treasured it, he attached it to his weapon. Lin thanked him for sharing such valuable information and said that he would think about how to make his life easier. The ghost didn't quite understand what he meant. Lin defeated the Void Ghost with his sword and received 10 ability fragments for completing the task. He believed that it was unfair to treat women this way and do this to the people of the city, and he had no intention of showing mercy to this demon. They saved all the inhabitants of the city and ended this battle. They said goodbye to their grandfather and fulfilled their promise by clearing the city of ghosts. He stopped them and said that he did not know how to thank them, but Lin said that they had come to them on a mission, and if he really wanted to be grateful, he could convey thanks to Daxia. Afterwards, they finally said goodbye to the residents of the city. They found the shortest route to Liefingen and walked there through the dark forest. Sansen wondered why Lin Kuo was collecting information about the Sage Stone. Lin understood that Hongye's case should not be solved, so he made up a story that he had heard that by collecting the shards of the Sage's Stone, one could summon a dragon to make a wish. But Xiang did not believe this story. Some strange sounds were coming from the forest, and they could not understand what it was. Then they saw a frightened animal running from someone. Local masked natives tried to catch up with him. Lin was faced with a choice: save the life of the fox cub and receive fragments of strength, stand and not move, receiving +6 to strength, or think about the ghosts and let them catch the fox, receiving +6 to agility. Murong felt sorry for the little fox. She didn't understand what was happening. Hongyi told Lin that this animal had a strange aura and was unusual. She asked to save him. The little fox was very scared and did not understand why these ghosts wanted to eat him. Turning back, the little fox saw that he had been helped with this problem. Lin received +8 fragments of power for this help. They discussed what they would do with him, but Lin said that the best option would be to take him on the team, suggesting that he could be their God-sent mascot. Since it was late, they decided to wait out the night in the forest, setting up camp near the fire. They fed their team mascot, and Lin said that he would sleep with Aunt Murong. But the little fox chose him. Murong was upset because she thought that they had become friends. Shang Qiang suggested that the little fox was female, and maybe he would turn into a woman and thank him. Xiangxiao noticed that the ghosts that were chasing the little fox were somehow strange, and it seemed to him that in appearance they looked like hunters. Sutan said that ghost hunters are cannibals who live in groups in the wild, and they are good because they are silent, and they should have been more careful while in their territory. Lin suggested that they take night duty and change every 2 hours. While everyone was sleeping, the first 2 hours of night duty went to Santian. But his duty consisted more of sleep, and while he was sleeping, the enemy was hiding in the bushes. Hearing a rustling in the bushes, Xiangxiang sounded the alarm that they were being attacked by ghost hunters. Seeing that there were many of them, Lin asked them to prepare for battle. The ghost hunters had a B-rank commander who was very hungry. They did not expect such a meeting with the ghost warlord. Lin told the team that he would deal with the commander, and the rest of the ghost hunters would be on them. Shangtan eagerly wanted to defeat them in order to become stronger from absorbing souls. The phantom commander attacked Lin, but he was able to resist the brute. The commander noticed that the guy was very brave, so he used his main trick. Lin was surprised that this ghost had the power of killing spirit transformation. The system suggested that he learn the abilities of the ghostly jade called spiritual compulsion. These skills will transfer into the physical aura. Since he agreed, the study was completed successfully, and he used the spiritual compulsion skill. The Phantom Commander was shocked that this man was able to compensate for the skills he didn't have. The monster realized that he could not avoid this collision, so he attacked with a triple blow from the spears, but Lin was maneuverable and was able to dodge his attack. Approaching the ghostly commander, he delivered the desired blow, defeating him outright. After much training, he found it much easier to fight B-tier enemies, but he knew that each ghost had different abilities and he should be more careful next time. His team was glad that he was able to defeat such a ghost. Lin was pleased to hear compliments in his direction, and he said that it seemed difficult, but in fact, defeating a mid-level ghost was easy. They told him that they had defeated all the ghosts and received a lot of soul jades, with the help of which they could gradually become stronger and reach heights. Xiangqiang was worried that ghost hunters might be nearby, and he wanted to deal with all their tribes. But Lin didn't understand how they could find them in the night forest. The little fox, hearing their conversation, tried to tell them where the ghostly hunters lived. Since he knew the route, they decided to follow him. The little fox turned out to be right, and by morning they dealt with all the ghostly hunters in this forest. They freed all the people who were in the custody of these ghosts. People told them that recently in their city of Leifing, there was an invasion of the ghosts of the Red Sword, which captured their homes, and those who failed to escape began to serve the king. Therefore, they had to leave the city to save themselves, but they could not expect to meet the ghostly hunters. Lin told them that there was a city called Kanglan nearby that was safe, and he offered to take them there. Lin saw how dangerous the Red Sword Ghost was to the people, and he personally wanted to go to Leifing to see what was wrong with it. Hongye warned him that he was one of the great ghost kings, and his power was comparable to that of Bloody Knight, and therefore he should be careful with him. Lin told her that he had the shards of the Sage Stone, and for her sake he would get them. His team did not understand what Linke was doing with the air. They assumed that it was self-deception. Of Leifing, where they were heading, was already visible from behind the hills. Songxiang was tired of following the navigator, and he could not find a shorter route. Lin sensed that there was a spiritual aura nearby, and he asked his team to be careful. The girl assumed that this was another group of minions and ordered her squad to arrest them. Lin didn't like the fact that they called them ghost minions and told his team that they were dealing with robbers. And so he told his team that they must catch the thieves first, and he used the Winshu attack. But since the girl was not simple and had abilities, she paused it. Lin appreciated her ability and realized that she could stop time, which was a very rare phenomenon of such power. The girl felt his very high mental strength, and she understood that she could not keep him in one place for long. Lin came out of her time dilation and snuck up behind her, which she definitely didn't expect from him. One of her comrades approached Kanya and asked what she was doing, but she asked him to leave, saying that she herself wanted to fight him one-on-one. Qinfeng recognized Lin and asked if he was also planning to go to Leifing. Lin wondered where Qinfeng was from there, and if he knew that girl who was slowing down time. Qinfeng revealed that she was a student at Leifing Academy, and he met her by chance during a battle with ghosts. Lin thought this situation was a very funny misunderstanding. They stopped for the night outside Leifing at Lintu's camp. Kanya told them about the whole situation that was happening in the city. Lin realized that although the Red Sword Ghost ruled the city, it did not destroy the city completely. But he did not understand why the demon allowed the ghosts to subjugate people. Kanya said that the Red Sword Ghost did this on purpose. Thus, he became stronger by absorbing negative human energy. Lin realized that dealing with this ghost would be much more difficult than dealing with the Bloody Knight. He wondered if humanity wasn't trying to deal with this. She told him that it would be difficult to do this, even if people knew that the Red Sword was powered by energy. Only by crushing the ghost could the problem be solved. The red sword lives on a ghost ship that was above the city. He usually released negative energy through dark towers, and recently, the ghost had absorbed too much energy and was temporarily about to retreat. Kanya believed that this was the best chance to attack. Lin understood that in this case it was necessary to destroy the dark towers and then they would not be able to feed on energy. He told them that they were similar in that they wanted to defeat ghosts and save innocent people. Kanya was glad that together with them, their entire team would increase their strength. On the second day, they went to the northern region of Lifinga. They were secretive because they needed to remain unnoticed. Kanya told Lin Cade that they needed to destroy the enemy towers as soon as possible, but he didn't like the fact that she was pronouncing his name incorrectly, and he asked her not to do that again. From around the corner, they saw children studying in the middle of the street. The children were commanded by a sign that told them that study was their only way out in life. The children said that their favorite activity was studying, and they believed that this should be done every day. They asked the teacher to give him more homework because they loved to study. And they said that studying made them happy, and they loved it. Lin couldn't believe that the children were only obsessed with studying because he saw how miserable they were. He wondered why they were not affected by the negative energy of the Dark Tower. Kanya revealed that this was due to their high level of mental strength. Lin suggested going straight to the control room. Xiangqiang and Hoteng fell into the northern region of Lifeng. The people there were unhappy, and negative emotions emanated from them. He was sad because he had fallen in love with the same girl many times, but she still didn't want to date him. This girl believed that if she did not marry a rich man with a beautiful appearance and a wonderful character, then her soul would be broken. Looking at them, Sanqian and Hoteng felt sorry for them. The rest of the team went to the southern Lifeng district. They didn't understand if they had come there because they saw an office in the open air in front of them, where the boss walked over the employees and promised to increase their salaries next month. The employees believed that they could earn a lot by working for the boss. Looking at this, they were glad that they were not office workers. The demon did not understand how a man dared to invade his dark tower. He told Lin Qi that the red sword ghost would deal with him for this. But Lin said not to be afraid of him, and then killed the last ghost in this tower. Kanya was shocked when she saw how much power he had. Lin was faced with a choice: destroy the dark tower and get earth energy, refuse capture and get sweet honey, or control the dark tower and get water of life. Kanya offered Ling Kei her help in managing the dark tower. The girl was well versed in technology, and she wanted to change the frequency of negative energy so that ghosts could feel what they do to people. The creatures came to inform the Red Sword that 3 dark towers had been captured. The sword reported that his ghost was practicing alone, and it was impossible to allow people to disconnect him from the energy source. The Red Sword called the dragon and phoenix and ordered them to catch the intruders. They jumped off the ghost ship and were ready to demonstrate their abilities to people. Kanye tuned the negative energy to the frequency of the ghosts, and she said the same method was used to remotely control other dark towers. Lin did not expect that she was capable of this, and thanks to her, he completed the task and received the water of life. The towers radiated their energy at full power in all directions. The children began to realize that they were being taught by a ghost and that they were doing their homework around the clock. Their ghostly teacher began to go crazy from the waves that emanated from the towers. Sangqiang and Hao Teng saw that all the people had returned to normal life, and they realized that Lin Kuei had found a way out of the situation. And the people who worked in the open office were angry with their ghost boss. All the ghosts who did evil tried to escape from the people. Observing the entire situation from a bird's eye view, the dragon and phoenix were surprised that their ghosts were so weak without the influence of the dark towers. Lin and Kanye noticed that the Red Sword had sent more experienced ghosts to them, and they could no longer wait to gain experience from them. Lin tried to knock them down with the force of a fiery fist, but he failed. Landing on the ground, the ghost said that they were finished. Kanye and Lin couldn't contain their laughter. They could not even imagine how these 2 midges could harm them. The ghosts did not like these taunts and began to take the form of a merger. The ghosts merged into one large creature and told the people that they were mocking in vain. Lin appreciated their skill. It reminded him of the ghost of the Bloody Night, which also increased in size. Hongye warned him that their strength after the merger reached level B and asked him to be careful. The system saw that he was in danger and invited him to use the water of life to cope with the enemy. After taking this, his body will become stronger and his chi energy will increase. Since the system reminded him of living water, he thought it was a great idea. To increase the chances of winning, he also gave this drink to Kanya. Lin was glad that his blood and spiritual power in his body were strengthened. But for Kanya, it was unexpected that after ordinary water she was filled with strength and felt a surge of energy throughout her body. The ghost was angry that they ignored him and drank drinks instead of fighting. Lin met the ghost face to face and parried its powerful blow. The ghost flew several meters away, He didn't expect the guy to be at B level. Lin used his ability to summon magic and wanted to finally finish with this ghost. But the ghost had the speed of a phoenix, and he was so fast that he managed to run around the guy and appear behind him. But since Kanye had a special ability, she helped Lin Kuei and paused the ghost. Lin knew that facing him, he would not be able to use the sword technique, so he attacked him from behind. The ghosts were in shock. They did not understand why they could not dodge this attack. Kanya regretted that she could not fully help Lin Kuei since the ghost was stronger than her. She could only hold him for half a second. Lin attacked the ghost, but could not break through his defense because he had dragon defense. Lin stated that he would destroy the ghost's armor, but the ghost claimed that he had no chance to resist him, after which he launched a strong predatory blow. It was not easy for Lin to deal with him, and he knew that he needed to come up with something else. Hongye told him that normal attacks were useless, and she decided to help him and share her ghostly aura in hopes that she could break through the ghost's defenses. Unexpectedly, the fox came to Lin's defense and used his charm ability. The ghost's body stopped obeying him, and he did not understand what was happening. Since the little fox had done his job perfectly, Lin could continue calmly, and he was able to break through the dragon's defense with Hongye's ghostly aura. And Kanya accelerated time and used the ability of destruction. And the ghost's injury suddenly became much more serious. Thus, she attacked his wound and using the acceleration force aggravated his wound. Lin took this moment to strike the ghost with a lightning strike, and he received 2 pieces of jade soul from the ghost. He gave one Jasper to Kanya and said that their victory was only thanks to her abilities. Kanya said that he was the main character of the story and she only helped a little. Hongye didn't like her reaction and became a little jealous. The little fox also wanted to receive a reward, and Lin thanked him with a drink of living water. Meanwhile, his team returned and said that they had destroyed the remaining ghosts of the city, and it was time to attack the main headquarters of the Red Sword. Lin rewarded them for their excellent work with a live drink. They were glad that their strength was increasing and increasing, as if they were receiving energy from a strong source. The ghost informed the Red Sword that all the ghosts in the city had fallen at the hands of the people, who then celebrated their victory by drinking drinks. The Red Sword told the ghosts to send an additional group and bring these people to him. But they informed him that there was no point as the people were heading straight towards them, and this pleased the Red Sword because they were heading towards his trap. Lin's team traveled together to the top of the ship on San Chen's dragon. The ghosts did not expect to see intruders on their ship, and they intended to kill them. Xiang Qiang asked his dragon to activate the bomb mode and roll across the deck of the ship, knocking down all the ghosts in its path. Qinfeng helped them and fought bravely against the ghostly creatures using his 1,000 troops attack. His team was also excellent and did their job well. They dealt with all the creatures, and there were no more ghostly creatures left on this ship that could fight. But a red sword appeared in front of them, eager to take revenge on them for causing a pogrom on his ship. Lin felt a strong breath from the wisdom stone that awakened the consciousness of life. And Hongye told him that the sword had vitality and could give strength to everything that exists, so she asked him to be more careful. Lin asked her not to worry and said that he would get her a sage stone fragment. The red sword summoned ghosts to deal with them. Kanya said that the ghosts were people who were consumed by negative energy, and since this was not a problem for them, they wanted to eliminate all the ghosts immediately. But as soon as Lin began to confront the ghosts, a red sword appeared behind him, which told him that he was his opponent. He had to leave the ghosts to his team and fight with the red sword. Since his opponent was strong, he knew he needed to keep a close eye on him. Kanya told Lin Kuei that if he breaks the wisdom stone, the red sword will break into pieces. Red Sword used a shadow combo, cloning himself many times, but Lin was fast and agile, allowing him to dodge the attack. Sneaking up to him, Lin broke the steel of his sword with his strong blow. But this did not stop the sword, since it had the ability to recover, and it could only be won by breaking the stone. Lin used the absolute defense skill. He understood that he could not wait another second because if an additional batch of ghosts appeared, the situation would become much more complicated. The system discovered the ghostly jade of the Void Hunter and invited him to absorb it, which was very helpful, and he was glad about it. He successfully absorbed the Hunter's ghost jade and acquired the skill of Hunter's intuition. Additionally, he absorbed the ghostly Void Jade and acquired the teleportation skill, which consumed too much spiritual power but was very useful. Now, with each new attack from the Red Sword, Lin used his teleportation skill to dodge all of its attacks. Sneaking up to him, he delivered the final killing blow to the Red Sword and broke it in half. And he finally took the Sage Stone fragment, which he immediately wanted to give to Hongye. Since the sword that summoned the ghosts was destroyed, the ghosts began to die along with it. Lin asked Hongye to absorb the shard's power, which she was grateful for. She told him that her soul had finally returned to its previous state. Lin was happy about this and said that as long as they collected the remaining shards of the sage stone, she could regain her human form. Sankan became alarmed because he noticed that the ghost had returned. It was the ghost of the red sword who returned to take revenge on them. He was angry at them for attacking his base. In an attempt to summon his red sword, he failed. When the Ghost King saw that the sword was broken, he was furious. They agreed to fight against him side by side. Lin thought that without the sword, the ghost's strength should be much lower, and its abilities were somewhat similar to those of the Bloody Knight. The Ghost King opened the entrance to his kingdom of 10,000 swords. He dragged them into his world without even touching them, using only the power of magic. Lin didn't understand why these portals were always located in the sky, but he was glad that his body was S-level, otherwise he would have crashed long ago. Sankan really liked Kanya and wanted to help her get up, but the girl was independent, so she refused. High-level ghosts had other worlds, and Sutang assumed that this ghost's ability was spiritual power suppression. It was a world created from negative energy, a place where pain and anger were concentrated. The Phantom King created a new weapon into which he placed thousands of grievances of fallen souls. Lin had a choice: surrender to the Red Sword Ghost after receiving 1 skill, kill the ghost after receiving summoning ghosts to help in battle, or flee his kingdom after receiving weapons. Lin did not want to retreat, and so he chose the second option, to arm himself to the end. His team wanted to help him, and they tried with all their might to defeat the Ghost King. Kanya used a temporary pause, but the Ghost King was too powerful for such childish tricks, and he blocked her pause with his charm. In his world, he was so strong that they could not get close to him, because he blocked all their blows. Lin understood that they needed to look for another way that would help them weaken the suppression of spiritual power in his world, as a result of which, it would be easier for them to defeat the King of Ghosts. He remembered that Sanqian's dragon could absorb anything. Therefore, he told him to let his dragon absorb all the negative energy of this world. It worked, and the suppression was lifted. Now they could use their spiritual power as before. Since they became stronger, the Ghost King used his sword chi, which could create indestructible armor around him. The system discovered Soul Jade and invited Lin to absorb his dragon power. He was glad that the system's proposals always came up on time. Lin successfully absorbed the Dragon Jade and gained the skill of Dragon Strength, which could ignore the enemy's attack by 15%. The Ghost King knew that this could destroy both him and his sword. They did not give a second of rest for the Ghostly King to recover. Lin understood that since the ghost was weakened, it was time to strike a crushing blow, and Hongya volunteered to help him with her demonic power. This surprised the Demon King because he understood that the power of this attack was at A level, just like his. In addition, Lin used a powerful lightning strike. The Phantom King tried to resist his strong attack, and when he saw a spiritual body next to the guy, he realized that his chances of winning had become much less. The Phantom King was unable to resist for long as his attack was absorbed by the killing blow. Lin received a Jade Soul, and for completing the task, he received a technique for summoning ghosts, as well as plus 20 fragments of abilities. They were happy with this victory. Lin thanked Hong Yi for such help. His team thought he did a great job, but Lin told them it was a team effort. Looking into the sky, they noticed strange cracks that were forming at breakneck speed, and they understood that they needed to escape from this world. They successfully escaped from the ghostly world on Sanqian's dragon. Peace reigned in Lifang. People began to gradually restore their homes and improve the city. Since the mission was over, Lin told Kanya that they needed to return back to the city to report the results of the battle, but Kanya didn't want him to leave. Kanya was grateful to him for saving her city, and she considered him a hero. She thanked him for everything and said that the days spent together were dear to her. In addition, she promised to come to him as soon as Lifang stabilized. Hongye was glad that he had even more fans. Sanqian was offended that his goddess was grateful not to him but to Lin Kui. When Hongye appeared in front of Lin, he asked to understand him correctly and said that he was forced. In parting, Lin said that they would be waiting for her in Kanglan, as there would be many more missions to save cities. Sanqian was angry with Lin Kia for hugging Kanya. Afterwards, they had a long road ahead to the city of Kanglan. While studying, Ling Shi could not think about anything except her brother. Yellow was wondering what happened to her, as she noticed that Ling Shi wasn't herself lately. She told the yellow one that she missed Lin very much, since he had been away from home for almost a month, and she didn't even know if he was okay. One of her classmates noticed that she was sad, and he decided to please her with a piece of cake, but the girl did not appreciate such care. Her classmates were afraid of her and considered her a hooligan. Students burst into the classroom, wanting to talk to Ling Shi and teach her some manners. Her classmates heard that some bully had a fight with the punks from the graduating class, and they came to deal with him. Monster could do to them? She didn't like the way he called her, and she taught him a lesson for it. The high school students apologized for starting the conversation in the wrong way and promised not to do it again. As soon as a boy came into the class and announced that Lin Ke had arrived at school, Shi-er was immediately happy that she would see her brother. A crowd of fans were waiting for him near the school and were happy to see him. Lin didn't understand why there were so many of them there. Ling Xi was glad to have such a meeting with her brother. She told him that she studied hard every day and became friends with her classmates. Lin wondered who the children were talking about when they whispered about bullies. He was worried that she might have been hurt while he was away. Ling Zi said that she was fine because she is an ordinary student who likes to study hard. Yellow confirmed her words and said that everything was fine with them. Ling Xi noticed that he had a little animal, and she was wondering where he got this little fox from. Lin decided to introduce them closer, but the little fox sensed her strong demonic aura and was afraid of her. Ling Xi gave the new family member the name Snowball. Yellow also really liked the new family member. Arriving home, Lin decided to cook a delicious dinner for everyone, and they were surprised that this was the first time he had prepared something for them. Lin allowed Oniji to have dinner with them since she did a great job and was able to take care of his sister while he was away. In fact, Oniji herself didn't understand how she managed to withstand these two monsters. They were delighted with his masterpiece in cooking, as it was very tasty. Lin wanted so badly to feed Hongya, but unfortunately he couldn't do it because she was still a ghost. Ling Zi couldn't look at them because she was still jealous of her brother for Hongye. She asked that it be better to give that piece of meat to her, rather than to some ghost. When Lin fed her, the girl was happy. Yellow also wanted such care and asked to feed her. Lin fed her too, but he didn't understand why he had to feed them. Yellow was delighted. She couldn't understand why the food tasted so much better in his hands. Oniji and the little ladder could not be ignored, so he fed them too. They were glad that he showed such concern towards them. Unexpectedly, Teacher Tang called him to her office. Lin assumed that this was another task with ghosts. Arriving at her office, he wondered why he was called. Tang Lin said that even though he only attended college for one semester, the management highly appreciated his achievements. Therefore, she invited him, Tai Feng, Mo Qingcheng, and Yang Dao to act as instructors for the participation of freshman military training. Lin knew that Tai Feng was a role model. Mo Qingcheng had organizational skills, but he wondered why Yang Dao was with them. Tang Lin said that this young man was an elder of the academy and belonged to the highly respected He family. Therefore, he also had the right to do so. Lin promised that everything would be done at the highest level and that he would act as an instructor. The day came when the freshmen came for military training. All the instructors were happy to welcome the new recruits. The guy introduced himself to his students and said that he would be their instructor. The students did not understand why someone who was recently a freshman was teaching them. One of the students volunteered to ask how someone who was about the same age had the right to command them, since they did not believe all the rumors about his achievements. Lin faces a choice: finish training them and receive +8 to agility, show his strength to them and receive +8 to strength, or explain everything in detail and receive for it +10 fragments of abilities. Lin told them that with such arrogance and ignorance they would not become excellent fighters, because a truly capable person must clearly assess his capabilities and constantly train. The students realized that the instructor was right in their overconfidence. They realized that having moved to a new level, they cannot stop and need to move on. Lin did a good job as an instructor. He motivated them and built up team spirit. Lin received the reward +10 ability fragments, and the next step immediately began training his students. They started with 10 kilometers around the stadium. Teacher Tang told the deputy director that she had appointed Lin Kuei as an instructor, and she was confident that the guy would do a good job of this task. The deputy director wanted to make sure that the guy was up to his task. He saw Lin leading the freshmen who were running without shirts, burning off their fat folds. The deputy director did not understand what this strange teaching method was, and how she allowed him to become an instructor. Qingqing asked her students if they wanted to take a break after practice, but the students were insistent on continuing. Xin Feng trained his students as true warriors, teaching them courage and greatness. Yang Xiao told his students that it was important to pay attention to speed and accuracy, and also emphasized that in order to win, it does not matter how you achieve it. The two students made sure that teacher Lin Kuei was comfortable teaching them. His students were very resistant to such strength training, and they really liked such a teacher. Yang Xiao didn't like the fact that Lin Kei's team was so motivated, and he didn't want to lag behind him in this regard. They trained for hours on the sports field, running hundreds of laps. They also had more serious tasks, such as walking along a tightrope to test their balance. Other instructors were impressed with these teaching methods. The instructors led their students to the next stage of testing on Mount Kanglin, where teacher Tang Lin told them about the rules of the test. According to the rules, the instructor will send the team into the forest, where the participants must catch ghosts, each of which has a collar. The team that collects the most will win. Xin Feng told his disciples that each of them had the blood of a king in them, and they should not bow their heads. He asked them to try to win. Xingqiang told her students that they should pay attention to safety first and be united. This way, there will be a greater chance of victory. Yang Xiao told his students that only winners are noticed, so if they don't win, they can forget about fame. Lin, in turn, fed the students and said that this way they would gain strength. Teacher Tang was not happy with the way Lin Kuei taught his students, because compared to other instructors, his methods were like those of a small child. When Xingqiang led her students to Mount Hu, she asked them not to disperse and said that ghosts would soon appear and they would need to attack them as a team. The students felt a ghostly aura coming straight towards them. Grouping themselves together, they waited for the ghosts to come straight to them. Suddenly, they saw ghosts running away from Lin Kei's disciples who were trying to catch them. The ghosts did not understand why they were chasing them, because they had already given up their collars, but Lin said that they needed their soul jades. He ordered the disciples to grab ghosts, since kindness to ghosts is cruelty to humanity. Kei's methods, and her students were surprised by how his team dealt with the ghosts. Lin came over to suggest to Xingqiang that they unite teams to capture all the ghost jades together. Xingqiang did not understand why he wanted to capture the jades, because the purpose of the task was to collect collars. There they met Qin Feng, who was delighted at this unexpected meeting. Lin proposed the idea that the three of them work together so that their teams can easily cope with all the challenges. Qin Feng suspected that something was fishy, but he still accepted the offer so that his team would get more benefits. Since they approved of his idea, Lin distributed nutritious eggs and life drinks to all the students so that they could raise their strength levels. The students were happy that they were given food and were motivated to track down all the ghosts as quickly as possible. The three teams surrounded Yang Xiao's team to take all the collars they had collected from them, but Yang Xiao didn't like it, and he drove away the intruders from other teams. After the water of life and the eggs, the students who united were no longer so afraid of ghosts and calmly caught them. This day reminded the ghosts of the fear that once possessed people. After the test was over, Teacher Tang declared Lin Kei's team the winners, and Qin Feng's team took second place, but he was not upset because he knew from the very beginning that Lin Kei would be the winner. Yang Xiao blamed Lin Kei for his failure to take first place. Lin had a choice: respond kindly and receive, plus 10 points to strength. Teach him a lesson, receiving, plus 8 points to strength. Or act wisely and ignore him, receiving, plus 4 fragments to ability. Lin did not understand why the rewards for the first option were so large, but he still asked Yang Xiao not to be angry, and admitted his guilt and allowed him to take revenge for this. Yang Xiao was not against it, especially since Lin Kei himself allowed him to do this. Lin was surprised that it worked, as he thought it was a bug in the system, and since the task was completed, Lin decided to teach him a lesson. He told him that by doing such things, he had harmed his students and he would be punished for this. Lin suggested that everyone have a celebration in honor of the end of military training. In the evening, Lin returned home, and Oniji was happy about his victory with his students. Lin smelled the scent. He assumed that it was Ling Xi, who tried and prepared something tasty. The girl prepared chicken broth according to her secret recipe. Ling Xi knew that he was tired from military training, so she prepared soup for him to recuperate. He was glad about this since he had lost a lot of weight in recent days, but Hongyi did not understand where he lost weight if he was eating like he was not himself. Lin was amazed by his younger sister's culinary skills, but the taste of the soup seemed somehow strange to him. Ling Xi thought she had gone overboard with something, but she said she followed the recipe. He thanked her for the delicious dinner, but he had a strange feeling about the soup. Before going to bed, his temperature rose and he realized that there was really something wrong with the soup. Hongye was worried about Lin, and she didn't know how to help him. She found a way to alleviate his condition. Although they both understood that people and ghosts have different paths, they still loved each other. Lin spent the last 2 days in bed. He was glad that everyone thought he was practicing in training and didn't bother him. Hongye wondered how he felt. Lin said he was feeling much better, and the last night seemed like a fantastic dream. Teacher Tang called him and said that he had forgotten his assignment because the others were already on their way. He understood that he needed to run to everyone else as quickly as possible. Because he went to bed too late, he completely forgot about school. Tang Ling told him that an elder would lead them on a joint mission, which he was surprised by because the man was from the swordsman's arena. Their meeting place was in the Sea of Kanglin on one of the yachts. Su Tang told him that he came too late and was almost late. She also didn't like his appearance and assumed he had had a rough night. They were all greeted by the elder of the Leboyu Academy, and he was their opponent in this task. They were pleased to meet him, and they told him about their abilities, that Sutang was able to summon weapons and Qingcheng owned the ice technique. Yibusina told them that this time they had a serious mission, and the place they needed was on the Island of Shadows, where ghosts had invaded and subjugated the people. Lin understood that all that was required of them was to defeat the demons and save the people on the island. Bukin said that first you need to explore the area of the island and collect the necessary information. Suddenly, their yacht began to sway violently from side to side, and sea ghost creatures crawled out of the water. These were the ghostly pirates of these depths who needed spiritual stones, treasures, and other precious things. The elder hid behind Lin Kei and told the three of them to deal with the enemies. They understood that a group of level B ghosts was a piece of cake for them. But more and more ghostly creatures began to appear. Lin understood that it was time to use the technique of summoning ghosts and defeat them with the help of their kind. He had a choice in ghosts, but since he didn't figure out how to choose correctly, he called these skeletons. The ghostly sea captain told his army not to fall for human tricks and attack the ghostly skeletons. But the skeletons turned out to be stronger than they seemed, and they coped well with the naval army. Hongye was surprised that Lin was able to summon ghosts. His team didn't understand how he did it, and they were surprised that he had so many abilities. Ye Buken, watching from around the corner, realized that he had greatly underestimated this guy and wanted to reconsider his plans for him. Lin was glad that he could send someone to fight in his place and win, gaining a lot of ghost jades. Yabukun ordered them to remove the ghostly bodies, and so that they do not forget that their main goal is the Island of Shadows. Lin wondered why, when the battle began, the elder tucked his tail between his legs and ran away. To which Yue Buken replied that this was a test for them. Lin did not believe his words and believed that Yue Bukun was trying to set them up. Ahead of them was a very beautiful island, which was 90% vegetation. Hongye warned him to be careful as there was a very strong demonic aura coming from there. The elder said that they had little information about this island and they could not risk it. He wanted Lin Kuei to explore it alone. Su Teng and Qing Cheng did not like this idea, as it was very dangerous, but Yue Buchong said that this was why he was sending Lin Kuei, and as the head of this mission, he wanted them to follow his orders. Lin asked them not to worry and said that he would definitely return. The elder appreciated his courage and said that this was a very worthy act. Having set foot on the island, Lin used the demonic aura of Hong Yi so that the ghosts would not see in him the difference between their comrades. There he saw how the sea ghosts subjugated people and used their power to build their palace. Lin thought it was terrible that people were deformed and became ghosts. He wondered why the monster that turned into an octopus was the commander. The ghost octopus noticed them and thought they were new, ordering them to go to the others to do the work. He told them that all their work was aimed at building a new island of shadows and that for every effort, God would personally reward them, and in the future, they would not need anything. Lin was faced with a choice: join the creation of the island and receive rank card, fight against the monsters after receiving 4 fragments of energy, or escape from there after receiving grade C soul jade. He told the ghost that he completely agreed with him, but the ghost wanted the guy to prove it. Lin said that he was ready to go through fire and water for the sake of the Island of Shadows. CSA's rank card. The guy was glad that once again he was able to deceive the award system. Lin decided to treat the ghosts to food from his hometown, to which they responded with joy. However, they warned him that if he poisoned them, they would eat him. After the ghosts had eaten, they began to have fun, running around in the sunset. The monsters felt a sudden flow of power throughout their body. They felt as if the body was trying to tear apart from the inside. They were scared and asked the guy what he put in their food. Lin told them that he added a few secret ingredients. He understood that all the ghosts were at B level, and given that they were weakened, he still had to fight them with care. People could not believe their eyes that a real person had come to them who could save them. When the ghosts found out that he was a man, they all prepared to fight him. Lin thought that now was the best time to use the new SSS rank sword. The enhancement was successful and his magic sword reached the SSS level. As soon as he took the sword in his hands, he spoke to him. Lin didn't understand what was happening and why the sword could talk to him. While he was confused by what was happening, the sword asked him to react to the enemy that was approaching and use its power against them. Lin listened to him and attacked the ghosts. With one swing, he cut their steel tridents in half. The sword told him to deal with all the ghosts with one blow, without giving them the slightest chance to counterattack. Lin saved the people, and the tyranny of demons and ghosts was destroyed. The world belonged to humanity again. He suggested that they create an island of shadows together. The elder and the girls decided to go up to the island and wait for Lin Kei there. They were worried about the guy since he had been gone for a long time. Uebukun said that since he had been gone for so long, he would never return. The girls suspected something was wrong when the school elder began to respond like that. Since one of them had the blood of the Mo family and the other was a descendant of the moon god, Uebukun wanted to take them with him and study their abilities. They understood that he was a real traitor who had deceived Lin Kuei in order to take advantage of his absence and catch them. Since there was no longer a need to hide the whole secret, he admitted to them that he was an agent. Wei Buquan told them that the two of them would never be able to defeat him and asked them to surrender immediately. But the girls understood that their abilities were also at level B, and there was no way they were going to lose to him. And in the far part of the Island of Shadows, people fought with the remaining ghostly creatures. While exploring the area, Lin found a passage into an underground cave. Hongye warned him in advance that it might be unsafe there because there was a strong demonic aura coming from there and a ghostly god could be there. Lin warned his wife in advance to prepare for the worst. In the cave, Lin became convinced that there really was another universe there. Hongye showed him that there was an octopus sitting on a hill of skulls. Lin could not believe that it was a fish god, because to him it seemed like an ordinary sleeping octopus, and Hongye noticed that he smelled of fragments of the sage's stone. Since Lin needed them, he decided to kill this ghost in order to take the fragments of the sage's stone. But the octopus woke up and struck first. He did not understand how the guy dared to prevent him from resting and recovering. Lin didn't understand how someone could call a level B fish a god, but Hongye was not in the mood for jokes, so she said that she would help him deal with it. The phantom god was angry with him that he dared to be so ignorant, and he attacked them with his tentacles. He was stronger than they thought, and they didn't understand why it was so difficult to resist his tentacles. The system had detected ghost jade that could be used in the current battle. Lin understood that by listening to the system he would have a greater chance of winning. By releasing his blood, the system will reward him with the Blood Eater sword skill. Lin used his new skill against the ghost god, and it stripped him of his limbs. This angered the sea god, and since he had the ability to quickly recover, he returned all the tentacles to their place. Lin understood that the fragments of the sage's stone played an important role in his body. The magic sword told him that his weak point was in the forehead area, in the place where the fragments were hidden. Lin didn't understand why he didn't tell him about this earlier. Lin was confident in what he was doing, so he grabbed the sea god by its tentacles. The octopus did not understand what this man was going to do. Lin said that he had heard that the octopus's tentacles contained enormous life energy, and he wanted to test it. The sea god told him not to believe any rumors and asked him to let him go. Lin had a choice: not to kill the monster and let him go, having received +10 to agility for this, deal with him in cold blood, having received +7 to strength, or taste him, receiving +6 to agility. Lin didn't understand whether the system worked properly because all the options were terribly strange, but he still chose the first option. By tearing off his tentacle, he received a reward of +10 to his agility. This angered the sea god, and he had no intention of toying with this man. Since the ghost was leaning too far towards him, Lin knew that this was the perfect opportunity to attack his forehead. Since he was wounded, a demonic soul began to emerge from him, which led to a decrease in his size. Lin obtained the second sage stone fragment. Because the ghost god no longer had any abilities, Lin easily killed him with one blow. He gave another shard to his wife so that she could absorb its power. After this, her soul stabilized a little, and the first signs of blood awakening appeared. Yabukan believed that girls were not worthy of being his opponents. Sutan managed to send a distress signal to her mentor, as she understood that they could not stand it any longer since he was much stronger than them. But at that moment, Lin managed to come to their aid. Yabukan did not understand how the guy managed to return, because he was sure that he was destroyed by a ghost. He was angry that Lin ruined his plans, so he summoned his octopus, but Lin showed him the very weapon that he was trying to summon. Yubakun was angry that his ghostly octopus was killed, so he decided to deal with them alone by transforming into a demon. He attacked him using many demonic swords, but Lin repelled his attack with his magic sword. Yobukan was wondering where the guy learned such a technique, since this was not publicly available. Hongye told Lin that she would help him get rid of the demonic creature. Yobukan fused two swords together for a stronger attack. Lin appreciated his technique and said that he would do everything possible to defeat him. Sutang and Qingcheng saw that it was difficult for Lin to deal with him alone, so they helped him. Bukan knew that he could not resist three at the same time, so he used the demonic technique of octopus tentacles that immobilized the victim. Bukan did not understand why his technique had no effect on Lin Kao. Lin had a choice: beg for mercy and receive 2 rank C Soul Jades 1, defeat the enemy, receiving +15 to strength, or escape from there, receiving +15 to agility. He liked the third option because he could get a dexterity reward, so he told Qingcheng and Su Tang that he had urgent matters to attend to. The girls couldn't believe their eyes that Lin Kuei was just leaving them and leaving. But since Lin turned away and ran away, he received a reward of +15 to agility. At this moment, teacher Tang Lin came to their aid. The girls were glad that the teacher responded to their distress signal so quickly. Having attacked him, Tan Lin said that from that moment on, he was on the list of prisoners of the academy. While the teacher dealt with Yue Bukan, Lin helped the girls free themselves from the tentacles. At the Yue Bukan Academy, he was the weakest of the elders who was forced to do ordinary things. However, after he joined the Ming clan, he changed a lot. Teacher Tang apprehended this intruder, and he had nowhere to go. But Yue Bukun decided to sacrifice his limb for the sake of his own salvation. After which, he activated the portal and told them that in the future, he would rule the world and achieve unprecedented power. Teacher Tang tried to catch up with him, but it was too late. She was upset by this because she knew that if he returned to the Ming clan, he would definitely come up with a new plot. Lin wondered why the elder attacked them. The girls told because one of them had the blood of the Mo family, and the second was a descendant of the moon's heritage. Lin thought that he alone could cheat, but this turned out to be far from the case. Hong Ye tried to calm him down, saying that he was her best, and she would always be there. Returning to the academy, Teacher Tang told them that they had done a great job, after which she dismissed them and asked them to be careful in the Ming clan area. Lin was happy that he was able to receive so many rewards while fighting the ghostly creatures. Returning home, Lin put out all the jewelry he had gotten on the island on the table, and he told the family that they could take anything. Ling Shi, Yellow, and the little fox were delighted with such a catch. Honaji was also delighted with what she saw, but most of all she liked the silk fabric. Ling Shi suggested to her brother that the excess jewelry could be put up for auction. Lin couldn't even think of it. He was glad that she gave him such an idea. Hongya praised his sister, which made the girl very pleased. Lin, coming to the auction, decided to disguise himself so that no one would recognize him. But he was told that in order to participate, he needed to register in advance and provide the appropriate document. Lin said he just came to eat and look at the items on display, but he was told that with such requests he simply could not enter the hall, and he was asked to leave this place. The director of this auction was interested in why the guy was kicked out. The employee responded to Mr. Wu that the guy had not registered before and was therefore prohibited from entering. Even if he had goods, the rules prohibited him from passing further. Mr. Wu noticed that the guy didn't look like he wanted to cause problems for him, and since he had an item that he wanted to show at the auction, he decided to make an exception this time. Since the director seemed like a sincere person to Lin, he wanted to show him something interesting. He showed him a bag of low-level soul jades and allowed him to do whatever he wanted with them. Director Wu was shocked as it was the first time he had seen so many C-rank soul jades. He offered the guy 6 million won and said it was priced above market value. Lin was surprised when he heard such a large sum for these jades, and he knew that this was a very good deal. Directov noticed that the guy had become somewhat gloomy and thought that the price tag needed to be increased. He asked him to give him the jades for 8 million. Lin was shocked by such an offer because he had never seen such a lot of money in his life. The guy still seemed not happy to the director, so he offered the last price of 10 million. Lin was glad that his thoughtfulness brought him 10 million. He agreed to sell them, so he said payment first, then delivery. The director was happy about this, and he said that he would write it down and bill him immediately. To brighten up the wait, I invited him to a personal auction. At the auction, they announced that they had a special guest and asked to welcome Lin Kei. Lin showed everyone the drink of a happy life as a lot. The auction participants did not like the fact that the stranger was presenting ordinary water as something valuable. The auctioneer representative thought that it was a big failure that the guy was offering ordinary water as valuable, but Lin thought otherwise. And, not to be unfounded, he provided 1 can of the drink for testing. The participants shouted at him to try this drink. He didn't understand what was special about her, but he still decided to try the water of life. When he drank it, he was taken back to his bright youth, to a place where he enjoyed a happy moment with his lover. These memories came flooding back with sadness, and he wanted his girlfriend back. All the people there wanted to try the water of life to experience it for themselves. They felt a powerful force and a burning aura within them that erupted like a volcano. People were glad that they met an unusual guy at the auction, and everyone wanted to buy the water of life from him. It was a real sensation, and journalists wanted to show it on TV. Lin said that his drink was enough for everyone, since he had 200,000 bottles. Returning home, Lin was glad to have such a productive day, and if the opportunity arises, he would like to attend similar events in the future. Lin unexpectedly gave a gift to his wife. He said that when she was distracted, he bought a bracelet for her. Afterwards, he helped her put it on her hand, and she was very glad that he showed attention. Webikuan came to the headquarters of the Ming clan to inform the head that he was unable to obtain the blood of the Mo family and the descendant of the moon, which he regretted. The head was angry with him because he wasted a lot of time and did nothing as directed. Yabukun blamed Lin Kuei for everything and asked him to be spared this time. And since he had been working undercover for him for a long time, the head gave him one last chance, and he was wondering what he was going to do this time. Yuebikin said that he wanted to use the person from Kanglan to prepare for the next espionage. The head approved of this and looked forward to his success. Yang Xiao trained hard under the night sky to achieve the result of a beautiful body shape. He knew that he was still too weak and that he needed to train more to surpass Lin Kuei, but he did not like such thoughts, and he knew that all the power was in his hands. The guy believed that Lin Kuei was simply lucky to achieve such results. While he was training, his old acquaintance Yue Buken appeared behind him. The guy was not happy with his appearance, since he knew that the entire academy was looking for this man. Yue Bukun said that the head of his Ming clan appreciated his abilities and wanted to reward him with the power of darkness. Yang Xiao didn't believe it and wanted him to prove that they had good intentions. Yue Bukun showed him the jade of the soul of the Night Devil of one of the 8 great ghost kings. With his help, Yang Xiao can become as strong as he wants. The guy was ready to do anything for this thing and join their circles. But first he had one task. He had to deal with the old man. He was ready to do anything just to become stronger than Lin Qiu. It was the deputy director of Kanglin, and Yang Xiao completed this task. Yue Bukun was convinced that the guy was a man of his word, and he handed him the jade of the soul of the Night Devil. The guy felt like he was filled with incredible power. It was very difficult to endure, and many did not succeed the first time. Yue Bukun wondered how the guy would bear it. Yang Xiao managed to combine his abilities with the power of jade. What Yue Bukun was surprised by, and he realized that he had greatly underestimated the guy. Yang Xiao managed to accept this, and his body was filled with power that had reached its limit. Yue Bukun understood that the guy who received such power immediately wanted to go fight. However, he warned that his condition was unstable and instead offered to go with him to the boss. But Yang Xiao disobeyed him and ran away to prove to everyone his superiority. Upon arriving home, Lin decided to buy gifts and make all the sisters happy. Since Lin earned a lot of money, he finally handed over the salary to Oniji, which made her very happy. I also didn't forget about the little fox and treated him to tasty and juicy meat. Hongye suddenly sensed a strong demonic aura behind the door and warned Lin about it. Then the door suddenly opened, and streams of dark smoke began to fill the room. And Yang Xiao flew into them, eager to take revenge on Lin Kuei. But Lin was not at a loss and attacked him first. His sisters appreciated this strong blow, and they could not understand where it flew. Lin was surprised that Yang Xiao turned himself into a monster for this. Yang Xiao was annoyed that Lin Qiu was talking about him like that, so he attacked him using his Hellhound Beast abilities. Hongye warned Lin not to underestimate his opponent, as she noticed from his performance that he had Night Devil Jade. Yang Xiao summoned the Wolf King to attack Lin Qi with his powerful claws. Although he grabbed with his claws, Lin repelled his attack. Lin was faced with a choice. Defeat Yang Xiao, receiving plus 15 ability points. Arrange an exciting quest, receiving plus 20 to strength. Or forgive him and receive plus 10 ability fragments. Lin chose the option with an exciting quest and turned Yang Xiao into a mummy. Ling Si also wanted to play this game, so she launched her teddy bear. The bear cub crushed Yang Xiao, which Lin did not expect because he did not complete the task, but he did not mind joining forces. Yang Xiao asked to be released because he believed that this was not a fair battle. Lin replied that it was all because he came suddenly and attacked, although Lin wanted to fight one-on-one. Oniji decided to do a good deed and take out the trash. Yellow believed that if you play, then play together, and she asked to call her first next time. She used a secret aroma mist technique. Lin didn't expect that she was capable of such a thing. Yellow said that this was her new development. Lin did not understand why the mummy began to run away, and since he had not completed the task, he wanted to catch up with him. Yang Xiao regretted being part of the demon group. If he could turn back time, he would not act so rashly. Yui! Buken heard the sounds of victory behind the fence. He knew that Yang Xiao had been victorious over Lin Kuei. At that time, the sounds were from the screams of Yang Xiao, who did not like having his heels tickled. Lin was glad that after so much time, the system considered his task completed, and he received plus 20 fragments of the ability. Yue Bukun couldn't bear to watch this, so he saved the guy. Lin told these 2 traitor wolves that it was useless for them to stick together since they would not win anyway. This angered Yang Xiao, and his body increased significantly. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Qi for everything. Yue Bukun understood that, although he had become stronger, his physical abilities were still weak, and if he continued like this, he could die. Hongye wanted to help Lin deal with him together, but Yue Bukun had other plans for him and decided to save him. Lin was determined to catch up with him and end this once and for all, but he didn't have time as they slipped away too quickly. Since the situation is quite serious, he wanted to inform teacher Tang Ling about it. The next morning, Lin was reading the academy's public page, where it was said that Elder Yang Guang had been killed, and it was done by Yang Xiao, a student who had joined the Ming clan, on whose head a reward was offered. He understood that Yang Xiao was willing to do anything to increase his power, and every day he would become stronger and stronger, so Lin had to be careful. His talking sword had absorbed enough soul jade power. Lin saw that a very bright light was emanating from his sword. His magic sword evolved and took on a human spirit form. Lin was surprised by this, and Lingxi was happy that she had a little sister. Oniji and Yellow were surprised that she was so small. All she wanted was to become the best martial artist. Hongye found it funny that Lin had many sisters, but Lin was not happy about it. As the head of the family, He felt a lot of pressure. Lin received a call from teacher Tang, who said that due to the emergency situation in the city, a drill was being held to boost the morale of the students, and she wanted him to be part of it. And his task was to create his own team of 3 people. All students were welcomed to the ceremonial competition. They were informed that they were soon planning to send student teams to help in other cities, but first they needed to improve their physical performance. 2 groups were presented in the first round of the competition. One of them were representatives of the Guhan Ho Academy. The second were representatives of the Kinglan Academy. But the Lin Kyo team did not share something among themselves and began to fight right in the middle of the broadcast. The first group decided to take this chance and launch a surprise attack. But the second team was waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a triple combo on their opponents. Lin Kyo came up with this trick for them from the very beginning, which worked perfectly, which made them happy. The presenter announced a clear victory for the Kanglan Academy team. Next were representatives from Chenin College, who were confident that they would not fall for such cheap tricks. Lin decided to summon a magic sword for this competition and give complete control into her hands. Representatives of Chenan were surprised that he invited someone to fight in his place. But Lin said that the spirit was not a replacement for a person, so the rules did not prohibit it. The spirit understood that with such light opponents, there would be no need for weapons, so she decided to win with her bare hands. The students did not want to give in and decided to be ruthless, showing all their power. The spirit didn't care how many there were because she was good at martial arts. Lin was shocked. He didn't expect her to be so strong. The next participants were strong and independent representatives of the academy. Lin understood that he would have to work hard against such serious opponents. But since the opponents did not take the fight seriously, they easily defeated them. His sisters were watching the live broadcast, and they were in awe of his martial arts. With their victories, Kanglan Academy motivated other students who wanted to test their strength. Su Teng was amazed at how, in just a couple of fights, Lin Kei had ignited their fighting spirit, and Qing Qing believed that it was all because of his charm. Kanya promised him that she would visit him soon, and she came to his training so that she could finally see him. The presenter declared Kanglan Academy the absolute champion. Lin was unimpressed by the 500 yuan prize and the Academy's banner of honor, but Santian said that the main thing was participation since it was just a friendly match. Lin was delighted when crowds of fans began to approach him. His teammates weren't left out either. All the girls wanted to know if Lin Kei had a soulmate, but the guy said that he never even touched the girl. The fans thought that they had every chance of meeting him when suddenly some girl pushed them away. It was Kanya who said that she was very close to him. All the girls were surprised by this because they did not know who this young lady was to him. Hong Ye was very jealous of him and was against it, just like San Qian, who liked this girl. Lin did not expect such a meeting and was wondering how she was doing. Kanya said that her city of Linfang was completely safe, and since she had nothing to do there, she arrived early. She was still glad to see her other old acquaintances. Shang Qiang missed her very much and wanted to kiss her on the cheek. But she didn't even know who he was, and this upset him. And he believed that there would be no more love in his life. Mo Ching Cheng was furious. She couldn't believe that some girl was hugging Lin Kuei. A crowd of his fans were wondering why he had such a close relationship with this girl. Kanya beat him to it, calling him her brother, which frightened Lin Kuei. After all, he really didn't want to lose his popularity among the female audience. The next morning, Kanya came to Lin Ka. The girl heard that he had other sisters, so she bought food for everyone and tried to get to know them over a delicious breakfast. Although the dishes were prepared for everyone, no one wanted to eat, and Lin understood that this meal would be his last. Yellow said that by feeding them a regular breakfast, she would not be able to bribe everyone. But Kanya decided to go to the end and win Yellow's trust by making her happy with a gift. Lingzi asked Kanya not to try to please them, since her brother already had a girlfriend. Hongye came down from the second floor and greeted her friend Lin Kei. Kanya complimented her on her beautiful figure. Lin was shocked that Hongye was able to restore her body, and he knew that she was very angry with him. Hongye extended her hand as a sign of respect for Lin Kei's new friend, and she introduced herself as his fiancée. Kayan didn't understand why Lin said at the competition that he didn't have a girlfriend. She realized that she could not compare with this beauty. Hongye kindly asked her to warn her about her arrival next time. Kanya hoped that there was no misunderstanding between them because Lin Kuei is like a brother to her. Ling Si didn't like this and didn't want anyone to take her place. The sisters tried to console her so that she would not be so hot-tempered. But she didn't want anyone to stop her from standing up for her rights, and she wanted to teach these two a lesson so that in the future they wouldn't mind their own business. Previously, Lin was angry about this and tried to keep everything under control, but now he was completely devoted to the family and did not try to stop them. Kanya was surprised by his family, and she understood that it was difficult for Lin Kuei to live in such an environment. Unexpectedly, Lin was written by his elder sister, who had business with him and wanted to meet him. When they met, she remembered how they had a good time as a child as a family, and she missed those days when her parents were alive. Then she and Lin Kie were ordinary carefree kids. She remembered the moment where Lin and Ling Shi were trying to keep up with the butterfly. But since they were in a hurry, they stumbled due to their carelessness, and she ran to their aid. She supported them, saying that by eating the candy, the pain would go away. Their parents were happy that their children grew up caring for each other. They fought bravely against monsters to protect the city and their family. Their father took on most of the monsters, and it wasn't easy for him. But there were an unimaginable number of them, and he could not cope with them all at the same time. Unfortunately, their parents did not survive that battle, and they lost them at a young age. It was then that Ling Hua, as an older sister, promised to protect them. Lin didn't expect that past memories would move her to tears so much. But his sister said that everything was fine, she just remembered the old days, and she wanted to walk hand in hand with him, like when she was a child. She wondered why he was so embarrassed, because as a child it was normal. To which Lin replied that they had grown up that way, and it was unusual for him. She called him to tell him who he was, since she understood that it was time for him to know about it. She said that he was an orphan whom his father brought from the land of ghosts, and since his parents could not abandon Lin, they decided to adopt him. Ling Hua saw that this upset him, and she said that she and Ling Si would never leave him. Lin said that she would always be his favorite sister, and he promised to become just like his father. Ling Hua was always ready to support him, and she was glad that she had such a good brother. Lin and his team flew to the city of Qingyun on a mission. The pilot noticed that there were many ghosts on the ground, which were divided into groups. He asked them to put on parachutes and jump to a safer place. They were surprised that the place was completely destroyed and that only ruins remained of the buildings. Lin told them that it was time to jump as he had found a place where there were the least ghosts. Shengqiang decided to jump out first and show everyone how to do it correctly. He hoped to perform well in this mission so that Kanya would notice him. But since Kanya did not know how to jump with a parachute, she asked Qingcheng to take her with her. Qingcheng said that she didn't know how either, so she asked Lin to take the two of them. Since they trusted a man's shoulder, Lin helped them with honor and dignity. He overtook his comrades, which surprised them because Sanqian liked Kanya and he was upset that she did not choose him. On the ground, Lin discovered ghost slime that was everywhere, and at that moment they noticed many ghosts flying straight towards them. These were ghostly insects, and they understood that if one of them bit, they could not avoid dangerous swelling. They defended themselves with all their might from this swarm of insects. The ghosts attacked Mo Qingcheng with their sticky mucus. As they fought side by side with the ghosts, Lin wondered why there were so many insects there. Shangqiang told him that initially this city was captured by many different ghosts. Shangqiang was glad that they didn't have to fight someone really big, but after these words, a huge spider came to them. Lin was angry with Sanqian for bringing them trouble. They tried to dodge the attacks of this giant spider. Kanya told the team to go first, and that she would take on the spider. As soon as they managed to escape from his clutches, they began to attack him from all sides. With teamwork, they defeated this spider, and it wasn't as difficult as they thought. But Hong Yin noticed that something was wrong with the spider, and she asked Lin Kuei to leave from there as soon as possible. The spider was torn into pieces, and some strange insect crawled out of its belly. They realized that a fly-like creature could parasitize living organisms and control them by controlling them from the inside. They noticed that the fly began to call upon its own kind, and they wanted to destroy it as soon as possible. But it was already too late, and there were already hundreds of them. Lin understood that if they really could parasitize, then they would be finished. Hong Ye told him that their boss was one of the 8 ghost kings called the Demon Fly Ghost. His team did not understand what to do, but Lin said that all they had to do was exterminate all the ghost insects. But suddenly a stranger came to them and was shooting these creatures. Lin did not understand where the person came from there because they were told that there was no one there. Since it was too late and there were more and more insects, they had no other option but to go with him. In the evening, they came to his temporary shelter, which was lined with weapons all over. The stranger was glad to see them since he had not met people for a long time. They were grateful to him for his help, and as it turned out, he was completely alone there. The stranger told them that 6 months ago, Qingyun was attacked by insects. Many people died, and the rest were mutated by the clutches of these monsters. He lost his family and was depressed for a long time, but then he discovered that he had an unusual ability. He could bless bullets with spiritual power. All he wanted was to exterminate all insects and restore his city. Lin asked him not to worry about it and said that he and his team would help him with this. The girls found large cockroaches there, crawling right on them. The stranger asked them not to worry and to just deal with these cockroaches. He said that these were armored cicadas that were pawns of the ghost cockroach. They couldn't believe that cockroaches could be ghosts. Hongye revealed that the ghost cockroach was one of the 8 ghost kings, and there were 2 ghost kings in this city. Mo Qingcheng really did not like insects, and she asked her team for help. Lin was faced with a choice. Ignore Qingcheng, having received washing liquid. Help and go to the king of insects, having received plus 8 fragments of abilities. Or eat a cockroach, having received S-level skill. Lin knew that this was too much, but for the sake of the reward, he wanted to do it. His team was shocked by what they saw. They would never have thought that he was capable of such a thing. The stranger did not know that the guy was hungry, and he asked to tell him about it next time, since he had food supplies. Since the task was completed, Lin received an S-rank skill. He was surprised when the system told him that his skill was communicating with cockroaches. In the nightstand, the cockroaches were discussing their older brother, who was eaten by this guy, and since there was a fat man with the people, they decided to run away from there. Lin was surprised that his skill actually worked, and he heard cockroaches. The cockroaches were scared when they saw the man, and they asked to be released. Hongye said that the king of the cockroaches was on bad terms with the leader of the flies, and this could be taken advantage of. Lin offered the cockroaches 2 options: repeat the fate of his older brother, or take him to their boss. The cockroaches wanted to cooperate with him, and they chose the latter. When his team noticed that Lin was communicating with cockroaches, they were surprised. After taking the cockroaches, Lin told his team that he needed to move away, since he understood that he may not have eaten the cockroach, but he also became a monster. The cockroaches brought Lin to the territory of their kingdom. But the cockroach relatives did not understand how they could betray them and bring a person to them. They asked him not to touch him and said that he needed to be taken to the boss. But the cockroaches rebelled, and they wanted to get rid of them along with the man. Lin understood that he had chosen completely unvaluable relatives for cooperation. Suddenly, in the mountain of garbage, he heard the voice of a girl asking him not to make noise. The girl was the leader of all the cockroaches, and because she slept too high, she fell. Lin asked if she was the king of the underworld, but the girl was not in the mood, and she asked not to look at her like that. Lin said that he was afraid of accidentally asking such a small king. The girl didn't understand how this man dared to talk to her like that, and she decided to show him her full form. But Lin thought she was still small, but the girl didn't like it, and she got a little angry. Hongye forgot to warn him that the cockroach queen was very strong. Lin wanted to make friends with her, and as an apology, he provided the water of life. Since the queen was very thirsty, she did not refuse such a drink. The queen was delighted with this taste. She felt a strong breath inside her body. The queen asked for more of this drink since 1 bottle was not enough for her. Lin said that he could provide unlimited life energy if they helped him defeat the fly ghost. Since the queen had a long-time rival with the ghost fly and had been fighting for territory for a long time, she had long wanted to fight him. So she agreed. Lin was glad that she agreed, and he looked forward to a fruitful collaboration. Meanwhile, the stranger's base was attacked by bedbugs, and they were in trouble. Lin Kuai's team also helped control pests. Meanwhile, Lin was already running up to his team with the help of cockroaches. He told them that he had made an alliance with the cockroach ghost, and from that moment on, they became their allies. The team appreciated his idea because defeating the enemy with the help of the enemy was a brilliant solution. They all fought together against the bugs that attacked them. After they defeated all the enemy troops, Lin wanted to go to the leader of the flies to settle scores. The fly came to tell his queen that people had teamed up with cockroaches, and having learned this, she wanted to create the most powerful insect to cope with them. She ordered her flying rat to go and kill all the survivors. The rat flew out to hunt and immediately discovered the intruders. It was difficult for San Qian to clear the streets of fallen flies. While the cockroaches were glad they had food for the week, the rat activated many portals above their heads and launched his army. They were not happy that the ghost released his rats from the sky on them, since they had just finished cleaning the street. Lin repelled the rain of rats and sent him flying in the other direction. Mo Qingcheng didn't understand why she came across this happiness again. The flying rat did not like that this was done to her comrades, and she personally wanted to fight them. Lin was faced with a choice. Let her go after receiving plus 9 points to agility. Fight the enemy alone, plus 10 fragments of the ability, or attack with a team, plus 10 to strength. The second option seemed tempting to Lin, but since he could not fly, he had a magic blade for this. She sent Lin flying into the air, but Lin asked to fly with him and not just kick him. He single-handedly attacked the flying rat, but it parried his blow. The mission was completed, and Lin received plus 10 ability fragments. But there was one problem: he could not fly. The flying angel of the magic sword arrived in time to save him. But for greater safety, Hongye secured Lin. Hongye told him that she sensed the aura of the sage stone in the flying rat. She helped him fly to the rat, and Lin attacked it with his magic sword. But she sent a powerful rat wave attack straight from the sage stone. Since Lin had the teleportation skill, he escaped the attack in time. He suddenly attacked the flying rat using a teleport and sent it down. Lin thought he had defeated her, but Hong Ye felt that the aura was very strange. The demon rat was very angry and she used full transformation. She attacked his comrades with her powerful jump. Kanya decided to help Lin Qi and set a time pause, but for the rat, it was a cheap trick, and she easily broke through her time barrier. Qing Cheng caught Kanya and suggested they fight together later. Kanya was very pleased that she showed attention to her. Sun Qian did not like that the rat offended his wife, but Qin Feng asked him not to get into the thick of it. The flying rat spread a poisonous mist from its paws throughout the area. The angel of the magic sword dispelled its poisonous fog with her invincible wind. Xiang Qing was not happy that Lin directed all the fog in their direction, but Qin Feng saw this as a test from Lin, who wanted to see how they dealt with unforeseen situations. Sheng Qiang asked his dragon to absorb the news of the fog into himself. For his help, Xiang Qiang promised to reward him with fried chicken in the evening. The angel wanted to defeat the enemy, so she reunited her power with the power of the sword. Lin felt the sword's power increase, and the sword told him to go and destroy the rat. But the rat also had something for him. Sharp and long claws came out of his paws. Having attacked him, the rat could not believe that a guy at that age had a divine weapon. Shang Kang helped Lin Ke with his dragon flame. Having flown into the wall, the rat did not like that they attacked on the sly. Lin was already happy about this. He didn't understand if this was really the end, because he and the team had just begun. Hong Ye said that the rat had a sage stone, which constantly generated new abilities for him. The rat split into many clones just like him. Lin ordered his team to stop attacking them, as this was only causing them to become more numerous. The magic sword felt that the enemy had become stronger, and he told the guy that he urgently needed to come up with something. But Lin was fine and repelled all enemy attacks. The girls understood that this was an excellent chance to attack, and while Kanya paused them, Mo Qingcheng attacked them with crystal shards. The stranger arrived just in time. He brought them a lot of rat traps. Lin understood that good things should be used wisely, so they sent traps to them. He then used a multiple suppression attack, a sensation that squeezed the enemy's entire body. The rats began to run away from the battlefield as they felt superior to themselves, but Lin didn't want to let the rat ghosts go so easily, so he sent his magic sword at them. The spirit caught up with the ghost and dealt the final crushing blow, which struck the rat enemy in half with light. Lin obtained the third fragment of the sage stone. He knew that the new fragment would help Hong Ye recover faster. Hong Ye felt unbridled energy flowing throughout her body. She absorbed it into herself and was grateful to Lin Kui for what he did for her. Lin's team saw his girlfriend, and they were wondering where he came from. The stranger was surprised by the amount of energy from which new people began to appear.
Hong Ye told Lin that she was unable to control her body, and his team saw her.
His team was terribly interested, and they pressed him from all sides so that he would finally tell who this girl was. Lin understood that there was no other way out, and he told them that she was his guardian called by the spirit. Hong Ye added that she was his fiancée. Although there was no official ceremony, they were almost married. San Qian was offended that all the good things always went to Lin. Mo Qingcheng could not accept this. She felt that her heart was broken because she thought that he could have a girlfriend, but not a fiancée. Kanya supported Qingcheng, and she understood Qingcheng's feelings very well. Since she had recently gone through this herself, Lin wondered why they saw her. Hong Ye said that the energy of the sage stone was so strong that it was closer to the human body, so it could not remain invisible. Lin was happy to hear this, as soon her body would be completely restored and she would be like an ordinary person. The fly flew to his queen and reported that her rat had died in battle along with the rest of her comrades. She was upset because she did not understand who would be her guide that night. She decided that she would enjoy the last moments because she had created the most powerful beetle, which would soon be born and defeat everyone in this city. The next day, Lin and his team went in search of the demonic fly. The army of cockroaches and the grandfather were also with them for the sake of their city of Qinyuan. They moved along the map, and according to it, they were approaching the location of the Queen of Flies. But during the operation, they found a moment for privacy. San Qian did not like this because he was jealous of Lin Kie. San Qian wondered where the stranger and the army of cockroaches were, because they were supposed to go with them to find food. Qin Feng didn't like the fact that he was always hungry and didn't try to lose weight. Meanwhile, they were being watched by a high-level third-grade mantis ghost. He jumped out in front of them and blocked their way. It seemed harmless enough to the team, but Lin warned them that it was no ordinary mantis. Mantis endured for a long time and watched as his comrades, one after another, left this world at the hands of people, and he did not intend to remain on the sidelines. Lin told the team to leave, but it was too late and the mantis charmed them with its magic. Hongye didn't understand where everyone was because they simply disappeared after the attack of the mantis. The magic of the mantis reduced them significantly, and they became very small. Lin tried to call his wife for help, but since he was too small, his voice could not reach her. Hongye was scared and didn't understand where they had gone. The mantis switched places with them, making them look tiny in comparison. Lin knew that if it got bigger, it would only take one movement to return to its original shape. But nothing worked out for him, and he was unable to attack him. Zhang Xian realized that things were bad, and he asked Lin to summon his magic blade as soon as possible. But the spirit of the sword also became several times smaller, and they understood that this was the end. All they could do was run, as their spiritual strength was too low to fight. While they were running away, they did not even notice how they crashed into cockroaches, and the cockroaches did not understand why their boss became so small. Lin was glad that the mantis did not harm the army of cockroaches, and they joined forces to fight back. His team also saddled the cockroaches and moved to confront the enemy. Kanya was very worried, and to calm down she hugged Ching-Cheng. Mantis attacked them with his 10 powerful strikes. Lin responded with 10,000 blows with his magic sword. Suddenly he heard someone from behind, asking him to move away, as they had thrown a sharp twig at the mantis. But this was not a hindrance for the mantis because its paws were sharp as blades. While the team was fighting the mantis, Ching-Cheng and Kanya managed to release their spiritual power. Concentrating on the enemy, they launched a long-range attack. Lin understood that the mantis was still intact, and it was necessary to continue the battle. But the mantis did not intend to lose, and he threw it away with a strong, magical impulse. Mantis took on his fugitive form, unleashing his maximum firepower. But suddenly a dog came running and stepped right on him. The stranger didn't realize that his dog was eating again, after which Lin and his team returned to their original form and were glad of heavenly justice. Lin told Hongye that they had fallen into a trap and that everything ended well. Mo Qingqing still couldn't accept that Lin Kuei had a fiancé, but Konye supported her as best she could. They were grateful to the dog for its timely help. Lin was still determined to deal with the head of the cockroaches and defeat the demon queen. The demonic fly queen's lair was completely covered in slime. The egg containing the queen's child began to emit strong demonic energy. From there, a giant insect similar to a level A scorpion hatched. The devil fly was happy to welcome his child. The insect was very hungry, so it ate her faithful fly. The creature told his queen that this was not enough. The demoness promised that as soon as they captured the city, he would have a real feast. The queen of cockroaches and her army came to the devil fly. She was glad that she visited her, as she was looking for someone to help her warm up before the fight. The demoness took out her magic sword, which was capable of disintegrating into hundreds of parts, turning into some kind of whip. But the queen of the cockroaches was sure that she would not have time to attack, since she had already transformed into her full form. The devil fly sent his army of black flies at her. But the queen cockroach did not pay attention to the black flies, and instead attacked their queen. Their battle was very bright and colorful. There were many magical flashes in the air. Their armies, watching the confrontation of their bosses, were impressed. Devilfly believed that after so many years, the queen cockroach was still as weak as before. After that, they began to quarrel, and the queen of the cockroaches thought she was too rude. She reminded the queen of flies of the past, where she lost to her in a ghostly beauty contest. The devil fly said she just wanted love, but the male ghosts despised her because she was too sloppy. Their armies began to quarrel among themselves, and the cockroaches did not like the fact that the flies spoke ill of their queen. And they decided to teach the black flies a lesson for their ignorance of their boss. The devil fly attacked her with his magic sword, but the cockroach queen easily avoided her attacks. Then she attacked her, and she gained superiority over the devil fly. The queen fly knew that the queen cockroach was strong, so she called her giant insect for help. The insect attacked the queen cockroach, but she managed to avoid the attack. She knew that the ghost created by the magic fly actually had the strength of an A-level rookie. The insect attacked her with its sticky mucus, which began to eat away at her armor with incredible speed. Devilfly didn't like that the cockroach queen was #1 in beauty and wanted to defeat her to become the #1 ghost queen in the underworld. But at that moment she heard a car driving behind her. But it was too late, and she did not have time to escape. It was Lin Kuei's team that came to the queen of cockroaches to help. But since the little queen froze in front of the car, Lin had to save her. Lin was disappointed that Hongye was jealous of him again since he just wanted to help. The devil fly liked this blue-haired guy and wanted to catch him to eat him. The queen of the cockroaches did not like this and came to Lin Kuei's defense. The demonic fly attacked them with its magic sword. They all stayed together and resisted her attacks. She summoned her giant worm, which was tier A, against them. This time the attack was too strong and they were unable to withstand its attack. Lin knew that something had to be done, so he transformed into his demonic form and unleashed a powerful lightning strike. The ghosts filled the space with their breath, which could not be breathed because it was poisonous. And since Lin could not navigate in space, the insect grabbed him with its claw and the demonic fly attacked him. The spirit of the sword was worried about Lin, as he had a hard time withstanding this blow. But with the protection of his SE-level physical body, it was safe to live. At this critical moment, his body strengthened its capabilities and the supernatural fragments accumulated in the body made themselves felt. The body of his demonic image began to transmit strong bolts of lightning, and he realized that he could awaken a new ability. A very powerful aura emanated from him, and they understood that he had awakened. Lin received new SSS-level abilities, Fight Against Sun Wukong. They were delighted by his awakening, as his strength reached a level. The demon fly was not happy that the guy's abilities had awakened, and she attacked him, but Lin easily blocked her attack. Since she couldn't cope, she asked her insect to deal with the guy once and for all. But the new ability gave Lin a lot of strength, so he easily won her insect. Since her monster had fallen, she wanted to fight Lin one-on-one, but the Cockroach Queen's boomerang stopped her attack. Hong Ye and the Cockroach Queen told her that they were her main opponents. Since the black flies began to attack, Qing Qing asked the team to help. They were bloodthirsty and very hungry, and Xiangqiang could not resist them. But the spirit of the sword came to his aid and saved him from these insects. But she accidentally touched Sang Qian's clothes, and he was not very happy about it, as he thought it was on purpose. The spirit was confident that she could kill all the monsters and become the best of the best. But she could not withstand the attack of a huge ghostly insect. Lin did not like that his spirit was attacked, and he took revenge on the insect. The monster fought him mercilessly, attacking him with its scorpion sting. But Lin decided to end him once and for all, after which he dealt a crushing blow. The demon fly did not expect that her child would lose this battle. She sacrificed his powers and took them for herself. Having acquired his powers, she became much stronger and was at the average A level. They were surprised that the demoness had the ability to unite. But the magic sword spirit also knew how to do this, and she combined with Hong Yi's weapon. Hong Ye's weapon became much stronger as it combined a magic sword and the spirit of a magic blade. Hong Ye, the Cockroach Queen, and Lin confronted the Demon Queen. But since she had a powerful shield, Lin understood that his strength was not enough to break through. Hong Yi managed to wound the demoness with her Demon Eater scissors. She helped him a lot, and now it was Lin's turn to use his new abilities. The demoness defended herself with a magic sword, but it could not withstand such a load and broke in half. Since she was without her main weapon, Lin was able to land a strong blow. The stranger watched this battle from above, and he did not want to lag behind them. His plan was to destroy the demon fly's base, along with all the insects inside. He decided to give the audience a show and broadcast live from the scene. He destroyed the enemy base of the Demon Queen and captured this moment as he saved his city. With this show, he attracted huge attention of his viewers. The demon fly believed that this was impossible because it could not lose. But Lin thought differently, and he wanted her to be punished for attacking people. She didn't understand how an ordinary person had such a strong aura. The Queen of the Cockroaches told her that times had changed and the only way out would be a peaceful existence. But the demonic fly told them that she had more than one child, and she summoned an entire army of her beetles. But no one came to her, and she did not understand why. The team showed Lin that the stranger had destroyed the enemy base and showed it live. Since all the pests were destroyed, Lin decided to end this once and for all. Lin understood that the reward for imprisoning the she-devil was great, and there must be reasons for this, so he detained her. Hong Yi was. I wonder what will happen to her. Lin said to take her to the night watchman for questioning, as she was an important person in the underworld and had valuable information. But since she didn't want to say anything, Lin didn't like it, and he relieved the demoness of her ghostly aura. Shengjing was glad that now he could take her to the night watchman without fear. And for their excellent efforts, Lin invited them to dinner in the evening. They sat around the fire and celebrated their victory over the ghosts. During this period, they became friends with the stranger, and he was wondering what they would do next. Lin said that some cities were still under the influence of ghosts, and they needed to continue clearing them of them. And since his wife's body was not completely restored, he wanted to find the remaining stones. But first he wanted to get rid of the ghost cockroach. Why was the queen surprised? Because they had been through so much together. But Lin said that she misunderstood him. He wanted to introduce her to his sisters and accept her help. He wanted to accept her into his home, just like other ghosts who once defended their rights to this. The Queen of the Cockroaches liked this idea because she would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. Lin promised that if she joined them, he would often bring her food and clothes, which she was happy about. However, he had been away from home for so long that he didn't know how Lingxi was doing. He managed to miss his home. Meanwhile, CR studied hard every day and made good progress in elementary school. Oniji and Yellow didn't understand why Zier smiled while looking at her phone all day long. She was just watching the news about her brother, which talked about his mission to save the city from the Ghost Queen, and that he would return to Kanglan very soon, so she was happy for him. Lingxi believed that he should have been with her most of his time, rather than with Hong Ye, while Oniji and Yellow joked about it behind her back. But Lingxi heard these conversations, and she decided to teach these two a lesson. Suddenly, she heard students from parallel classes talking about her. They said that she was a little schoolgirl who was always hiding behind her brother. Lingxi decided not to be provoked and not to interfere with them. They didn't like that she didn't respond to them. They called her a weakling with no abilities and suggested that the rumors about her brother were not true and that he was just as weak. This hurt her, because she didn't like it when someone dared to touch her brother. She ordered her bear to teach these two a lesson. She told them not to dare touch her brother again. But her teacher noticed this, and she was very interested in what happened. The students realized that this was a good chance for them to take revenge on the girl by telling the teacher. But Lingxi got ahead of them and told how they made fun of her and hurt the honor of her brother. She calmed the girl down and promised to deal with the offenders. But the disciples said that they were innocent of anything and tried to prove it. The teacher was outraged that they were in a parallel class and allowed themselves to treat others like that. Lingxi also admitted her guilt, saying that her companions had released their anger on her, but since she was in charge there, she didn't want to set a bad example for them. Therefore, she asked that the offenders be punished. The teacher asked not to worry about this and said that she would definitely punish the culprits. Lingxi was glad that the offenders got what they deserved. Her classmate came up to her and reminded her of the corporate party that was on the playground. The corporate event took place among the elementary classes at Elliston College. The teacher gave a speech in which he expressed hope that the junior high students of the two schools would become stronger and stronger together. Lingxi, Yellow, and Anaji came there to eat because they were hungry. Their classmates were surprised because this was not a cafeteria to behave like that. Lingxi was recognized by students from a nearby college and decided to approach her. They heard that the girl was a hooligan. One of them asked to call him Master Tiger. He came to fight her and become the main bully among the two schools. But Lingxi was all right with him, and she asked not to distract her from such an exquisite dinner. He didn't like that she was ignoring him, and he decided to knock the sandwich out of her hands. Her classmates were shocked that he dared to do this. They warned this Tiger Master that it was time for him to leave with his girlfriends as soon as possible. Lingxi was very angry with him, and she sent her bear to teach the offender a lesson. The girl taught the bear to do a spiral attack, and she was glad that he was finally doing it correctly. Master Tiger regretted that he approached the girl with such a request. Because of this, a massive misunderstanding began between the two colleges, who argued which of them was cooler. Lingxi kept her personal diary, in which she wrote that she had a good time at Elliston College, but she found such a life boring. She wanted to grow up so she could go on a mission with her brother. Lin returned from his mission and was with his team at the Kanglan airport. They were very glad that after so much time, they finally returned to their city. There they were met by fans who were looking forward to this meeting. Lin was happy about this. He didn't think the day would come when they would become stars. Xiang Qing was upset that even the bald man had fans, but he did not. Qing Cheng had important things to do, and she didn't understand how she could get through this crowd of fans. But Konya had a solution to this problem. Konya gathered a team to tell them her plan to get through this crowd of people. Their plan was to throw the main fan favorite to them in order to bypass them. They succeeded, and while the fans switched to Lin Kei, they ran past. After 3 hours, Lin managed to escape, but hungry fans stole all of his clothes, causing him dissatisfaction. He knew that he couldn't go home with that appearance, so he wanted to ask his little sister to bring him some clothes. But his attention was interrupted by news from Kanglan, where his personal belongings were put up for auction for a high price. While he was upset about what happened to his things, Hong Ye noticed another problem. Local street vendors sold limited edition photographs of him with celebrities. He became so popular in his city that even in the bushes, people followed him. Lin stopped liking it and had to run away from his fans who wouldn't give him peace. After some time, he managed to escape from them all the way home, and after that, he no longer wanted to be popular. At home, he saw Lingxi and Oniji packing things, and he thought that she was getting ready to move. Lingxi felt awkward as she did not expect her brother to return so early. After looking at what she was carrying, Lin realized that these were his old things that he had seen at the auction sale. Lingxi admitted that she just wanted to help him make money. Yellow said that Lingxi was too obsessed with money, but Lingxi was unhappy that they were shifting all the blame onto her. Although Lingxi had good intentions, Lin did not agree with her. The girl was scared by this and said that she would return everything. But Lin meant that after everything he had done, the price of things should be higher, and he wanted her to sell everything for a more decent amount. Suddenly, a girl started knocking on the door and wanted to tell Lin something urgent. It was Mo Qingcheng who wanted him to help her. She wanted Lin to be her temporary boyfriend. Ling Shi was against this. She said that her brother already had a girlfriend. Qingcheng said that it was her grandfather's birthday, and when she returned home, she heard that they were planning to marry her off to a guy from the Luo family, and she didn't want to become part of their family and get married so early, and therefore believed that only Lin could help her. Qingcheng hoped that they would allow them to enter into a fake marriage contract so that her family would dissolve the previous one. Hongye took pity on her and allowed Lin to go along with it. Lin asked her to stay in his body, but Hongye said that she would not be jealous, so he was glad that he would not give her any trouble. Lin picked out a beautiful wedding suit and came to the Mo family's house. Qingcheng also put on her wedding dress, and she was delighted with how well Lin Ke had prepared. Kanya was grateful to Qingcheng for the invitation and for the dress she gave. Lin liked how the girls dressed up beautifully. He thought that they became even more beautiful in these dresses, but Hongye did not appreciate this since he promised to pretend. Qingcheng asked Lin to go to the meeting place and get into character so that her family would believe it. They came to the banquet hall where all the invited guests had gathered. There were many girls there who were fans of Lin Kuei, and he was not happy to meet them again. At this moment, grandfather Mo Qingcheng arrived, and he was happy to welcome everyone into his home. The girls were happy that grandfather came on time, otherwise Lin would have been torn to pieces. Lin didn't expect that Mr. Mo was Qingcheng's grandfather. He assumed that he was a great warrior in his youth. Since it was Mr. Mo's birthday, the guests gave him gifts and wished him the best. Lin didn't know that it was Mr. Mo's birthday, and he thought it strange that they combined two holidays into one day. This was Luo Tenyi, the eldest son of the Luo family, and he was from one of the 3 richest families in Kanglan. He congratulated Grandpa Mo and gave him the A-grade Binglian Ice Lotus elixir. When Grandpa Mo opened the box, he saw the glow of the Ice Lotus, which meant that it was real. Mr. Mo was pleasantly surprised by such a valuable gift. Luo Tingya asked not to worry about this, since he became part of their family and Qingcheng was his wife, so he respected her relatives. But at that moment, brother Qingcheng spoke out and was against this wedding. Luo Tenyi believed that he and Qingcheng were suitable for each other, and he did not understand why Mo Shu opposed him. Since Mo Shu supported her, Qingcheng was not afraid to admit that she did not want this marriage. She told her grandfather that she already had a boyfriend whom she loved. Mr. Mo and Luo Tingyi were surprised that she had a boyfriend. But the guests recognized him. They heard that his father was from the hunting sword team, and they were not surprised that Lin Kuei managed to become famous and win the hand of a girl like Qingcheng. Luo Tingyi considered Lin Kuei an ordinary poor man who could not be with Qingcheng. Lin understood that Luo Tenyi was simply jealous of him and that he could not do anything without his rich family. The girls stood up for Lin Kuei. They believed that money does not solve anything in a relationship and something completely different was important. The system gave Lin a choice: leave Mo's house and get +10 to strength, congratulate grandfather Mo and get +10 to agility, or teach the villain a lesson after receiving +15 to strength and +10 to charm. Since the system itself pushed him to do this, he told Luo Tianyin that his gifts meant nothing and did not show his strength. But Luo Tianyin was wondering what he could give as a gift. Lin provided the drink of life as he considered it the best gift. But Luo Tianyin found it funny that the guy considered this a worthy gift. Grandpa Mo heard that once at one of the auctions a person sold lucky water, which increases spiritual power, and he was wondering where he got it from. Lin admitted that this water was his own, which surprised Grandpa Mo. Although Grandfather Mo considered it impossible, he decided to take the opportunity and, in honor of the banquet, fulfill his request and try the drink. He felt a surge of masculine strength and felt that he was 20 years younger from this drink. Therefore, I was happy that I agreed to this. His bodyguards were afraid that their master would become completely invincible. Grandpa Mo liked the drink so much that he decided to change his mind about his previous marriage and allowed his granddaughter to be with this guy. Lin was pleased that the people in the large family were so friendly, and he received a reward of +15 to strength and +10 to charm for completing the task. But Luo Tinyin did not believe that the guy could create such water, and he accused him of simply buying it. Lin agreed that one bottle was not enough to prove it. Therefore, he distributed this water to all the people and was able to win the hearts of many at this holiday. Brother Qingcheng did not like Lin Ke, so he was angry that he managed to get his sister's heart. Grandfather Mo told Luo Tianyin that his granddaughter's husband would be Lin Kuei, and he wanted to settle on this decision. Luo Tianyin was angry that Lin Ke ruined his wedding, and he told him that he would not stop and would pursue Qingcheng. Lin asked him not to be so arrogant and said that he would not succeed. Qingcheng was worried that she could cause trouble for Lin Kuei, but the guy said that since they were friends, it was not difficult for him to help. In fact, Lin did not like such families because they oppressed the people by simply wasting their money, and he wanted to change that. The next morning, Lin received a call from teacher Tang, who told him that ghosts were rampant in the Kanglan Mountains area, and she wanted Lin to lead a team to fight them. After hearing that it was for a reward, Lin was happy to help with it. Therefore, Lin informed Hongya that he had been called to an urgent mission to fight ghosts, and that he needed to move out urgently. The guy was upset that the mercenaries did not have days off, and he did not understand why they were deprived of this. Lin Qingcheng and Konye arrived in the area of the city of Kanglan, where there was a large crowd of people. Lin didn't understand why it was so busy there. He thought that everyone there was also on a mission. Qingqing knew that the Night Watch Department sent its specialists who usually carried out tasks in another area, and that they were only there for the money. But the Night Watch people were unhappy that these teenagers also took part in this task. They said they were doing their job not to make money, but to protect people. But Kanya didn't like it that they objected to their presence, and she wanted to speak out about it, but Lin stopped her. The people from the Night Watch sensed the terrible aura of a level B ghost on the mountain. But this did not stop them, and they decided to deal with the ghosts, first of Lin Qi. The ghosts fooled people, and there was not a living place left of them after the battle with the monsters. Lin was not surprised, because this was a real battlefield, and since the people of the Night Watch were stubborn and did not listen to the advice of others, he did not want to interfere in it. The Night's Watch believed that the first wave was always the most ineffective and risky, so they decided to team up to defeat the monsters. On the mountain, they saw beautiful girls who were happy to greet them. They did not understand where the ghosts were, but since the girls fooled their heads, they completely forgot about them. Looking at this from the outside, Lin understood that they had been misled. Beautiful girls began to turn into ghosts, which was definitely not what the organization of the Night Watch expected. They were ruthless and bloodthirsty towards them. Lin decided to fight the ghosts by summoning his personal army of ghosts. He told Kanya and Qingcheng that this was the best time to attack them with all his might. In the same area in the Kanglan Mountains, his team was fighting monsters. They understood that if this continued, they would completely exhaust their spiritual power, and they hoped that Lin Kuei would come to their aid. Xiang Qiang realized that Lin had previously helped them in every battle and led the team, but he didn't like that they were always secondary participants in the battle, and he wanted to become stronger. He supported the team even though their captain was not with them, and asked everyone to join forces to defeat the enemy. The team knew he was right, and they were determined to show off their powers to the monsters. A Tier B ghost dragon was coming towards them, which was too aggressive. Shangcheng and his dragon did not have time to dodge and fell under his attack. The team was concerned about his condition, and since Murong was the team's medic, she healed Sang Qian. Having risen, Xiang Xiang understood that it was just a level B ghost and that he could not defeat them. He attacked the dragon alone, because he believed that he could defeat it, and everything depended only on him. Yang Xiao was on the same mountain, and he was feeding on spiritual energy from magical sources. With such strength, he became one of the 8 A-tier ghost kings, and the guy was determined to fight Lin Kuei. Weibukun watched as Yang Xiao absorbed the spirits, and he saw that by doing so he unlocked the seals of many ghosts, causing a huge flow of energy. And ever since Yang Xiao absorbed the Soul Jade and turned into the Ghost King, he turned his back on them. And if Yue Bukan had known this, he would not have dared to give him the Soul Jade. But suddenly he saw Lin Kuei and wanted to take revenge on him for preventing him from realizing his plans. But as soon as Yue Bukan saw that the guy had personal bodyguards, his ardor subsided, and he did not dare to approach him. Lin didn't want to take the bodyguards with him, but since they were afraid to stay in the forest with strong monsters, they gave him a gift so that he would take them. Lin could not refuse such a strong urge to go with him, and he said that he would show them something interesting. The guy decided to cook delicious A-grade beef, and since Lin loved his teammates, he treated them to kebab. It had a deliciously browned texture on the outside and a tender inside that gave a great boost to the whole body, and the girls couldn't help but express how amazing it was. Lin's bodyguards couldn't bear to watch them eat, so they offered to exchange spirit stones for A-grade beef. This was a lucrative offer for Lin, so he said to put all the treasures in his box. Since there was a lot of shish kebab left, he decided to sell it, with an 8% discount on the entire assortment. The aroma of the kebab spread throughout the forest, and even Yue Bukun wanted to try it, but since they were enemies, he did not dare to approach. Yue Bukun did not understand why people were still following Lin Kuei, and since the guy was not alone, he could not attack him. He noticed some guys watching Lin Kuei. It was Luo Tianyan, who was angry with Lin Kuei for stealing his bride, and he came to take revenge on him. Yue Bukun recognized this guy, and he was glad that they had a common enemy. He decided to take advantage of this moment, and with the help of his threads, he strengthened his hostile intentions. Yabukun hoped that this would help him achieve the desired result. Luo Taoyan was very angry, and he wanted to deal with Lin Kuei even more. Qingcheng was surprised when she saw that he was following her, and she did not understand what he was doing there. Luo Tianyan ordered his bodyguards to attack Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei's people wanted to protect him, but something got ahead of them. It was the spirit of the magic sword Lin Kuei, who wanted to defeat all enemies. Luo Tianyin was left without his guards, and he was confident that he could do without them and cope with Lin Kuei alone. But monsters appeared behind him, which were caused by the earthquake. But Lin Kuei came to the rescue in time, and he saved him by using his teleportation skill. And then Lin used it to protect himself from monsters, hiding behind it as a human shield. Qingcheng and Konya helped him fight the ghosts. They used time acceleration and an ice shield against them. The ghost of the magic sword dealt with monsters using the technique of flight. Lin told Luo Tianyin that his pride had been trampled by monsters, but the guy still asked him to return Qingcheng. Lin saw his efforts to find a girl, so he gave him water with special properties that could increase the level of his pheromones, which attracted girls. After this, Luo Tianyin was noticed by a ghostly gorilla who liked him. And since she really liked him, she decided to take him with her. Yuebukun couldn't understand why that guy couldn't handle Lin Kuei, and he thought the best solution would be to ask Yang Xiao for help. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao could no longer absorb the mountain tree's aura. The tree began to emit rays of light very brightly in all directions. And a little girl appeared from there, and Yang Xiao felt that the aura of the Kanglan Mountains had become very pure. He introduced himself to the ghostly girl as his brother and offered to go with him. This girl called herself Lulu, and she said that she would not go with him, as she felt that he was a villain. She felt some kind of energy nearby and decided to fly to check. But Yang Xiao was not finished with her, so he wanted to catch up with her. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei's team was fighting the dragon, and they realized that its energy was inexhaustible, and that they had to come up with something. Song Kong decided to use his technique, and a fiery whirlwind formed around him. He teamed up with his dragon to defeat the ghost. His team was surprised since he had never shown them this technique. Since the ghost could not reach him, Xiang Qiang could easily attack with fire from the sky. The flames were so strong that they incinerated the phantom dragon. The team assessed his abilities, and they believed that he was ranked second only to Lin Kuei. Murong thought that Xiang Qiang followed the example of Lin Kuei, as he motivated many to become stronger, and she also wanted to follow his path. With his new ability, Lin defeated the ghosts with ease. His goal was to quickly defeat them in order to take possession of their soul jades. Konya and Qingcheng could not believe their eyes that he could handle all the monsters alone. Suddenly Hongye warned Lin that a very strong flow of energy was approaching them. Then something flew into Lin Ko at high speed, leaving behind a large crater. This was the same Lulu. Lin was scared that a little girl fell from the sky onto him. He asked her why she decided to attack him at such a young age, but instead, Lulu called him her dad and said she had a hard time finding him. Hongye was furious because she didn't know that he was a dad and that he had an illegitimate daughter. But Lin said that he really didn't know who the girl was. Then the girl, Lulu, pounced on Hongye and recognized her as her mother. Qingcheng and Konya were shocked that they had a child at such a young age. Lin explained to them that it was just a small misunderstanding, which they themselves wanted to understand. When everything became clear and they realized that the child was not theirs, they asked Lulu where she was from. The girl said that the only thing she knew was that her name was Lulu, and that she had been sleeping in the mountains all this time. Hong Ye sensed the spiritual energy of Mount Kanglan in the girl, and she assumed that Lulu was an incarnation of a deity. Lin realized that she only knew them because he had the power of the gods. Lulu felt that danger was approaching, and she warned her dad that he needed to run away quickly. Yang Xiao and his comrade Yue Buken appeared to them from the sky through a portal. Lin suggested that he not hide behind others and talk one-on-one. Lulu told her dad that Yang Xiao tried to absorb her power. Lin was surprised that Yang Xiao was so vile that he did not even spare the spirits of children. Yang Xiao used his charms against him, blocking his ability to fly. Lulu asked her parents not to worry and said that she would help them. Because she cared about the environment, she was able to harness the power of the living plant world. The girl was so strong that she could catch two opponents with her vines at the same time. But Yang Xiao and Yuebukun were able to get out by cutting the vines. Lin knew that the girl had helped him enough and that it was time for him to attack. Thanks to his new ability, he was able to defeat the enemy with one blow. And they fell to the ground, and Lulu made sure they landed among the thorny vines. Yang Xiao believed that he only lost this battle because he was careless. And since they fell into the thorny vine, Yuebukun could not move normally, and he blamed Yang Xiao for this. Realizing that Lin Kuo was still stronger than him, they decided to hide in the portal and promised to return. Hongye wondered what they would do with the mountain spirit. Kanya suggested transferring him to the patrol department. Lulu was very scared, and she didn't want to go to the department. The girl wanted to stay with them. Qingcheng was wondering, why did the girl want to stay with them? Lulu replied that she liked them in appearance and had a good aura about them. Hongye was pleased to hear this and did not mind accepting this baby. Lin also accepted this girl, but since he had too many children on his shoulders, he again felt pressure from all sides. Exclusive news came out in the city of Kanglan, which said that the young hero Lin Kuei had achieved another success and won the battle in the mountains of Kanglan. and the fact that the head of the Luo Tianyin family fled the scene and was frightened by ghosts, after which he became mentally unstable and was sent to the hospital. Since the mission with the monsters was over, Lin and the team took the day off and went to the beach to relax. Qianfeng suggested that Lin go surfing, but Lin had plans to spend time with his family. Xiang Qiang wanted, just like Lin, to have a beautiful wife and relax with the girls, but he understood that first he needed to lose weight. Afterwards, Sutan approached them and suggested they go surfing together. Xiangyang didn't even know that he suddenly liked surfing so much, and he was glad that his teammates invited him. Meanwhile, Lin and Hong Ye accustomed Lulu to water and taught her to swim. Hong Ye wanted to spend as much time with Lin Kuei as possible, but due to the fact that her body was not fully restored, she could not stay in the sun for too long. Ling Shi was jealous that her brother spent most of his time with the new child and did not spend any time with them. But then Lulu approached Ling Shi and she brought the most beautiful shell that she found on the seashore and wanted to give it to her. Ling Zi was surprised that she became an older sister so quickly, and she was happy. Afterwards, Lin suggested we have fun and take cool live family photos. Ling Shi quickly hit it off with her new little sister, and they had a good time together. After so much time, Ling Zi managed to get used to Hongi and showed care for her by sharing kebab with her. They all spent the evening together on the beach near the fire, cooking a wild boar carcass there. Before starting to eat, Lin suggested that everyone make a wish and write it on paper and then fly it into the wind in the form of an airplane, thus the wish will come true. Ling Si did not believe in these fairy tales, and she wanted to try it first to be convinced of this by her own experience. But since the children did not decide among themselves who would be the first to write their wish on a piece of paper, they began to quarrel, and Lin understood that they were far from complete, idle. When everyone wrote down their wishes, Lin was interested to look at them and was delighted that everyone had such wonderful wishes. But what interested him most was the desire of the fox cub Xiaobai. He was wondering why he wanted to become a mount. The little fox said that all this time he was learning to grow and become stronger. Lin did not expect to hear this from Xiaobai, because he thought that all this time he was just playing and having fun. But suddenly he began to take shape and glow very brightly. The fox showed them his enlarged form, which is what he had been training for a long time. They were surprised because they did not expect this from Xiaobai, that he would learn to speak and progress in development. Xiaobai said that he decided to follow his master, and after that, his strength increased. And if he continues to train, he can become an adult fox. Lin understood that such a large fox was very useful when traveling on horseback, but a small one was much easier to carry with him, and he wondered if he could return to his original size. Xiaobai said that he could easily change into his original form, and Lin was happy about this. The children saw Lin cuddling the little fox cutely, and they also wanted it, but Xiaobai didn't want to play with them. Observing the family idyll, Lin realized that they were more and more like a real happy family. Lin's wish was to help Hongye change her body as soon as possible, and he hoped that his wish would come true. Then he folded the airplane and flew it far out to sea in the wind. A ghost shark swam on the high seas and dreamed of becoming the king of the sea ghosts. His goal was to conquer many islands and set foot on the great land of Daxia. Off the coast of the city of Haiphong, a ship raised the alarm about a ghost invasion, but since the people there were armed, they did not worry about their safety. People began to fire at them, but the ghostly shark repelled all their attacks. Every time she went into battle, no one could defeat her. The cruiser suffered a strong magical discharge from the shark ghost, and all the people were forced to leave it. At that moment, the same airplane of wishes that Lin Kuei launched was flying towards the ghost ship. The ghosts were scared when they saw this unidentified object. Because of this, there was a huge explosion on their ship, and this was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying force. The ghostly crew fell into the open sea, and since they could not swim, they asked their boss to save them. Ghost Shark thought that the plane was Daxia's secret weapon. The ghosts were planning to sail to the coast to take over all of Daxia. Meanwhile, on the shore, Lin, together with Ling Xi, sang a song that he dedicated to Hongyi. But Yellow and Onirji didn't like his singing because it was creepy. During this time, sea ghosts reached the shore, and they wanted to become the rulers of this island. Seeing Lin on the shore, he said that if they defeated him, they could follow him. Yellow just wanted to test her new weapon called the Evil King's Tooth. She said that it was her child, which she gave birth to thanks to Carrie's. The ability of this sword was a fiery flame that hit the victim in a chaotic manner. But the ghost shark did not appreciate her strength, and she wanted to show true greatness. Lin came to the rescue and defeated the majestic ruler of the seas with one blow. The ghost shark couldn't believe that it lost to a common man. The next attack was made by Ling Shi, who summoned her bear, which sent this ghost far away. Yellow then struck with her fiery sword flames. Lin delivered the final finishing blow with his fiery fist and defeated the Lord of the Seas. After defeating the shark ghost, Lin obtained his spiritual jasper. He could not help but do this, but these seafood themselves came ashore to him. Due to the attack of ghosts, there was alarm and the organization of the Night Watch, together with sister Lin Kei, arrived on the beach to defeat all the enemies. But when she saw Lin Hua realized that he was ahead of her. She appreciated his work and realized that he was no longer the little boy she had seen him before. She also mentioned that Ling Xi's strength had increased noticeably, although her height remained the same. Ling Xi didn't like her older sister talking about her height, but Ling Hua said that in a few years she would definitely become a beautiful woman. She also couldn't help but notice Hongye, because Ling Ji had told her about the spiritual body that was eternally with Lin. Ling Hua was surprised at how quickly they made a child with Lin. Lin knew he couldn't keep it a secret any longer, so he explained to his sister that this was their adopted child. Ling Hua understood that although they were trained, she wanted to improve their abilities, so she had a task for them to investigate the Sand Shadow Ghost. Lin was surprised because the Sand Shadow Ghost was one of the 8 Ghost Kings. Ling Hua said that the ghost expanded its territory, consuming 4 cities and turning the entire land into a desert. And even her A-level unit was having a hard time controlling the situation. Lin knew that the task was difficult and that he should not underestimate a ghost that could be temporarily suppressed with the help of a few A-level people. Most of all, he was interested in whether the aura would be increased from this task. Ling Hua revealed that she had been promoted to advanced level A. This surprised Lin, and he thought his sister was very cool because she had surpassed many. She believed in her brother and said that he would achieve the same sooner or later, but it would take a lot of work. As she said goodbye, she hoped that when they next met, Hongye would have fully recovered his body. Lin saw how lonely his older sister was because she had no support and always managed alone. He wanted to become as strong so that she could rely on him. In recent days, everyone had awakened their fighting spirit and worked hard to continue living their lives. Xinfeng continued to train to reach such heights as Lin Kei. Xiang Qing awakened new abilities and attended dangerous training. His whereabouts were unknown, as there were rumors that he had returned to his family and was trying to lose weight. And Lin was assigned to work as another member of the Coco Division, and together they went to investigate the ghost of the Sand Shadow on the western edge of the desert. Keiki didn't expect to be appointed as his partner, but Lin knew that it was all because she was a water mage. This opportunity to meet Ling Kuei and go on a mission with him was a blessing for Keiki. Since they had not seen each other for a long time, she did not expect Lin Kei to adopt someone. Keiki had once formed a team to exterminate evil spirits. Hongye wanted to maintain her invisibility and secretly observed them to make sure of Lin Kuei's loyalty. Meanwhile, Lin did not understand why Hong Yi had not appeared for so long. He thought it was all because she was jealous. KK was surprised by what she saw, since this place used to be a city, but it turned into a desert. She said that the Sand Shadow Ghost was seriously injured, and he was hiding somewhere to recover. But Lin asked her not to think about it too much, and continued to move gradually. He then asked Lulo to prepare to green the desert, as he wanted to make it more lively. Together, they began to sow plant seeds throughout the desert. KK could not understand why they sowed grass seeds. After all, the task was completely different. Since Lulu controlled the power of the living world of plants, with her help, the sprouts quickly began to sprout. But this was not enough, so KK made it rain to fertilize the earth. Due to favorable conditions, the desert was transformed and looked more lively. Lin praised everyone for their work, and he was glad that everything turned out the way he wanted. Cars appeared on the horizon, saw the oasis appearing, and drove straight towards them. KK warned Lin that they were thieves from the desert. These were muscular guys with weapons who immediately demanded that we give them valuables and surrender without a fight. They were also very clumsy. As soon as they got out of the car, they immediately slipped. They then showed off their good physical condition, hoping that Lin and KK would be afraid of them. Lin had a choice: punish the thieves and receive plus 15 to strength. Re-educate them by allowing them to give away their property after receiving plus 20 to strength, or submit to them and receive plus 10 to dexterity. Lin understood that as a teacher he had to convince them not to engage in looting, and since they were very rich, he demanded that they give up their jewelry. Since the thieves understood everything perfectly, they ordered their men to carry the treasure. But it was a deceptive trick, and they simply brought weapons, and they again demanded that valuables be given to them. Since Xiaobai became bigger and stronger, he wanted to deal with them instead of Lin, crushing them with his weight. Since they captured the thieves, they got their valuables, and Lin was happy to make money for nothing. The thieves were upset because they were not used to being robbed. Lin showed them by example that, having robbed them, he did the same thing they did, and explained that this was not good. And since he completed the task, he received plus 20 points in strength, and was glad that his efforts had paid off. Lin said that he would let them go if they told them about the ghost of the Sand Shadow, but they did not understand what he was talking about since they did not know any ghosts. Since they didn't want to talk, Lin asked Lulu to show them something interesting. They said that the ghost of the Sand Shadow was being restored in the capital of Sins. However, the road to the city was very dangerous because there were quicksand and ghosts. But this did not stop Lin because they were entrusted with a responsible task, and be that as it may, it will remain on their conscience, so they wanted to complete it efficiently. Kiki asked if it seemed to Lin that it was all an illusion. Lin understood that she was hinting that she liked him, and he said that he was used to girls declaring their love for him. KK appreciated his humor, and she didn't understand whether he could like her. Lin told her that he had a fiancé, and he asked Hongye to appear and introduce himself to his old friend. Hongye removed her invisibility and greeted the girl, telling her that she was Lin's guardian spirit. KK did not expect the girl to be so beautiful, and she was delighted with her beauty. Lulu was very happy to see her mother, and Hongye told the girl that she had been observing her behavior and was glad that she was obedient even despite her absence. Looking at this happy family, KK understood that only Hongye was worthy of being Lin Kei's bride. Hongye said that she watched her work all the way on this trip and called her a good girl. Afterwards, I wished her good luck to continue in the same spirit. KK was embarrassed, and she was pleased that Hongye turned out to be so caring. Lin didn't understand what it was and why KK blushed. He felt superfluous at that moment. Suddenly, the weather changed, and a sandstorm began to cover them. These turned out to be ghost soldiers who created the effect of a sandstorm. Due to the strong wind created by the ghostly soldiers, they began to spin in different directions and then were completely pulled underground. The danger passed, and they found themselves deep underground in the treasury of former soldiers. The first thing Lin wanted to do was open the treasure chests, but Hongye sensed trouble and told him not to touch them. But it was too late, and eyes began to appear inside the chests, and hands appeared outside. The same ghost soldiers who had chased them at the top fell on them from above. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin decided to throw chests at the ghosts. And since he noticed another path ahead, Lin decided to escape from the ghostly creatures. Since KK was running slowly, the fox decided to help her with this and save her from danger. The monsters in the chests absorbed the soldiers and became one. Hongyeta said that she had been there before and knew the way out. She asked him to pull the string as there was a mechanism there. Afterwards, the floor began to collapse under the soldiers' feet and they could not go any further. But this was not the end, and Hongye warned that there were other traps there. By clicking on the wall, rockets appeared from underground, which were aimed directly at the ghostly army. This helped, and most of the ghosts were defeated. Since Lin accidentally stepped on the trap, a wall of thorny objects was activated, which hit the ghost soldiers straight and struck them down. Afterwards, the doors began to close automatically and oppress the ghosts who tried to squeeze through them. After a while, they dealt with all the remaining ghosts and were glad that it was over. Hongye said that too many traps were working at the same time, and the place was preparing to self-destruct. Since there was no way out, Lin could not believe that their story would end there. Lulo didn't want Dad to be disappointed, so she summoned a beanstalk that took them to the top of the desert. When they went upstairs, it was already deep night, and they decided to wait it out and celebrate their victory over the ghosts. Kake did not expect that Lin had the ability of the spatial dimension and that he could defeat the ghosts alone. Lin was pleased to hear this, and he said that she could learn such a trick when she became stronger. They were also glad that Luo appeared in their lives because the girl was very talented and she helped them get out of the trap. The little fox was upset that everyone around him was praising him, but they forgot about him. But they could not leave Xiaobai without affection and were grateful to him for his skills in high-speed movement. Lin noticed that Hong Ye was sitting on the sidelines and he invited her to join them for barbecue. Hong Ye said that she had not seen the desert for a long time and that she missed this night atmosphere there. Lin wondered how she knew about the traps in the underground palace. Hongye said that once this underground treasury was part of her empire and more traps were created by her. And 3,000 years ago in the western desert, there was an empire of sand that existed in the world and gradually grew, increasing its lands. However, ghosts invaded the human world and attacked them, and like a princess, she fought with everyone, but was still defeated. Their empire was brutally destroyed, and her father, brother, and she sacrificed themselves. And her soul reincarnated for thousands of years, gradually losing itself, but this time she woke up as a ghost in the modern world. Therefore, Hongye was very grateful to him for everything he did. Hongye considered him a gift from heaven, since thanks to this acquaintance, she was gradually able to restore her human appearance and remember everything that happened. They were glad that they met each other, and it was the best thing that happened in their lives. The next morning, KK was the first to wake up and noticed that their food and other things were missing. Lin found this strange since they had not met anyone in this desert. The little fox realized that this couldn't just happen, and that the thieves had to be nearby. He sensed that there was someone underground, so he decided to find them. There, he found a sand dog. It was a creature that was hiding under the sand. After examining it, Lin noticed that the dog looked like it had sunstroke, and he wanted to put it on the sand. Lin decided that he might know something, so he intimidated him and told him to tell him everything he knew about the desert. The dog was scared and said that he would tell everything. He offered to help them and told them about the local city of sand sculptures, which he could take them to. The dog then led them to this place where some buildings were half buried in sand. Lin was surprised that the entire city was built of sand and even the inhabitants were made of sand. Walking around the city, sand walls suddenly rose up under their feet, trapping them. Lin realized that the dog had deceived him, and the enemy who had set this trap seemed to him a completely unusual person. This was the Sandmaster of Vingaso, the city of sand sculptures. His ability was to control sand. He told them that for trespassing on his desert territory, he would turn them into sand sculptures. KK was scared and she didn't understand what to do in this situation. Lin had a choice: fight with Vingaso and receive plus 17 to strength, sit quietly and receive for this plus 10 to agility, or win him in the sand sculpture competition and receive plus a coin of good and evil. Lin liked the idea of getting a coin of good and evil, so he suggested to Vingaso that they organize a competition for the best sculptures. Kika said that if they were going to compete, they should have neutral judges. Vingaso said that the competition will have 3 stages consisting of different themes, and if he wins, his condition will be to turn them into sand sculptures, and Lin's condition was to tell everything he knew about the desert. The judges were creatures caught on the side of the road. The first stage was the theme of the embodiment of plants, and Lin asked Luo to help him with this. Vingaso devalued their work and believed that they were not capable of anything in the field of sand sculptures. Once the time was up, Vingaso asked the judges to also evaluate the speed of the work. In his work, he decided to combine plants and love and called this sculpture Cupid of Plants. Afterwards, Lin submitted a joint work created by him and Luo called Child of Nature. The judges gave Lin's performance 95 points and Vingaso's 90 points. Vingaso could not believe that his masterpiece was not appreciated. Lin realized that the aesthetics of their masterpieces were closer to animals, and he was proud of it. The second stage was the theme of the image of a large bear, and Vingaso created a large, furious beast, and was confident that this time the victory would definitely be his. But Lin was sure that the animals would like his sculpture of a bear more. The judges scored Vingaso's work with 70 points, and Lin's work with 99 points. This angered Vingaso, because he was sure that he had created a miracle. But Lin told him that it was necessary to understand the true desires of the animals, since this was extremely important. The third and final stage was the theme of human love, and since Vingaso was a narcissist, his current love was himself. Lin made the sculpture of Hunakri because it was his only true love. The judges gave Lin's work 100 points and Vingaso's work 95 points. Lin wondered why Vingaso created a sculpture of himself. The guy assumed that he didn't love anyone if he did that. But Vingaso was heartbroken over the loss, so he didn't want to answer. Although Lin received the coin of good and evil for completing the task, he was concerned about the old man's condition. Vingaso said that once this city was prosperous and everyone lived in harmony, but one day they were attacked by an army of ghosts who destroyed all the inhabitants of the city. In desperation, Vingaso awakened the ability to control the sand, and he was the only one who managed to survive. He was horrified by the fact that all the ghosts were attracted to strangers, and his girlfriend also died in that battle with the monsters. That is why he disliked strangers so much, and he promised himself to protect this city from ghosts, no matter what the cost. And since Vingaso was lonely, he changed the city and the townspeople. Lin understood the old man very well, since his relatives also died at the hands of ghosts, and so he came there to fight the Ghost King Manhwa. Lin wanted to cheer up Vingaso, so he recognized him as a true master of sand, which the old man was pleased with. KK was wondering, when he had a girlfriend, did he create a statue in her honor? Vingaso was not going to show it to anyone, but since he recognized them as good, the old man decided to show them his old love. He showed his beauty, but they almost fainted from her beauty, so they asked to return her back to preserve her integrity. They supported him, saying that the breakup was not the end of the world, and it helped him recover. Vingaso did not know where the sand ghost was, but after the entire surrounding area became desert, a city of sins appeared. Therefore, he advised them to go there. As a farewell, he created them a boat made of sand on which they could get to the right place, but this boat could only last them one day. When they arrived in Sin City, Lin said that both people and ghosts lived there, and that people there were famous for their simplicity. But he was not entirely sure of this. Walking through the streets of the city, they saw a blind man asking for money. But suddenly a ghost stole his bowl of money, and the blind man immediately ran after him. Lin considered this the best traditional medicine, as the ghost helped a man cure his blindness. Suddenly, they met an old man who offered to help them. KK really liked the area, so she wanted to take a photo as a souvenir and asked the old man to take a photo of them. But the old man didn't even think about helping them, he just wanted to steal their phone. But Lin caught up with the thief and taught him a lesson so that in the future he would love young people and not do such things. As the eldest in the city, he might know a lot, so Lin asked to tell him about the sand ghost. The old man said that the ghost came and went without a trace, and he knew nothing about it. But there was a man named Bard from a nearby tavern who was in touch with the sand ghost and could help. Lin decided not to bother his wife and give her the opportunity to rest, so he asked to find a hotel and rest there. He found the Moonlight Tavern in this city and visited there. There, the guy found that same Bard. Since he did not know how things were in the city, he decided to be restrained and not use force to find out information. Lin approached him and said that he knew about his communication skills, so he had a question that he did not know the answer to. But the bard claimed that there was nothing to which he did not know the answer. Lin inquired about the sand ghost, to which he received the answer that the ghost was a terrible person. From his reaction, the guy realized that Bard had met him live and that he had hopes of finding out everything in more detail. The bard invited the guy to play a game, and if he won it, he would get the answer to his question. Lin knew that if he decided to confront the god of gambling, he would be doomed to defeat. Therefore, he invited him to bet on a coin, which he received from the system as a reward. It was a special coin with angel wings on the front side, and by knocking out this side, one could get enough power. But on the back of the coin was a demon's head, and knocking out that side would result in a lightning bolt. Lin offered to bet on who would get the angel first, but since Bard was a gambler who always won, he could not help but agree to this proposal. Many of the town's parishioners gathered to watch Bard win the newcomer. The Bard was the first to toss the coin. He knew that tossing a coin so that the angel came up was not that difficult. This time, something went wrong, and luck was not on his side, and he was struck by lightning. Next, it was Lin's turn. After tossing a coin, he also got a demon's head on the coin and was struck by lightning. The guy was upset that the system deceived him. The second round was announced and the bard tossed the coin again. Since God had blessed him with luck and he always won, he was sure that this time he would succeed. But it came up heads again, and he didn't understand what was wrong with this coin. They competed for a long time by tossing a coin. Everyone made over 100 attempts, but nothing worked. And finally Lin lost his wings and the coin completely cured him from lightning strikes. The bard did not want to count this victory to the guy and wanted to play something else. People invited them to write a poem, and whoever came up with it better would win. The bard started first, and he described how the coin was round and big, and that throwing the coins turned out to be dangerous since the enemy was quite difficult. When he finished, he began to praise his poem and said that the guy was far from such talent. Lin started next. He talked about a young guy who had the strength of a god who never missed a target and could easily deal with any ghost. The bard certainly liked this heroic poem. He had never heard anything like this in his life and was amazed at how creative the guy was. He called him his idol and admitted defeat. But Lin did not appreciate this behavior and asked him to tell him about the sand ghost. Bard said that the sand ghost took over his house and ordered him to go outside and gather information, so he was forced to do so. Lin understood that the sand ghost was regaining its strength in the bard's house, and the moment was right to deal with it once and for all. He was approaching the main entrance of the house where the sand ghost lived. It was not the first time for him to dress up in women's clothing, since he had no other way to get into the house. Therefore, he decided to repeat the old proven method. Lin told the guards that he was the maid summoned by the sand ghost, and that he needed to meet with him urgently, since he could not be late. The ghosts were impressed that such beautiful girls visited their boss. Lin knew that this was a great chance for him to strike at them. As soon as he dealt with the two ghosts, the passage to the house was cleared. But since he attracted too much attention, another group of ghosts ran up to him. Lin tried to get out of the situation and continue to play the role of a girl who did not appreciate their strange greeting to the guests and was scared by such an attitude. But this sounded unconvincing, and the ghosts were determined to kill the enemy. Lin saw no point in hiding his identity, and they left him no choice but to show who was really in charge. He summoned the elf's magic blade, but the girl was offended that he only remembered her during the battle. Lin understood that he urgently needed to come up with something for her to help him, and he said that he didn't call her only because he didn't want to disturb her over trifles and wanted her to rest. She believed him this time, and went to fight the ghosts with her flamestorm skill, which split the ghosts in half. Lin appreciated the spirit's fighting skills in battle and wanted to show her something too. He activated his second Monkey King ability, summoning golden armor. Afterwards, he helped the sword spirit defeat the remaining ghosts. But that was not all. The captain of the ghost soldiers, Snake Spirit, who was at the highest B level, came out to him. She asked the guy to surrender voluntarily, and in return she would leave him alive. But Lin did not intend to do this voluntarily, and he wanted to do it his own way. The captain of soldiers considered this to be ignorance on his part, since she did not like it when someone dictated their terms. And with every second, she wanted to eat him more and more. But while she was talking with the guy, the sword spirit attacked her from behind. The snake spirit did not expect such an attack because it had completely forgotten about the elf, but it appreciated such a desire for victory. Her ability was the ability to charm people with her love illusions. She enchanted Lin and his magical sword spirit. Lin had a vision that he was with his wife, Hongye, who was constantly moving away from him and calling him to her. And the magical spirit of the sword imagined that she was in paradise where there were many weapons. At that moment, Hongyi came and saved them from the spell of this ghostly snake. She told Lin that she was uneasy and felt that he was in danger, so she immediately came to help. Lin was glad of this because he could not control the ghost's spell. Hongye asked him to find the sand ghost and said that she and Luluo would take on the snake ghost. Afterwards, Hongye awakened her demonic blood and wanted to take revenge on the ghostly snake for charming his man. The snake ghost had the ability of a snake tail, with which it tightly wrapped itself around Hongye, squeezing her body more and more. But Hongye freed herself from the snake's strangling grip by cutting its tail with her spiritual weapon. Afterwards, she was taken by surprise, but the snake ghost did not want to fight at full strength anymore and was ready to give up, as she was surprised that the girl was able to defeat her in battle. Hongye sealed the ghost into her original snake form and demanded that she give her information, and then she would spare her. In fact, the ghost snake liked it and was willing to tell her everything and wanted to spend more time with her and travel the world in the future. Meanwhile, Lin dealt with all the ghosts in the house, and they seemed quite simple to him. The guy felt a strong aura behind the door, and he suspected that there was a sand ghost there. There, a sand ghost was waiting for him, who told the guy that he had deliberately spread rumors that he was wounded so that he would come to him. Afterwards, he imprisoned the guy in a sand trap, and Lin was surprised that this ghost had a very strong ghostly aura. The sand ghost told the guy that as soon as he stepped into the desert, he immediately attracted his attention, and since he felt the powerful energy of the soul in the guy's body, he was looking forward to it. Lin didn't quite understand what kind of soul energy he was talking about, but he assumed that the sand ghost was talking about Hongye. Having summoned the shadow sword, the ghost wanted the soul that was in the guy to leave his body because he did not intend to spare him. The sand ghost then freed him from the sand circle to fight him one-on-one. And when Lin attacked him, absolutely nothing happened to him. Since the sand ghost was resistant to such attacks, they did not harm him. Lin didn't understand why all the ghost kings pretended to be weak and only then showed their strength. The sand ghost was determined to show the guy his absolute strength, and he stopped his attack with a sand hand. It was difficult for Lin to fight such a strong ghost king, since he blocked all his attacks and gained complete dominance. The Phantom King still wanted to know what kind of spirit was in his body, but the guy didn't want to tell him even if he killed him. But then Hongye comes to his aid, but the sand ghost blocked her attack with his sand shield. He felt the same breath from the girl as the guy, and realized that her soul was in his body. She told the ghost not to dare touch her husband, otherwise he would be in trouble. Afterwards, Hongye warned Lin to be careful, since in front of them was one of the strongest ghost kings with the highest A level. She activated her sword's spiritual flame power to attack the sand ghost. The ghost king did not expect the girl to attack him, since they had not seen each other for a long time. Hongye was surprised that the Sand King knew her, and she felt as if she had known him for a long time. But the Ghost King did not stop attacking while she was talking, and grabbed her with his sandy hand. Lin couldn't bear to watch his wife lose, so he blocked the Phantom King's attack. Lin told Hong Yi that he would take the ghost on himself, but Hong Yi did not want to let him go alone, since the ghost was too strong. She wondered who this ghost was, and why they knew each other. The Phantom King was surprised that she had forgotten him after 3,000 years. Taking off his helmet, he told his sister that he had not seen her for a long time, and did not expect that she would not recognize him. Lin remembered that Hong Yi once told him about her brother Hong Shan. Hong Yi thought that her brother was not alive, and she was outraged that he had not looked for her all this time and joined Ming Yuan. After all, in the past, a demon destroyed their clan. The Demon King told her that when he died, his soul disappeared and he had nowhere to go, so he was forced to join them. And for many years, he restrained himself in his desire to take revenge on Ming Yuan. Hongyi was glad that her brother had not changed since then, and she asked him to join them and go fight the ghosts together. Heng Shang said that since he was half human and half ghost, he could not return to the human world. He wanted to stay in his place and absorb the human cities of Minyuan, conquer the entire world and restore the former Sand Empire. And since he created many ghost warriors who obeyed his orders, he wanted his sister to join him to control the warriors together and conquer the whole world. Hongye was disappointed that her plans with her brother were radically different, and she did not want the earth to be mired in chaos, since it was not the same time as 3,000 years ago. Lin invited Hongshang to cooperate with Daxia and take revenge on Minyuan together in the future, but Hongshan did not want to cooperate with them because he considered them hopeless people with other ideas about the world that did not fit with his plans. Since he did not want to harm his sister, he decided to hide from them. They wanted to stop him by force, but since he was much stronger than them, they were unable to do this. While flying away, Hunshun said that he would allow them to see with their own eyes how he would create a new world. Since this was very serious, Lin wanted to talk to Hongye about her brother, who had changed a lot. Hongye promised him that she would stop her brother so that it would not cost her. The next day, they set out into the depths of the western desert. Using a board, they moved across the sand with ease. Hongye believed that it would be difficult for them to find anything to find her brother, since he could be hiding in the deep desert, but Lin promised to find him under any circumstances. Little Lulu noticed a large shark and warned her mother that it was dangerous there, but Hongye told her that there could not be sharks in the desert. KK explained to the girl that sharks were creatures that lived only at the bottom of the sea and that she just imagined seeing her there. Lin told them that if this were true, he would certainly save them. But while he was talking at this moment, the little fox noticed the danger and tried to warn him about it. At that moment, a shark jumped out of the sand and opened its mouth to swallow them. Since the little fox was the only one who noticed her, he managed to save his master. But Hong, Ye, KK, and Luo were swallowed up by the shark. Lin was angry that the shark dared to swallow his loved ones, so he summoned the magic sword spirit and ordered the shark to be killed. Lin also attacked her fins, but it was useless since they grew back very quickly. Lin also didn't expect that the shark could accelerate, and this was a problem for him. Hong Yi, KK, and Lulu fell into the shark's stomach, and so as not to be digested in its juice, they stayed on the surface of the bones. Hong Yi didn't want to give up, and she knew that there was still a chance to find a way out. Since the spiritual power was sealed in the stomach of this beast, she said that it was necessary to find something sharp and cut its stomach, after which the three of them split apart to look for sharp objects. Meanwhile, outside, Lin used the fox's speed to catch up with the shark. The spirit of the sword climbed onto the shark and plunged its magic sword into it, but this only angered the shark, and it began to chase them to take revenge. The magical spirit invited Lin to join their efforts together. They fused the two weapons at the same time, resulting in a first-class sword with the aura of a god and a demon at the same time, which amazed Lin since it was his first blade with such power. Since the shark was injured, its agility decreased. Now the advantage was on Lin Kui's side. Seeing that the guy was wielding a weapon with the aura of a god, the shark began to run away from him. Meanwhile, in the shark's stomach, the girls found a fragment of the sage's stone. Hongye was happy because she knew that if the stone was removed, the shark would lose its life force and they would be saved. On the surface, Lin saw that there was something wrong with the shark, and the guy assumed that it was Hongye who was helping him from the inside. And he realized that this was a great chance to defeat the creature. Lin dealt with the phantom shark by splitting it in half with his top-notch sword. His wife and the others were rescued and remained safe and sound. Hongye showed Lin that they had found the sage's stone in the shark's stomach, after which Lin asked to absorb the power of the stone as soon as possible. After she absorbed the stone's power, she felt that she only had one stone left to absorb to completely restore her body. Lin was glad to hear this, and he promised that after her final recovery, he would make her his wife. But first they had to defeat the sand ghost in order to find happiness. The next day they wandered into a small village. At the beginning of the village, they saw a magic rod that was stuck into a stone slab. This was the rod that Hongye lost when she was a princess. She could not even think that he could be in this village. She remembered the past when this rod had great power and shone, but at the moment it was just an ordinary piece of wood, and this upset Hongye. Seeing that strangers had come to their village, dissatisfied residents came out to them who did not like it when someone was hanging around on their territory. But after looking carefully at the girl, they recognized her as their princess of the sandy desert and were surprised that she managed to resurrect. Hongye did not even think that anyone could remain from her empire, since more than 3,000 years had passed. The residents were happy to welcome their princess, and as a sign of respect, they began to bow to her, which Hongye did not really like, because she did not want this, and asked them to stop. The first thing she wondered was why only the old people remained. A resident told her that all the young people were grabbed by the ghost of a sand shadow and sent them to build a pyramid. Upon learning this, Hongye realized that his plan was to summon even more ghosts, and he urgently needed to be stopped. The old man said that in the nearby areas where the pyramids were built, night ghosts ruled there, who captured people into slavery and controlled the source of water. And the villagers were unhappy that the ghosts used clean water, but they were given dirty water. Lin asked not to worry about it and promised to help the villagers. The guy suggested splitting up. He and Hongye would storm the enemy camp, and KK, Luo, and Fox would capture the water source. Since KK's element was water, it guaranteed the completion of the task. Meanwhile, Lin and Hongye watched from the hill over the enemy camp where the pyramids were located. There, ghosts controlled people to build the pyramids and hurried them to complete their work as quickly as possible. They noticed that the pyramids were almost ready and the ghosts could summon the ghosts, so they had to hurry to stop it quickly. The largest pyramid was the lair of the night ghost, and they were contemplating a plan on how best to get there. Lin summoned his great army of ghosts and ordered them to attack his enemies. The commander of the ghostly army was dissatisfied with the preparation of his troops, but the leader guaranteed that everything was safe and no one could get to them. After these words, they were attacked by an enemy, which they could not foresee. The ghosts did not like that their camp was attacked, so they gathered their enemy army and began to confront the army of angry skeletons. The people controlled by the ghosts understood that this was an excellent opportunity for them to attack the army and free themselves from hard work. At the top of the pyramid, a level A night ghost was floating in the pool. His subordinates informed him that an attack had been made on their camp below, but the night ghost was not worried, since he was confident that if they reached him, he could handle them alone. Hong Ye and Lin decided to get to the top using the ability of flight, and the guy was surprised that the night ghost was a chicken. But the golden chick thought that being called night ghosts was a great name for them. Suddenly, the ghost of a snake appeared in front of Hong Ye, who wanted to help her deal with the chicken in her place. She allowed her to do this, and the spirit of the ghost snake took its full form. Thanks to Hong Ye's power, her strength also increased greatly. Lin was surprised that Hong Ye had her own spirit assistant, but since there was no time to explain, Hong Ye said that she had temporarily subdued her. The night haunter was not happy that the snake ghost was a traitor and opposed him. Lin told the night ghost that if he didn't give up, he would become dinner and go for some delicious wings. But the night ghost did not intend to obey them and attacked them with its sharp flying feathers. But his attack was sheer fun for them, and they dodged all his feathers. The night ghost was very tired of confronting them, and he was not used to this attitude towards himself, because he was the most talented and everyone in the area knew him. Lin didn't like the fact that the ghost was throwing feathers, so he used his teacher's technique. The ghost chicken was upset that he was cut without his permission. Afterwards, Lin was given a choice: kill the night ghost, receiving plus 12 to strength, release him, receiving plus 18 to agility, or subdue the ghost, receiving plus 12 to agility. Since the reward for freeing the ghost was the highest, Lin let him go, but the chicken was not going to leave as he suspected that the guy was up to something. Lin understood that the ghost could ruin everything for him, and he would not receive the reward, so he threatened him with a blade and insisted that he leave. The night ghost listened to the guy and began to fly away, and after that the task was credited to Lin, and he received plus 18 to his agility. Afterwards, Lin told him to come back, because when he released him, he did not say exactly when he could go, so he asked him not to rush. At this time, Keiko, Lisa, and Lulu dealt with the enemy army and opened a source of drinking water for the villagers. When the old people saw the river flowing, they were happy and praised their queen for it. After Lin returned to the village and as a guy and promised, he returned the source of water to them and saved them from the night ghost. The villagers were saved, and they thanked their queen and her companion for this. When the old people saw the night ghost, they decided to teach him a lesson for everything he had done to them. Since Lin was hungry, he asked KK to light a fire and suggested eating chicken for dinner. Chicken Little didn't like it and told the guy that his lawyer wouldn't just let it go. Lin decided to compromise with him and said that if he cooperates with them and shows them where the sand ghost is, he will remain safe. Chicken Little said that the sand ghost was in a village 100 miles away and was stationing his troops there to attack Daxia, and he could find them transport to get there. But Lin had other plans for him and wanted the chicken to be their means of transportation. The chicken was categorically against it, as he considered it a disgrace, and he refused the guy this. After learning from Linko, he was happy to help him and enjoyed being a vehicle. After a short flight, they arrived in the Iron City, the habitat of the sand ghost. They decided not to go straight to the city, but to sit in an ambush to reconnoiter the situation, and Lin could not find anything unusual. KK realized that the city might be well guarded, so she insisted on finding a way to get in and check. Hong Ye wanted to use her invisibility and go on reconnaissance, but Lin told them not to worry about it and entrusted this matter to the chicken. Nighthunter agreed, as he understood that he could take the chance and switch sides to his boss. Before the task, Lin warned him that he had secretly placed a contact curse on him, which, if betrayed, could detonate his body. Chicken Little knew that his plan to cross to the other side would not work, so he promised to wait for good news. Hongya was surprised that there was such a method in magic, but Lini said that he lied to the ghost so that he would not fool him. From the sky, the chicken saw that the army was large, but the ghosts also noticed it, and they did not understand how the night ghost that guarded the pyramids could end up on their territory. Chicken Little watched as they greeted him friendly, and since he was popular in these parts, he thought they wanted his autograph. But the army had no time for this at all, and they wanted to defeat him in order to have a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Lin and his friends decided to set up camp and have a good time playing board games. When the chicken returned, he didn't like that they were playing games while he was on a dangerous mission. Because the chicken proved that the city had a strong army, Lin rewarded him with the drink of life. The little fox gave birth to a brilliant idea to dig a tunnel under the city and get out without being noticed, which Lin liked. Thanks to their supernatural powers, they quickly broke through the tunnel. The chicken felt the strong humidity and showed in which direction to go. Coming out of the tunnel, they found an underground reservoir of water, which was guarded by ghostly soldiers. The army wanted to attack them and defend their territory, but the chicken defeated them with one flap of its wing. KK had to control the water source to prevent a flood, so she called upon the water spirit. The body of water began to surround her and interact with her magical staff. When she began to summon underground water, Lin was worried that the Iron City would be flooded. On the surface of the Iron City, the army did not expect that the desert would be flooded, and they planned to evacuate from there. But since the ghosts did not know how to swim, they called their captain for help. Having reached the surface, Lin saw no one except land ghosts. After KK controlled the water source, she spent too much energy and felt tired. Lin didn't like her condition, so he gave her living water to replenish her strength. The girl felt very weak, but she still wanted to continue helping Lin Ko. Hong Ye told little Lulu that she had to return home rather than risk her life. Lin asked the chicken to take KK and Lulu back to safety and rewarded him with 3 jars of living water for this. After drinking this water, the night ghost regained his strength, and he was very happy with such a reward, so he promised to complete his task perfectly. Lin then decided to deal with the remaining army that was floating on the surface of the water. Next came the second captain, the lizard ghost, who was not happy that the guy was trying to take over his Iron City, and he said that he would protect it instead of the snake spirit. Lin did not fully understand why the lizard ghost mentioned the snake spirit because he served them. The snake spirit, although she was the first captain of the ghosts, did not want to help Iron City, since she liked serving her new owner more. But since Lin wanted to deal with all the ghosts so that they would not bother people, this one was no exception. So he fused his purple and gold sword with the magic blade to deal with the lizard ghost. Although the first captain surrendered to them as a servant, the lizard ghost did not intend to follow in his footsteps, so he was determined to win. As a sign of respect for his enemy, Lin gave him a chance and threw coins of good and evil at him. And since the skull fell out on the coin, the ghost lizard was struck by lightning. Lin didn't expect to see such a punishment effect from the coins, so he wanted to use it as a secondary weapon in battle in the future. Because the ghost's defense was destroyed by lightning, this was an excellent opportunity for Lin to deal with it, so he separated it with his golden sword. Hong Yi was surprised that Lin could easily kill a Tier B ghost. Lin received the Ghost Soul Jade, which could increase his strength by 20 points. The guy was happy about this, since it was comparable to the rewards for the tasks, and he decided not to delay the moment and immediately absorb the power of Jade. And when the guy absorbed it, he felt how this power flowed throughout his entire body. Hong Ye told him that it was time to check out Santo's mansion and fight the rest of the ghosts in this city. But the spirit of the snake and the fox decided to help them and took on the remaining ghosts so that their owners could fight a more serious ghost. Having said goodbye to their pets, they went in search of the sand ghost. Waiting for them at the top of the mansion was the Ghost King, who was impressed by the flood trick. Hong Ye told her brother that his plot would not lead him to the victory he desired. The sand ghost wanted to hear from his sister that she agreed to cooperate with him and conquer lands together. But Hongye did not want to unite and asked him to abandon all these plans since it was not too late to change everything. But that didn't suit him, so he summoned his sword to fight them. Lin and Hongye attacked him with lightning and spiritual energy, but the sand ghost dodged the attacks. He flew high into the sky and called all the sand in the area to his sword. In the strong winds of the sandstorm, Lin and Hongye were increasingly covered in sand, making it difficult for them to breathe. After which, the ghostly king brought down on them all the sand that he had collected in the sky. They could not hold such strong magic, and the pressure pressed them more and more into the ground. It was useless to resist, as the ghostly king poured more and more of his power into it. Lin could not let go of Hongye, but the demonic power was beyond his capabilities. And although they tried to stay together, they were thrown in different directions. Afterwards, there was a strong explosion, and the Sand King was glad that it all ended with his victory. Watching this from the side, their pets did not know what to think, since they were not sure that their owners were safe. Lin found himself in his subconscious, where he could reflect on his life, and the guy wasn't sure that he was still alive. He was afraid that this time he wouldn't be able to bring gifts to his little sister and didn't want her to blame him since he knew he wasn't the best brother. He was sad that he had failed his elder sister Hia because he had promised to walk hand in hand with her. He also felt ashamed for letting down the academy and his team, who needed his leadership skills. But what worried him the most was Hongye, as he was unable to protect her properly. And all this motivated him to continue further. He was able to wake up because of the promise he made to Hongye to help restore her body, and he understood that he couldn't give up so easily. The ghostly king felt the breath of the gods, and a powerful stream of magical power burst from the ground. This made Lin much stronger, and he transformed his body into his original martial form. Lin told the Ghost King that this was not the end and he wanted to finish what he started. But Hong Ye warned Lin that the sand ghost was full of energy and that he should not be underestimated. Afterwards, Lin attacked the sandstorm ghost, and he was glad that he could feel all his power in a real battle. Lin protected Hong Ye from all the attacks of the ghostly king, but she told him that she still had the strength to fight, and after that she combined her powers with his sword spirit, and her sword became a demon eater. Their pets came to their aid and wanted to fight together against the sand ghost. The snake spirit asked the Ghost King to accept that only when they start getting along with people will they have a future. But this only angered the Ghost King, and he activated his sand shadow field technique. This was the Ghost King's unique technique, which sucked all living things into a completely different dimension through a fiery vortex. Lin and his team found themselves in a field of another dimension where there was not a soul. It was a remote world, isolated from all living things, where there was only a desert of limited space. In his world, the Ghost King was much stronger than he was on Earth. He called his subjects the Sand Soldiers and sent them to fight them. But the fox asked to leave these sand ghosts on them so that Lin could fight the Ghost King without interference. As the ghost soldiers were dealt with by his assistants, Lin used his new flight ability to attack the Ghost King. But the sand ghost very quickly dodged his attack using its movement ability. Then he attacked the guy, but could not break through his absolute defense. Since the Ghost King loved to cheat, Lin decided to surprise him too and send a fiery ball at him. While the Ghostly King was fascinated by Lin's attention, Hong Ye sneaked up on him, and together they were able to split his helmet from his head. But unfortunately, this was not enough to defeat him, and the Ghost King attacked them with his sandstorm. When the Ghost Snake and the Fox dealt with all the ghost soldiers, they came to the rescue and surrounded the Ghost King from all sides. Lin and Hong Ye had a great opportunity to strike hard. Crossing their swords, they combined their powers and aimed them at the Ghostly King. But even this did not stop the Sand Ghost, because he was much stronger than they could imagine. This angered the Ghost King, and he summoned the forces of a sandstorm, which began to destroy his portal to another world. They were unable to escape from its sand shadow field dimension, and it self-destructed along with them. Appearing in the ordinary world, the Ghostly King was glad of his victory over his sister. But while he was rejoicing in his victory, Lin plunged his sword into his body. Since Lin had an S-level body, this explosion could not harm him, thanks to which he remained unharmed. But the Ghost King was resistant to such severe wounds, and he retaliated by thrusting his sword into Lin Kuei and said that his sword had the power to pierce any defense. But Lin was in no mood to lose. He attacked the Ghost King with demonic power. He then pulled out his sword, and since his body was S-tier, it was capable of healing wounds quickly. The Ghost King did not understand how this was possible, because during the transformation the guy was no higher than A-level, but his performance in battle was very different. But Lin said that he had overcome level A long time ago, and was simply pretending to be weak. The Phantom King did not like that the guy underestimated him, and he did not intend to give up until real peace came. But Lin did not appreciate that the Ghost King considered the destruction of the Earth to be peace. The Phantom King believed that humanity had many flaws, and he did not want them to stop protecting the world they lived in. And he could no longer endure this pain, since ghosts used to be people, but they became disillusioned with the human world. And that is why there were more and more of them. But Hong Ye intervened, and she thought that his opinion was that way, because he only saw darkness. The Phantom King wondered what kind of light she saw with people. She told him that he had never felt warmth because he had never had a loved one, so he would not understand what light was. The Phantom King didn't like that his sister lectured him because he was the older brother. Hong Ye believed that he was not worthy to be her big brother because strong people protected the weak by sacrificing themselves on the battlefield, and because of the ghosts, many lands were destroyed. And since he was to blame for this, she asked to look around and see that under his rule, people were in terrible conditions. His sister's words touched him because he had not noticed this before and only did as he wanted, without taking into account the wishes of people. And Hong Ye believed that there was no difference between the result her brother achieved and the demon who once destroyed their empire. Since he did not understand human happiness, he wondered whether his sister was really happy living with people. She said that when she woke up as a ghost in this world, she lived in darkness, but with the appearance of Lin Kuei in her life, light opened before her. And since he didn't care what happened to her before and he sincerely helped her, she felt his love, and with the appearance of Lin in her life, darkness no longer consumed her. That's why she liked Lin Kuei. And he was the one with whom she wanted to live her life forever. Hong Sheng wandered alone for too long, and he never had the life that Hong Ye told him about. But deep down, based on his past life, he understood this feeling. Hong Shan decided to give her 2 sage stones that he had once picked up. At first he wanted to absorb them and turn into a human, but he believed that his sister would need them more. But Hong Ye did not want to accept this gift. She asked him to absorb the stones to return to human form, and together serve Daxia, defeating all the ghosts in their path. Hunshan could not return, so he himself gave her the power of the stones, as he wanted her to restore her former human form. After Hong Ye absorbed the power of the stones, she felt unwell and fainted. Hung Shang understood that they wanted to live in a world without ghosts, so he decided to give it to them. The artifact in his hand was used to control the ghosts, and he destroyed it to rid the desert of them. Lin didn't expect the Demon King to destroy his ghost army for his sister. Afterwards, Hung Shan said goodbye to them and said that he was going on a journey around the world, as he wanted to explore it completely. But if the future turned out to be a disappointment, he promised to take over the world again. Lin was very worried about Hong Ye's condition. She told him that the sage's stone helped her restore her human form, but since its energy was too strong for her body, she found it difficult to cope with it. Since she was very weak, Lin supported her and helped her walk home. 4 days later, Lin bought an apartment in Sin City. The guy spent all these days near his beloved's bed, keeping an eye on her condition. Hung Ye did not expect that all these 4 days he was near her, and she was very pleased. But Lin was not bothered by sleepless nights, because he was glad that she woke up. The others were also very happy to see her healthy and joyful. When Lin held her gentle hand for the first time, it was a feeling incomparable to what he had felt before when she was a spirit. Hong Ye was surprised that he became so shy after her transformation. And the guy couldn't understand why he was embarrassed by her because they had known each other for a long time. Suddenly, Lulu shouted out that she wanted to see their first kiss, but Lin didn't like it since he was already embarrassed by Hong Ye. Kisei also insisted on this because it was very romantic of her. But since Lin did not dare to take the first step, Hong Ye kissed him first, since she herself really wanted it. In the evening, they decided to have a party and eat delicious kebabs. Since it was already late, Lulu fell asleep in KK's arms, and the girl notified Lin that she would take the baby upstairs. Afterwards, Hong Ye called Lin to look at the moon, and at these moments the guy was very embarrassed because she was his first love. The girl had long wanted to show him this, so that he could feel the sky up close with her. It was a surprise to him that after the transformation, she could fly freely. Hong Ye told him that since her powers reached level A, flying became one of the features of her abilities. This impressed Lin, and since his elder sister was also at this level, he knew that he should work hard to catch up with them in the future. Hong Ye brought him to the top of the stone to look at the stars from there. This was Mizuki Hill, the highest point in the desert. She wanted the moon and stars to witness their love. It was their first time, and she asked him not to be shy and to believe in himself. After 4 days of practice, Hong Ye said that they needed to go back to everyone else. Returning back to the city, KK told Lin that they had guests. It was his older sister, who during this time managed to find a common language with Lulu. Lulu was glad that her parents were home again, and she showed them the rabbit that Lin Hua had given her. Ling Hua told her brother that she did not expect that they would be able to collect all the ghosts together, since she sent them out for regular research. She revealed that the sand ghost had become a member of Daxia, and that the inspector had agreed to accept Lin into the night patrol division. But Lin was not entirely sure of his desire to join the ranks of the Night Watch, since he wanted to be a free man and spend more time with Hong Ye. Ling Hua reassured him by saying that night patrol was just a rank in which the only difference from his everyday life was performing other tasks. Hong Ye knew that this was his longtime dream, and she insisted that he agree to this proposal. Lin decided that he would go on night patrols since the objectives had to be met. And since Lin chose this path, the sister believed that he was worthy of knowing several secrets of the world. She said that the news showed only a small part of what was really happening, since the world was more dangerous than before. The island of In was engulfed by troops and natural disasters, and the area was completely overrun by ghosts. Troubles also affected the Western Kingdom, in which ghosts disguised themselves as civilians and merged with the crowd, and thus they managed to get rid of many enemies. There was also a desperate battle in the Snow Kingdom, where everyone, despite the lack of people, sacrificed themselves for the common good. Even the sea areas were unsettled, because there were giant ghosts that came out of the water and destroyed the islands. But since they had many strong people on their borders, they could resist the invasion of ghosts. However, enemy forces did not give the Mingyuan a break from constant attacks. Therefore, they needed talents like Lin. But she warned her brother in advance that the path was not easy, and that he had to be mentally prepared. Lin wanted Hong Ye to return with him to Kanglan and join the ranks of the Night Watch. But Hong Ye told him that she wanted to stay in the desert because she believed that they could not live like that. And since she respected his goals, the girl decided to stay there and give him the opportunity to succeed. Lin understood that they were happy to be together, but each had their own priorities in life. Ling Hua encouraged a person to have their own goals, and she told Hong Ye that she could join the Night Watch as a special agent and remain living in the desert. But first, it was necessary to rename the City of Sins to the City of Sand so that people would feel safe, and so that this would serve as an example for Hong Yi for her future mission. Lin didn't expect Hong Ye to take their separation so seriously. On the one hand, he was happy for her, but at the same time, he was sad to think about the upcoming separation. Hong Ye wondered how Lin would feel about this decision, but since this was what she wanted, he fully supported her in this. The elder sister was glad that her brother had found a worthy wife, and she saw them as a real family. The next morning, a helicopter arrived to pick them up and take them back to Kanglin. As he left, Lin handed the phone to Hong Ye so that she could call him at any time. But she asked him not to worry about it, since they were spiritually connected and could exchange souls. Kiki also wanted to stay in the desert since her abilities associated with the water element could be useful there. Also, little Lulu stayed to help her mother with work, and she asked her father not to be bored. And as a farewell, the inhabitants of the desert wanted to give him gifts from the bottom of their hearts. The guy did not expect that so many people would see him off, and he happily accepted their gifts. Hong Yi told him to take care of himself and asked him not to worry about her, but Lin was no longer the little boy he used to be, so the guy promised that everything would be okay. In parting, she said that he was the only one she loved so much, and that she would wait for him with all her heart. They then went back to Kanglin to defeat all the remaining creatures. Hong Ye was sure that their feelings were eternal and that nothing could separate them. And she thought that Lin would be a completely different person the next time they met. In Minyuan, the head of Daxia headquarters was angry at the sand ghost for pretending to be missing. But Yang Xiao served him obediently, and he asked the head not to worry, since he had a plan. The guy said that his people were hiding in all cities, and they began a large-scale undercover operation. The Nightmare King was happy to hear this, and Yang Xiao showed great promise. Yang Xiao wanted to become stronger and thought that he would soon surpass the King of Nightmares and take his throne. The King of Nightmares said that his clones were abroad, and their task was to capture all territories, and the ultimate goal was world domination. Yang Xiao didn't expect that the Nightmare King had clones, and it was hard for him to imagine how powerful he was. While wandering, Hong Ye's brother accidentally ended up in the city where his sister lived, and, to his surprise, the infrastructure and technology there were much better developed than in the desert. Since there were many people there, he could easily hide his ghostly aura and disguise himself as an ordinary person. Walking around the city, he heard all the people passing by discussing him because his image attracted too much attention. And since he didn't like their ignorance, he decided to fly away from them. Hongshang was surprised that there were many moving iron boxes because in the desert he had rarely seen them. He was also shocked by the height of the buildings, but still in the desert they sympathized with him most of all. The local police didn't like the guy standing at the traffic lights and asked him to get down immediately. When Hongshan began to fly away, people were surprised and began to film this moment on their phones because they did not often see people with superpowers. A girl was running between the alleys, pursued by ghostly creatures, and she was calling for help in every possible way. Hongshan, passing by, and asked him for help. The ghosts told the guy to mind his own business if he didn't want to be eaten. He did not like this attitude towards himself, and he finished them off with a sand blow. The girl was surprised that the guy dealt with these monsters with one blow, and she was grateful for such help. Hongshang let her go because he didn't like human hugs. Since he helped her, Hongshang told the girl that he had to go on errands, but the girl asked him not to leave because she wanted to invite him to dinner. But suddenly she stopped and cried from the pain in her ankle. When she was running from the ghosts, she twisted her ankle, and now the girl did not know how to get home. And since there was no other option, Hunshan decided to help her again and take her home. At that moment, the girl felt her heart begin to beat faster, and she did not understand why this was happening. She thanked him for this help since she did not know what the consequences could have been if he had not saved her, but Hongshan did not answer her anything in return. She asked him if he was from the Night Watch, as she was admired by his strength. But Hongshang asked her to stop asking questions because he didn't like it. Although he was not talkative, she did not miss the opportunity to find out something from him. But again, she heard nothing. His unusual style and long hair reminded her of a character from an anime. But Hongshan said that he was an ordinary wanderer from Sin City. Since she completely forgot to introduce herself, the girl said that her name was Shachu and she was a student at Beijing High School. The guy also introduced himself in response, but he didn't really like that she asked so many questions. He would be pleased to answer something more reasonable than stupid questions. When he brought her home, Xiaojue asked him to put her on the sofa, and this was the first time that a guy was in her house, which she was happy about. Hongshan then decided to examine her bruise on her leg, and he saw that it was quite serious. Shizue did not see any particular problem in this and believed that one tablet would be enough to make the leg go away. But Hongshan said that she did not need medicine since he could heal her leg with his magic. The girl was surprised that the pain in her leg suddenly disappeared, and she did not think that this seemingly stern guy would be so caring. Now, Xia. Zui felt completely fine, and in order to thank the guy for his help, she invited him to dinner, but Hong Shang refused. The girl insisted that he stay, as she was sure that he was hungry, and Hong Shan decided to agree only so as not to upset the girl. Shashu prepared 2 dishes for him at once, and although it did not look delicious, she said that it would be very tasty. She watched closely as the guy ate, and she was interested in how he assessed her culinary abilities. Hong Shang said that for him, food was a source of energy, and the taste was not important to him. Xie knew that he liked the food, he just didn't say it because of his modesty. She said that her classmates, having tried the bento, said that it was the worst dish they had ever tried, and since he continued to eat it, the girl was happy. Hongshan thanked her for the delicious dinner and said that he had to go, but the girl asked to be allowed to accompany him home. Hongshan said since he didn't have a home, she couldn't take him anywhere. And when the girl found out that he lived in a tree in the park, she was very surprised. The girl considered Hongshin a good person and could not allow him to wander on the street, so she allowed him to spend the night at her place. And since she was uncomfortable and could not sleep, Zhat Shui decided to inquire about his parents, or rather, where they lived. But Hongshan said that he had not had them for a long time, and since the girl did not know about this, she felt embarrassed, and she asked not to be angry with her. Zui said that the only relative she had left was her father, and he spent days fighting ghosts, so she rarely saw him, and since she didn't have superpowers, she couldn't stand up for herself. Shajue was jealous of Hongshan because she also wanted to be strong and confident. But Hongshan did not see the point of envy because he believed that being an ordinary person was also quite good. But the girl didn't like it, and she wanted to become stronger. And since she herself showed a strong desire for this, Hongshan said that he could teach her something. At school, the students heard that Ling Shi had taken over as the chairman of the disciplinary committee, and that the girl would be patrolling the school, so they were scared. Ling Shi and Yellow were surrounded by a group of high school students who stood in their defense. The students bowed down to her since she was a low-ranking demon queen, and they were surprised that the junior high school students were so strong. Ling Xi was glad that under her strict guidance, all the students would become good and polite. But high school students opposed her, who were not happy that she began to control them. Ling Xi did not like this behavior, and Yellow said that she would deal with them for her. The high school students were confident that the abilities of the baseball player, the king of slime, and the stool warrior would definitely be able to stop them. Yellow attacked them with her gas weapon, which they could not resist as there was a pungent smell. The disciples didn't expect Ling Xi's subordinates to be so strong, and from now on, they didn't want to break the rules. Ling Zi was wondering how things were going with the sales of her brother's things. Yellow said that the monthly sales income was 10,000. Ling Xi was happy with the result, and she thought that her brother would appreciate such financial help. The girl also missed him very much since she had not called him for a long time because she could not get a connection in the desert. At that moment, a car drove into their school grounds. Lin came out from there, and the girl immediately ran into her brother's arms, and she was glad that he was back. In the evening, Lin came home and asked Anji to take a break from work and go look at the gifts he had brought for everyone. Oniji was happy when she saw the new maid uniform, and Ling Shi received new clothes. And Xiao Huilin gave a large bone of a land shark, but he did not expect that it would turn into a dog. Ling Xi was wondering why Hong Ye and Lulu did not return since she was worried about them. Lin told her that Hong Ye had already recovered and found a job, so she remained in the desert with Lulu. Ling Xi was surprised that she recovered her body so quickly, and she was glad that everything was fine with them. Lin said that he was taken into the night watch and that he would fight alongside his older sister. Ling Xi didn't think her brother was so courageous, but she was glad that his goals were fulfilled. The next day, Lin came to the night watch department in the office building of Kanglan City. The guy was surprised that the inspector had such a cool place, since he had never been to such places before. Linhua said that her superiors ordered that she and Hong Ye join the second task force, but Lin was upset about this because he wanted to join his sister's group. She led him to the head office of the second group leader. Yun Shi, who was the leader, was waiting for him there. The girl was surprised that the one who dealt with most of the strongest ghosts looked like an ordinary guy. Linhua told Lin that Yun Shi would be his boss and that he would need to fulfill all her demands.
She heard that the guy was her younger brother, and she believed that that was the only reason he was taken into their night watch organization.
Linhua did not like the fact that she was slandering her younger brother since he was famous throughout the world. Lin couldn't watch them quarrel, so he separated them and said that he didn't care about the opinions of others in his direction. Yun Ji told Linhua that she would take care of her younger brother as she wanted her group to be better than the first group, which included his sister with this guy's strength. Linhua was worried about her younger brother, and she warned Yun Si to be careful with him. As soon as his sister left, Yun-shi told the guy that he had to control himself in the office and forget about what happened with his sister. Although she had heard about his achievements, she believed that the monsters he fought were of low level, and since he came to her, she demanded quality work. She said that his salary was 5,000 for a 6-month internship, and there would be a corresponding reward for catching the ghost. Lin understood that it was a very small salary, but he was not interested in money since he came there to become stronger. In addition, he made a lot of money from sales. She said that newcomers who just joined received more rewards for completing tasks on their own. Lin was not happy about this because at first his older sister teased him, and now he was doing it more, and his boss and he were tired of it. After Yun-shi gave him the documents, Lin understood that even though he was a trainee, this stage would still end, and he was glad that he ended up in the Night Watch organization. Li said that his first task was to investigate the disappearance of men near the road, and although they sent their people there, they disappeared, and she believed that it was the work of ghosts. The guy spent the whole day on the task in vain and did not find a single clue, although he was in the most criminal area. And he missed Hongye because before she was always there, but now he had no one to talk to. But suddenly, walking through the night area, he crossed paths with a girl who was interested in why he was wandering alone. At the beginning, he thought that he just liked the girl, but he noticed a ghostly aura about her. He had an option. Take the initiative and spend time with her, receiving plus 20 to strength. Not being provoked, receiving plus 25 to strength. Or expose her, receiving plus 15 to agility. The girl was very hungry and asked the guy to join her for a delicious dinner at her home. Since Lin chose the second option, he refused dinner because he was not interested in it, and he invited her to eat alone. The girl did not expect such straightforwardness, and in order to smooth out the situation, she offered to just go and sit with her. But Lin again refused, since he had a wife. Lin completed the task and received a reward plus 25 points to his strength. Now the guy decided to do the opposite. He asked the lady for forgiveness and agreed to her offer to meet. The girl was glad that no man could resist her beauty. Lin understood that the disappearance of the men was her doing, but since he needed to make sure of this, he decided to penetrate her lair. Arriving at her apartment, the girl was very hospitable to the guy and told him to feel at home. Lin felt a very strong ghostly aura in her apartment, but he decided that this was not enough to capture the ghost. The girl treated him to a special drink from the Apache regions, but Lin refused because he led a healthy lifestyle and preferred cola. The girl was furious that he didn't like everything, but she tried not to show it and said that she would bring him a cola. But Lin said that there was no need to go, since he had several jars with him. Afterwards, they decided to drink to meet him, and the girl wanted to find a way to deal with him. But she completely forgot that she couldn't drink from a glass, and she was horrified by it. This was the last straw, and the girl showed her true appearance as a ghostly creature. Lin was glad that he was able to reveal the true nature of the ghost. He was confident that he could handle her with ease since she was at level B. The ghost attacked the guy, but he easily defended himself without much effort. The ghost realized that the guy was not so simple, but she still attacked him again. After 100 blows, Lin Kuei defeated the ghost and celebrated his victory. Afterwards, he interrogated the girl about why people were disappearing in the city of Canlin. The ghost repented of what he had done and said that she had deceived people into being sent to slaughter. Lin was surprised that they were being sent to the slaughterhouse, and he understood that the matter was not yet finished and that further investigation needed to be carried out. The ghost had no choice but to cooperate with the guy, and she took him to a meat processing plant called the Juicy Slaughterhouse. Since this was her lair, she offered to open the gate with her key, but the guy had his old ways and just climbed over the fence. He felt that the missing men were somewhere very close, as he could smell blood, and he was afraid that they had all been overcome by ghosts long ago and turned into food. The guy assumed that all the ghosts were afraid of him and were hiding in the hangar. When they entered there, they saw many ghosts who welcomed them to their meat processing plant. Lin was not afraid that the ghosts ambushed them, and he allowed them to surrender voluntarily. The girl found it funny that she could fool the guy so easily, because while they were going to this place, she sent a signal to her brothers and just waited for him to come to their trap. The ghosts were glad that they had so easily tricked a man around his finger, but Lin laughed back at them because he knew it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, he came to them to personally verify this. Since the ghosts were hungry and bloodthirsty, they attacked the guy in a crowd. This did not scare Lin, and he made an explosive thrust and used the aura of his bloodthirsty sword. The guy killed some of the ghosts with one blow, but their brothers united into one large ghostly aura. Lin realized that in order to defeat everyone together, he needed to use a weapon of mass destruction, and he attacked them with a lightning strike. The ghostly girl asked not to approach her and said that she would call her older brother, but Lin did not mind fighting a stronger opponent. The ghost of a level A butcher came to him, who was unhappy that his sister was being bullied. The Ghost King called his allies to deal with the guy together. But Lin was not afraid and transformed his body into the original form of a military appearance in order to equalize the forces. The guy single-handedly confronted all the ghosts at once, and since this was not the first Ghost King on his way, he was confident that he would defeat him. The Ghost King didn't like that the guy was so skilled and attacked him with his wind kick, but Lin was so fast that he was able to dodge all the attacks. The Phantom King was very tired of confronting Lin and was angry at him for injuring him. He decided to renew his powers and absorb all the ghosts to become more powerful. His comrades became a part of him. His level was above average A, and the Ghost King attacked Lin with his light wave attack. Yeonji saw that a strong ghost attack had broken through from the roof of the hangar, and she understood that Lin could barely cope with this ghost. So she decided to help him. She activated her artifact ability and summoned a ghostly mist. Lin realized that it was his leader's ability that was monitoring him and came to his aid. Yoon-si controlled the fog from afar, and she ordered it to absorb the Ghost King. Lin was amazed at how his leader dispatched the Phantom King with just one blow. Watching her, the guy assumed that she had strength at the highest rank level, and he understood that there was room for improvement and that there was no limit to perfection. Lin wondered if his leader really cared about him and therefore saved him, but the girl said that it was thanks to his older sister, who asked to protect him. At the same time, at the other end of Canlin, Yang Xiao returned to the city, who wanted to take revenge on Lin Kuei. The entire Hong Kong family gathered at one table in the conference room. San Chen's cousin, Shang Jie, gathered all the elders to discuss Hong Kong's performance and decide whether his behavior was worthy of his status as the family's heir. Since Shang Xiang did not succeed in school and did not become popular like Lin Kuei, Shang Jie believed that he was useless to the family, and he proposed to replace the heir. Conservatives believed that this was impossible according to the rules of the Xiang family, and besides, Xiang Gang helped in discussions on business matters and was on good terms with Lin Kuei. The reformists were also against this because Xiang Gang became very determined and reached A level, and in this world whoever was stronger had the last word, so they supported him. Xiangji did not care about their opinion, because he was determined to become the heir of the family. He told all the elders that he had all their relatives under his control and they were locked up, and the only thing he wanted was for them to sign the papers, and then he promised to release everyone. Shang Chen entered, who was surprised that so many changes had occurred during the month of his absence. Zhang Tse did not recognize his brother since he had changed a lot and matured. But this did not change the situation, and he said that he kept the old people under his influence and wanted them to sign an agreement transferring the entire inheritance into his hands. Santiang told his brother that he knew about his plans and therefore defeated his men in advance. Zhang Tse did not like that Chiang spoiled his plans. Since he wanted to remain the only heir, he decided to deal with him on the spot and turned his hands into iron fists. But Xiang turned out to be faster than his brother and attacked him first. Shang-Ji said that he would not forgive him for this, and since he had no equal at school, he believed that he would defeat Sang Xian. And although they were on the same level, San Qian's strength was more stable, and he used the imitation technique against him, which is how he defeated his brother. Xiangzi could not believe that he had lost. The guy considered it a shame, and he was ready to accept responsibility for his actions. Sang Qian understood that his intentions were good. However, there were rules, and those who violated them had to be punished by imprisonment. At that moment, Xiangzi remembered a moment from his childhood, how, while playing on the beach, he cried because his toy was broken, and his brother gave him his car just so that he wouldn't be upset. These memories were very fond moments from childhood, and Xiangji realized that he was a bad cousin. Therefore, he asked for forgiveness for his actions and promised that this would not happen again. Shang Qiang wished him luck in this and hoped to see another version of his brother in the future. At this moment, Lin Kuei was patrolling the city at night and trying to catch up with a ghost dog that was terrorizing the areas of Kanglan. But the ghost of a hungry dog did not intend to give up so easily. And as they moved further and further away from the ghost, they had to speed up. At this moment, Xiang Chang was walking through the night streets of the city and enjoying the wonderful moments of silence and solitude. He stopped the ghost of the dog from running away from the night watch, and he knocked him down. This was the first time that Xiang Xiang, after a long diet, allowed himself to buy ice cream. And since he didn't even have time to try it, the guy considered it unforgivable. Although the man seemed familiar to Lin and similar to San Qian, he asked not to disturb him and get out of the way. San Qian didn't like that. Even after dieting for a long time, he was still called fat. And since the guy was tired of enduring this, he attacked the ghost dog with his fiery flame. Lin was surprised that the guy dealt with the ghost in a matter of seconds, and he wondered how San Qian managed to change so much while he was out of town. Xiang Kang decided to tell the truth, but suggested doing it in a more cozy atmosphere, over a plate of noodles. He said that he went to the mountains and trained hard every day, physically exhausting himself. Even after he lost weight, he did not stop because he needed to keep himself in good shape. Lin also decided to say that in the past 2 days, he had reached A level, but he understood that at this rate, Xiangqiang was only a few steps away from his level and could catch up with him. But Xiangqiang considered Lin to be strong too, since he managed to get into the night watch. Returning from the mountains, Zhang Jiang learned that relations between Hoteng and Murong had improved and they began to meet. And also, at the suggestion of teacher Tang, they decided to go teach at the academy. And Su Tang was still alone in the mountains, and Xiang Qiang could not contact her. Therefore, he was troubled by a feeling of concern for her. Qin Feng got a job as a teacher at the academy as an instructor for first-year students. Kanya and Mo Qingcheng became entrepreneurs and opened a business making jewelry for ghosts, and Jiang Keqiang also wanted to follow in Lin's footsteps and join the Night Watch to fight ghosts. Lin asked not to worry about it and said that he would recommend him for this position, but he would have to work hard for this. After this news, Xiangqiang was very happy that Lin valued their friendship. Arriving home, Lin spent the entire night chatting with the leader of the Night Watch group. Hong Ye appeared in front of him, and the girl was very interested in who he was flirting with. Lin was offended that she thought he was interested in other girls, and he said it was for work. Hong Ye believed him, and since she had business in the desert, she needed to return, but she promised that they would meet soon. Lin was looking forward to her return and missed her every day, since such an unexpected separation was a difficult test for him. Afterwards, a picture appeared on his phone where Yang Xiao was talking about his new underground club of the Devil's Gang. Lin was surprised that Yang Xiao managed to get into his phone. Yang Xiao greeted everyone and told about his dream of becoming the ruler of Kangdian and living in the best mansion in the city. He also wanted to rid the world of crime and create a college entrance exam to give everyone a chance at education. And although he was hiding in the darkness, they planned to come out. There were many ghosts with him who were waiting for this very day to share this joy with him. All the residents of Kangdian City saw this broadcast on their phones, and they were not happy about it. Lin realized that this was a carefully planned hacking job, and he decided to seize this opportunity and challenge Yang Xiao. Wang Xiao saw that Lin Ke challenged him and lured all the people's attention to himself, and was surprised that the guy got into his plans again. Lin knew that this speech was a complete failure, and he was waiting for the day when he could shut down and destroy his ghost gang. Lingxi burst into his room, and since she had the day off, she wanted to spend time together. She also wanted to eat and look for new outfits. Since Lin was in a great mood, he didn't mind spending time together and delighting them with gifts. Afterwards, they all went together to one of the largest shopping centers in Kanglan. They collected so much that Lin had to give away all his hard-earned savings. Afterwards, the guy took them to a children's restaurant, and he was not surprised that his sister was so short at 14 years old. After all, she only ate baby food and therefore did not develop. But Lingxi didn't understand why he was so indignant, because adults dined there too. There Lin saw Hong Ye's brother, and the guy did not understand that Hong Shang had forgotten there, and he suspected that he decided to deceive the girl. Xue asked Hong Shan for forgiveness for bringing him to the children's institution. The girl just liked the food of this place. But this was not important to Hong Shan, since the main thing for him was to fill his stomach. When he noticed Lin, they exchanged fiery glances. Xue did not understand why Hong Shang suddenly became so absent-minded, because just a couple of minutes ago he was normal. The guy replied that he just didn't like the way the people at the opposite table behaved. Since it was beneficial for him to receive the book, Lin decided not to bother Hong Shang and wished him bon appetit. He received a reward, a ghost summoning book, and the system warned him that he needed to carefully consider the form of the ghost before using the skills. When he accidentally thought of inflatable dolls, the system gave them to him and performed the transformation. Lin didn't expect that he would be followed by such a sad action. The ghostly gang of Yang Xiao burst into the cafe, who came after Lin Ke. Lin was glad to finally meet his criminal gang. But Ling Shi and Yellow were ahead of him, and he didn't like it because he wanted to gain more experience from the ghosts. Xue was scared, and she asked Hong Shan what they should do in such a situation, but the guy planned to eat and watch the performance. The ghosts were confident of their victory, since their boss, Yang Xiao, gave them a piece of his power. Ling Shi and Yellow were very unhappy that the ghosts prevented them from spending time with their brother, and they taught these criminals a lesson. From the underground room, Yang Xiao watched everything his ghostly hunters did. He considered Lin Kai a coward because the guy left this job to his sister and the animal instead of fighting the ghosts himself. When he noticed the ghostly king in the cafe, he was worried that he might interfere with his plans. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Lin sent his army of devil dolls into battle. Hong Shang appreciated how Lin skillfully placed his work in the hands of the ghostly dolls. Since Lin noticed that Hong Shan liked this performance, he sent a ghost into it. But Hunchan repelled his attack with his sandy hand. Afterwards, people in the shopping center noticed the leader of the night watch. Hungshan immediately began hiding with the girl as he did not want to be caught. Although Yun Chi was late for the event, she decided to visit Lin Kei to praise him for a job well done. She did not expect that such a young guy would turn out to be a hard worker and, moreover, a caring person for his family. The girl told Ling Xi that if she follows in her brother's footsteps, then in the future she will be able to join the Night Watch and fight the crime of this world. She came to tell Lin that there was a death list on the internet and that his name was on the first place. The guy did not like this news, and he quickly waited to meet Yang Xiao in order to save the city from his antics. While Yang Xiao was angry that his plans were always interrupted because of Lin Kuei, Yang Xiao had assistants who asked him to entrust this matter to them. The Joker led his squad of spirits, and he was their ghostly captain. Liu Meng, a worshipper of ancestors, was also interested in their plan to attack the city. Anime leader Jiang Cheng was too busy reading manga, so he couldn't listen to their evil plan. The great inventor Wengxi believed that his invention would be useful in this mission. Since Mr. Yang Xiao discharged them from the psychiatric hospital, they felt it necessary to repay their debt to him and go through thick and thin. The leader from the anime world, Jiang Cheng, believed that the world they lived in was an illusion, and the real world was in another dimension. People agreed with him, and they supported the idea that the sinful world was long overdue for destruction, and because they were messengers of justice, they wanted to change the world. Jiang Cheng was their leader, and his first task was for them to destroy Lin Kuei. And since people believed in their leader, and he granted them eternal life for this, they were ready to cleanse the dimension and destroy Lin Kuei. Yun Shi sent Lin to find this group of people, but after a long search, there was no trace of them. Walking along Linyu Street, we were offered to watch an entertainment show at an anime festival. Lin didn't appreciate his image, but he understood that the guy might know where this mysterious group of people was, and that he could benefit from it. Lin decided to beat the guy and said that he was not interested in this anime festival. But the guy didn't like Lin just leaving like that, and he said that he had something for him. He gave him a completely free VIP ticket to an anime festival where a beautiful sister dances at home, since it was a popular manga. Lin did not refuse the free ticket because he needed to investigate. Afterwards, he borrowed a scooter from him as he thought it would be useful for him to walk. The guy was unhappy that he was left without a scooter, but he was sure that their leader would sooner or later get to Lin and teach him a lesson for such actions. A little later, Lin Kei used his stealth technology and reincarnated to disguise himself. The sword spirit appreciated his disguise and makeup skills, and she thought he looked great in those clothes. Suddenly, he met Ching Cheng and Kanya, and since his image was incomprehensible to them, the guy was worried that they might think about it in the wrong way. The girls were surprised to see Lin like this, but he explained to them that he was on a mission and that he needed to remain hidden. Since they had not seen each other for a long time, they were glad to have such a meeting. The ceremony was just beginning, and Master Jiang Cheng stepped onto the stage to announce the start of the exhibition. When Lin saw this guy, he realized that this was the leader of the sect and a wanted criminal who had escaped from a mental hospital. Jiang Cheng talked about how they destroyed the third dimension, and it was time to save the world. To do this, he needed the power of universal love, and he was going to call upon the strongest creature who would obey them. Jiang Cheng asked everyone to close their eyes and gather their courage to summon the most powerful sorceress. Kanya noticed that the people were going crazy because their minds were under Jiang Cheng's control, but Lin asked not to worry as he had a plan. The most powerful sorceress has already begun to wilt in front of them. But Lin decided to stop the summoning of the ghostly girl by attacking their leader. This did not help since the magic circle automatically summoned the sorceress. A girl came out and introduced herself to Xiao Yuan. Jiang Cheng told his subjects that her appearance was due to Lin Kuei ruining their ceremony, so he ordered his men to punish him. Lin saw that they were zombified, so he saw no point in feeling sorry for them. The magic sword really wanted to help him, and she took on all the zombies with her deadly tornado. At that moment, the most powerful sorceress attacked Lin, but Kanya came to the rescue, speeding up time for Lin Kei and attacking the sorceress with her icy wind. Jiang Cheng couldn't bear to watch them interfere with his plans, so he transformed into a second-dimensional anime character who possessed the body of a Minuan County knight. Lin understood that it was necessary to also transform into the original form of the Holy Buddha in order to equalize the forces. This suited the special anime character completely, and he activated an area that had an absolute advantage. Entered this ghost skill area, Lin didn't understand why there was nothing there. But in fact, it was the absolute field created by the leader, in which all his power was concentrated, and the enemy could easily hide there. Suddenly, an anime character appeared in front of Lin and wanted to attack him, but the guy reacted faster and struck first. But the anime character didn't like this, and retaliated by attacking Lin. Lin then used a new attack called Heavenly Crescent Nightmare Formula, which interacted very strongly with the enemy with its supersonic field, which the anime character could not resist. Lin was then given a choice: save Jiang Cheng and help him recover, receiving 38 in strength, allow him to plunge into the world of the second dimension, receiving 20 in strength, or deal with him, receiving 20 in agility. Looking at the rewards, Lin realized that the system wanted him to cure the anime character, so he teleported to him to help him. But Jiang Cheng didn't like that the guy thought he was sick, and he activated his healing strike ability to teach Lin Kui a lesson. Lin was surprised that he had a knife with him, so he intercepted it and taught the anime character a lesson for it. But the knight didn't like that the guy dared to address him like that. Lin knew that he was not a knight or an anime character, and that all these were just his subconscious illusions, and he was trying to tell him about it. Taking off his mask, Jiang Cheng was disappointed that the guy had destroyed his dreams of a wonderful world. Lin told him that it was all because he was taught to achieve goals by any means, and his goal was to heal him and explain that he was not an anime character. Jiang Cheng did not think this was right, because he had his own problems that bothered him every day. Jiang Cheng was able to destroy Lin's transformation form with his strike, so he decided to finish this quickly. But Jiang Cheng said that he would do it first, and he used his strong flying night strike. Lin had exactly the same blow, and although they used it at the same time, Lin was stronger and defeated Jiang Cheng. His attack was stronger because the knights always lost when they attacked from the left. After Lin won Jiang Cheng, his absolute field ceased to operate, and they appeared where they started. During this time, Qingqing and Kanya defeated the magical girl, and the sword spirit defeated the zombified people. Jiang Cheng said that his parents divorced when he was very young, and they didn't care about him. Because of this, he felt out of place in the family. And after school, he was abandoned by a girl who went to a rich man, and the only thing that saved him was his own world, in which he was an anime hero. But since Lin destroyed it, the guy was left with nothing. The system considered the task completed since Jiang Cheng spoke about his problem, so it awarded Lin 38 power points. Lin tried to hold the guy and said that his life was not filled with happiness either, since he was very susceptible to money. And it doesn't matter what kind of world you are in, the main thing is to remain happy under any circumstances. And he explained that his main mistake was trying to destroy world peace. Jiang Cheng believed that since the guy tried to explain his problems to him, then he was a deity who wanted him to atone for his sins by understanding his mistakes. Liu Ming and Wangxi were sitting on the roof of the night city of Kanglan, and they planned to spray chemicals over the city in order to capture it. Since Halloween was soon, they decided it was a good time to take action. The next day, Lin communicated with Hongye via video call and was very happy that he finally saw her. Hongye said that there was no more work in the desert and she promised to return soon. Lin wanted her to join the Night's Watch when she returned to fight the monsters together side by side. Ling Shi came into his room and the girl said that they were having Halloween at school and she wanted him to keep them company. Lin really didn't want to refuse her, but because of this holiday, many people took to the streets, and to prevent danger, the Night Watch increased patrol. And since Lin could not keep them company, they also planned to go out into the city in the evening. In the evening, Lin went out to patrol, and he was surprised that people did not care about the restrictions on going out, since they only had fun on their minds. That's why he was worried, because the ghosts wouldn't wait. In the city, the guy was recognized by his fans, and although he tried to hide his identity, he was unsuccessful at it. Lin didn't understand why people were still delighted with him, because he was an ordinary trainee of the Night Watch. Also walking around the city was the spiritual detachment of Yang Xiao, who did not miss the opportunity and also celebrated Halloween. Liu Meng gave Wangxi the task of attracting people's attention and distributing ghost candies to them. They distributed a lot of candies, attracting people because their owner of the candy factory was doing a promotion in honor of the holiday. Although people were surprised by this event, many happily took these candies. These sweets turned them into bloodthirsty monsters, destroying everything in their path. The Yangxiao spiritual detachment were glad that they were able to gather an army and subjugate them. When they collected all the ghosts, they headed towards Hulao. After changing into a suit, Lin saw a crowd of people running, and the guy didn't understand why. Fans recognized him again in this outfit. But when he saw ghosts in the likeness of a hybrid of a Hulk and an orc Lin, he realized that the city was attacked by monsters. Suddenly, he noticed a child who was in danger as a cured monster was standing over him. The guy couldn't just look at it, so he saved the girl from the monster. And when he found her mother, he gave the girl away, warning in advance that they urgently needed to leave the city. He could not allow the ghosts to arbitrarily control the people in his area, so he struck them down with his sword. Lin then saw the most dangerous members of Yang Xiao's spirit team. They had been waiting for this meeting for a long time to defeat Lin Kuei, and since such an opportunity arose, Lu Meng immediately attacked him. Wangxi believed that the success of any business lay in science, so he tried his new development of biochemical radiation. Lin did not expect such a turn since he had not seen such a thing before. Yan Xiao observed everything that was happening in the city from the roof of the building. He was glad that this time they were able to launch a full-scale attack and that the spiritual team was doing a great job. The Joker assured his boss that the fun was just beginning. He decided to also take part in this and help his team. The Joker introduced himself to people as a hero with superpowers, and he offered to help them. And although he seemed strange to them, since monsters were roaming the city, they decided to trust him and follow him. But when they saw that there was nowhere to run, they realized that the guy had deceived them and led them into a trap. Unfortunately, they were unable to escape the Joker trap. At that moment, the leader of the Night Watch group, Youngji, appeared behind him. She wanted to stop the Joker, but it was too late. To distract Youngshi, he launched throwing knives at her. Since he was too busy, he decided to escape by dissolving into the illusion of red smoke, and Youngshi did not have time to catch up with him. Afterwards, he laughed that the leader of the Night Watch group could not catch him. Youngshi blamed herself for not having time to save people, because if she had arrived a minute earlier, she was sure that they would have been alive. Local ghosts approached her and offered to have fun, but Youngshi was already angry, so she called upon the hidden fog to deal with the insolent people. The girl was disappointed that she failed the mission, and she considered it unforgivable for the spirit squad. At this time, Lin confronted the members of Yang Zhao's spirit team. They didn't think the guy would be so strong, and Wangxi was angry at Lin because he destroyed his biochemical gun. In honor of Halloween, Lin decided to demonstrate a real transformation by transforming into the form of a demon. Wangxi told his partner Liu Meng to run and deal with the others in another area, but Lin was not going to let the criminal Liu Meng go. Wangxi helped his comrade and used the ability of the great inventor to transform into a robot. The blow was so powerful that Lin's transformation subsided. He had a choice: go to the end, receiving 30 points to strength, use the fighting technique, receiving plus 30 to resistance to immunity to negative characteristics, or save Wangxi, receiving plus 20 to charisma. Lin thought about choosing the second option to increase resistance, but Wangxi said that before his invention, any resistance was useless. Lin decided to call upon the ghostly dolls and join forces to destroy the robot. But Wangxi had a shield for this case, but since the weapon was endowed with supernatural energy, his robot could not withstand this attack for long. As soon as the robot's protective field failed, the ghostly dolls immobilized the piece of iron with their own hands. Lin believed that this was not enough, so he called on several more sorceresses to destroy the villain with the entire army. And when they destroyed the robot, Lin received plus 30 points to the resistance for the completed task. The defeat left Wangxi disillusioned, as his inventions were still useless. Previously, he showed his grandson his masterpieces, the latest in robot technology. His grandson was delighted with his work and believed that his grandfather deserved the Nobel Prize. But suddenly the robot broke down and Wangxi told his grandson and his father that they had to run away from the laboratory. Everything happened so quickly that except for him, no one in the research room survived the powerful explosion. Therefore, Wangxi no longer saw the point of being in this world, since he had no people close to him at all. Lin wanted to save him, but it was already too late, and in order to avoid being hit, he activated absolute protection. The guy didn't think that Wangxi would prefer such a conclusion, but he really wanted Wangxi to become a truly good scientist and find his place in the spiritual world. Liu Meng wandered the streets of the city in search of a worthy opponent to whom he could show his skills. At that moment, Lingxi went out into the city to find her brother, but along the way she met ghosts, and she did not think that she would have to fight them. As Liu Meng was walking through the streets of the city, he met girls, and among them he discovered his rabbit, which he had lost as a child. The girls did not understand why a mentally ill patient escaped from a psychiatric clinic. Liu Meng was angry that they stole his rabbit, and he attacked them to get what was his. Lingxi did not intend to tolerate such treatment, so she called the bear to teach him a lesson. Onjiti saw this as her mission as a maid who wanted to improve his hygiene. She gave him a free procedure to remove hair from the armpit area. Since the forces were not enough to deal with the criminal, they combined their efforts together. Liu Meng was upset that after 1,000 years of training, he lost to people like them. And since he had almost no choice left, he decided to transform into the divine Lu Bu, who was determined to fight even if this change consumed his life breath. The girls were scared because the enemy's strength had increased to level A. But the bear Hefei asked them not to worry about it, since his strength reached A level.
Liu Meng found it funny that they were going to stop him with this bear.
At this moment, Yellow had the brilliant idea to escape from Liu Ming, but Lingxi had never lost, and she had no intention of doing so. Therefore, she decided to reveal her second ability to them and summon another panda spirit, Bai Wu. He was many times different from the bear Hefei in his ferocity and strength. The bear did not want to stand on the sidelines, so he finally helped make a crushing joint blow. Liu Meng could not believe how, with his Lu Bui ability, he could lose to the spirits, but Yellow believed that he was unworthy to call himself Lu Bu, since they were categorically different in strength. At that moment, Lin found them, and he was surprised that his little sister was able to defeat such a strong opponent. Ling Xi was happy to meet her brother, and she said that Liu Boming was her gift to him. Lin asked them to go home and promised to bring them dinner after he handed the criminal over to the night watch department. Since Hong Ye was returning in the morning, Lin was looking forward to this moment. He deliberately worked overtime so that he would have free time to meet Hong Ye. There was no way he could reach her, but since they were mentally connected to each other, he was sure that he could sense her from a distance. Suddenly, Lin felt Hong Ye's breath and saw her in the distance. During this time, the girl changed her clothing style and changed her hairstyle. When she saw him, she immediately ran up and said how much she missed him. Lin wondered how things were going to be for her in the desert. She said that the city building program was almost completed, and thanks to KK, she finished faster. Lin was amazed at how skillfully she planned things after restoring her body, and for him, it served as an example of how to do things right. When Lulu saw how her parents behaved with each other, she worried that she was the odd one out in the family. They saw that little Lulu was depressed and told her that she was the best girl and asked her never to think that way again. Lin bought her a gift, a squawking chicken, and he hoped that she would appreciate such thoughtfulness. Afterwards, they returned home, and Lulu looked forward to meeting her sisters. But in the crowd, they met the Joker, who grabbed Lulu. They were perplexed that the clown dared to touch their daughter and rush to save their girl. But the Joker was not himself, and he was protected by a team of armed creatures. Lin was very angry and wanted to kill anyone who stood in his way. Hongya said that they were all A-rank primal creatures, and she wanted to finish with them quickly. Once they dealt with all the ghostly creatures, they went to catch up with the Joker. But they didn't have time to take Lulu because the Joker was already in the air, and he said that if they wanted to save their daughter, they had to come to the 8th factory in the slums. Lin considered this a very low act on the part of the Joker, and since the clown was Yang Xiao's disciple, he suspected that Yang Xiao was involved in this. Hongye assumed that this was all to deceive them, so she asked Lin to calm down first, and then go with a fresh mind to save Lulu. She could always support him in difficult times, which is why he chose her. But Lin understood that this was not the time to talk about love, and they had to save the baby. So he asked the leader of the Night Watch group to take them to the factory. Yungxi was not happy to go with this loving couple, but she only did it because she needed to catch the clown. Hong Yi decided to ask Captain Yunxi how Lin had proven himself throughout the entire time. Yunxi replied that if you don't take into account having fun with girls, he turned out to be pretty good. Hong Ye was not very happy to hear this, but the guy said that it was a lie and that he only loved her. Since Yunxi could not get closer to the plant, she dropped them off not far from it. Hong Yi was grateful to her for taking care of Lin Qi in her absence, but Lin felt that these thanks were too much for her. Yunji said that she would lurk nearby and help them if they needed help. At this moment, little Lulu was very hungry, and she asked the ghost to feed her. The ghost didn't like that the girl was so talkative, and to keep her quiet, they gave her a loaf of bread. But the girl refused to eat it since they usually gave her donuts and cakes. The ghost decided to leave this stubborn girl and go have lunch, while Lulu managed to summon branches of vines, which gradually freed her from the rope. When they turned around to make sure everything was okay, the girl reprimanded them for treating her like that. Then she found boxes of ammunition, and since she saw her dad playing with the same ones, she decided to use them. Hearing the strange sounds, the ghosts decided to check the room and were surprised that the girl managed to get out. Afterwards, she dealt with the criminals with their own weapons once and for all. Her attention fell on the TNT boxes, and since she suspected that it was something valuable to the ghosts, she decided to get rid of it. When they got to the factory, Lin and Hongye were surprised by what was happening there, and they were very worried about Lulu. Lulu realized that TNT were big fireworks, and she really enjoyed spending time like that while in the ghost factory. At that moment, a Joker appeared, who communicated via video with Mr. Yang Xiao, and he said that he had successfully completed the task of kidnapping Lin Kuei's daughter, and for the boss to make sure, he showed him the video. But when he pointed the camera, he saw that the entire building was destroyed, and that the girl was outraged that this green-headed man did not feed her. Yang Xiao was annoyed that things weren't going according to plan, and he gave the clown a minute to solve the problem. The Joker was unhappy that the ghosts couldn't look after the little girl and that he had to do all the work for them. For this, he had to deal with them, as he believed that they did not deserve to serve him. Afterwards, he planned to punish Ling Shi for disrupting his plans. But at that moment, Lin Kei and Hong Yi came to her aid. They attacked the Joker, but he anticipated the situation and dodged. Then he sent them to his circus world to enjoy an incredible crime together. While waiting in the car, Yunxi thought that Lin Qi had become too good over the past 6 months. She suddenly felt their strong aura and couldn't understand what happened to them. Meanwhile, Lin was wondering how the Joker could control the entire field. Hongye said that some creatures, in addition to ghosts with strong souls, had the right to receive dimensions. When they appeared in the clown's dimension, he welcomed them to his circus world and promised that this place would be a paradise for them. He wanted to show them the power of his incredible circus, so he unleashed his clown puppet on them. But Lin didn't see any problem in this, so he broke the puppet's wooden leg. Joker told them that it was useless because it was an incredibly advanced puppet with the ability to reincarnate. Hongye wanted to test how fast the reincarnation speed was, since she was sure that her scissors would be faster. The Joker did not expect that they would overthrow his invention so quickly, because he had high hopes for it. Lin decided to joke that he noticed Batman in the distance. The clown was very scared, and Hongye was surprised that he actually fell for this trick. Lin knew that high-quality prey always fell for the simplest baits. After they dealt with the puppet, they moved on to the Joker. And since he loved the show, they gave him a real extravaganza performance where he performed in the main roles. At the end of the performance, they launched a magnificent fireworks display with his participation. Lin had a choice: put the clown down and gain 35 to agility, continue his performance number by gaining 40 strength points, or defeat the clown using strength to gain 30 to resistance. Lin liked the second option, so he continued. Borrowing scissors from Hongye, he changed the Joker's image. Afterwards, he had a test to walk along a rope with steel spikes. Then there was a blind knife-throwing act where the Joker got a new haircut. The clown realized that his opponents were too strong, so he decided to retreat to further consider the new plan. He threw a smoke bomb that filled the entire space with smoke. As the smoke began to clear, they saw that the Joker had escaped. And the system rewarded Lin for completing the task and releasing the clown, but the guy was at a loss because he was not going to let him go. The clown managed to get out of the dimension, and next time he planned not to let Lin Kuo go so easily. But suddenly behind him he heard the voice of Yun Shi, with whom he had not recently finished the dialogue. The girl summoned a ghostly fog, brought justice, and avenged all the townspeople. When Lin and Hongye escaped from the clown dimension, they were glad to have the captain's help. Yunshi admitted that they had done a better job than her this time, and she knew that they were the perfect team and also perfect for the role of the night patrol squad. During this time, Lulu watched her parents interact on the sidelines, and she was disappointed that they forgot about her. After the defeat, the ghosts came to inform their leader, Yang Xiao, that the clown had lost to the night patrol squad. Yang Xiao was dissatisfied that the spiritual team did not live up to his expectations, and this time he planned to handle this matter on his own. The next day, Lin and her entire family congratulated Hongye on the restoration of her physical body. Hongye and Lulu had gifts for their younger sister Lin Qi. But Ling Xi was looking for a catch in this because she thought that Hongye had come to steal her little brother. But as soon as she opened the gift, she saw a beautiful dress and was very grateful to her for it. The surprises didn't end there, because Hongye had prepared gifts for other family members too. Onaiji had a new combat version of the maid outfit, and she was extremely happy about the upgrade. And Yellow was disappointed that she was considered a dog and was always given bones. She gave Lin Hongyi the latest model of silicone scrub board because it is especially comfortable to sit on your lap. Lin was not very happy about this gift, but fortunately he also had a corresponding gift for her. Since the guy thought about her every minute of every day, he gave her a photo of himself in her image. Hongye was not happy about cosplaying herself, but Lin promised that there would be no more such jokes and that he would pay in full that night. Since the issues in the desert were resolved, they could finally spend time together. In the morning, Lin was happy that he was waking up in bed with his beloved, and he also realized that joining the night patrol squad was a great decision. Hongye didn't understand why he didn't wake her up, but since she was tired on the road and worked hard at night, he couldn't wake her up so early. Lin said that Captain Yunshi called him along with his older sister and said he was going to work, so it was time for them to go. Since they did an excellent job with the task, the authorities decided to accept them earlier in order to inform them that they had officially been accepted into the team. Linghua was proud of her brother and believed that Yunshi should have found someone like him, but Yunshi did not see a problem in this, since the guy was her subordinate. Lin knew he needed to quickly change the subject so they wouldn't fight, and he wondered if they had asked to take Hongyi to join the squad. Linhua said that because Hongye had done a good job in the desert, they wanted to make her a full member of the squad. Lin was delighted that his wife was so good that they didn't even test her strength to join. Since they did these favors publicly, Linghua and Yunshi were a little jealous of such a warm relationship, since they had not had anyone for a long time. Yunshi also added that she and Hongyi were allowed to create a group of new arrivals, and they had to come up with a name for it. The guy understood that since the top of the Night Watch valued him so highly, then this opportunity should not be missed. He wanted to call the group Hunter's Blade. He had originally created this name to inherit his father's will, but now for him, this word was a faith of growth in everyone else. His sister appreciated his choice, and she was sure that his father would be proud of him. But the guy was mostly grateful to her, because thanks to her help, he achieved this success. Yunxi said that due to the fact that the night patrol squad and the college had many applications to join, he would be responsible for protecting the students as an observer from the patrol squad. Ling Hua added that recently, quite a lot of ghosts from Ying Island have invaded the eastern part of Daxia, so this time he was given more people to get rid of these creatures. Lin was glad that this was his first mission with Hongye, and he guaranteed that the task would be completed perfectly. There were a lot of people participating in the fall tryouts this time, and all the new students were gathered at the entrance of the exam venue. Lin only wanted to participate in something like this to kill the night ghost, since he knew that a bloody night creature had been spotted there, which could drop a lot of spiritual power. There, he met his old mentor Tang Lin, who acted as the head of the team. Tan Lin was also glad to meet his legendary girlfriend. She wondered how eager Lin was to catch the ghosts, but the guy had absolutely nothing to do with them, and he understood that she wanted to teach him as before. But there was no point in that. The students recognized him and were delighted that this same young hero was in front of them. Lin felt uncomfortable with this, but Hongye hinted that he should have thought about something else, because many girls liked him. He had a choice: walk silently past the crowd, gaining 35 to strength, let the students have fun in peace, receiving 35 to resistance, or force the students to cope with monsters, gaining a skill, somersault in the clouds. They took the students to the wild forest of Kongla, and the guy was interested to know what dreams they had. They said that they wanted to become as strong and beautiful as his beautiful wife. Lin provided them with living water to replenish their strength. And since he really wanted to receive a reward for the task, he said that he would reward them with this water if they killed 100 ghosts together. The students were not themselves about such a prize, and they promised to do everything possible to get it. The students were followed by escorts from the Night Watch squad, and they also wanted to participate and defeat a couple of ghosts without anyone seeing. Lin showed them a masterclass on how to properly defeat ghosts. After this, the students did so well that the monsters were horrified by how ferocious they were. Lin told them that it is best to fight as a team, since the ghosts would find the ghosts to be on their own and would be easy prey. At this time in the bushes, Lin was being watched by a strong ghost who was waiting for the moment to attack. After searching the forest for a long time, Lin did not find a single ghost, so he decided to leave it to the students' teamwork. Since they were one step away from victory, they went out in search of the remaining monsters. Hongye wanted to secretly monitor the students, and she told Lin that if he found something, he would definitely contact her through spiritual consciousness. At this time, Lin continued to be watched by the ghost of Yingdao, Lady Yu, who was sent by Mr. Yang Xiao to deal with the guy. Lin found it strange that it was sunny all around, but it was raining in a certain area. He knew that this only happened when there was a demon nearby. There he met a girl who asked for help, but Lin understood that it was all the acting of a ghost who was hiding behind the shell of a beautiful girl. The guy decided to play along with the ghost and unexpectedly attack her. The girl was grateful for the help and felt much better. She introduced herself as the goddess of a lake that was not far from them, and she assumed that he was looking for something. Therefore, she offered her help. Lin knew that the ghost wanted to use an old trick on him, and he wondered how she would behave when he refused to let her go to the lake. The girl showed him 2 axes, and she suggested that one of them could belong to him. But Lin said that he had nothing to do with this weapon, since he only threw a titanium axe. The girl was angry that he joked about her like that, and she wanted to reveal her ghostly nature to him. But Lin attacked her at that moment, explaining that a mosquito was sitting on her. He was surprised that she was so weak to physical attacks, as he thought that she was a deity who could withstand such stress. The girl claimed that he did it on purpose, but Lin insisted that he helped her get rid of the mosquito, like a real man. Because the rain had gotten heavier, she suggested that he stand under one umbrella to enchant it so that it would be easier to control in the future. And since the guy didn't want to get wet in the rain, he agreed to it. But he didn't expect that it would turn out badly for him, because her umbrella had a spell that was difficult to get out of. He couldn't believe his eyes that he had met the ghost of Yingdao called Lady Yu. The guy assumed that its leader was Yang Xiao. Lady Yu wanted him to surrender without a fight, since he still would not have been able to get out from under her spell. Lin understood that since he couldn't get out, he needed to act differently and pull the ghost towards him. At that moment, the girl felt a strong heartbeat and some kind of love. Then Hongye came to his aid, and she was unhappy that the ghost was hugging his husband. Hongye said that for this he would stand on buckwheat, but Lin explained that in this way he controlled her magic and asked her to quickly destroy her umbrella from the outside. Hongye was not afraid of her umbrella, and she decided to use her umbrella to break the ghost's spell. Although she saved Lin Kuei, it caused a strong ignition and she was thrown back by the blast wave. Lin was glad that he was freed, and he decided not to give the ghost a second chance and immediately attack her with his special move. The guy was also grateful that Hongye was so on time. He said that the ghost fell on his beauty and locked him under his umbrella. but Hong Ye doubted this, since he was quite active with her. Hong Ye wondered where this ghost came from and why she was trying to steal her husband. Lady Yu told her that she and the other ghosts had killed many people in Daxia, and they were the tracking target. At that moment, the students saw that Lin Kuo had found the last ghost, and they decided to help him and catch her all together. By doing this, they angered the ghost and forced her to resort to the secret technique of Rain of Harmony, from which it was difficult to escape. This secret harmony was stronger than the acid, and it began to corrode their weapons and clothes. When Hong Yi saw that the students were retreating, she was sad because she wanted the students to improve their skills in real combat, and she didn't think that they would give up so easily. Hong Ye said that she would take on the ghost and asked Lin to help the students escape, but the guy believed that Hong Ye would need his help more. Afterwards, the system gave him a mission to help Hong Ye, having received 35 to strength, to help the students to receive 40 resistance points, or to inspire the students to leave on their own, having received 35 to charisma. Although Lin did not complete the mission with the ghosts, but since the system itself hinted to him, he chose to save people. The ghost did not like the fact that Lin Kuei was helping the students get out and she wanted to stop him. But Hong Yi prevented her from doing this by attacking her with her umbrella. Then Lady Yu tried to pour her water of harmony on her, but Hong Ye rejected her attack. The ghost was shocked by how skillfully the girl wielded her umbrella, because she also had an umbrella, but such techniques were unknown to her. At this time, Lin had already saved some of the students and received 40 resistance points for this. In parting, the guy told them to do the same selfless acts as he did, but the girl he saved wondered if he would help the other students get to the safe zone. Lin was willing to help the others, but he also wanted them to learn to survive on their own without his help. His disciples admired his courage, and they wanted to follow his example. At this time, Lin was in a hurry to help Hong Ye, but when he arrived, he saw that she was coping well without him. The girl wanted to deal with the ghost, but Lin asked to leave him in order to find out the useful information that she possessed. But Lady Yu refused to tell them anything, so they decided to force her with the help of the devil's pepper. After that, she said that Mr. Yang Xiao sent the ghosts of Yingdao and said that the one who deals with Lin will begin to work in the underground abyss. The guy was tired of Yang Xiao meddling in his life and mixing foreign ghosts into this matter. And while they were puzzled by the new information, the ghost realized that this was her chance to attack suddenly. And since she decided to do this, Lin used his teleportation skill to attack just as unexpectedly as she did. With this, he completed 2 missions at the same time and received a reward, a spirit jasper of a ghost and a new divine skill of tumbling cloud. Lin was pleased with this skill and immediately decided to show it to Hong Ye. But when he summoned the cloud, it was not very pleased to be disturbed from its deep sleep. Lin wanted to quickly try flying on it, but the cloud was not going to ride him on itself. The guy didn't like that the summoned cloud did not fulfill his demands, and he had a preventative conversation with him. After a couple of minutes of peaceful negotiations, the cloud was ready to show off its flight capabilities. At that moment, Captain Yunxi called the guy and said that a gang of nightmares with Yingdao ghosts were tearing apart the streets, and many patrol officers could not cope with them, so she entrusted this task to him. Lin didn't expect to have to use the cloud so soon, so they set off for Kanglan in their new vehicle. Chaos reigned on the streets of the city, and behind it all was Yang Xiao, who came there to subjugate everything and place his ghosts there. This time, he planned to take revenge on Lin Kuei and fight him. Besides him, there were other powerful ghostly creatures such as Qing Xing, who made lanterns out of people. But Lin Kuei came to the rescue in time to free civilians from the ghost. Ghost Qing Xing was absolutely not surprised to see another Rogues of the Night Watch and planned to defeat them in order to make them her flame of power. The guy decided to send Hong Yi to save people's lives from other ghosts, and he himself planned to defeat this one. Qing Ying did not plan to attack first, so she waited for the guy to take the initiative and come into her hands. Although he surprised her with his ability to fly, she considered all the people of Daxia to be weak. Lin wanted to dispel this myth and show the ghost that she had too low an opinion of their protectors, since he was the exception. So he immediately attacked her with his flame ability. This angered Qing Xi's ghost, and she summoned her devilish bull. This bull was part of the tribe of ghost bulls, and he was very strong and also had as many as 8 legs, like a spider. The ghost ordered her bull to attack Lin with its horn. Although the guy flew high, the cloud was ready for such cases. Lin cooperated with the cloud, and together they attacked the monster's limbs with lightning. But Qingxi had the ability to heal her ghostly being. At this moment, Hong Ye came to Lin's aid, and the girl immediately attacked the ghostly bull. The guy was glad that she always came on time. Hong Yi said that she had just finished evacuating people and couldn't leave him to fight crime alone. Ghost Qingxi was surprised when she saw this girl. Hong Ye told Lin that she was familiar with this ghost, because as soon as she appeared in this world, she met her on the island, and the ghost challenged her several times. But it was unsuccessful. The ancient ghost of Yingdao City did not want to admit defeat, and she believed that a girl like Hong Ye was not a danger to her, and to win and prove she was right, she directed her spell at them. But Lin was not going to wait for her to attack first, so he and the cloud struck back. Since the guy was a serious enemy, Yingdao mutated into one living creature along with her bull and began to spray cobwebs. The creature did not want to give in to its owner, so it sprayed the web with its 8 paws. But Lin was fine with their attack, as he activated absolute defense. When the ghosts saw that their defense was over, they were glad that they would win an easy victory. But they rejoiced early, because Hong Ye used her umbrella instead of Lin's absolute protection. Just as the Yingdao ghost finished attacking, Lin unleashed a thunderstrike on them. Since the web attack didn't work, the ghost decided to use her hallucinogenic illusions to confuse them and take over their minds. And since Lin did not have time to close his eyes, he went crazy and began to ramble. And while the ghost of Yingdao was consoled by her victory, Lin teleported to her and pierced her with his sword, because the guy was just playing along with her in order to suddenly attack. After the bull was left without his owner, he decided to retreat, but Lin and Hong Yi did not plan to let this dangerous ghost go. Kui's house was invaded by the ghost of Yingdao Bony Lady. Her goal was to destroy the house so that her leader Yang Xiao would notice her and appoint her as his ally. But as soon as she went deep into the house, a trap fell on top of her. This trap for ghosts was prepared by the Lin Kuei sisters, who were waiting for them in their house in advance. When she saw these abnormal children, she decided to run away as soon as possible. But on the way out, she met Onitsi, who was not going to let her out. And then everyone else came up who could not even think that ghosts could break into them. But since the ghost came to them on her own, they wanted to play with her. Then the children all taught the ghost a lesson because she dared to invade their house. Yellow was delighted that the ghost had become a real seed lady. But Oniji was not happy about this, because all the cleaning of the house was on her. Lingxi was very bored at home knowing that her brother was outside. Therefore, she invited Yellow and Xiaobai to help their brother fight the ghosts, and Oniji had to stay home and look after little Lulu. At this time, Lin and Hongye continued to chase the ghostly bull through the streets of the city. But Yan Xiao came across the bull's path, and the creature was very happy about this because now it could not be afraid of the Night Watch squad. Lin thought that he would never be able to find him, and since he himself came into his hands, the guy was glad that he could bring justice. Yang Xiao was not happy that the bull behaved so cowardly and could not properly deal with Lin Kuei, so he believed that the best solution would be to absorb his power. Kuei had once done to him. Lin told him not to relax as everything would be exactly the opposite, and victory would be his. And then they crossed swords with Hongye and attacked Yang Xiao, but he was stable and could withstand the two of them. Due to the large number of forces on both sides, they were all thrown back by the blast wave. Lin no longer intended to let the guy enslave the world, and the only thing he wanted was to defeat him once and for all. But Yang Xiao was confident of his victory, so he erected his magical wall of energy and sent it straight to Lin Kuei. But for Lin, this was a normal attack, so he overthrew her with his magic sword. The guy retaliated by attacking him, but Yang Xiao used his golden body skill, which protected him from such attacks. But Lin didn't care about his super skills, since he destroyed hundreds of criminals like him. So he and Hong Yi joined forces and struck a powerful blow with a magical tornado. The attack was so powerful that it left a huge crater in the middle of the road. Yang Xiao was disappointed that his long and hard work did not pay off, and that he was still weak to fight Lin Kuei. Since childhood, the guy was a proud son of heaven who wanted to succeed together with Chu Junyao in order to reach the heights of this world. Kuei for all his failures, because he deprived him of everything he could be proud of. Therefore, Yang Xiao was not ready to face this. They noticed that due to Yang Xiao's anger, he began to awaken the Ghost King's true body, so they wanted to prevent it, but it was too late. A bright flash of light ignited in front of them, making its way high up and filling the space. Yang Xiao was willing to sacrifice all his energy to transform into a Nightmare Ghost King with A-class supreme power just to defeat Lin Kuei. Although Lin was impressed by the heights Yang Xiao had achieved, he was ready to defeat him and return him to his former form. But the Nightmare King had no difficulty in repelling his attack with ease. For the first time ever, he felt a great advantage on Lin Kuei and was glad to test his true strength on him. At this time, an army of sea ghosts invaded the east coast of Konglin Island, and since people had a hard time, a Night Watch detachment was sent there. There was also one of the largest sea ghost kings, who had the ability to take the shape of an island in the water and suddenly attack the victim. On this mission, the Ghost King was confronted by Commander Yun Shi, and since there were many ghosts, Commander Lin Hua arrived to her aid. Yun Shi was surprised that they would have to fight side by side since this was their first battle together. There were also ghosts in the eastern region of the city of Changlian, where the spirits of Lingxi dealt with them. The girl was very glad that she finally left the house and that there was an opportunity to have fun, but her main goal was to find her brother. Kuei's former team took part in clearing the city of ghosts. There were countless monsters, and it was not easy for them. Even with the help of teacher Tang Lin, they understood that the battle would be difficult. Suddenly, a magical moon-shaped weapon flew out of nowhere and killed many ghosts in its path. This was the skill of Sutang, who returned to them after a long time of training in the mountains. They were glad that Sutan returned to them again to fight the ghosts together. When they were done with the monsters, they wondered what Sutan was doing there. The girl said that she went out to get some fresh air and came across an invasion of Yingdao ghosts. Sungxiao noticed that after the time of absence, the girl did not look any more feminine. Sutan also noticed his changes in figure, but his speaking abilities still remained the same. She wondered where the rest of the team were, and Tang Ling revealed that Mu Rong, Qin Cheng, and Tai Feng were helping the others in the city deal with the ghosts. And when the girl found out that Lin Gui had joined the night patrol squad, she was very surprised. While they were talking, a new wave of ghosts came to them. And since Lin Kuei was in the night patrol squad, this motivated them and they were not going to lag behind him and wanted to show the ghosts the strength of the new generation of Daxia. At this time, in the eastern part of the city, Qingcheng, Konya, and Tianyu defended the city. With his new Nightmare King power, Yang Xiao unleashed many styles of different attacks against Lin Kuei. But the guy believed that even with new abilities, he would not be able to defeat him. Yang Xiao got tired of this empty chatter and opened the Nightmare Sphere skill. This skill imprisoned them in a closed space of dark magic. Taking a levitating pose, he wanted to put on a show for them and watch everything that happened with his own eyes. His sphere had the special ability to create an exact copy of clones of their bodies, and he wanted them to fight themselves. For Lin and Hong Ye, such a test was new, but it did not frighten them, and they rushed into battle. When they fought with their clones, they noticed that they completely copied all their skills and movements. Hong Ye didn't like that someone copied a beauty just like her because the girl wanted to be the only one like her. Although Yang Jiao copied their movements, Hong Ye knew that he could not copy their thoughts, so she assumed that there was a way to deceive them. Lin agreed with his wife and had an idea, but he was afraid to implement it because the risk was too great. But when the enemy began to advance, the guy still decided to try. Since it was possible to combine weapons, he assumed it would work with physical abilities as well. He was able to combine the abilities of Qi, Yu, and Sun Wukong, after which his strength increased significantly. With one swing of his sword, he managed to destroy his physical clones. Now that Lin's strength was approaching A-class, Hong Ye considered him a worthy man. Since there were no more problems with the clones, Lin decided to bring justice to Yang Xiao. Since Yang Xiao was injured, and his body was capable of giving him the ability to endlessly change, he wanted to reincarnate into a new form to get rid of the endlessly injured body. Kuei's new strength, and the guy attacked him so quickly that he had no chance to change his body again. Hong Ye didn't want to give him the chance to leave after what he did, so she attacked him with lightning speed with her scissors, leaving many wounds all over his body. The Nightmare King, being the boss of the underground abyss ghosts and the Nightmare Gang, did not understand how he could lose to them with such power. Lin knew that this would happen, because he had previously warned the guy not to do such things, so he decided to defeat him once and for all. But suddenly a double of the devil god appeared in front of them, who decided to save Yang Xiao's fate. Lin Kuei didn't like that he dared to steal his loot, so he attacked him. The devil god was impressed that the guy managed to injure his double. Afterwards, he dragged Yang Xiao into the depths of the devilish abyss, and because he dared to attack him, he remembered this act, and in the future he wanted to fight with him. Lin was angry that he managed to escape with his feet again this time. Hong Ye believed that it didn't matter, because they did an excellent job, and this could be considered a victory, but Lin still stood his ground and wanted to catch the criminal. Hong Ye asked not to worry about this, as they would still have the opportunity to catch him together. This support helped the guy a lot, and he was happy with such care. On the East Coast, all the ghosts were defeated by the captains of the Night Watch. The girls were very tired, and after such a mission, they planned to return and fully recover. In the city, the Night Watch patrol also cleared the streets of all Yingdao ghosts. Because Ling Si and Yellow showed courage and bravery at such a young age in helping to defeat the ghosts, the city residents rewarded them with a large supply of food. And despite the fact that Ling Xi did not find her brother, she was glad to receive such gratitude from people. Teacher Tang and her students also had good news of Daxia's victory, and they planned to celebrate with an overnight picnic. And the girls, their friendly trio, did a great job and for the first time took part in such a large-scale ghost invasion. One day later, the Lin Kui family celebrated their joint achievements in completing the Daxia ghosts. Ling Hua's elder sister came to their family dinner and brought them gifts. Lin was wondering, since she had free time, he claimed that she was done with work. But that was not the case at all. She came to tell the important news that the double of the devil god had taken Yang Xiao with him, as well as 2 mystical kings to Ying Island. And their goal was to make the island the main base of the underwater world. so Daxia decided to send people to them in order to finally destroy the forces of the underwater world, and Lin assumed that he would do this. He understood correctly, and thus Daxia was sending him and Hong Ye on this mission, so they needed to pack up as quickly as possible and take 2 assistants with them. When Ling Shi heard that time would separate her and her brother again, she was disappointed. Lin Hua suggested that he would probably choose the strongest such as San Qian and Qin Feng, but she did not guess, and Lin preferred Qin Cheng and Kanya. Hong Ye didn't like this idea of girls, and she started to get jealous of him again. But he had an explanation for this, because Ai Xiangqiang and Qin Feng were physically strong. They were not suitable for this mission, and therefore, the abilities of Kanya and Qin Cheng were more suitable. Since it was logical, the girls admitted that he was right. Lin also did not miss the opportunity to ask Lin Hua for Shang, Chang, Qin Feng, and Su Teng to join the night patrol squad, and since the squad was recruiting newcomers, she was not against recommending them. Since the team was determined, Ling Hua allowed them to take family members with them, and when the girls heard this, they realized that this was their chance. Lin made his choice in favor of his younger sister Lin Shi, and the girl was crazy with happiness because she did not want to be separated from her brother. He also took Lulu, Xiaobai, and Yellow, and the girls were glad that they were not deprived of attention. Only one Oniji was not chosen, and the girl was upset that the maids were always left out. Lin Hua did not understand why he broke the rules, because you can only take one, to which Lin replied that the yellow-skinned goblin, the 3-tailed fox, and the spirit of the green vines were not human beings. Lin wondered if she agreed to this. Ling Hua realized that the older the child, the more he needs, and since she could not refuse her younger brother, she agreed. Afterwards, Lin Kuei gathered his former team at a local cafe to tell them that he had recommended them to the night patrol squad. The guy was pleased that they were grateful to him, but he knew that they were so good that sooner or later they would have been able to get there without his help. They promised that they would exceed his expectations and become heroes like him. Qian was wondering why Lin didn't take his girlfriend, and Taifeng wanted him to get married as soon as possible in order to become his godfather. But the guy decided to remain silent in response. Spending time in such company, Sutan would never have thought that she would have such close friends. And in her shared adventures with Lin Kuei, she discovered that friendship could be quite simple. On the day of the expedition, Lin went to Hing Island with his entire family to finish what he started with the nightmare King Yang Xiao. Ling Ji and the rest of her sisters played tennis on the ship and had a good time, while Oniji spent most of her time preparing food for them. Lin didn't like the fact that they set up a real resort on the ship and acted as if they were going on vacation. But Hong Ye did not understand the meaning of his indignation because he himself looked appropriate. Afterwards, Lin decided to call everyone on deck to inform them that they needed to come up with a name for the ship. He came up with a naming game to encourage teamwork. Kanya suggested calling it a goldfish, as it was in harmony with youth and beauty. And Qing Cheng suggested calling them Miles of Sunlight, so that they would be as bright as their journey. Ling Zi wanted to call her Black Pearl because she associated it with her brave and invincible brother. Hong Ye suggested calling it Titanic, as it symbolized eternal love and support on her part. Although these were romantic since the Titanic sank, Lin did not consider this an appropriate example. He put forward his proposal to name the ship the Virtues, since they were all respectable citizens who saved the world from monsters. After thinking, Lin realized that they were not worthy of being called virtues, so he liked lack of virtue more, and as soon as they decided on the name of the ship, they set off. But they were not the only ones who went to Yingdao Island. Hongshan and Xia Shui were also heading there. The girl believed that Hongshan followed Lin Ke. Otherwise, she did not see other reasons for such spontaneous travels. But the guy claimed that he was just tired of living in one place and wanted to see another country. Hong Ye made sure that her man did not go hungry on the trip and brought him freshly cut assorted fruits, and Lin was pleased with such care. On their way, they noticed a small boat in which a man was pulling nets to catch fish from the sea. They thought it was a ghostly creature and went to kill it, but it turned out to be a man with a rather specific appearance and the ears of an elf. As they got closer, they were convinced that it was a man since there was no ghostly aura emanating from him. Climbing aboard, he introduced himself as the head of the village of Whale Island who had come to fish. Lin also introduced his team in response by calling himself the Psychic of Daxia, who arrived to rescue Yin Yuan. The old man turned out to be quite friendly and was happy to receive guests on his Whale Island. Whale Island was famous for its shape, which was similar to a whale, hence its name. The old man called his companions and, as an introduction, showed his hospitality by treating them to delicious grilled fish in coconut milk. The fish was so delicious that Lin and his family fought over it among themselves. Hong Ye was very uncomfortable, but she still inquired about their unusual appearance. The old man said that from generation to generation, it was customary for the inhabitants of the Whale Island to make a living by fishing. leading a hard life in the era of ghosts. One day they met a ghost named Chemical Whale, who destroyed all the nuclear power plants in the nearby sea, because of which an outbreak of nuclear pollution occurred. Nuclear radiation made them this way, and they were often mistaken for ghosts. When Lin heard this, he realized that all the food he had eaten was contaminated by nuclear radiation. When the old man began to tell why it was impossible to fight this creature, it jumped out of the water right in front of them. With his wave, he threw many ghostly sharks onto the ship, which began to gnaw people. With her abilities, Kanya accelerated time, and Ching-Chung froze the water with all the dangerous fish. Little Ling Shi also decided to take part in this and released Blackwind and White Knight to deal with the ghostly fish. Hong Ye asked Lin to take advantage of the fish's weakness to kill them all with one blow. Lin complied with her request, and he believed that this group of crazy fish was not enough for him to oppose him equally. Although they dealt with the ghostly fish, they still did not deal with the whale that swam in the depths of the ocean. They boarded the whale island, where Lin asked the entire crew to stay behind him. Lin and Hong Ye went out to search for the chemical whale, which had escaped into the contaminated area. They could not understand why there was nothing living in this place, and whale bones were scattered everywhere. At that moment, from the water, they heard from the whale that they had been deceived by a group of villagers. A whale appeared before them, who told them that this place was a slaughterhouse for crazy people who, through their own fault, ruined their appearance. The place also served as a cemetery for his family's whale children. The chemical whale wanted to reveal the truth, so he plunged them into his memory world so they could see it with their own eyes. Once they entered his mind, he said that whales were quite calm by nature, and although people sometimes hunted them, this did not stop them from thriving. As for the Yindao people, they began to exterminate whales en masse, since for them it was of great value. All this led to the almost complete exhaustion of their whale clan, as well as himself. The law of survival was completely violated, and the inhabitants of Yindao Island reached the brink of madness, after which his soul united and he became a chemical whale to take revenge on them. Lin had a choice: help the whale complete justice by receiving 30 shards of psychic energy, side with the inhabitants against the whale by receiving toughness points, or divide the earth into good and evil by receiving dexterity points. Lin chose the first option, and he and Hong Ye wanted to help the whale solve this case and punish the criminals as they deserved. Keith was so unaccustomed to trusting people that he doubted their true intentions in helping. Their conversations about solving the case were heard by the residents of Yingdao, and they hated it when someone found out their secrets, and because they knew something they shouldn't, the residents didn't want to let them go. Lin couldn't just leave them behind after what they did, so he and Hong Ye overthrew them with one blow. Keith decided to trust them and said that he planned to attack even more nuclear power plants so that the inhabitants would live like this forever. But they asked the chemical whale not to do so because damage to nuclear power plants led to pollution that harmed innocent inhabitants, including fish. After these words, the whale realized that because of him, the fish had recently begun to mutate. And he regretted this because, wanting revenge for his offspring, he forgot about the consequences of the environment, and he knew how to remove the pollution at that time, so he went to fix everything. Lin and Hong Ye wanted to go with him to the end, so they went after the whale to help him. The whale arrived at a place where there were used nuclear power plants. He took on human form to cast spells, but he didn't have much time since the transformation was too energy intensive, and since this sea was polluted by his fault, he came forward to cleanse it. Keith began cleaning up the dirty substances, but he realized that he was too weak for the job. However, he did not plan to give up, even if he had to give up his life. In the moment, he noticed that it became much easier, all because Lin kept his promise and came to the rescue. The chemical whale did not expect to meet them during the crisis, and was very glad that he came across such kind people. Using their power, Hongi and Lin quickly cleared the dirty waters. They managed and restored everything to its previous state. The water became clear, and a cloud with chemicals dissipated in the sky. The problem of infection was resolved, and Lin promised to continue to take care of the villagers. But the chemical whale did not stop there, and wanted to cleanse the local waters even more. And although they asked him to stop, since he was running out of vitality, he continued cleaning. He told them that they had only stopped the pollution problem in the nearby sea, so all he had to do was burn his body to the last drop of energy. Keith hoped that they could keep their promise and save the world in their own way. After his disappearance, he left the bone to warn humanity of danger. At that moment, Ling Si noticed villagers from the top tower of the ship who, after hearing the noise, were approaching them. Having boarded them, they began to bow to Lin Kuei for saving the environment and asked for help for all the other inhabitants since they needed salvation. The guy didn't understand how they could call themselves innocent after everything they had done and ask him for help. He showed them the chemical whalebone that served as the fruit of his hatred, and he said that if they do not repent, the whale will come to them forever. But when the residents saw the remains of the chemical whale, they wanted to take them away in order to sell them for as much as possible. This angered Lin, because he hoped that they would realize their guilt, but he realized that this group of people lost their humanity due to greed a long time ago. Since they were hopeless, Lin's sisters suggested throwing them overboard and feeding them to the fish. But Lin was against this, and he insisted on dealing with them alone, as he wanted to take revenge on them for the death of the whale. He completed the mission and received 30 shards of psychic energy, and after redeeming the inhabitants of the island, he continued on his way again. A day later, Lin Kuei arrived on the mainland of Rindao Island to deal with the ghosts. To their surprise, the beginning of the island consisted of a small, neat city. Since it was a city of dolls, this place became heaven on earth for his younger sisters. Although Lin asked them to be careful and not touch anything, they all managed to collect dolls for themselves. They didn't find anyone there, including ghosts, so this even more sowed a strange premonition of something unknown. Xiaobai found a doll that seemed very unusual and quite realistic in its resemblance to a person. Suddenly, the doll came to life and attacked them all with its doll beam. It was a rank A ghost doll who welcomed them into her large family of dolls. After her attack, most of the team members shrank and became dolls. Since the rival sisters became dolls, Oniji was glad that her time had come to save everyone. But on this island, only a ghostly doll could dictate its rules, and she very much asked them to behave according to local customs. Qing didn't understand what to do, but Lin asked not to panic in this situation and see what ways the puppet ghost could have to return everything to normal. When Hong's Ye saw that Mo Qingcheng touched Lin Ke, she began to be jealous. Lin was pleased that, being a doll, Hong Ye was still the same and could control her body. To keep everyone safe, they put them in a sack and entrusted their lives to Oniji's hands. At that moment, while in the bag, Lingxi realized that in ordinary life she was the smallest, but among the dolls she was the largest, and this consoled her. The ghostly doll sent its army of hostile dolls to attack all the remaining team members. To defeat the dolls, Lin decided to call upon his army of dolls and ordered them to show the ghost of Yingdao their power. But the ghostly dolls of the island turned out to be much stronger than his army, and they defeated every single one. Lin mourned them, and he really did not want to part with them, but Qingcheng asked him to calm down as she thought that he could summon new ones. But since the ghostly army of dolls defeated his army, it then began to attack them, and Lin Kuo ordered everyone to retreat as quickly as possible. But when the dolls drove them into a dead end, they realized that since they could not kill them, they needed to attack them in return. Lin wanted to take over the giant dolls, and he left all the small ones to them. Qingcheng used her ability and attacked first, freezing many small dolls. Oniji wanted to help and pave the way in front, so she used her portals to deflect the attack of the flying knives. The girl got angry and showed them her taste of the maid's anger. But the ghost doll didn't like being underestimated, so she personally attacked Anji with her magic candy. Lin came to her aid and spun the ghostly doll at high speed. But he didn't stop there and used the golden right leg technique. The ghostly doll flew so fast that it broke through the wall, leaving its silhouette in it. She didn't like this attitude and showed her true full ghost form. After that, she immediately kicked Lin Ke, and the guy said that her kick was worse than that of the football team. Immediately, she launched another punch from the pink puppet fist, but Lin used her absolute defense, which was harder than iron, and she was unable to penetrate it. Lin asked his team to find the weak points of the ghost doll so that they could then focus on one strike and attack directly. Oniji had a solution. She remembered that the dolls usually had a zipper on them, and they were often damaged, and cotton wool was taken out of them. She told Lin that this ghost doll might also have lightning, which was its weakness. The guy didn't mind doing a personal search, since that's what he did best. But the ghostly doll heard their plan and attacked Lin Kuo, but he easily avoided her blow. Since the doll was slow in this transformation, he managed to climb onto it and find the lightning. Although it looked very strong, he managed to unfasten it. After this, the ghostly doll felt like all the cotton wool fell out of its body, and it began to decrease in size. The battle was over, and Lin managed to pull the ghost doll out of the body, and since the task was not easy, he felt devastated. Everything returned to normal, and his loved ones became themselves again. Ling Shi and the others never wanted to touch other dolls again. Other dolls also turned into people, and these were the inhabitants of this small town, who for many years were under the control of a ghostly doll acting as toys. The people of the town were curious. After such a victory, would they move forward? Lin said that his plan was to save Yindao from all the ghosts. And since his plans were to rid them of ghosts, the old man showed a city called Zuo, in which people needed help as it was full of ghosts. The guy realized that with such abilities, more and more responsibility lay on his shoulders, so he was ready to save all the civilians from the ghostly creatures. The next day, Lin Ge and his team arrived in the city district of Zuo. The first thing they saw at the entrance to the city were the bodies of people who had died at the hands of ghosts. As soon as they crossed the line into the city, they were attacked by ghosts that were shaped like hearts. Yingdao fighters who were responsible for clearing out the ghosts and monsters, came to their aid. Lin, Hongye, and Lula worked together against the ghosts, covering each other. Kanya and Ching Cheng were also paired up, and they attacked the ghosts using the ability to accelerate time and freeze all living things. And Lingxi moved in a team with Onaji, Xiaobai, and 2 bear spirits. Lin and his team dealt with the ghosts so quickly that the local fighters did not know how to help them. When they dealt with the ghosts, the fighters asked them to go to cover. And this was a profitable offer for them, since after arriving at the shelter, they could collect information about Yingdao. When they arrived at the subway shelter, they saw many people wounded by ghosts. The head of the fighting squad told Lin that these people had previously been captured by the ghost's subordinates, who greatly injured them physically. Lin asked him not to worry as he had brought his team to free Yingdao this time. And when the guy found out that he was the same Lin Kuei, he was very surprised by such a meeting. And he was glad to meet him, since Lin was an idol for him and he tried to imitate him. Based on this, Lin Kuo invited him to cooperate for the liberation of the city. The guy told him that he had previously been studying spirits, and while going to help a student, ghosts stopped him on the way. Fortunately, he met Lin Kugi, and luckily he helped him. When Lin heard about the beautiful girl, his eyes lit up with this mission, but Hong Ajie didn't really like his reaction to this task. The guy begged him to unite and save this girl, but Lin was not at all against helping the future generation. He told Kanya and Yellow that they would go with him and his wife, and ordered the others to stay and defend the refuge. Because Lin did not want to take his younger sister with him, she began to rebel. But Lin wanted Lingzi to stay, as he believed that her strength was very much needed by the people in the shelter. The girl did not expect that he trusted her so much and was ready to stay. After Lin told them he was going to rescue the student, but Hong Ye had a strange feeling about this operation. After all, she didn't like that Lin Kuei showed such a desire to save beautiful girls. Since there was no safe way to move on the surface, they had to go through the sewers. They were under the high school, on the surface of which there were soldiers who worked for the ghosts. The head of the fighting squad did not know that the place would be so guarded, so he said that they had to find another way out. But Kanya did not want to go back through the sewer again. Therefore, she decided to settle this issue on the spot and deal with the soldiers alone. And while she slowed down time, Lin Kuei and the others decided to run quickly so as not to be noticed. According to intelligence, these students were in the research building and could be used for human experiments, so they had to act quickly. Lin didn't understand why the soldiers were helping the ghosts. The guy said that they served Yindao and, in order to gain power, made a deal with monsters and voluntarily turned into semi-ghostly creatures. Lin did not intend to wait while the students were in danger, so he went to fight the ghost soldiers. He used his new skill of celestial psychic power against them, which had a great speed advantage. Since there were too many soldiers, he decided to deal with them all with a fiery flash. When Lin dealt with the ghostly soldiers, the head of the fighters fell to his knees in front of him with delight. And Lin didn't understand why his fans always behaved so strangely. Since the entrance was clear, Kanya hurried them to go rescue the students as soon as possible. In the research building, after half a day of searching, they could not find either people or ghosts. Lin found it strange that he could not detect the ghostly aura. Since they couldn't find any traces, Lin asked Yellow to help them find the students, but she didn't like that they thought she was a police sniffer dog. Lin was upset because he had cooked a juicy chicken leg, but since she didn't want to help him, he had to eat it. But Yellow said she was only joking, and she was the best police agent. It amused the girls that the guy was again exploiting Yellow's weak points. For more motivation, Lin tied a chicken leg on a stick. Yellow wanted her so much that she even smelled the scent of ghosts. Looking up at the ceiling, they discovered spider-like ghostly creatures. The spiders didn't like that strangers were on their territory, so they attacked them with their web. And although Lin and Hong Ye managed to dodge, the other team members had to get stuck in the sticky spider threads. The guy told Lin that ghosts with human eyes had the ability to observe and could report an invasion, so the only option was to destroy them. Afterwards, they mercilessly defeated this entire group of spider-like ghostly creatures. The guy felt guilty about this for putting Lord Lin in danger, but Lin was fine, and the only thing he didn't like was being called a lord. At that moment, Yellow realized that this was not the end yet, as she sensed a large number of ghosts that were heading straight towards them. The guy felt a strong ghostly aura and assumed that the spider had reported to the other ghosts about the invasion, so he told them that they needed to run away immediately. A large number of monsters came out of the ventilation and were ready to defend their territory. But Lin was not ready to retreat and wanted to go to the very end to save the students. Hongye didn't like the fact that he showed such courage in saving girls rather than boys. The guy felt like part of a family because Lin Kei's team treated Yindao's affairs with special trepidation and determination. Kanya wanted to quickly deal with the new ghosts, so she rewinded time for them. Since the number of ghosts was too large, Lin knew that they could not waste their precious time fighting everyone. Therefore, he wanted to defeat them in one blow. The head of the fighting squad had already encountered these creatures before, and this time was no exception. He was an accurate marksman and could easily deal with a small number of monsters. When they dealt with all the ghosts, they went in search of the students. At that moment, they heard a cry for help made by the girls, and they were surprised because they did not expect to be found so quickly. Lin ran the fastest to save the beautiful girls from the monsters, and Hong Ye didn't really like this. Hong Ye didn't understand why Lin froze in place, and she thought that looking at them was a very exciting moment for him. But in fact, the guy was shocked by the monster he saw, which was devouring the students. It was a Class A ghostly humanoid monster that lured victims by hypnotizing girls. When Lin saw many pretty girls, he wanted to go to them, but Hong Ye stopped him. Lin said that the ghosts almost hypnotized him, but Hong Ye did not believe him and thought that he did it on his own. The head of the fighting squad wanted to cope with this thermonuclear monster alone, and Yellow by the chicken leg was ready to become the leader. The ghost opened his treasure trove of sharp stationery and wanted to attack them with it. Although they didn't understand how it was possible to use stationary items on the battlefield, Kanya still slowed them down, stopping his attack. Hong Ye had an idea on how to take the monster by surprise. She asked Kanya to slow down time at her command so that the monster would be helpless when they launched an attack. The ghost did not want to wait for them to attack him, so he got ahead of them by attacking with his tentacles. It grabbed all of his comrades, and under the influence of the tentacles, Lin could not activate his psychological power against the monster because it absorbed his power. Catching people, the monster digested them, and they became part of his body. Hong Ye couldn't stand to see the monster devouring the people she loved. Lin always helped her out, and this time she wanted to do the same for him. When she attacked the ghost, he repelled all of her attacks, and even her blood spirit scissors could not harm him. Being in the stomach of a thermonuclear monster, they were completely exhausted and could not do anything. No matter how many times Hong Ye attacked him, she was defeated time after time and could not resist his tentacles. She assumed that the fusion monster absorbed Lin Kuei's power, which is why it became so strong. At that moment, the spirit of a magic sword appeared in front of her, and Hong Ye did not understand why it appeared because usually only Lin could summon it. She said that since Lin Qi had acquired the new Devil God Blade, he had not often summoned her, and since she was bored, she decided to get out of her world to help them. The monster didn't like that a small flying dwarf appeared in front of him, and he sent him into the distance with his tentacle. The sword spirit was outraged by this attitude towards himself, and he asked Hong Ye to merge the powers of her sword in order to defeat the ghost together. The sword spirit transformed into a new form and imbued her sword with a murderous aura. And at the same time, her body improved, and she was no longer afraid of the ghost's attacks. With one blow, she split the humanoid ghost into pieces and avenged her boyfriend. After this, Lin Kuei and the others fell out of the monster's belly and were saved. Lin was in awe of his wife's power, and he could not believe that she had single-handedly saved them all. She told him that because he had saved her many times, she simply couldn't leave him there. He was ashamed that he behaved this way with other girls, having such a caring and protective wife. First of all, they wanted to return to the shelter as soon as possible because they were worried that Lin Shi and Lulu would not encounter ghosts. But at this time, ghosts were already roaming the city. It was a Class A flying head barbarian ghost who sensed the people underground and ordered the rest of the monsters to go there. People were scared when they saw monsters in their underground shelter, but it was too late to escape. Ling Xi asked everyone not to panic and to unite their forces against the monsters. Seeing this, Qing Cheng was glad that the girl was growing up so quickly and following her brother's example. Looking at the courage of the people of Daxia, the civilians did not want to be cowards compared to them. Therefore, they began to listen to their advice and began to unite. Ling Xi called on the Black Wind and White Knight for help and ordered to deal with the advancing enemy. When the flying head barbarian sensed the girl's demonic aura, he was very interested in her. Ling Xi didn't like that the ghost called her a demon because she was the psychic queen of the Great Daxia, and because he called her a demon, she told him that she would deal with him and kill all the ghosts. The flying thug was delighted with such a purposeful child. When he saw the two spirit bears that attacked him, he appreciated their martial arts technique. However, they were too weak to compete with him. Xingqing attacked the flying head ghost with her ice shield, but her attack was so pitiful to him that it didn't even reach him. Sister Lulu was scared and didn't know how to act in this situation, so she suggested calling Lin for help. But since her brother entrusted her with such a serious matter for the first time, the girl did not want to let him down, and she decided to release the potential of her body and show the ghosts that it was not worth attacking. When they saw such demonic power from their sister, they were surprised, and Zhao Bai asked everyone to be careful and not get hurt by mistake. Ling Xi realized that the power of the demonic form was too great, and if she used it for a long time, it might affect her body. Therefore, she planned to cope as quickly as possible. The flying thug was surprised that the girl had such powers, but it did not bother him. since he liked it when his food had such powers. He attacked her with his fog of darkness, which filled the entire space. Lingxi understood that this stuff could affect her psychic power, so she tried not to inhale it. The flying thug considered her too weak for a full-fledged battle. He grabbed her and she couldn't control the strength of her body. Suddenly, the girl lost control and was able to activate her power and get out of the ghost's fight. Her loved ones noticed that she had completely lost her mind due to her demonic powers and were concerned about her condition. The flying head ghost wondered how the girl planned to defeat him if she had no control over herself and fought only on instinct. He attacked her with a huge hammer and she flew to the very bottom, and because of its own fog, the ghost could not detect it. While the flying head ghost was trying to find her, she attacked him from behind. And while he was in a state of shock, Lingxi decided to raise him to a height. She used various available means to launch a massive attack on the monster. But the flying thug also took up a weapon and they clashed in an aerial duel. At that moment, Lin Kuei, Hong Ye, and the head of the fighting squad were flying over the city, and they noticed that something had happened at the metro station. Lin was worried about Ling Shi, and in order to get to them as quickly as possible, he filled the cloud with holy water. This gave him a lot of strength and energy, and the cloud flew at the speed of a rocket. At this time, the flying thug took Ling Shi to his dimension, where he had more advantages. He summoned many ghostly flying snakes and ordered them to deal with the girl. The flying thug knew that they had an old saying in Daxia that said that there was strength in numbers, therefore he wanted to make Ling Shi understand its full meaning. But Ling Shi did not intend to give up, and she defeated all of his ghosts with one blow. The ghost flying thug was the strongest in the entire Middle East, and he couldn't believe that he was being defeated by a little girl from Daxia. When Lin Kui arrived, he did not understand what kind of vortex they had formed and why Ling Shi's aura was there. Yellow told him that this vortex served as an entrance to the dimension of the flying thug. Hong Ye said that his little sister was captured by a flying thug, and since the vortex was in a sealed state, Lin wanted to find a way to break the seal and go to her aid. At this time, Ling Shi held the victory over the flying thug. The flying thug was tired of all this, and he wanted to win so much that he was ready to sacrifice his own life for this. Therefore, he activated the destructive self-destruct skill. Ling Shi did not want to endanger her loved ones and the people of the city of Zuo, and she was ready to sacrifice the last remnants of her sanity and raise this ghost as far as possible from the people. Lin saw how his little sister was able to break the seal and pull the flying thug out of his dimension. When Ling Xi saw her older brother, she told him that she was old enough to protect the world like him. Although she loved him very much, she wanted to show that she could stand up for herself and be the same support for him. At that moment, she remembered how in childhood, when she and her brother were playing in the sandbox, a local bully took the bear away from her and Lin was determined to return it to her. Lin didn't like it when people acted like that towards his little sister, so he always protected her. By any means, he achieved what he wanted for his sister, because his dad taught him that real heroes must protect others. Therefore, this time she considered it necessary to protect her brother, and since he entrusted her with such an important mission to protect people, she wanted to see it through to the end. Lin asked her not to do anything stupid and to jump onto the cloud with him in order to fly as far as possible. But it was already too late, so she asked him to run away as soon as possible. But Lin stayed until the last, and was thrown back by the blast wave. The flying thug was defeated, but Miss Ling Shi left with him. At that moment, city residents noticed that after the explosion, something was falling from the sky. It was a large egg that had the breath of Ling Shi, and Lin Kuei caught it safely. And everyone was very worried whether the girl would be able to return to the other world. Lin knew that she had the blood of demons in her, and with proper care, she would definitely be able to come out of nirvana. At this moment in the winter temple of Kyonaishima, an experiment was conducted on Yang Xiao, which brought progress, and his body began to strengthen. They wanted to completely restore it so that it would serve only them. But suddenly the demon received a message that changes had occurred in the Zuoshi region, and the ghost of Fataman was killed by the Lin Kuei group. The devil god didn't think it was a big problem, but since Lin Kuei and his comrades had arrived, he asked that orders be passed on to the last two of the ghost kings to deal with this guy. They were confident that the last two S-tier kings would be able to defeat him once and for all. 3 days later, with the support of Lin Kuei and others, the city began to rebuild, and a new city manager was elected and appointed by Daxia and Yin Dao, and he did all this for the benefit of the peace agreement. Lin really missed the little demon queen, and he wanted to find a way to bring her back as soon as possible. Oniji and Yellow tried to summon her using her favorite treats such as strawberry cake and saltine crackers. Little Lulu had been taking care of her teddy bear all this time, but lately he had really missed her and couldn't find a place for himself. It was painful for Lin to see how sad she was for her sister, and he promised to return her soon at any cost. Lin heard that a mother's love could most engender humanity, so he asked Hong Ye to feed Lingji milk. Hong Ye was outraged because she had never given birth and could not have milk. At one point, Lin Kui felt the egg begin to move as he tried to feed it so that Lin Ji could absorb some of the power of the jade stones. The egg began to absorb the power of these magic stones at an incredible speed. Lin didn't expect his sister to consume all of his soul jades from his private collection, and he assumed that this was her way of showing her jealousy and deliberately doing it. At this moment, Lin was disturbed by the head of the fighting squad, who came to report that he had heard from the inhabitants of a neighboring city that the ghostly king of the underworld was looking for him. Lin expected such a reaction from the Ghost Kings, so he did not want to stay there for long and moved to the next city to free the ghosts in it. The head of the fighting squad had difficulty coping with the news of Lin Qia's departure, and he wanted to honor him as his teacher. And Lin didn't mind if he considered him as a spiritual guide. He told Lin that after he left, he would promote Daxia's culture and make Zuo a part of it. Lin liked his energy and told the guy that he was already a member of the organization. Afterwards, Lin had to say goodbye to him and go on a trip to other cities. At this time, Hongshan and Xiaoshui were advancing along the road to the city of Qingdao. The girl asked if they would look for Hongye and Lin Kui, but Hongshan did not plan to look for anyone since he came to the island, Yunkt, to enjoy the journey. But Xiaowei was not sure about this because she believed that he was worried about the safety of Hongyao and Lin Ke. But Hongshan argued that this was not so. Suddenly Zhui asked the guy to bow his head towards her, and then she kissed him on the cheek. Hongshan did not expect such a turn and decided to reciprocate. But the girl became very shy and decided to leave this moment, and Hongshan really couldn't figure out what was the matter because the girls behaved quite strangely. Lin and the others arrived at the bear market, an area where the ghosts had suffered the most. He assumed that was where the Ghost King was hiding. There he was met by girls who were delighted to see a man in their city. One of the girls wanted him to come to her house as a guest, and Lin thought this proposal was rather strange. But the girl explained that the men were missing from the bear market because they were taken by Sinvura as slaves. She was a ghostly spider who ate men. Lin was surprised that the ghost only preferred men, and assumed that she had a grudge against men. And Hong Yi heard that the ghost was at an early S rank, and the more it absorbed men, the stronger it became. At this time, the Ghost Bee Patrol arrived in the city. The inhabitants of the city were very afraid of these creatures, and every time they were forced to hide when they saw them. Lin had a choice: deal with the patrolling ghosts, receiving strength points, penetrate behind enemy lines, receiving resistance points, or hide in cover, receiving agility points. Although he did not plan to be captured by ghosts, since the reward was good, he began to run through the streets of the city so that the bee patrol would notice him. Hongye was very pleased with his courage, but she suspected that he took it up again to have fun. The guy decided to dispel this misunderstanding and explained to his wife that in this way he acted as bait to get into the enemy's nest and conduct an investigation, catching all the ghosts. Hongye let him go on this mission and said that she would trust him for the last time. At that moment, the egg began to move, and Hong Ye realized that in this way Lingxi was hinting that she wanted to go with Lin on a mission to keep an eye on him. To prove his loyalty and not betray their trust, he was not against taking little Lingxi and asked to wait for good news. Taking it with him, Lin went on a cloud to attract the attention of the bee patrol. The ghost patrol spotted the guy, and since he was following them, they were extra wary of him because they thought he was a demon. Flying closer to the ghosts, Lin chose one of them and asked them to take him. The Ghost Patrol didn't often encounter people with the ability to fly, and they also doubted that he was a guy and thought he was a girl. Since they did not believe his words, he decided to convince them with his figure. After the Ghost Patrol was convinced that there was a real guy in front of them, they took him with them. They dragged him to the Ghost Queen's nest, which was on top of a multi-story building. When they brought the guy to the nest, they realized that their queen Shinvura was not there, so they came up with the idea of starting without her. At this moment, the system notified Lin Kaya that the mission had been successfully completed and awarded him resistance points. When there was no longer any point in being in the Queen's lair, Lin decided to flee as quickly as possible. When the other ghosts heard about the appearance of a handsome guy in their nest, they quickly wanted to meet him. The ghosts had long been waiting for the moment when they could have their fill of the meal alone without their queen, so they asked the guys not to waste their time until their mistress arrived. But Lingxi did not like such active behavior of the ghosts towards his brother. Therefore she, being in the egg, attacked the spider. And the guy was glad that even in this state, her combat power remained the same. But after that, the rest of the ghostly creatures reached him, and Lin assumed that their total strength was not nearly inferior to the queen's. Lin realized one thing, that whether it was the ghosts of women or women, they were not at all different in the structure of their thinking, because they left him without clothes in the same way. And when he reached the entrance to the nest, he was faced with the problem of height. And since he had no choice but to make the jump, he had to do it because behind him there was a crowd of ghostly creatures. Kei's body allowed him to safely descend from the top of the nest as it was very resistant to such loads. He managed to get to his team and they were very interested in how everything went. Lin said that he was very lucky that Ling Shi came to his aid, otherwise he would have been eaten by ghosts. But they still had a problem as the asphalt began to crack at the seams and a ghost awoke from there. It was the ghost of Chrysanthemum who was trained by Queen Shinvora herself. Yindao ghosts were the same as chrysanthemums, only much more dangerous. Lin was curious why the ghost immediately ate the dirt when it appeared, but Hong Ye assumed that this was her special method of attack. Afterwards, the ghost chrysanthemum splashed her poisonous green liquid on them. They couldn't understand why the ghost's attack targeted their shadows. This ghost's attack was to hit the opponent's shadow with sand, causing the owner of the shadow to suffer severe accidental poisoning. Hong Ye was very hot, and she asked Lin to help her with this, and the guy understood that she was poisoned by the spring poison. And judging by Ching Chung's expression, Lin realized that she was paralyzed and turned into a vegetable. Hong Ye's attention, and the girl asked that if she really decided to act, then let it be when she could move. But Lin asked them to wait for his participation in this crazy adventure. The guy didn't like what the ghost chrysanthemum did to them, so he attacked her, and she couldn't understand how he was able to overcome the poisoning so quickly. Although the ghost's resistance was stronger than their expectations, the system task had accumulated a large supply of resistance, and Lin had enough strength to cope with the poisoning. This angered the ghost, and she planned to attack him even harder to see how he would cope this time. She began to saw through blocks of stone with her powerful breath in an attempt to hit Lin Kuei. Having filled herself with earth rock, she sent balls of earth at him. Lin was not against it, since his favorite game was football, and previously he even wanted to become the leader of the great national football team. Therefore, he competently processed its attack and sent it back to the sender. This angered the ghost, and she steamed even more poisonous swords at him, but Lin was very agile and easily dodged them. Then Lin climbed onto the ghost, and since her tail was very soft, the guy concluded that she had little physical mobility. Therefore, he suggested doing a softening massage. Although the guy wasn't much of a massage therapist, he had no equal in martial arts. The guy didn't have the same poisoning abilities as the ghost, but he did have a large anti-pest potion. After this, the ghost gave up and activated a recovery field from harmful toxins to all his loved ones. After the terrifying effect of the ghostly poison, Hong Ye didn't understand how Ching Cheng ended up in her hands, but she replied that she was poisoned by love and pretended that it was not from her awakenings. Hong Ye said that apparently she was mistaken because she only loved Lin Kuei. Hong Ye vaguely remembered that Lin was also under the influence of the ghost effect, and she didn't know how he felt at all. But as soon as she saw how Lin detained the ghost, she realized that even if everyone in the world fell, Lin would remain the only survivor in the world. After everything she had done, the ghost realized her guilt and asked to be released so that she could continue to fertilize the earth. Hong Xie took pity on the ghost and invited Lin to take him under his responsibility, and the guy was not against accepting him as a pet. The ghost was happy with any verdict that would guarantee her salvation, and Hong Ye said that she would be in her spiritual world. When the ghost appeared in her spiritual world, she thought it was quite cozy and beautiful. But she was not alone there, as there was a snake spirit there who was glad that after a while, Hong Ye pleased her with a new companion. The snake turned out to be very hospitable towards Chrysanthemum, and they offered to live in harmony and become good neighbors. Chrysanthemum was not happy to be in the spirit world because she thought that she could be free as a pet, but not with the spirit of the snake. Lin was glad that everything ended so well, and he wanted to go in search of Queen Shinvora. But suddenly a demonic portal appeared in front of them, from which the Queen of Ghosts came out, and she was not happy that they behaved like that with the rest of the monsters on her territory. Lin was frightened by the sudden appearance of the ghostly queen, and Hong. You noticed that this queen seemed much stronger than the ones they had fought before. Lin had a choice: kill the ghostly queen, ridding people of the threat by receiving A-level soul jade, retreat by receiving agility points, or turn into her toy and be without the charisma reward. Shimura attacked them with her web, and she wondered if the little devils from Daxia would be able to resist her. Having chosen the first option, Lin understood that soul jade would help not only him, but also his sister. He then warned everyone not to touch the web, as it tended to take away strength. Through her web, Shinmura summoned small spiders that had frantic power and were explosive. With his body, Lin heroically covered Hong Yi from the attack of the spiders, since this pain did not cause much damage to his body because it was at the MS level. Hong Ye was very pleased that he made such sacrifices to protect her. Queen Shinura did not plan to defeat them alone, so she summoned another army of her faithful spiders. Xingqing and Hong Yi also began to help Lin resist the ghostly spiders. Although Ling Xi was in the egg, she was a strong enough demon queen to cope with ghosts using only her magic. When they saw her power, they were surprised, and Xingqing realized that her strength was already inferior to Ling Xi's. Lin waited for the Ghost Queen's next move, but she found it funny that they thought she only had one ability. She decided to use her timing skill and take on her strongest S-class humanoid form. After that, the Ghost Queen was not going to give them another chance to win. This time, it was much more difficult for them to escape from the web, and they experienced the true power of an A tier. Shinura believed that Lin Kuo was not worthy to protect such a beautiful girl as Hong Jie. Lin was surprised that because of her ability, he could not break free and save his wife, and he offered the ghostly queen a one-on-one fight. But she believed that a weakling like him did not deserve to fight her, so she sealed him in the ground. Shinura invited his beautiful lady to leave this coward and become her servant, but Hong Yi told her not to dream about it. Shinura didn't like this answer and stabbed her claw into Han Ye, showing her S-rank strength. The Ghost Queen believed that an A-rank weakling like them could not compare to her strength. Lin Kuo did not understand how it was possible that a simple web could hold him like that, and he became convinced of this difference between the A-level and the S-level. All the time it was in his head that he could not save his comrades, could not protect his relatives, could not protect his woman. It was this feeling of powerlessness that made him realize that he was in fact weak and that his strength had not yet reached its limit. But he whispered to himself, asking his strength to become stronger so that he could break through and save everyone. And suddenly, the energy began to reach out to him, and he realized that these were magical shards that heard his call for help and began to pour into his body. The power of supernatural abilities continued to accumulate, and he awakened a new god within himself. The Phantom Queen felt threatened and decided to eliminate him on the spot. Lin let her feel the power of the 1,000-year-old gods and wanted to teach her a lesson for the pain that Hong Ye experienced. After that, he freed his wife and promised Hong Ye that this was the last ghost who managed to harm her. Mo Ching was surprised that the guy was able to awaken such a power that was close to S rank. The Ghost Queen believed that the guy's newly awakened abilities were no match for her strength, and she attacked him again. And although she dared to use the power of the great Siapangu, it was unsuccessful. Shinura was angry that her blade, which was capable of cutting metal alloys, was unable to penetrate his armor. Linka finally felt superior to the Ghost Queen. The queen did not like his boasting, and she wanted to defeat this loving couple so that they would forever be underground in the lands of Yindao. But Lin blocked all her attacks, not giving her the slightest chance of victory. In this attack, she lost her invulnerable spider legs and was confused. How did Lin Kuei deal with them so easily? After all, she had Isai level initial strength. But Lin told her that it was all because he also reached S rank after transformation, and his strength was higher. He decided to end this once and for all by summoning his divine axe. Kuo's new explosive attack was so strong that it was able to plow up the entire road of the street. But after such an attack, Queen Shinmura was still intact, and she asked to be released in exchange for valuable information about the last two ghost kings of Minyuan. Lin knew of one of them named Hamba, and she revealed that he had S-tier strength and was a master in fire abilities. He also captured the 3 cities of Yingdao and united them into a single territory called the City of the Dead. One of his abilities was to summon an army of zombies. This was all the information that the Ghost Queen possessed. And since she told it, she wanted to leave. But because she insulted Daxia and offended his wife, he killed her in one blow and received an A-rank soul jade for completing the mission. He decided to give this jade to his sister to quickly restore her human form. After absorbing the jade, Lingxi rose into the sky and was about to evolve. The girl was reborn into a plush creature with wings, and Lin was incredibly happy to see his little sister again. Qingqing was very interested in what the girl's pedigree was, and the guy said that his mother had blood from the demonic clan. Therefore, Lingxi had the ability to awaken the monster race. Once the battle was won, Kanya and the rest of his family came to celebrate the victory. But they didn't know that Lingxi had finally evolved, and they were very happy with such a pleasant return. The girl was so cute in her new monster form that the others fought over who would sleep with her at night. At that moment, they were met by Hongshan and his companion Xia Shui, who was glad to meet his relatives. Lin suggested that since he was following them, he might have gotten bored, and Hong Yi said that they had cell phones and that he could just dial them. But Hong Shan was all right with Lin Kuei, and he said that he was just traveling and met them by chance. He also recently heard from Hanbu, one of the 8 demon ghost kings, and said that he planned to fight him. And since Hung Sheng knew that Lin planned to defeat him, he warned him that he could not cope alone since the Ghost King was at S level. But this did not stop Lin. And since Hongshan showed his concern, Lin Kuei invited him to join his team. But the guy refused such participation since he came just to rest and relax. Lin and Hong Ye were not upset by the refusal because Hongshan had always been so cold towards everyone and liked to move alone. Yindao Expressway, they realized that they had taken the wrong route and were going in the wrong direction. For all this, Lin blamed Yellow and Aniji, who prevented him from following the set path. But suddenly on the road they noticed a van from which a ghostly aura was rushing. It was a ghost restaurant on wheels whose chef was the ghost of an A-level rice ball. Since Lin was an agent of the Night Watch, he considered it right to disperse this illegal trade in the middle of the road. When the ghosts saw Lin Kai, they began to run away, as they had heard that this guy killed ghosts without blinking an eye. This surprised the guy, because he did not expect that, having received the ability of a god, ghosts would begin to behave this way. But Hongye considered this normal, because in the eyes of the ghosts, he was an enemy. Lin told the rice ball ghost that he was lost, and wanted to know how to get to Hanba territory. But the ghost did not intend to tell him anything, because he didn't understand what he had done that the guy tried to forbid him to feed harmless ghosts who lived far from civilization. But Lin was not going to touch the peaceful ghosts and just wanted to ask him for directions. And the ghost was ready to tell where he was going if only he would defeat him in culinary skills. Lin had a choice: kill the ghost, receiving power points, defeat him with the help of skills, receiving ball machine gun, or admit his lack of culinary skills, receiving agility points. This was a tempting offer from the system, so Lin agreed and told the ghost that his hidden ability was master cooking. And the ghost was looking forward to a master class from him. The first challenge of the race was fast food burgers, and after completion the teams will have to try all the entries and rate each other. Lin boasted that he was the only person who knew the recipe for the Crab King, and the ghost was interested to see how he would cook it. When they started cooking, Lin showed off his juggling skills very impressively and invited everyone to his delicious burger cooking classes. Lin's family didn't understand how he could combine such strange ingredients, and Anji made a note for later that she needed to teach the guy how to cook normal burgers. At this time, the rice ball ghost was finishing cooking, and he chose only the freshest ingredients for his upscale burgers. The first test came to an end, and the members of the ghost team began to taste Lin Kei's food. They didn't really want to try these sandwiches, as the filling left much to be desired. But when they tasted them, the taste seemed incredible to them. They were ruddy pieces of sad bread with melting cheese inside and notes of sauerkraut. It was Lin Qiu's team's turn to try the food prepared by the ghost, and the guy thought the burgers were pretty good, but the seafood in Yingdao tasted like nuclear radiation. Qiu's family mostly liked free food, and taste wasn't that important to them because they liked to eat free food. The rice ball ghost liked the sandwiches so much that he begged the guy to teach him how to make them. At this moment, Oniji was in a great mood and decided to share the delicacies she had prepared with the ghosts. The ghosts were surprised that humans could eat it, and being monsters, they decided not to show their fear of human food. And when they tried the colon, they were delighted with the taste sensations of this dish, and the only drawback was the strange smell. To the rice ball ghost, the taste reminded him of something similar to their golden grain dish from an island. Oniji knew this, so she deliberately retained some of the taste of the intestines. Yellow then treated the ghost to a bowl of chicken soup, and the rice ball ghost was surprised at how kind people were to him, since he really needed some soup. But later he realized that the soup was not simple, as it contained a mixture of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, so he did not feel very good. Yellow had always wanted to use this dark cooking technique because Lin Kuo had teased her about it before, and she studied these recipes to try to do the same. The rice ball ghost was giving up as he couldn't take it anymore, and he gave them a map to the location of the Ghost King Hanba. After this, the system considered the guy's mission completed and awarded him charisma points and a weapon that was capable of spraying storm waves. While examining the map that Lin received from the ghost of Fantuan, he noticed that it was much more detailed than the electronic navigator, and he wanted to report the map's information to the Night Watch as soon as possible. But the ghost of Fantuan was worried about another important question. Lin was ready to help him, and the only thing that confused the guy was why the ghost began to bow down to him. He said that on the outskirts of the corpse city on the map, there was a ghost restaurant that legally belonged to him and was run by his sons, and he wanted Lin to find out how they were doing. The guy was surprised that the ghosts of Yindao were running a business, and he became convinced that the island really deserved to be a perfect example where ghosts and people could coexist, and he wanted to help him. Having said goodbye to the ghost of Fentuan, Lin Kuei and his group set off on a journey and 2 days later arrived at the outskirts of the City of Corpses. Although the map of Fentuan was quite simple, Lingxi wondered why they didn't use satellite maps. Lin said that it was all because there were ghosts in the sky, and many satellites were destroyed. There were rumors that not a single astronaut was able to return from space because of the terrifying creatures. The guy didn't understand why the city was so dry, and Hong Ye said that it was because of the ability of the demon of drought. Every time she appeared, her curse made the earth dry out. Lin understood that, with the ability to release the poison of the dead and the appearance of drought, the Ghost King was worthy of being S tier. And the first thing they wanted to do was fulfill the request of the Rice Ghost. Having found the restaurant, they thought its appearance was strange, as it looked as if it had not been looked after for a long time. And while Lin was looking at him, Hong Ye noticed something. These were the suburban managers of the Tengu clan, who hired people and paid them with drinking water for their labor. But there were also those whom they had not paid for 2 whole months, and they were forced to beg for their hard-earned water. But the monsters were not very friendly towards people and other ghosts, and they did not consider it necessary to give them water. Kui came to their aid, and he dealt with these ghosts in one blow. After this, people and ghosts could finally quench their thirst and drink water. Looking at it from Lin's perspective, it was surprising that the ghosts also drank water, but the ghosts standing nearby explained that due to the drought, they were forced to survive and cooperate with other people. Approaching them, Lin realized from their appearance that they were the sons of the ghost of Fan Tuan. And before they told him about the surrounding situation, he gave them holy water to drink. They said that in this area was the territory of the Tengu, which was subordinate to Hanbog, who was in charge of managing water resources and pressuring ordinary ghosts to work. Lin was wondering where the Ghost King stored the water, and the guy said that he had to go 2 kilometers to the east, Yindao Expressway, and that he missed them very much. Then Lin and Hong Ye came to the reservoir of the City of Corpses, where he was guarded by several ghostly subordinates, but the guy had an interesting idea. He decided to put on a show with the help of ghostly dolls and thereby attract the attention of the monsters. The monsters were unhappy with the dolls' invasion, and they defended their reservoir. The bait worked perfectly, and Lin and Hong Yi were able to easily sneak into their territory undetected. The water treatment plant was connected to the city's water supply, and Lin wanted to open the tap so that water could flow to civilians and others. But by doing this, they attracted too much attention, and the invincible ghostly Kappa squad arrived to them. The guy wasn't really scared of these Tengu, Kappa hybrids, but the ghosts didn't like him calling them that. And they claimed that they were real Kappa, just with long noses. Afterwards, the ghosts attacked Lin Kuei and said that they were very unlucky to run into them. But with his new divine power, he didn't need his hands to deal with these little monsters. The wind was so strong that it literally cut them into a Panama hat. He then dispatched all the ghostly Tengu with a single wave of his hand. But then the low-level leader of the zombie skeleton team of a hopeless vision appeared, whose strength was S rank. Lin was impressed by its size, and Hong Yi revealed that it was an empty skeleton that was assembled from bones from an ancient battlefield. Lin decided to try his new Hell machine gun on the skeleton, which emitted strong waves that the skeleton could not resist. After this attack, the skeleton zombie lost his mind and burst into flames. At this moment, Hong Ye was fighting with a small group of ghosts, and a sword spirit appeared in front of her who liked to watch Lin Kuei's machine gun firing attack. And while Hong Ye was fighting the remaining zombies, the spirit of the sword decided to help her and reborn into her scissors, making them a zigzag shape. After transforming her sword, she became much stronger and could deal with a bunch of ghostly creatures in one fell swoop. Lin's transformed weapon was so powerful that it was able to dismantle a skeleton zombie into pieces. But that was not all, and the skeleton turned into its small version, and was very unhappy that the guy did this to him. Lin decided to stop talking and crumble the ghostly skeleton into many pieces. After winning, he dropped Wild Skull Jade, which had very pure energy and helped improve strength. Lin decided to give the jades to Hong Ye so that she could reach S rank much faster. The guy wanted to teach her to absorb their power. For this, he asked her to hold the jade and then feel it with her heart. As soon as the girl began to absorb the jade, she began to float in the air, and Lin was glad that she learned so quickly. Her body began to transform, and Hong Ye glowed as brightly as a star at night. And finally, the girl reached S level, and along with this, her appearance changed. Lin was impressed by how much his woman had improved. He felt that his heart was broken, and, like the first time, he was overcome by a feeling of love. Such powerful energy awoke in her that the girl wanted to train together and compare strengths. This was the first time the girl had taken the initiative, and he wanted to find a suitable place for it. But Hong Ye wanted a more practical place to train, so she created a cocoon out of leaves. After 2 hours of training, Lin was exhausted and was surprised at how strong she had become. Lin suggested returning back as soon as possible, as he wanted to meet with Ling Shi. Since their powers were at a basic level, it was the first time they could fly together. At this time, being in the spiritual world of the guy, the cloud was worried that it would no longer be needed by its owner. While they were flying in the City of Corpses, a coup occurred, and the ghosts were found and staged a riot against alien people. It was the Lin Kuo family, and they decided to attack them, but the girls were not afraid, and they stood together against the monsters. When Lin and Hong Ye returned, his family had already dealt with all the enemies. The younger sisters were glad to have him back, and they boasted about their achievements in defeating monsters in his absence. Because they showed leadership qualities and successfully dealt with the ghosts, Lin rewarded them with a large supply of nutritious eggs and the water of life. They were very happy with this reward, since it was a value that money could not buy. Lingxi did not understand why his brother was gone for so long, and she assumed that he was having fun with Hong Ye. But the guy said that there were some difficulties due to the large number of ghosts. At that moment, a ghost came to them through the portal, who had been looking for them all over the island of In for a long time. It was a large Tengu, the main assistant of the Ghost King, whose strength was S level, and he came because His Highness did not like it when peace was disturbed in his territories. Big Tengu activated the magic of his staff and took Lin Ke and Hong Yi into his dimension. Tengu's ability was the power of wind, and strong wind currents raged in his dimension, and he brought down his storm on them, which exceeded the force of 12 points. And Hong Yi also warned Lin Kui that there was still spiritual power in the wind, which was mortally dangerous. But he asked Hong Ye not to worry about it, as he poured spiritual energy into his legs to maintain their center of gravity. After they figured out the balance, Lin decided to fight back against the Big Tang and attacked him with his rising dragon fist. But Lin was unable to maintain control over him for long, and the Big Tengu responded by attacking. Hong Ye was worried about Lin Qi's condition, but the guy claimed that he was fine, and he said that it was difficult to get close to the Big Tang for a long time due to his storm attack. The Big Tengu unleashed its wrath of wind on them, making it difficult to stand still. Hong Ye countered his storm by blocking it with her scissors. Big Tengu was confident of his victory, since in his world the wind would never dry up, and he knew that only if Lin Qi managed to get closer, then he could lose this battle. They noticed that the Big Tengu was about to use the storm again. They realized that in order to defeat him, they needed to strengthen their defenses. Hong Yi had a plan, and since the girl had reached SS owned rank, she had the ability of armored spirit armor. And since the Big Tang liked to use the air element, the girl wanted him to feel how he would fly in the wind from her blow. The Big Tengu was impressed by the girl's defensive skills, and he noticed that this armor was several times inferior to her previous one. Lin really liked the red leaves in the shape of the spirit armor, and he knew that this time he could fight the criminal while fighting side by side with his wife. The Great Tengu was confident that no human would be able to look past his dangerous storm, but with the new power of S rank, Hong Yi could calmly fly into the peak of the storm, completely ignoring all its consequences. Rushing through the spiritual force of the storm, Hong Yi attacked the enemy with great speed. Then came the turn of Lin Kuei's attack, and they had a saying in Daxia, pulling out hair to stimulate the growth of new ones. So he demonstrated it on his feathers. Big Tengu was not happy that he got involved with this demon of Daxia, and Lin Kuei advised him to run away as quickly as possible because this was just the beginning. Since he no longer had wings, he could not fly, but Lin showed mercy and said that he would catch him. But at the last second, the Big Tengu escaped the danger and was caught by strong gusts of wind. Hong Ye was ready, so she intercepted him in the air and attacked. This was the first time Lao Tzu received such a serious injury and was exhausted. But Lin and Hong Yi decided not to stop there and finish what they started with this criminal. Lao Tzu had no intention of giving up and wanted to stop them with his deadly wind. Hong Ye took the attack on her armored armor, and the girl believed that he did not deserve to fight against them since his strength was not enough. Lin noticed that he was trying to use his treasure called Lupin. It was a magical staff that was used by the highest powers of this world. He took this strong source of power from him, and so that he could not attack them with it, he destroyed it, breaking it into pieces. Lao Tzu was terrified, as he knew that the destruction of the Lupin would cause the wind in his dimension to go out of control. This happened. Real chaos and destruction reigned in his world. Strong hurricanes began to destroy everything in their path. To get out of this dimension, Hong Ye used her blood spirit scissors with which she created a spatial crack. Lao Tzu realized that without his Lufing, he would not be able to control the Huangquan storm, so he had to rely on Lin Kei's help. But Lin was in favor of keeping the criminal in his own world. Therefore, he closed the spatial gap and said that he would destroy their ghostly world on Earth. Ever since the Big Tengu stayed in Huangquan and led a life with the wind, he could be called a man like the wind. Fortunately, Lin Kie and Hong Yi returned to their world safe and sound with another victory over the enemy of Ying Island. There, their team and younger sisters were waiting for them, who were impressed by Hong Ye's new outfit. Lingxi was very happy to see her brother again, and the girl was wondering how everything went. Lin Ke told her that the Big Tengu was doomed and would be tormented by a storm for the rest of his life. After such a battle with ghosts, Lin suggested that Hong Ye repeat the same training again. But the team didn't really appreciate it being discussed in front of them. Afterwards, they went on to explore the city of corpses and exterminate ghosts. They were close to the central part of the city and were getting close to finding Hanbu. And Yellow found it strange that she felt ghostly energy but did not find any ghosts. But suddenly Hong Yi noticed something strange and called everyone to look at it. They saw a group of zombies come out of a local cafe with their hands full of food. They noticed that they had no desire to attack them because they were simply living normal lives like humans, not realizing that they were zombies. Suddenly, the music started playing, and the zombies reacted very violently to it and began to run towards the source of the sound. Lin suggested that the team follow them and see what they were up to. At this moment, Chingcheng, Konya, and Oniji were upset that they were not taken along. Many zombies gathered in one place and staged a rock concert. Lin and the others followed the zombies and were surprised that they also listened to music like ordinary people. At that moment, a girl appeared on stage, descending from heaven, who was glad that so many newcomers had gathered at her concert. It was an entry-level S-level zombie singer who wanted to perform a song especially for the new arrivals. She sang that only Zombie Diva would live forever, and she truly believed it. The zombie crowd absolutely loved her sweet voice and felt like humans while having a good time at this concert. Lin found this strange, but since Hong Ye had previously been a ghost, she understood them perfectly and knew that they also had a need for entertainment. Despite their appearance, Lin still did not trust them and suspected that there was something more hidden behind these ghosts. The guy realized that this song was not so simple, because it was capable of zombifying and confusing people, because even Ling Xi and the others were involved in it. And even his wife, Hong Ye, began to hum songs along with everyone, and only Lin Kuei remained sane. The zombie didn't really want help from strangers since she already had her own army. Lin had a choice: make friends through songs, receiving power points, retreat alone and seek new opportunities, receiving agility points, or tear zombies to pieces, receiving toughness points. Although the system hinted to him that it wanted his choice to be the first option, Lin wanted the third, so he attacked Diva. Since this was what Lin specialized in best, he managed to tear her dress. But the zombie diva didn't appreciate the gesture and threw him off the stage. After this, the task was accepted, and he received a reward: 30 experience points. The guy was glad that he managed to deceive the system and get the reward so easily. For such rudeness, Diva told him to come out and sing a duet with her. The guy understood that if he defeated Diva, then perhaps she would lift the musical curse and he would save Hong Ye and the others, so it was a good deal for him. The diva told all the listeners that they would have a musical battle, which the zombies were delighted with. When the girl began to sing, the weather changed dramatically, and thunder rained all around and lightning flashed. This was due to her context of the song about making the weather change a reality. When Lin realized that her ability was to attack through music, he used the technique of dolphin screeching into the microphone. It was a very unbearable sound that blew your head away, and the zombies could not tolerate it. With this, he returned Hong Ye to her previous state, and the girl no longer felt a headache and was glad that Lin Kuei came to the rescue. His sisters also returned to normal, but the sound was so vile that they did not understand where they had sinned that they had to listen to it. The diva didn't like the fact that the guy was spoiling her concert with his dolphin roar, and the guy asked not to speak so ignorantly about his singing. Afterwards, they started all over again, and Lin intended to rap as the guy suddenly felt an influx of inspiration and felt like a rap god. The diva liked how the guy got into the rhythm, and she wanted to show everyone what real rock and roll is. As soon as the diva started playing, the guy felt a strong negative energy, and he became convinced that metal rock really had a metal character. He realized that only music could defeat music, so he started rapping. The diva saw him as a strong competitor, and the girl tried to defeat him with her many years of talent. Kei's text was incredibly strange, but it had very strong attacking power, and the girl could not stand it. Although Hong Ye understood that with this singing he could kill 1,000 enemies, she asked him to stop. The diva couldn't listen to it anymore, so she took off her weapon and admitted defeat. The girl did not expect that the guy from Daxia would be so strong in this matter. She said that controlling zombies with music helped them retain their humanity and prevented them from turning into evil ghosts. And she was a zombie, hungry for peace. She admitted defeat and was ready to accept any verdict in her favor. But the only thing she asked was that they not harm the zombies. Lin and Hong Ye had no intention of harming the girl, and they invited her to cooperate with them to kill Hanbu. Deva couldn't believe her eyes that they were so friendly to her and the other zombies. He assured her that they collaborated with many benevolent ghosts who were for justice despite the fact that they are ghostly beings. Celebrating the peace treaty, they all prepared to launch an attack on Hanbu. Hanba, who was the 7th of the 8 great phantom kings, was in the corpse city building. What she loved most was enjoying the nights in Yingdao. But suddenly, a portal opened in front of her, although she did not invite anyone to visit her. It was the 8th great ghost King Shiva who came to report that the devil god had asked them to deal with Lin Kuei and his other comrades. She didn't want to rush things and asked her brother to join her for a glass of wine. But he didn't like that she was wasting her time, since he set the goal of dealing with Lin Kuei above rest. She asked him not to worry, as she had long ago placed her heavy monster troops at the entrance and inside the city, but Shiva believed that they had to fight face to face with the enemy. At this moment, Hunshan and his companion arrived at the central entrance of the City of Corpses. The girl was surprised that he planned to cope with such a strong ghost king alone. Walking into the city, he gave her an amulet and asked her to go as far as possible and find a safe place. But the girl did not intend to leave without him, since even at the first meeting she decided that she would be with him wherever he went. But Hunshan did not intend to take her, since she would greatly delay the process of the battle and could get hurt, so he left her there. She knew he only left her because he was worried about her safety. The power of the ghostly king Hunshan was so powerful that he was able to break through the main building of the city at speed. The kings were surprised to see that they were attacked by the Sand King of the Desert. Hunshan did not at all expect to see Rakshasa there. Shiva noticed that he had reached the S level, and he invited him to continue his unfinished business with Lin Kuei and please the devil god together. But Hanba did not want to share the success of this task with him, so she attacked him. Hunshan did not want to give his life and was ready to fight them by erecting a sand sphere above their heads. It was such a powerful attack that it caused a massive explosion. At this moment, Lin Kuo and the others reached the core of the City of Corpses. Diva did not understand why all the nearby ghosts standing at the entrance were killed, and Hong Ye assumed that it was the support of their allies. Gei ran to meet them, who told them that these ghosts were killed by Hongshan, who went to fight Hanbai, and she asked them to go and help him. They were happy to help Hongshan, and since time was short, Lin told his team to clear out the zombies in the city, and he and Hong Ye would go to help her brother. It was a difficult task for Lin to leave his younger sister again, but Ling Shi asked not to worry and promised to cope with her task. On the way, they met a wanderer who forbade them to move further. He introduced himself as a monk, the master of Qingfang, the guardian of Corpse City, and respectfully asked them to leave the city. Hong Ye was very unhappy with this because she wanted to help her brother, so they refused the monk's request. At this moment, Lin felt a violently strong energy nearby that did not look like an ordinary ghost, but Hong Yi said that it was because the monk was a Buddhist. Because they did not comply with the monk's request, he pulled them into his field of ghostly domain. When they appeared in the ghost world, they saw a meditating monk sitting on the roof who had no intention of attacking them, and Hong Yi said that it was because he did not dare to attack them. Since the monk did not dare to attack on his own, he called upon the spirit of Taiju, the protector of the Dharma. But the spirit was unable to attack Lin Kuei because he activated absolute defense to ask Hong Ye to leave the battlefield, since he wanted to fight this spirit alone. The guy believed that this spirit was too simple for him, and he erected a large accumulation of energy and sent it straight at him. The monk did not understand how mortals allowed themselves to treat the demon Buddha this way, and he believed that they had no faith. Lin deprived the ghostly spirit of its limbs so that it could not do anything. Hong Ye was impressed by the work done by Lin Kuei, and then she wanted to help and participate in the fight against the monk. The guy cut the demonic spirit into many pieces and believed that the spirit did not deserve to be a Buddha, since the victory was too easy. Then he attacked the monk himself, but he blocked his blow and was very unhappy that the guy had deprived him of his spirit. And even with Hong Yi's strength, they were unable to attack the monk, and they realized that the monk was not as simple as he really seemed. With this action, the monk cast a curse and suppressed their spiritual powers, so they were unable to attack him. The monk abruptly changed the no-touch rules and wanted to attack them, but not before offering to admit defeat and join his Buddhist school. Lin had a choice: find the monk's weak point. Receiving 40 power points, continue the battle. Receiving 30 power points, or admit defeat. Receiving charisma points. Although it seemed strange to him that the reward had a difference of 10 points, he seemed to understand the monk's weak point. Since they did not give him an exact answer about the Buddhist school, he decided to deal with them with the help of scissors. Although Lin could not attack him due to the curse, he could use his skills to defend himself. But the guy realized that they could not hold on like this for long, so he sent his puppet legion to him so that they would show him their care. This was the first time the monk had seen such strange creatures, and because he did not know what power they possessed, he felt fear of them. He decided not to pay attention to them and to be as callous as possible towards them. But with their love and affection, they melted the ice in his heart, and he could no longer be so cold. Hong Ye said that after tempting the monk, Qing Fangzhu's curse did not work, and their spiritual power was restored. After this, Lin enjoyed being able to use his physical abilities again. This was the first ghost in history to die in battle from overexertion. After that, the system rewarded the guy with 40 power points, but Lin was not happy with such a small reward since the ghost had S rank power and was not at all simple. They were surprised when they saw the monk's unusual jade, which was of great value and had great power. The system announced that it was a rare Qingfangzhu soul jade that could summon creatures, and this time, Lin Kuei was completely satisfied. He immediately absorbed the power of the spiritual Jasper and received 2 summoned guard spirits. The guardian spirit was the embodiment of the master god, and the stronger the master, the stronger the guardian spirit's combat power would become, and a large amount of spiritual energy would be required after summoning it. Then they got out of the monk's spiritual world and moved to the aid of Hung Shan. At this moment, the Lin Kuei sisters were dealing with the city zombies. And although Ling Xi was in a different form, her fighting abilities remained the same. And Qingchen used her new ability against zombies, and Kanya found use for it in her skills, using acceleration to quickly freeze the enemy. The diva used her music so that the zombies could become kinder and go over to their side. And Yellow was delighted with how Diva could subjugate a large number of zombies, and Oniji invited her to stand and sing next to her as Lin did. Lingxi noticed that the bodies of the zombies they defeated contained energy force, and she had the desire to absorb it. Due to the large amount of energy, her body began to expand more and more, and she thought about trying to transform into a human form. The girl did not stop growing, so she decided to do it. She succeeded, and she finally gained human form and reached the initial S level. Her sisters and others were very happy that the girl was back again, and they admired her beauty. Her new body was much stronger than the previous one, and she gained the ability to fly as well as wide wings. Yellow became jealous that after her reincarnation she became much taller than her. But since the girl was already 15, this was quite normal for her age. Afterwards, Onaji showed her the bear cub that she had been protecting for her all this time. The girl really missed her plush friend and was glad to be with him again. At that moment, a high wall of fire was approaching them at high speed. It was the former fire tires who wanted to deal with these strangers. Ling Si was very unhappy that this ghost dared to interfere with her warm meeting with the bear. Sisters found it funny that some tire was given demonic power, and they were confident in their sister that she would easily defeat this creature. When the fire ghost found out that the demon queen was among them, he assumed his full form. But Ling Shi was absolutely not worried about the size of this creature, and to begin with, the girl decided to send Black Wind and White Night to it. These two beasts were so strong that they repelled the creature's attack without any effort. Since Ling Xi became much stronger, her spirit bears also adopted flight abilities. Fire Tire believed that the girl was incapable of anything if she hid behind her pets. It was very funny for the Ling Xi sisters to watch how this creature underestimated their sister, because they knew that this would end badly for him. Ling Xi did not appreciate his humor in her direction, and she sent him flying into the sky with her powerful blow. Tyre already regretted that she decided to contact this demonic creature, but for Lingza, this was just the beginning. With her new ability, the girl could fly very high, and she lifted the creature above the clouds, and the only thing she could do was send him down. After everything that happened, the fiery creature was not ready to give up victory and was aimed at dealing with the Queen of Demons. Although the Fire Tire awakened the ability of the Thorns, it was not a hindrance for Lin Mi, and she was going to attack him with her illusory weapon. The ghost didn't want to wait for the Demon Queen to attack him, so he did it first. But Ling Shi blocked his attack and decided to launch this tire like a frisbee. The creature was disappointed that its spines were so easily broken by a girl from Daxia. Then she called upon the Black Wind and the White Night, and they tore the tire apart. The sisters threw Ling Si into the air, sharing this victory with her. During this time, the main building of the ghostly Queen Hanba was destroyed by the Desert King Hun Shan. The guy single-handedly stood up to two of the strongest last kings. Hanba appreciated its S-rank destructive abilities, but she was sure that the sword was no match for her spear. Ghost King Shiva asked him to realize that with the initial levels of an S-rank beginner, he would not be able to handle the two of them. They didn't consider it a worthy contender, as there was a big gap between the entry-level and mid-level S-class. Therefore, Hanba wanted to implement the law of the abyss and kill this traitor. Kuei and Hong Yi came to his aid, who wanted to bring these demonic kings to justice and take their lives. Hanba was very happy to see them, as she had planned to find them herself. Shiva wanted to bring this boy to the demonic god as soon as possible in order to receive a reward for him. But then he was interrupted by the demonic king Hung Shan, who wanted to fight him with swords. Shiva did not understand Hun Shan's intentions, because he was wounded and weak to resist. But his true power was not revealed, and he was reincarnated as a real Sand King. Shiva could not understand how this was possible, because after the transformation he reached the average S level. Hung Shang revealed that he didn't want to use the ghost's power to see what they were capable of. This suited Shiva quite well, and he offered to have a fair sword fight. The queen didn't really like that this couple wanted to pit two against her, but Lin thought it was a reasonable decision. And since they were not showing their mercy, she had no intention of being polite, so she dispersed her pheromones into the air. Lin warned Hong Ye that he urgently needed to hold his breath as there was poison in the air. The Phantom Queen transported them to her dimension of the drought field so that she could deal with them without prying eyes. Lin was waiting for this moment because the guy knew that she would move them to her world, and he was ready for this. Hanba didn't expect that an ordinary guy from Daxia could summon incredible creatures. Lin asked the ghostly queen in advance to beg for mercy since victory would be his. The queen did not understand who she had contacted, and she was wondering how a mere mortal could summon the statue of Qi Yu. Lin didn't want to reveal his identity. He was just going to do justice and rid Ying Island of Hanba. The Phantom Queen felt double the pressure in an instant and found it difficult to resist Qi Yu's power. They attacked Hanbu from all sides, wanting to not give her the slightest chance of victory. It was indeed difficult for the Phantom Queen to resist the strength of the young couple. Lin did not expect that such a majestic Hanba would turn out to be so weak before justice. But everything was just beginning, and the ghostly queen transformed into the real body of the corpse king. The guy didn't expect it to be so huge, and he got the idea to use his Chayu power to knock the corpse king to the ground. But she summoned ghostly tentacles from the abyss that grabbed them and began to absorb energy while continuing to pull their bodies to the very bottom. Lin Qi understood that in order to cope with this kind of magic from the underworld, it was necessary to subdue the demons and destroy the ghosts of Sun Dasheng. Therefore, being trapped, he called upon his guardian spirit of the Buddha, Zhan Sheng, who immediately attacked the ghostly queen. Compared to Qi Yu's strength, Buddha's strength in fighting turned out to be much more difficult for Hanba. After this, the ghostly tentacles from the underworld released them, and the spell no longer worked. Lin united all his forces against the ghostly queen, but she advised them to calm down. But the guy was not going to calm down, since she was a criminal who killed hundreds of human souls. The Phantom Queen was powerless against such powerful guardian spirits. Hanba asked them to forgive her for what she did, and she hoped that they would let her go so that she could continue to rule her island of In. But only by beheading them could Daxia liberate Yidao Island. Therefore, Lin did not give her a chance to further rule, and ended the era of the 8 Ghost Kings by winning the battle. She dropped a special jade soul of a bright green hue, and while Lin Kuei was looking at her, the queen's dimension began to collapse, so Hong Ye hurried him. At this moment, the ghostly king Shiva was losing to the Sand King of the desert. The Sand King told Shiva that times had changed, and only by joining human society could they achieve better results by learning from each other. But Shiva believed that it was impossible to coexist with humans, so he attacked the Sand King, Hung Shan, on the sly. Hung Shan was sorry that his speech did not inspire Shiva, so he saw the only option to deal with him. At this moment, Hong Ye and Lin Ku safely escaped from the dimension of the ghostly queen, which was destroyed. Seeing Hun Shan, they shared with him the news that they had defeated Han Ba, and when they learned that he had also destroyed Shova, this news could not help but rejoice. Since all the ghost kings had been defeated, the next thing Lin wanted to do was go to the remnants of the underworld to deal with Yang Xiao. When his little sisters saw that they were back, they immediately talked about their victory over the zombies in the city. Lin was glad that Lingxi had regained her human form, and he noticed the progress in her growth and strength, and he also realized that the little girl had already grown up. Congratulating everyone on their victory, Lin said that this was far from the end, since the power of the underground world was not completely exterminated, and the remaining ghosts were in Winter Beijing. Lin invited everyone to meet the others and celebrate the victory together in the evening. Looking from the outside, Hong Ye admired Lin Kuei as he became a real leader and began to develop plans for everyone. While watching the sunset with his whole family, the guy imagined how he would finally deal with Yang Xiao and the demonic god of the underground abyss, and then with the entire underworld of monsters. The captains of the Night Watch gathered their troops and set off on spaceships to Dongjing on Ying Island, and Linghua called her brother to notify him about this. This time, not only the Night Guards were sent, but also the Daxian military, and she was grateful to her brother that his team helped them create a great advantage over the ghosts. But Lin also did not sit still and went with the whole team to Dongjing. During the trip, Lin told Hong Ye about his sister's plans, and the girl was pleased with this combination of forces for the sake of destroying the ghosts of the underworld. But most of all, Hong Ye gave the credit for this result to Lin. By this, she embarrassed the guy, and he believed that everyone in this mission showed themselves with dignity. On the way, they discussed that when everything was over, they planned to take a honeymoon. During this time, while in the winter Ashima Shrine, Yang Xiao completely restored his body and reached the S level of strength. But the demon god clone didn't like his premature smile on his face, as the plan to destroy human society still required his intervention. Yang Xiao was grateful to the demon god for his help in training, and he was glad that he could rely on him at any second. The demon god wanted to send him to the western country and entrust his colony of goblin subordinates to him under his control. But before he went to the Western Kingdom, Yang Xiao wanted to grab Lin Kuei and deal with him with his own hands. The demon god did not see any need for this, because he sent the last 2 demon kings to do this and was sure of Lin Kuei's death. At that moment, a demon flew towards them who had important news for them. He reported that 2 demon kings died in battle at the hands of Lin Kuei. The demon god did not like this news, but he was content with the fact that Daxia did not send her experts to his city, so he was confident that everything would be fine. But the demon had completely forgotten that Great Daxia had sent its experts to them, which consisted of the best S-tier elites and A-tier troops. The demon god was unhappy that the demon always gave him only bad news, so he attacked him in a fit of rage. Yang Xiao was curious. Since everything was out of control, what could they do? The demon god said that they had recently plundered the resources of Yan Island and were able to take over their territory. But Yang Xiao believed that they were unable to start a war with Daxia. But the demon god did not see any other way, since he wanted to fight against Lin Kie. Yang Xiao saw nothing wrong with retreating temporarily and sending his resources to Yang Island in the West Country. The Daxia Grand Army at this moment had already reached its destination and unleashed its combat power on the ghosts of Dongjing. The civilians of the city were glad that they had come to help free them from ghosts. They decided not to wait until they were rescued, but to join forces with them to oppose the ghosts. The Night Watch commanders were glad that General Morale had triumphed. In the future, the people of Yindao who participated in the war and did not commit crimes will be able to join the ranks of Daxia. By this time, Lin Kuo and his team had already arrived in Dongjing to team up with his older sister against the ghosts. Ling Shi used the fighting power of her spirit bearers to transport cargo of weapons, and Oniji, Xiaobai, and Yellow patrolled around the city in vehicles and in places organized racing competitions among themselves. Qing Cheng noticed how Lin Kuo used a machine with spiritual energy to fight ghosts, and she was offended that he did not take her with him for this entertainment. Kanya found a scooter and a motorcycle, and so that she would not be upset, she offered to ride together. But this idea didn't seem very good to Qing Cheng, since she suspected that she didn't know how to drive a motorcycle at all. At this moment, ghostly creatures were transporting resources to the Western country. Yan Xiao was in charge of all this, and he asked them to be as careful as possible because the boxes were filled with spiritual stones and crystals. The ghosts informed him that Daxia's troops had entered the city of Dongjing, and he was unhappy with this news as he was waiting for the demon god, but he was still not there. The ghost informed him that the demon god had opened a portal in advance and left without him, and he asked him to successfully transport the resources. When Yang Xiao found out that he was left alone in the city with the strongest army of Daxia, he instructed the ghost to complete the remaining work. At that moment, Lin Kuei saw a strong volcanic eruption on the other side of the city. He found it strange and assumed that the ghosts did it to attract attention. Therefore, he decided to fly and reconnoiter the situation. Yanja flew out of the volcano, who deliberately planned this eruption so that lava and smoke would swallow everything around. He was met by Lin Kuei, and the guy could not believe that Yang Xiao had done such a mean thing, so he decided to end him forever. Yang Xiao said that this was a setup to get his attention and bring him straight into his arms to fight one-on-one. Lin had a choice: defeat him and subjugate him, receiving strength points, let go and forgive all offenses, receiving dexterity points, or arrange an intrigue and seriously injure him, receiving strength points. The guy chose the third option, and they began the battle over the volcanic abyss. Yang Xiao told him that he was no longer the little boy he used to be, and that victory would not be so easy. In their fight, they accumulated very strong energy, which resulted in an impulse and was thrown from both sides. Lin noticed that the amendment benefited Yang Xiao as he was much more powerful than before. Yang Xiao didn't want to talk much and was going to show him what absolute power suppression was. He summoned the huge Yamata, no Orochi snakes, which had S-class demonic power. Lin was impressed by the power of the underworld, as these were some of the most famous Yindao monsters. Yang Xiao ordered them to attack Lin Kuei, and the monsters hit him with their strong firepower ability. The guy also decided to call upon the Holy Buddha to fight his demonic snakes. Buddha was so strong that he was able to tie the snakes together by tying them in one knot. Since the Yang Xiao creature could not cope with Lin Kuei, he intended to do it himself. Lin ordered the Holy Buddha to detain Yang Xiao and demonstrate his strength to him. While the monkey master distracted his attention, Lin and Qi Yu dealt with the demonic snakes. Lin asked Yang Xiao to admit defeat, because no matter how many times they fought, he always defeated him. The guy was glad that because of his attack, Yang Xiao maneuvered and fell onto a stone, and not into the crater of the volcano. Yang Xiao considered his victories unfair and considered him a child of the gods who always got the best. Lin asked him not to be upset and to continue the battle further, because he wanted to complete the system's task, which had remained unfulfilled for so long. These words awakened his strength, and he did not want to lose any more. Lin didn't like that he shouted too loudly about his superiority, so he decided to give him jumps from a height into the water, but there was too little splash, so he gave it 0 points. After this, the task was successfully completed and he received a reward of 66 power points. After that, Lin wanted to bring justice and kill Yang Xiao, but Yang Xiao decided to throw a spatial sphere of self-destruction to die together, but Lin threw it back in his direction. This caused a strong explosion in the center of the volcano, where Yang Xiao flew. Drifting across the volcanic plates, Yang Xiao didn't expect to see Lin Kuei after what happened, so he opened a portal to escape. But Lin was not going to let this criminal go, so he grabbed him at the last moment. Yang Xiao took a desperate step of the old demonic method, which gave him life. Lin was upset that he managed to escape again, but what he hated most was that the demon god was behind the control of the ghost world. But after this long struggle, Yingdao was finally released and belonged to Daxia. When the monsters were exterminated, Daxia's troops completely occupied the entire island of Yingdao. On the coastline, the guy met his older sister, who was delighted with his work. She said that because the demon god and the others fled to the western country and could return at any time, she remained there with Captain Yunqi for defense. Lin believed that she also showed herself worthy, especially since Linhua inherited her father's fighting spirit and led the Yingdao group, and he saw how dedicated she was to her work. Watching their warm conversations from the outside, Hong Yi felt like there was more to their interactions, and she felt that their relationship had changed. Also, Linhua could not forget about his wife. She was still delighted with their wonderful relationship and asked her to take care of her brother when she said goodbye. Afterwards, they said goodbye to Linhua and went back to Kanglin to their hometown. Hongye liked Lin Kui's strong energy because he worked hard at night and was able to get up early in the morning. On the way to Daxia, they sailed through the waters of the Whale Island and met the very whale with which they saved the world from pollution. Keith told them that with their help, Daxia's environmental situation had significantly improved and its energy source had been restored, and the trace of his remaining soul, fueled by energy, gave him the opportunity to be reborn. Lin realized that it was time to give back his bone, which he had left for him to keep. Keith didn't expect the guy to keep it and was delighted with his care. To make everything work, Hong Ye and Lin Kui poured their energy into his remaining bone. By accepting spiritual power, he acquired a physical body and could not believe that it happened and was very happy. He was grateful for their help, but Lin believed that it was his responsibility to help all living beings on the planet. Afterwards, he returned back to the waters, and since they wanted to get to Daxia, to thank them for their kindness, he wanted to help them swim faster. Reconstructing his original whale form, he towed them towards the coast of Daxia. They arrived at the shore of the city of Kanezi, and the guy was grateful for such help. Since the whale was lonely, he asked them to visit him as often as possible. They weren't home much lately because most of the time they were on ghost fighting missions. In the city, they encountered a problem in the form of a huge crowd of fans who really missed Lin Kuei. The guy already didn't like popularity, and when they reminded him of their existence, he was not happy about returning home. Ke family also had fans. Lingji figured out how to capitalize on this and help her brother get rich, so she sold her signatures for money. There were also many journalists there who wanted to know when Lin Kuei would marry Hong Ye. And Kanya and Qingcheng talked about their friendship, and Kanya watched very closely so that no one touched her friend, and she asked her to stay away from her. Even the youngest members of the family had fans, but Onitsi did not have them, and the girl was upset that she was deprived of attention. But suddenly, true maid fans who loved Onjiji came out from the crowd. When Oniji saw who her fans were, she wanted to get into better shape again and become a goddess for 10,000 people. Kuei was also approached by many advertisers and producers who offered to promote his media presence and career. Although the guy felt like a superstar, he believed that advertising strange products would not suit his status as a god of war, so he refused these offers. Among the crowd, Lin Kuei met his former ghost fighting team. During this time, they all officially joined the Night Watch and became squad captains. And since they had not seen each other for a long time, they invited Lin Kuei to have dinner together. Without thinking, they all immediately went to a local restaurant in the center of Kanglan, and were very glad that they were eating delicious food in their hometown again. Lin was very glad to return to all of them, but still there was regret in his heart because of the battle on Yingdao, in which he could not defeat Yang Zhao, and Zhan Qian had a video about this. He showed him a video of Yang Xiao speaking in Sihuo and planning to run for president. In the Western Kingdom, he received protection over his head under the leadership of the demon lords of the underworld and planned to rise up stronger than ever. Zhehuo, he wanted the inhabitants and ghosts of the underworld to unite for joint results in capturing Daxia. Lin was angry that Yang Xiao was entrusted to become the representative of Minyuan, S-class explosive ghosts that had recently appeared in Kanglan City, which were similar to the ordinary dolls sent by Yang Xiao to Minyuan. Yi Lin was interested in learning more. Qin Feng said that this ghost was causing explosions everywhere, calling it an artistic performance, which resulted in casualties and injuries, and recently the Night Watch sent people to arrest. Hong Ye knew that there was not a single clue, so she was sure that this was all planned in advance by Mingguan and Yang Xiao, who began to place spies in order to capture Daxia. Lin agreed with Hong Ye's opinion, and since he was a member of the patrol and a special commissioner of Daxia, he believed it was necessary to destroy the S-class explosive ghosts. Late in the evening, Lin Ko and Hong Ye returned from the party very cheerful, and since Lin didn't feel well, the girl decided to put him to bed. But Lin could not sleep and decided to remember how they met at Zhanglin College and went through a difficult path together on the brink of life and death in the ghost world. Hong Ye understood that if she had not met Lin, she would have remained a lonely ghost and that this journey became possible only thanks to him. And although he teased her with other girls, he never crossed the line of what was permitted and, most of all, cared about her. That's why the girl loved him very much. The guy also loved her very much and considered her an irreplaceable person, and thanks to her, he was motivated to do more and more every day. Waking up early in the morning, he immediately received a notification from mentor Tang Ling. She said that there was an alumni performance at the college, and she would like the guy to come as a guest. He liked this idea, so he woke up Hong Yao and said that he would like to attend the graduation speech. At the college, students were discussing how the legendary genius Lin Kuei had been invited to the graduation speech, and they really wanted the guy to come, but they doubted that people of that level were interested in the college. Teacher Tang Ling heard that all the students were discussing her former student, and she asked for silence. As Lin Kuei was speaking, Lin decided to do it spectacularly and fly out of the sky together with Hong Ye on an umbrella above all the students. Watching the guy, Tan Lin noticed how every year the young man became more and more like his father. When the students saw Lin and his bride, they were in seventh heaven. The first thing Lin was interested in was asking the students if they were worried about graduating and if they thought about their future. The students were moved to tears that he was interested in something that was really important to them, because many were worried about their future. The guy told them that in the beginning he was absolutely the same, he was scolded in the same way, looked down on and disliked, just because his abilities were at the FFF level. He had no talent, all he did was train hard every day and strive to improve his strength under the guidance of teacher Tang. And over time he began to participate in various missions, and some thought his awakening abilities was fate, but he didn't accept fate, he just did a lot, and at the same time, he started getting feats and making a lot of friends during quests. And what was also important was that he met his first love, who supported him throughout his journey. And he said that if they worked as hard as he did, they could reach the top of their lives. The students were very motivated by the speech, and they also wanted to try to join the Night Watch and travel around the world, dealing with ghostly creatures. Teacher Tang Ling noticed the girl Chu Junyao, whom Lin Kuei had known since childhood, and she wondered if she would approach him. Chu Junyao did not want to approach because she was ashamed in front of the guy, since the girl had not spoken very well about him before, and she believed that he was unattainable for her. But suddenly a man appeared among the people, shouting that this guy was a threat to the world and that he needed to be caught immediately. But in reality, he was the threat, and it was an explosive ghost who was unkind to Lin Kuei. At this moment, there was a threat to the entire Zhanglin College, and Teacher Tang urged everyone to leave the event. Hong Ye and Lin Kuei managed to hide from the explosion using absolute protection. At this time, the city was in chaos, and many explosive ghosts were walking around. And on the roof of the house, their leader sat and watched everything that was happening, who was pleased with how well his subordinates were doing. It was a ghost named Blaster, who had the highest SA class. He destroyed cities that the demon god could not capture. Lawlessness and devastation continued to occur on the streets of the city. But a detachment of Night Watch came into the city who wanted to stop the ghosts and other criminals. At this time, while the others were destroying the city, the ghosts rested on the roofs of houses and watched their subordinates. But while they were resting, Lin and Hong Yi quietly attacked them and defeated them with their attack. While walking around in search of crime, they saw how two guys attacked a cute girl. Lin had a choice: impress the criminals by receiving Advanced Demonic Sword card, suppress the criminals with his strength by receiving Strength points, or leave and pass by receiving Agility points. The guy liked that the system allowed him to complete two tasks at the same time, so he wanted to show him and Hong Yi his true feelings. When the criminals saw Lin Kuei, they began to run as fast as they could, as they knew that he was a high-ranking member of Daxia and the Night Watch division. But Lin did not allow them to leave ahead of time, so he delayed them with a wall of transformation of the powers of a supernatural being. They repented and promised that next time they would not rob and would be honest citizens. But Lin had no intention of harming innocent people without clarifying the situation. Since he felt well the true feelings of everyone, he further wanted to check how much they could renounce evil and strive for good. He told them to sing that they were grateful to Daxia for raising them. After that, they sang and thanked their country for such a wonderful opportunity to meet Lin Kuei. After that, the task was accepted, and Lin received the Advanced Devil Sword card reward plus 50 power points. The guy was glad that for the first time he received 2 awards at the same time. And although the criminals complied with his request, this did not change the fact that they committed a crime. Therefore, Lin Kuo attributed a criminal case to them. The next step was that Lin suggested that Hong Ye work together to deal with the ghost of the explosives. At this time in Zihuoba Palace, Yang Xiao was satisfied that the explosive ghosts he sent out were doing their mission perfectly. As a result of the explosion, other ghosts invaded the city, and since the era of opposition was over, he planned to rule Daxia. But his most important priority was the destruction of Lin Kuei, because of which he lost his leg. There were still people in Kanglin City who were destroying everything under the orders of Ghost Blaster. Kui and Hong Ai came after him, who heard that it was an improved S-class blaster. The ghost had been waiting for them for a long time, since he deliberately attracted attention so that they would come to him. The blaster seemed quite durable to Lin, so he decided to use the card's new weapon summoning ability on it. He received the purple gold heavenly demon knife. Lin didn't care what the weapon was. The main thing for him was that it be easy to use. The ghost was impressed that the guy was still using melee weapons, since his personal preference was more in using magic in battle. The ghost sent his mini-zombies at Lin. Then the guy decided to play the old fruit-cutting game, but he did not expect that they unfolded and came back to life again. These were not ordinary zombies at all, because after the disintegrating effect, they exploded. And that was just the beginning, because after that the ghost opened its bomb field, which sucked them into the sky. Across the field, the ghost sent them to his dimension, where Lin had to catch Hong Yi. It seemed strange to the guy that Blaster's world was so small and consisted of only one closed room. But Hong Yi realized that this was not without reason, since there was a mechanism under their feet. When they lifted their foot, an explosion occurred and they realized that the ghost was very cunning. Lin Q realized that the only way was to break the wall and move forward. But this was a mistake, as evil dynamite fell out of there. They found a safe place where they could wait out the attack of the ghostly dynamite. Ghost Blaster found them and sent ghost smoke bombs towards them. But the guy protected his girlfriend with his body, and they waited out this attack. Ghostly rocket launchers began to fall on them from above, but Lin had a starburst, and the guy was very interested in whose ability would be faster. Hong. Ye understood that it was impossible to stay in that dimension for a long time, since the ghost was secretly watching them, and Lin completely agreed with this, so he decided to destroy it immediately. The guy also took a couple of explosives with him, which they wanted to cover the entire room with in order to get out. The ghost asked not to do this because a chain reaction could occur, which could activate all the mechanisms and lead to death, but Lin was ready to do it. While the mechanism worked one after another, they stood in absolute protection, in complete safety, and were ready to stand like that until the last mechanism. Since the ghost was without protection, it blew itself up and was thrown out of its dimension, after which Lin and Hong Yi followed from there. And after losing its weapon, the high-level S-tier blaster became very weak and could no longer launch its bombs. Lin called the night watchman and reported that Ghost Blaster had been defeated and was very high up. People were surprised when they saw that Blaster was dealt with using his own methods. Lin sent the ghost on a rocket to space travel. Since then, the ghost lived a happy life and could no longer harm anyone. When he got home, the guy bought a big pile of gifts in honor of the rocket going into space, and they could celebrate the occasion and take a gift for themselves. Lulu received a plush toy, which the girl was incredibly happy about, and Lin Shi received a beautiful dress, which she thought was chosen by Lin, but in fact it was chosen by Hong Yi. And he pleased Yellow with a big bone. Previously, he bought used ones for her, but from that moment on, the guy was ready to buy only new ones. And Onaji received cosmetics and maid outfits. Hong Ye said that she would ask Lin to increase her salary since she usually worked hard around the house and took care of the family. Suddenly, Lin Kuei received a message that funds had been credited to his card in the amount of 5 million. It was a transfer from the night watchman for a completed task. But this was only a pleasant bonus, since the guy already had 150 million on his card. When the girls found out about this, he said that he did not have that amount. Lingxi decided to share the news with her brother that she recently earned 20 million by selling her autographs to people, and to save the money, she entrusted the card to him. Lin was not going to touch Lingxi's money since it was her property for needs. However, her behavior reminded him of his brother and forced him to make one decision. He gave his bank card to Hong Yi so that she could store his capital, but the girl believed that, as the head of the family, he should have kept the money because she did not like any treasures, and the only thing she liked was Lin. Lin didn't expect such a sweet gesture from her. Seeing what a good family they had, Ling Si was interested in the question of when her brother would hold the wedding ceremony. Lin Kuei completely forgot about the interesting props that he had recently bought to have fun with his wife. So the guy invited her to go upstairs to look at it together. And although Hong Yi was surprised by this and did not understand what surprise her husband had prepared for her, she was still interested in it. The girl eagerly wanted to find out what Lin had prepared for her there. But he only intrigued her even more and said that it was a very complex prop. Here he takes out an electric ear cleaner, the most modern technology of mankind. Hong Ye was pleasantly surprised because she had heard something about this before and thought it was very convenient. As soon as Lin used this device, Hong Ye was beside herself with how cool it turned out to be because using ear sticks did not bring such an effect. At this time, his sisters gathered outside Lin's doors who were outraged and interested in what was happening on the other side of the door. Hong Ye couldn't tolerate this effect for too long because it tickled her ear very much, so she asked Lin to quickly put away this electric ear cleaner. After this, Lin Ke doubted that the purchase of this device was successful. But Hong Ye had a different opinion because she would never have thought that ordinary ear care could be so pleasant. Lin couldn't miss a moment without inviting his wife to spend time together in an even more interesting way, to which she agreed because she could not even imagine what else her husband could come up with. This wonderful moment was interrupted by an urgent message that arrived on Lin's phone. He in turn hated these SMS messages at the wrong moment. Hong Yi found his reaction funny, but she thought it was still worth responding to the message since there might actually be something important there. It was the Night Watch that informed him that the characters of many fairy tales had turned into ghosts and attacked the city of Qinghong in the south of Kanglan. Therefore, they had an urgent task to eliminate them. Hong Ye understood that sound and color also turned into electrical monsters that invaded their reality to harm them, and she assumed that the forces of the underworld were behind it all. Lin promised her that in the morning they would go to investigate this sudden invasion. But above all, he did not want this to somehow interfere with their plans to spend time together. The next day, the three sisters gathered early in the morning because they heard that Lin was going to fight the fairy ghosts, so they wanted to go with him. Lin Kuei was not entirely sure that it was worth taking them with him, but he still allowed them to go with them on one condition, if they did not create unnecessary problems. On the contrary, Hong Yi liked this trip because having the whole family together was much more atmospheric. At this time, the ghosts in Qinghong City were destroying everything in their path. After all, there was such a fairy tale character as Snow White, that same great princess, but she was not kind because she was endowed with powerful power. With her were her subjects, the 7 dwarves, who, when endowed with demonic power, took on the guise of angry goblins. There was also Cinderella, who was the doctor of the rebellion of evil. As a superpower, she used her glass slippers as a deadly weapon, which she remotely controlled, destroying everything in her path. Another character was Pinocchio. The forces of the underworld also endowed him with demonic powers, and with the help of his long nose, he could do a lot. Arriving in the city, Lin's sisters were horrified that fairy tale characters could be so evil. But Hong Ye asked them not to worry, because although fairy tales were full of magic and fantasy, they could also convey important lessons and values. In the crowd of fairy tale characters, there was a little Red Riding Hood and a gray wolf who recognized Lin Kuei and his wife Hong Ye. Lin couldn't accept the fact that Little Red Riding Hood could be a villain, and then his sisters didn't care who else they could see there, because all they wanted was to quickly deal with these traitors. But as it turned out, the fairy tale characters wanted the same thing no less, and they all rushed into battle together. Lin Kuei and Hong Yi did not like the fact that the boys were so violent at such a young age, and they were properly going to punish the fairy tale characters. Ling Xi decided to keep up with her brother and deal with the rest of the fairy tale characters. In the moment, she decided to play with Pinocchio and spin him like a carousel. On its Zia and Xiao Huang also had their own methods to deal with ghosts. Lin assumed that all fairy tale characters had A-level strength. But this was not the only problem, because Hong Ye understood that, in addition to this, other fairy tale characters could appear. At that moment, Ling Xi showed Lin the new lanterns of the future, but Lin Qi did not understand how it was possible to put a lamppost right in the middle of the road. At this time, the people from the Night Watch squad were defeated and began to retreat and call for help because the ominous Snow White was too strong. She sent her ghostly gnomes to deal with all the people of this city. Lin immediately realized that these were people from the Night Watch, but he was surprised that they could not cope with the fairy tale Snow White. With just one swing of the blade, the guy dealt with all 7 dwarves, which greatly surprised and delighted the Night Watch squad. Snow White had not expected such a meeting, and she believed that it should be an honor for them to meet an S-rank princess. In fact, Lin was not surprised that her aura was far superior to the past characters. Then Ling Xi came with the rest of the sisters, and they really asked to give this princess to them, because they believed that their brother, together with Hong Yi, could deal with more serious ghosts. And although Lin thought that they might not leave anything from Snowy, he still entrusted this matter to them. Snow White found it funny that some 3 girls were going to cope with her power, But they didn't like it when ghosts devalued their powers. Thus, they did not leave a single chance for the S-rank princess. Observing all this from Lin's side, it was a little pity that he entrusted this matter to his sisters. And to Hong Ye, these little monsters seemed even more insidious in battle than Lin Kei. The Night Watch reported that there were still many ghosts in other places, and the fact that this time the attack was sudden and many of the troops were not ready for this. But all Lin was interested in was their habitat. The guys reported that they saw the most ghosts in the center of Tsinghog, and Hong Ye at that moment found a cultural center on the maps, and she dared to assume that this place was their habitat. Lin had a choice. Investigate the source and receive the dexterity reward. Eliminate all ghosts receiving a strength reward or abandon the mission, and return to Kanglan receiving an agility reward of 45 points. And Lin Kuei thought about the fact that even the system warned that there was something wrong in the cultural center. Therefore, the guy decided to take on this and receive 2 awards at the same time. After which, he and Hong Ye followed the location of the urban center of Chenhong City together. As soon as they arrived at the oil paint exhibition area, Lin wanted to find the fairy tale area to investigate, while Hong Ye felt a strange breath coming from the paintings. Looking at the paintings, they saw a rare Mona Lisa, but this did not seem strange to them. A moment later, the painting had an ominous look and a strange grin. The remaining paintings with alien creatures also began to show their insides. This is not as scary as it scared Lin and Hong Yi, because they could not imagine that oil paintings could also have the ability to come to life. While Hong Ye was fighting the animated ghosts of the paintings, Lin Kei was exposed to the breath of the starry night, which could easily bind people. Hong Ye loudly shouted to Lin not to let the ghosts hold him back, after which he woke up and again resumed the battle with the picture monsters. On their way stood a ghostly girl with flaming torches and a strange duck who imagined herself to be a swan. Lin Kuei was surprised to see a girl with torches and an ugly duckling from fairy tales there. And then Hong Ye realized that the ghosts from fairy tales and the ghosts from oil paints came from a mysterious force. She assumed that the cultural center where ghosts were born was this very force. Lin didn't quite understand this, but he was beginning to realize that oil paintings and ghosts from fairy tales were simply calls from the cultural center. But since the cultural center was an entity and the ghosts were its summoned beings, he knew that this was all easily solvable. After all, it was necessary to simply destroy objects so that all the ghosts would disappear. After this, Lin Kuei immediately began this task, and the first thing he did was start with ghost paintings. The ghostly magic began to subside and was gradually dissipating, which greatly simplified the process. After destroying the oil paintings, all corresponding ghosts disappeared automatically. But there were still other ghosts from fairy tales, and now they needed to get to the museum to destroy the fairy tale books. The ghost girl wanted to make lights out of Hong Ye, and her duck was going to eat the rest to be reborn into a strong swan. Lin immediately ran up and used his absolute defense skill, thereby blocking all the blows of the fairy tale characters. Although Hong Ye was grateful for this, she wanted to continue further on her own. The girl attacked the fairy tale characters with her spiritual force blow. Lin Kuei had a better idea. Instead of fighting, he suggested finding the source of power and destroying it, and Hong Yi liked it because she had a map of the cultural center. They managed to get to this place on time, but they understood that if all the fairy tales suddenly came to life, the consequences would be irreversible. Lin knew that there was nothing that he couldn't solve in one blow, so the guy used his fire fist. After that, everything was in flames, and Lin was sure that no more ghosts from fairy tales could interfere with the civilian population. Suddenly, a strong earthquake began in the cultural center, which scared Hong Ye. Lin understood that, aside from the ghosts, the building itself had vital forces, and he did not like what they had done inside it. Suddenly, a strong pressure of water broke through the wall of the room, and then the guy realized that the building was going to wash them away. Lin Kuei quickly reacted and adjusted the situation to his liking. He took a piece of the door and masterfully demonstrated his surfing skills, after which they were both thrown out of the building, which no longer wanted to see the destruction within itself. When Lin realized that this liquid was nothing more than the saliva of the cultural center, his ability to control himself could not help but manifest itself. Suddenly, the building rebelled because it had complaints about the destruction that these two caused. Lin Kuei did not expect such a transformation from the building. Lin Kuei was ashamed to fight someone who simply stood still, so the guy suggested that Hong Ye go home. But the ghostly center didn't like the fact that the two ignored him. And although the building was helpless, it had the ability to summon ghosts that lived inside it. That's why it summoned 3 martial arts guards. Lin was surprised that these 3 could lead anything at all and have anything to do with martial arts. And Hong Ye believed that they were not worthy for this. She immediately took on her transformation form to teach the 3 a lesson. After all, she didn't want these battle magnates to harm Daxia. Lin Kuei was of the same opinion, so he summoned his fighting abilities Chi Yu and the Monkey Master. After that, they together attacked the ghostly building, which was at a loss as to where the ordinary boy got the powers of the gods. The guards of this cultural center did not have the slightest chance of victory against the forces of the gods. The guards could have asked to be spared, but it was too late, because they had done too many things. A lot of paparazzi gathered to capture the moment of transformation of the cultural center. They were also surprised when they saw that Lin Ke and Hong E were fighting for them. Hong Ye noticed that the ghostly building suddenly had a vulnerability on its chest, which she immediately reported to Lin Ke. Lin asked that the matter be left to him, because he was a demolition specialist. At first glance, Lin thought the building was illegally permanent, so there was a recommendation for its demolition. With his super strength of tin fists, the guy managed to demolish the building in one blow. And Hong Ye ended it with a victory dance, doing the rest with her scissors, who with their magic directed the magical petals of justice, after which this city could no longer be threatened either by the ghosts of fairy tales or by the cultural center. Lin Ke's task was completed, and the guy received 2 awards at the same time, which he was incredibly happy about, because all the merits were not without reason. The younger sisters came to them, and Ling Si told her brother and Hong Yi that all the fairy tale ghosts had been defeated. Lin was proud of his sister because now she was all grown up and could cope with such creatures. Yellow did not understand why they did not celebrate the victory altogether because he thought that they were one family. But Onaji explained to him that he was just a pet, and she was an ordinary housewife. Suddenly, Lin's elder sister told him that she was returning, which made them both happy about the news. Now Lin Kuo wanted to quickly return to Kanlan to prepare for this meeting. The next day, a large ship arrived at the East Coast Pier in Kanglan City, and Ling Hua came out from there, who was surprised that her family was greeting her. Ling Si couldn't help but rush into her big sister's arms because she loved her so much. And Ling Hua was surprised at how quickly this baby grew. Lin Kie was still delighted with the beauty of Lin Hua, although the years passed, but her beauty became better and better, which Hong Yi also could not deny. Lin wondered why Captain Yun Si was not with his sister, and Lin Hua said that Yun Si remained in Yingdao because she was now a specialist in security management in 3 cities. Ling Hua said that El Dorado was liberated by the Great Hamarun and became a free territory. Only the main enemy was the Western Dungeon Kingdom, which couldn't help but anger Lin, because the ghosts from this kingdom killed his father. They decided to spend time together at sea on board beautiful sailboats. Gathered at one table, they ate deliciously and heartily and talked about everything. Lin liked this restaurant because it provided free ice cream for the residents of Daxia. And Hong Ye suddenly remembered her brother Shang because she wanted him to taste delicious ice cream in Daxia with them. Ling Hua heard that the underground kingdom changed its tactics after arriving in the western lands, and she wondered if this was true. Lin confirmed this and added that they no longer attacked openly, but instead sent spies. Hong Ye also knew that the underground kingdom was hiring hackers from the western lands to gather information about Great Daxia. Lin wanted to believe that soon everything would change and they would defeat the underground world of ghosts. Ling Shi suddenly showed breaking news that people from Kanglan 3rd Prison had escaped. Lin understood that there were criminals with supernatural powers in this prison. He suspected that the underworld was involved in this, which he really didn't like. Ling Hua volunteered to help her brother and his family in this investigation, and after they ate, she immediately wanted to set off. At this time, in a large shopping store in Kanglan, civilians fled because they saw the escaped criminals. In turn, they carried out lawlessness in the store just like at home. After all, they really wanted to eat, since the prison food was very different in taste. One of these guys was called Zhu Long. This guy had high SU class abilities. Unlike his comrades, he was not going to just enjoy the food. After all, they were released in order to capture the city. His comrades, while still locked up, didn't like this guy, and they decided to unite to teach him a lesson, because they also had abilities. Only they didn't succeed, since Xulong's abilities were much higher than their expectations, and even their unification did not help in this. These guys turned into dinosaurs, and they could not understand where they got such abilities from and how this was possible. Xulong informed them that he could transform creatures into dinosaurs, and now his comrades were highly talented in transformation, and also that he could control it with just a thought. The criminals did not realize that this guy had such power, so they began to run away from him as quickly as possible. But Xulun did not plan to let them go because he needed to recruit a lot of people to create an army of dinosaurs. A day later, people in the city noticed a sign on the wall that said that employees were needed, with a salary of 20,000 won, room and board. But it said that they would be turned into dinosaurs. Although it was a strange proposal, many wanted to try it. Lin was surprised by the courage on the part of the criminals, because not everyone could talk about themselves so openly. Hong Ye didn't like it either, and she understood that they urgently needed to be stopped. Lin was sad to realize that people were taking such measures, but he understood that they would not be able to deal with the criminals directly because they already had too many transformed dinosaurs. Lin was faced with a choice: to disguise himself in order to go to the interview and receive the reward of sticking his palms, to cause chaos at the interview site to receive strength and agility points, or to refuse the task to receive strength points. Lin Qi liked the first and second options because they had good rewards. He realized that choice number 3, although it was simple, but by taking it, he would not be able to take away the other 2 rewards. Lin chose the second option and suggested that his wife change clothes to apply for the dinosaur man. And although Hong Ye did not know the meaning of Lin Kei's actions, she was ready for it. There was already a long line outside an abandoned electronics factory for an interview with a man who could turn anyone into a dinosaur. Lin was shocked by the number of people playing the role of a dinosaur. He did not understand why everyone wanted to turn into monsters so much. People were outraged that 2 old men were also vying for the role. After all, they didn't want competition in this set at all. Lin was hurt by this because he believed that today's youth had enough experience. But old lady Hong Ye asked her old man not to be angry with the young people. Then grandfather Lin Kuei decided to treat everyone with his chicken eggs of power, which seemed strange to the old woman Hong Ye because she did not have time to follow his train of thought. People were surprised to see so many eggs, and they believed that these old men had some kind of magical props if they could summon food out of thin air like that. People began to sort out chicken eggs with incredible speed, and many of them really liked this incredible taste of magical products. After that, Lin took his grandmother Hong Ye, and they immediately moved towards the interview. Bursting into the room, Lin Kei's grandfather immediately demanded that he be turned into a dinosaur. S-level interior dinosaurs did not understand how these old people dared to come to them for an interview. After all, they needed young and strong people. Grandfather Lin Kuei was outraged by such obscene behavior. He also could not understand why the task had not yet been completed, because they made their way to these creatures for an interview. Suddenly, 2 small dinosaurs fly in and report that all the people on the street are emitting biochemical odors, which they certainly could not expect. Indeed, after the magic eggs, people on the street felt like fighter jets. The dinosaurs understood that someone had specially fed the crowd food, and these 2 old men seemed more and more suspicious to them. Grandfather Lin was glad that for the first time his secret power egg worked. The system informed the guy that his task was successfully completed, and that he received the sticking skill as a reward. These are palms that created a vacuum and could attract the enemy to him. And since the task was completed, the old people decided to show their real appearance and remove their camouflage. One of the dinosaurs told the others that he had seen these 2 on TV, after which the others decided to deal with them on the spot. This was the perfect moment for Lin Kei, as he just wanted to test his new sticking skill. His palms began to emit very strong waves that pinned down the attacking creatures and could not do anything about it. They were surprised that this guy had extraordinary strength. For Lin, this was a reason to have some fun with his new strong toy. In the end, the transformation of the creatures could not stand it, and they all turned back into ordinary people. Lin informed them that he was in place of Majia Shan, who was defeated by the Lord of the Dead, so he advised them to simply surrender and not attempt any more force. Suddenly, one of the dinosaurs rebelled and announced that he would take control of the entire group. He transformed all the bodies into one single and huge creature called the long-necked Tyrannosaurus, which greatly surprised Lin and Hongyi because they had never seen such a strange species before. The Tyrannosaurus hoped that Lin Kei would become its hostage, so the creature immediately attacked him with its magical limb. Lin and Hong Ye immediately prepared to receive him ready, and that is why the guy adopted his special ability, Pangu. The creature was immediately surprised how the guy's strength could increase so much. While striking, it did not understand why this steel reflected the blows so strongly. Lin demanded to tell him where their boss Xulong was, but the Tyrannosaurus was ready to give up his life, not to tell about it. Lin understood that he would have to end this fight as quickly as possible because the creature still did not want to tell anything. Hongye didn't want Lin Q to waste so much power with his iron fist, so she gave him her blood spirit scissors. The Tyrannosaurus Rex could not even imagine what this humanoid demon was up to. After all, he has not yet revealed even 1% of his strength. And although Lin Kui had a special sword in his hands, he still preferred to practice a couple of tricks in martial arts, to then easily deprive the Tyrannosaurus of its horns with the help of blood spirit scissors. Hongye reminded Lin that the creature still had long claws that could hurt someone, so the guy deprived the monster of such an opportunity. Lin was still going to find out where their boss Xulong was, and he reminded the Tyrannosaurus that good always triumphs over evil. The guy was determined to save his life if only he would cooperate. Then the creature said that Xulong went to a holiday in Kanglen City to surprise everyone. Lin understood that this was a disaster, because in the evening, a barbecue festival began in the city, and to prevent this, Hongye was determined to go there and stop Xulong. While Lin was distracted, the Tyrannosaurus decided to attack him because he didn't have a better opportunity. Lin found it funny that the monster would start such a dirty move, because all this time he was just waiting for this from him, and the guy showed him by example what true professionalism meant. At this time, many people had already gathered in Kanglin City for the opening of the barbecue festival. Shulun was also there, inviting everyone to try a delicious kebab made from dinosaur meat. Not everyone could believe that this was really dinosaur meat, but be that as it may, many took their breath away just from the smell alone. People took bite after piece with great delight, and this led to a massive gathering of people around this counter, which made Shulun happy because his plan worked 100%. A moment later, many felt unwell. They could not believe that all this was the result of a delicious meal. Without blinking an eye, they did not notice how they began to turn into dinosaurs. Shulun did not expect that his spell would work so quickly, and from now on the Jurassic era began. Civilians who came to the barbecue festival left this place in horror as soon as they saw real dinosaurs there. And although Lin Ke and Hong A were in a hurry, they could not prevent the criminals' insidious plans. And since the situation was massive, Hong A had to call the Night Watch department. Lin realized that the holiday did not need to end, but only continue, because everyone still needed to be saved, and that's why he stored a lot of nutritious eggs. Shulong noticed Lin Kuei and Hong Yi. Earlier he had heard something that the underground kingdom would reward well for the capture of these two, but he understood that it would be difficult to catch them because they both have S levels. People running by were surprised that someone at the festival had the desire to cook food when dinosaurs were running around somewhere nearby. But the smell from the chicken eggs was so delicious that they wanted to stop. The dinosaurs, smelling the smell of barbecue eggs, were so intoxicated that they forgot why they were given the power. People were surprised that all the dinosaurs were attracted to the barbecue. The guy knew that there were no problems that he could not solve with the help of a barbecue. Once all the creatures had gathered in one place, Lin and Hong Ye imprisoned them in one large cage. Shulong did not like the fact that Lin Kie was spoiling his holiday, so he decided to deal with him. In turn, Lin did not understand where this guy got a huge bone from. He decided to feed the criminal his secret dish. It was an attack of fried eggs that rushed at incredible speed. Shulong did not like the fact that Lin Kie wanted to bribe him with his food. The guy kept shouting that he would not eat it, since they were enemies. Nevertheless, the smell of this dish took its toll, and Shulun nevertheless decided to try it right on the spot. Hongye realized that that same Shulong was the wanted criminal, and when they realized this, they decided to catch him and send him to the place from which he escaped. But no such luck. Shulun activated his dinosaur superpower. The guy didn't like the fact that Lin Ke obeyed the Night Watch because he believed that real power should be free. It seemed funny to Lin Ke that the fugitive called escape a desire for freedom. After all, the guy knew that he was just a criminal, a believer in underground kings, and a traitor to humanity. Lin attacked him with a light blow of magic, which he struggled to hold back. Then Hongyi joined in, and Lin, in turn, did not understand why the criminal decided to serve the underworld. After all, there was an organization of Night Watch. In response, Shulun said that they would not be able to understand him, and the only thing he was going to do was defeat Lin Kuei and return to the underworld. After these words, he unleashed the wrath of the horned dragon on them. Shulong said that from the very beginning, when he got behind bars, it was difficult to cope with everything, and therefore the guy did not want to hear Lin's advice because he knew better what to do and how to do it. The guy's attack was interrupted by a volcanic eruption, which arose as a result of eating Lin Ke's secret dish, namely grilled chicken eggs. This was the right moment for Lin to catch the culprit. Hongye thought that this guy was quite weak for a magician with S-level strength. And Lin liked the fact that she noticed this, because it reminded him that magicians were dependent on weapons. That is why Lin took Shulong's staff and wanted to throw it away as far as possible. Shulun did not like this, and he began to say something about how his weapon listened only to himself. Lin realized that he could no longer control this bone, but Hongye claimed that she had a plan. Hongye used her skill of suppressing the power of the staff, which Lin was happy about, because the guy was always surprised by the power his lady had. Shulong was disappointed that his weapon was out of control. It also reminded him that his girlfriend decided to break up with him at the beginning of the relationship, and now he also had to go through breaking up with the weapon. Suddenly, Shulong suddenly became susceptible to magical attack. This is because Lin suddenly became interested in using his staff against him in order to test his ability to transform into various creatures. Having turned into a dinosaur, Shulun could not understand why their legs were so small. As it turned out, this was not the main problem, because his body literally shrank to tiny sizes. Lin deliberately shrunk this criminal to deal with him once and for all. To his surprise, the bone-shaped staff began to disappear right in his hands. Then Hong Ye suggested that the weapon was connected with its owner, and that after his defeat, it goes away with him. In fact, Lin didn't care what it was about. because they had caught the main criminal, and the guy was confident that the Night Watch would cope with the remaining fugitives. Manhua came to them, who was pleased with the work done by her younger brother. After all, he prevented the crisis. Lin said that the S-rank fugitive, although strong, was too dependent on his staff. As a result, it was used against him. He was curious about the skills of the guards who were watching over him. Linghua said that those responsible for this also had S-rank forces, but the problem was that these fugitives were helped by the underworld, which sent its ghosts to the prison to weaken the guards. Lin did not understand whether there were those in Kanglan City whose strength exceeded the S level, namely the SS level. To which Linghua reminded him that their father had such power during his lifetime. In addition, the task of such people was to suppress the ghost gates. Lin wondered what kind of ghost gate this was, and was it more difficult to suppress those ghosts than normal ones? And Hong Ye remembered that when she came to this world, she had to go through this gate. Linghua said that this gate was such a portal between the world of ghosts and the human world. It was also the only way for them to enter the human world, and in order to prevent more and more appearances, people whose strength reached the SS level stood at this gate all year round, and they had to go through countless battles. Lin was delighted with such heroes. Previously, the guy believed that he had to be very tired fighting all the monsters, but now he realized that there were those who fought non-stop with them. Linghua said that the gate was suppressed and was more or less harmless, but the western country was badly broken and an abyss formed there from which ghosts could emerge, and they were going to solve this problem. Since Lin learned that the ghost extermination operation would take place in 2 months, he firmly insisted on preparing to reach the highest SS level. Linghua said that there was a water ghost city that collected a large number of sea ghosts, and that it was impossible to get there, but she assumed that Lin and Hong Yi could do it. When Lin Ke heard about the underwater city, a great interest appeared in his eyes to understand everything. Lin told Hong Ye that they would go to this place for their honeymoon in the next 2 months, which his lady couldn't refuse because she was always ready to follow him. Sister Lin Kuo heard this and was very indignant, and asked them to behave well there and respect the ghosts, because this place was truly dangerous. 2 days later, the Lin family went to the east coast of Daxia. The guy wanted to make sure his sisters were sure they wanted to go with him. Lingxi heard that he was heading to the underwater city, and since it was interesting, she couldn't just sit at home. Lin didn't understand why Onitz Zai didn't go with them, and Yellow replied that she urgently wanted to stay at home to rest. At the same time, Onitz Zai was very unhappy that Yellow secretly went on a trip, leaving her alone at home. Lulu and Xiaobai asked Onitz Zi not to worry because they were also left at home. At this time, there was a huge submarine at the bottom of the China East Sea, and inside was the younger sister Lin Ke, as well as Yellow, who together admired the beauty of the underwater world. Hong Ye was delighted that Lin had managed to find a fully automatic submarine. The guy said that because of its popularity, the manufacturer knew they would take a risk, so they provided this submarine. There was also a ghostly ship on the surface in these waters. The main captain was a mid-S level ghost who, in the distance, spotted a submarine on the surface and ordered his ghostly squad to rob it and eat everyone on board. Lin and Hong Ye immediately spotted the legendary ghost ship. Lin Ke had a choice. Attack the ghost immediately without discussing it with anyone and get 40 points of agility. Do it with his comrades and get fragments of the ability, or avoid the battle and get 30 points of agility. Lin again found an option to deceive the system. He wanted his teammates to deal with the ghosts and then destroy their ship, thus completing 2 tasks. The guy gave a task to his younger sister in Yellow to search the ghostly ship and then destroy it. Hong Ye was worried that this might be too dangerous a task for them, but the guy was sure that this task was ideal for them. Ling Shi and Yellow went on this mission with incredible speed. Ling Shi called upon her power of the High Fei Bear, and Yellow took his extraordinary blade. The ghost crew couldn't figure out who the real pirate was, and how 2 small children were capable of this. Ling Shi made an unexpected move for the ghosts. Descending from heaven, she and her bear crushed most of the ghosts. Yellow used his secret circular gas attack, which made the ghost's head spin. The main captain was a ghost who decided to defeat these strange demons before they did. Lingxi wanted to teach this ghost a real lesson and show him who the real king was. She attacked him with just 1 blow, but that was enough to send him flying in an unknown direction. The ghost captain realized that he was not dealing with an ordinary girl, because in addition to her strong character, she also possessed majestic abilities. Luckily, the captain had a good advantage because he had a map. He began to fly around the girl with incredible speed, only his shadow was visible. Ling Zi just stood there and couldn't understand what kind of acrobat games they were playing at. After all, the ghost was jumping like a flea in different directions. The phantom captain, in turn, thought that the girl was stunned by such a trick, and he planned to attack her further. Ling Shi preferred to just watch what this strange ghost was doing. To show him at the right moment what skill really was, she was able to stop his attack with just 2 fingers, which of course the ghost could not have foreseen. Ling Shi said that her brother said that carrying blades was illegal, so the girl was going to punish the ghost for it. He, in turn, was outraged and said that it was all just bamboo shoots. Ling Ji was slightly angry because she did not realize that the enemy did not take all her blows with dignity. The girl said directly that she needed all the jewelry, because this was the only way she could save their lives. The ghost understood that there were no other options, and this was the first time that pirates were robbed, and not vice versa. A couple of minutes later, all the ghosts were immobilized, along with their captain, and Lin Shi and Yellow were surprised by the amount of gold they got. Yellow was already celebrating his victory and kept telling the Demon Queen that they were rich. And although they instantly became many times richer, the girl reminded Yellow that her brother asked to destroy the ship and complete this mission. Hearing this, the ghosts were disappointed, and all they could do was ask not to do this. But Ling Shi did not accept these trades because she had clear plans to eliminate the ghostly ship. Justice was carried out successfully, and they all returned with their pockets full of rewards. Lin watched all this through a telescope, and since the ghost ship was plundered and destroyed, the task was completed, and the guy received his rewards. And since a large number of fragments were obtained, the power increased significantly, and the guy was happy because he knew that in the future he would have a new guardian spirit, Pangu. Looking at how happy Lin Kuei was, Hong Yi understood that his abilities should have improved. After all, she noticed that every time she defeated an enemy, his abilities became stronger. Suddenly Lin realized that his wife might have suspected something, but the guy understood that the system apparently could not be reported about its existence. Hong Ye suspected that Lin Kuei might have a hidden ability that made him stronger. She also theorized that he might have a second soul living inside him. Lin could not understand whether the system would be exposed. He didn't know how all this could be explained because the guy didn't want to hide secrets from his wife. Full team. Suddenly a menu appeared in front of Hong Ye, prompting her to choose a system for automatic binding, which really surprised Lin because he didn't even think that there could be a second owner. Hong Ye was also surprised. She had previously seen Lin use this menu, but she never thought that he relied on the system to help her. Lin realized that it was when he first met his wife that the system appeared in front of him that day. The guy realized that the system facilitated the destiny between him and his wife, and also accompanied him so that he could improve his skills. But Lin didn't want to take all the credit for himself, because he also hoped that the system would choose his wife as the second master. Hong Ye suddenly felt a little sad. She didn't want to ask Lin about this so early, and initially the girl thought that her husband was evil and had a second evil essence, and that is why he became stronger. The guy understood that his wife always took care of him, so he decided to admit that he was receiving rewards from the system. Hong Ye melted from such a confession because she didn't even think that everything was exactly like that. At this point, a satisfied Ling Si arrived and wanted to tell her brother that she and Xiao Huang had returned with many treasures. But suddenly they found Lin with his wife, which was completely unexpected. Although it was a beautiful picture, Ling Si still couldn't get used to the fact that her brother and his sister-in-law were in love with each other, as it was heartbreaking for her. After all, she wanted her brother to praise her. Lin and Hong Ye also did not expect to be caught at such a moment and were embarrassed by it, and Hong Ye was glad that his little sister could deal with her enemies so easily. Suddenly they decided to squeeze the youngest Ling Shi in their arms, which seemed strange to her because all she did was help cope with the ghosts. And although all this was wonderful, the Lin family did not forget that they had to go to the ghost town. This is exactly what the city looked like underwater. It consisted of many structures, and around it there were many sharp spears that protected it from strangers. Arriving at the ghost town, Lin found it strange that there was not a single ghost there, but then he realized that on Sundays there was no one there. The guy still felt that there must have been ghosts in the center of the city. Lin, like Hong Ye, had a good sense of sensing ghostly energy. This time the system gave the two of them a task, which consisted of just one point. They had to pretend to be a resident of the fish world and get to the city center, receiving power points for everyone. Exchanging glances, Lin and Hong Ye understood that this was their first joint task from the system, which they were very happy about. Since Riao Huang had illusion skills, Lin asked him to turn them into fish. And although Yellow thought this was a strange idea, he was ready to help. Lin was angry at Xiao Huang because their face was exposed, but Yellow asked not to worry about it, since they were completely invisible to the fish. And Hong Ye and Lin Shi were mermaids, and the girl was touched by how cute Lin's sister was. Arriving at the city center, they actually found a school of fish there, watching the altar. All the fish gathered near the trident, which was the treasure of this underwater city. Xiao Huang suggested that at first we should stay low and watch what the fish from the back rows would do. The crab informed everyone that their leader had issued a decree that if anyone could pull out the trident from the magic circle, then they would be made the highest member of the Sea Society. And after that, it was possible to marry the king's daughter. And when everyone heard that it was possible to marry Chi-Chi, the king's beauty, a large line lined up for this very trident. The first brave man volunteered was the pumped-up fish, as he wanted to marry the daughter of the main lord and then invite everyone to celebrate this event. He grabbed the trident with his huge fins and did it with such an expression on his face, as if he was warming up like this every day. When he began to pull out the trident, he could not understand why such a powerful daredevil as him couldn't do anything. As a result, just as beautifully as this fish was sewn, it also swam beautifully in an unknown direction. The second daredevil was the seashell ghost, who believed that it was not enough to just use brute force, because you had to rely on wisdom. The first thing the shell did was spray slime onto the trident for greater grip strength. Grasping, he began to pull using his strength, but all that the shell achieved was the electric shock that the trident gave her. The Lin Kyo family watched this, thinking that the shell had already turned into a delicious fried scallop. Lin realized that they still needed to get inside the city, so he proposed the idea of pulling out the trident, which, of course, Hongye knew because Lin was a fan of such tests. Lingxi was of the opinion that all this was so that her brother would have a new girl, namely the king's daughter, and she really didn't like it. Lin, going on a mission, asked his woman not to worry about him. Hongye, in turn, asked him to return quickly. Lin was confident that he could pull out this trident even with one hand, when suddenly something very much attracted his attention. These were marine inhabitants of the ocean, who could not believe at all that an ordinary fish could cope with such a task. Lingzi understood that her brother was not playing to the public at all because the trident was really difficult to pull out. Lin didn't understand how Xiao Huang dared to laugh at him, and then the guy said that if he was so strong, he could have done it instead of him. Yellow strongly insisted on pulling out this trident because it seemed to him that it was as easy as shelling pears. The breed in which he was imprisoned suddenly began to burst at the seams, and Xiao Huang himself, without realizing it, easily got it out of there, which of course made Lin Kie shocked because even he couldn't do it. Hongye assumed that the trident was some kind of monster, and since Xiao Huang was also a monster, he could easily do it. Ling Shi was grinning at this time, knowing that Yellow would become a son-in-law. The sea inhabitants were disappointed because they didn't really like that the little fish was capable of this. The servants were happy to welcome Yellow, and they were ready to escort him to the castle to introduce him to the king and his daughter, Chi-Chi, which of course Xiao Huang didn't want, because he did it as a joke. The servants did not understand this because they had rules established by the king of the city, but Xiao Huang kept saying that he just wanted to have fun. This did not suit the court ghosts, and they simply grabbed him and carried him to the palace. And Lin kept shouting that Yellow should not forget to invite them to his wedding as guests. Hong Ye and Ling Si did not understand why Lin was so disappointed when Yellow was arrested, and the guy said that he did not want Xiao Huang to leave them so early and get married. They had a choice. Save Yellow and get the new Kai Wave skill, wish him luck and get strength points, or ignore this situation and get agility points. Hong Ye immediately told Lin that she was going to save Yellow's life because there was a good reward there. After that, they took little Lingzi and went to rescue Xiao Huang, which seemed very strange to the girl, because these two behaved very strangely. While in the vicinity of the Kumar underwater castle, they discovered a guard standing at the main entrance, but they didn't understand why all the guards were close to Reese Power, and since there were more enemies, they realized that if they moved recklessly, they would not only not save Xiao Huang, but would also fall into a trap themselves. Suddenly Lingxi realized that she could help her family at such a difficult moment, as the girl had an idea. She offered to send her assistants, Black Wind and White Knight, to dig tunnels directly into the castle, which Lin really liked because he also used this method in the desert. After the decision was made, the two animals began to dig a tunnel at breakneck speed. It was so fast that no excavator could replace them. After a while, the ground began to collapse in one of the bathrooms in the castle. Lin Qi got out from there. The guy couldn't understand why it was so smoky around. There he met several cute mermaids who were scared because they did not understand who this strange stranger was. As it turned out, they didn't get out in exactly the right place because it was a huge heated pool. And when Lin realized where he was even glad to meet such sea inhabitants. The same cannot be said about Hong Ye, because this place did not bring her any pleasure at all. Lin suddenly realized that they had come there to save their friend, so he asked the mermaids where he was, and they told him that Yellow was locked on the 4th floor. The guy was glad that he found Xiao Huang so quickly, and he decided to thank the mermaids who acted as a navigator. And while they were sleeping soundly, Lin and the others went to the 4th floor to the wedding room. At this time, Yellow was chained on the 4th floor, and he was desperate, because he understood that Lin Kuei could not save him. Xiao Huang was no longer happy that he decided to pull out the trident. Suddenly a good idea struck him, which gave him an incentive. He realized that he could turn into a beast in order to free himself from the ropes. And it worked. Yellow Ferret's original form transformed perfectly, which he was very happy about. Xiao Huang immediately decided to find a way out of this castle. Suddenly he heard someone walking behind the door, which made him very alarmed. It was the daughter of the lord of the underwater ghost city Chi-Chi, who did not understand where her fiancé could have gone. Xiao Huang was angry with his daughter-in-law because she crushed him under the door, and he did not intend to just leave it like that. Here Chi-Chi was very scared because she thought that there was a yellow mouse in front of her, so she immediately attacked it. The blow was so powerful that Xiao Huang flew into the wall, after which he switched to his humanoid form, and then Chi-Chi realized that in front of her was her fiancé, but she was curious how he could become a monster like that. Xiao Huang didn't like the fact that the ghost called him a monster, and Yellow explained to her that he was not one. Xiao Huang also briefly explained that he would not be able to marry her, which also disappointed the ghostly lady. Chi-Chi believed that Yellow did not like her appearance, and she did not blame him, because all this was her father's fault, who decided to arrange the marriage without her permission. Chi-Chi seemed not bad at all to Xiao Huang, and judging by her stories, he assumed that she did not love her father, and the ghost said that everyone in the palace was afraid of her father because he was cruel. Chi-Chi said that she had been in the human world, where there was an atmosphere of harmony, which she really liked and wanted the same in the underwater city. Xiaohing realized that he was wrong about Chi-Chi, and he agreed with her opinion about world peace. And so, he wanted to help with the implementation of this idea, which surprised the ghostly lady very much. Yellow said that people were ready to cooperate with good ghosts. He also said that he already had good friends, especially Lin Kuei, who took him in when he was a ferret. At that very moment, Lin burst into the room, knocking down the door completely and also pinning Yellow. The guy didn't understand why Xiao Huang stuck to the wall, and Xiao Huang in turn blamed him for this. Suddenly, Lin turned his attention to Chi-Chi, who was the daughter of the city owner, and the guy was happy that he did not become her fiancé. Lin informed Yellow that they had only come to bless him and his daughter-in-law, and he was very curious. When will they get married? But Xiao Huang did not understand such strange jokes. When Chi-Chi saw that all of Yellow's friends were with him, she allowed him to leave because the ghostly lady considered him very good, so she did not want to keep him in the castle. The system informed them that they had completed the task and received a reward of strength points as well as a new Kai wave skill, which made Lin surprised because the guy did not expect it to be so simple. Xiao Huang said that Chi-Chi was a good ghost and he was wondering if they could accept her, to which Lin happily replied that they accepted everyone who was ready to cooperate. Chi-Chi was very touched because this was the first time she was received so warmly. Suddenly, the guards burst in, not liking seeing strangers around Miss Chi-Chi. Since their location had been revealed, Lin and Hongye planned to deal with the guards on the spot. By combining forces, they were easily able to defeat such a number of guards. Chi-Chi suggested going to the top floor of the castle and forcing her father to hand over the position of Lord of the Ghost City. But they had little time, since a new group of guards was very close, who wanted to protect their king. Here, Chi-Chi decided to convince the guards to side with her because she did not see the need to serve for her father. And then the guards agreed with this because they also wanted to get along with people. In fact, the guards only said this to see if the people posed a threat to Mrs. Chi-Chi. They firmly stood on obeying only the orders of the owner of the city. The Phantom Lady was disappointed that the guards were willing to serve such a treacherous ghost. Hongye asked the ghost not to waste his strength. Lin, pushing the ghost away, explained to her that if she did not force them to obey, then peace would not come. Holding hands, Hongye suggested trying the new Kai Wave skill together, where Lin saw great potential. By combining the power of their skill, they covered all the guards in one large wave. Cheating was the best entertainment for Lin for some time, but in general, cheating was always fun for him. And for Hongye, this was a great discovery of the power of the system. Xiao Huang decided to show off the strength of his friend Lin Kui to Chi-Chi, which she appreciated because she was delighted with such strength. Well, for Ling Xi, this was not an amazing skill because she considered her brother the best. The guards understood that there was no point in fighting the divine forces. Chi-Chi promised them that if they took their side, she would do everything possible to ensure that ghosts and people coexist peacefully. The ghosts said that the Lord gave them a monthly salary of only 1,000 yuan, which was immediately spent on paying for the apartment. And since Miss Chi-Chi took into account their feelings, they were ready to serve her. Then the door opened and the Lord himself came out, for whom it was unexpected that his daughter was in cahoots with the people. Lin did not understand what kind of sound was being made, and Chi-Chi said that it was her father, the King of the Lanterns. The king had S-level strength. He did not understand how his daughter dared to disobey him. He said that he did not see any point in collaborating with people because they were catching fish. Lin said that people were hunting ordinary fish, and they were not going to touch the ghosts of the underwater world who longed for peace. After all, in Daxia they were ready to cooperate with good ghosts. As Ghost Town, the Lord of the Ocean, did not see the point in cooperation, since only the strong had the right to rule. so he decided to fight them. The resulting funnel began to separate Hongye and Lin Kuei, and they tried to hold on to each other until the last. Lin asked his wife to stay and let him fight the king one-on-one. Chi-Chi and the sisters were very worried because Lin Kuei and Hongyi had disappeared somewhere. This was a deep-sea battlefield where, for hundreds of centuries, the king had challenged everyone to duels. Lin understood that he had to find himself in the ghostly world again, but what worried him most was where his wife was, because he knew for sure that she was with him. A friend, Hong Ye, came running to him and said that she wanted to help him. Lin found this strange, because there was no smell of red petals, and besides, Hong Ye rarely called him by name. Then the guy realized that it could be a fake, which was to be expected, because the head of a huge ghost of a fish suddenly crawled out of the girl's body, who kept repeating that it was his wife Hongyi. Then he pounced as if nothing had happened and grabbed his hand straight. Many teeth fell down, and the ghost could not understand why this boy had iron hands, because his skin did not yield to his strong grip. Lin was angry because it was untidy for him to feel the teeth of a ghostly fish on himself. And that is why the guy punished this little fish. And although the bite site was slightly painful, Lin was proud of his S-class body. When the second hand of the underwater king began to attack again, Lin said that he had seen marmots but had never seen fish cheese. The fish could not understand what kind of person stood in front of it, because no matter how much he bit him, nothing came of it, because his body did not give in to it. Lin did not understand how someone who was created for biting could not bite him. The big fish was very disappointed, because she had lost all of her jade teeth that she had recently inserted. The guy was going to make a delicious steak out of this fish, but first he had to fry it, which he successfully did, fried all the sharks and placed them neatly in a row, and not far from him there was a huge shell in which the King of the Lanterns himself was hiding. Watching through the pearl, he realized that this time he had met a real demon, and since he was unable to cope with Lin Kuei, he assumed that it would be much easier with his wife. At this time, somewhere in the deep sea waters, Hong Ye was trying to find her husband. Suddenly, from the sea reef, she heard his voice, which kept saying that he had injured his leg and that he needed help. And when the girl heard this, she immediately responded to save her. The guy was glad that his lady was always with him and that she could help him. Hong Ye suddenly remembered that Lin Qi had an S-level physical talent. When he faced ghosts on the battlefield, he never suffered serious injuries, which alarmed her very much. Then she realized that in front of her there was a fake, which in fact she accused this ghost of. Lin didn't understand what was wrong with his wife, and the guy suddenly began to think that she might stop loving him. Loudly screaming that he was not her love, Hong Ye began to attack this unscrupulous ghost. She dealt with this little ghost with just one blow of her blade, and she was very unhappy with this move. At this time, Lin found Hong Ye and happily announced that he had brought them 2 delicious grilled fish. Hong Ye was finally happy to see her boyfriend. But then she was harboring doubts about whether this was her young man. She decided to make sure of this by asking the question, when was her birthday? And then the guy thought about it. Lin knew it was all over because he couldn't remember the real date of his wife's birthday at all. Hongyi was curious. Did he feel guilty? And she began to assume that this was a fake ghost again, because the real Lin Kuei, even in a dream, could remember her date of birth. Lin asked his wife to listen to his excuses because the guy really was Lin Kuei. But in response, he only heard something about her scissors, and then he had to dodge. The guy asked to give him time to think carefully, but Hong Ye could not wait long for an answer and began to pursue him. Stopping, the guy screamed that he remembered the real date of her birthday. He was sure that it was the 25th of October. Hong Ye was surprised because she really was sure that in front of her was a clone of Lin Kuei. But be that as it may, the guy named the correct date. Then Lin wanted to make sure whether his wife was real, and he asked the question about when was his birthday. And she immediately replied that it was the 29th of November. Lin was very ashamed in front of Hong Ye because she could immediately remember his birthday, unlike him, who needed time for this. At this time, the Lantern King was heading towards them with an army of fish. He understood that the guy had passed his illusion test and that he had previously underestimated his abilities. Lin asked this fish seller not to pretend to be the Lantern boss, but Hong Ye found it funny that Lin Kuei always joked funny. The king of the underwater city did not like the fact that he was called a fish seller, and he ordered his kids to bite Lin for this. This was such a good way for both Lin Kuei and Hong Ye to practice their swords to hone their swordsmanship skills. This was a wonderful fruit ninja game only in the underwater world, which they did with ease, and it seemed to Lin that the small fish were just used by the Lantern King to test their abilities, which the king of the underwater city did not deny, because it was just a test before a real test of strength. Seeing that the fish was using his staff for magic, the guy used his attraction skill to disarm the ghost. The king could not even expect that the guy had the power of magic. Now the guy wanted to look at his skills without a magic staff because he was sure that without a weapon his opponent was not capable of anything. The ghost thought this guy was too naive because he had magical abilities despite the staff, and also had dual cultivation abilities. Seeing this, Lin called upon his guardian spirit, Pengu, to teach the fish a few tricks. The Lantern King didn't understand how a guy with S-class abilities could have so many skills. After all, it was completely illogical from the outside, and he could not believe it. But Pengu's spirit was ready to fight him until he believed in these abilities. The ghost was already not happy that he took such radical measures. He could not believe that there were such people with extraordinary divine power. In the end, he could not stand it and raised the white flag. The king asked them not to fight anymore because it could break him. And now, when the ghost was convinced of his strength, Lin asked him to transfer the position of lord to his daughter Chi-Ki, who was a wise ruler. The king said that he could not transfer the position because it was granted by return to the realm of ruins. Linny was stunned because he realized that the castle had become the territory of sea monsters living in the kingdom of ruins. Lin was happy, although he wanted to catch the kid, but he unexpectedly hit the old nest, and regardless of whether this was a kingdom of ruins, the guy knew that they could get through it. But first, Lin Kuei wanted the ghost to talk about the current situation in the Ruin Kingdom. The ghost revealed that they were originally a primitive world where life was born under the sea, but 20 years ago it was taken over by an S-classified supreme spirit called Fool. Fools turned the ruins into a ghost realm, and they often traveled to the land to catch people as food. This place was also called the Hell of the Earth. After Lin was informed, the guy promised that he would destroy the city of the Lantern King. And Hong Ye gently hinted to the ghost that he should have simply given up his place on the throne for Chi-Ki. And although this method persuaded the king of the underwater city, he believed that both of them were worse than ghosts, after which they gathered in the main square of the underwater city, where the Lord was ready to give an important speech for everyone. He announced that from now on his daughter would be the new owner of the new generation of the ghost town, and he wanted to believe that she would lead him to even greater glory. In addition, this was a new breakthrough in cooperation with people for them. Lin revealed that he was an ambassador and would represent Ghost City in the Ruin Realm negotiations. The inhabitants of the city were happy, and they joyfully sang the praises of the new ambassador of the city. After all, their days of oppression under the old king were over. At this time, Hongshan's brother Hong Yi, who was with his companion Xiahui, arrived at this place. She was the same girl he once saved. She invited him to come closer to the city to take a look, what he was willing to do for her, because he liked to make her happy. Hong Yi did not at all expect to meet her brother there, but Lin was even glad to have such a meeting with his son-in-law. Hongshan reported that after he and Xiao Shui left Qingdao, they decided to look into this city and did not expect to meet them there. Hong Ye reported that they had united the Ghost City and were now heading to the Kingdom of Ruins. And when Hongshan heard this, he realized that his sister wanted his help. Therefore, he was ready for this, because his strength was at the average S level. And when Lin heard this, he took off his ribbon to pin it on his son-in-law, because he was now officially the ambassador of the underwater world, which made Hongshan perplexed, and he immediately put this ribbon on anywhere, because he didn't like that this thing didn't match his aesthetic. And Lin, in turn, persistently asked him not to be so ungrateful, which caused laughter in the back rows. Lin informed his little sister that she had to stay in the underwater ghost city to stay safe, to which she agreed. Hongshan also decided to take care of Xia Shui's safety during his journey, so she was forced to stay with Lingxi. And although the girl did not want to leave, she asked Hongshan to be careful on the surface. After which Lin, his faithful police dog Hong Yi, and Hong Shang went to the Kingdom of Ruins. This is exactly what the portal to that very kingdom looked like, an acid green color that did not inspire any confidence. Lin understood that, according to the very King of Lanterns, in front of them was the very passage that he did not really like, and for Hongshan, the realm of ruins evoked the feeling that it was like a ghostly field, after which they immediately went there to see everything with their own eyes. The portal took them to the borders of the Kingdom of Ruins, where there were ancient crumbling buildings all around. There, they saw an artificial sun, plants, and also buildings. And between this place and the world on Earth, they did not notice the difference. But what they found strange was that there were no ghosts or human breath there, and Hongshan saw very ancient skeletons there, which was not a good sign. On all these remains, they noticed signs of damage from ghostly forces, which meant that they were subject to massive attack. Therefore, they should be more careful in this place. Suddenly, strong currents of wind were approaching them from behind. Lin immediately felt a rather strange surge of ominous energy. Something attacked them all very strongly from above, but it did not manifest its physical body. Xiao Huang was disappointed that he had not been able to foresee this in advance, because he could not even catch a trace of the ghosts. Lin understood that this place was indeed full of mysteries and dangers, And although they did not see the enemy, this did not stop Hongyi, and she began to spread her attacks with her blade in all directions. But Hun Shan stopped her because he did not see any point in this, a useless waste of energy on an entity that they did not see or feel. But Lin was annoyed by the fact that the enemy was superior to them in camouflage. They were faced with a choice: investigate the tracks and get resistance points, kill the hidden ghost and get strength points, or leave this place and get agility points. The guy immediately cut off the third option, because it was impossible to leave since he wanted peace in the whole world, and for this it was necessary to get rid of the ghosts. When the next wave of attacks began to approach, Hungshan used his superpower of sand. And when Lin Ke saw that his son-in-law had helped cover the surrounding area with sand, he had one very brilliant idea. Hungshan guessed what Lin was going to do, and he could only wish him all the best in carrying out his plan. Taking out his blade, Hunshan collected all the sand in the area and made a sand prison out of it, which captured the surroundings of the ruins and thereby did not allow invisible entities to escape. Hong Yi assumed that in this way, Lin was going to trap the entity in order to catch it, and the guy confirmed this and then distributed black paints to everyone. He asked them to spray this paint in all directions so that the enemy would become visible to them, which Hong Yi really liked, but she was surprised and did not understand where Lin always got these objects from. Yellow was sure that this task was for him because he loved to have fun and make a mess. But Hongshan didn't understand whether they were seriously ready to try this method. Lin Qi explained that the method and its oddities were not important, because as long as it was possible to win, then it was necessary to use all the possibilities. As expected, the method turned out to be working. The ghost was perplexed that he could be seen. The guy was pleased with the effectiveness of the method, and now he was ready to fight back against this insidious demon. The enemy admitted that he was an ordinary ghost codenamed Tarot Hermit with S-level power. He repented and said that he had done nothing wrong except attack the invaders in this place. Lin wanted to know if all the ghosts in this area were named after tarot cards. He also wondered if the hermit knew anything about the Kingdom of Fools. The ghost said that the fool was their king, but no one had ever seen his true face because it was always mysterious. The hermit also said that he usually lived next to the king in the imperial capital 200 miles from the north. And when the ghost told everything he knew, Lin, with one swing of his sword, saved the world from yet another sinister creature, after which the system reported that the mission was completed and they received the reward of strength points and resistance points. After death, the hermit became a tarot card. Yi Hongye assumed that it was a card with a special effect that could be solved. Lin read that this ghost card could enter a state of invisibility for 10 seconds, but only once a day, which seemed like a pretty good prop to the guy. Even though it was only 10 seconds, he understood that during this time it was possible to deal with the enemy. He also thought that there could be other ghosts with different tarot card abilities. Yellow thought it would be great to have one like this, only with the ability to float in the clouds. And although this was not in this magical map, Lin had a plane, which the guy decided to use this time for fast travel. Yellow didn't understand how this guy had such a large trunk for all these items. Lin Kuei ignored this question and only said that they should have gone north to find the ghost fool, after which they immediately headed for the imperial capital. Hong Ye could not believe that Lin had entrusted the control of the plane to Xiao Huang. But Lin Qi wouldn't be so sure if Yellow wasn't an excellent video game player, which is why the guy gave him control. Hong Ye didn't quite understand how video games could be connected to reality, so she had a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, a portal opened in the sky, and from there flew out a devilish carriage that was going to destroy the human plane. Xiao Huang immediately reported this to Lin, but the guy had no idea how the train could end up in the sky, and he already thought that entrusting control to a dog was a bad idea. Suddenly, there was a bright collision with a ghostly carriage, and the plane was demolished. When this happened, the guy was at a loss, and Yellow believed that after this, Lin, you should trust him. Hongye believed that they could find a way to escape, and Hongshan kept thinking that modern vehicles were not at all reliable. After the plane was destroyed, they all used spiritual power to land carefully. Oh, I forgot. Everyone except Xiao Huang, he didn't know how to fly. Lin assumed that they had probably flown into the enemy's observation zone, thereby attracting his attack. After Xiao Huang, his landing was not as soft as the others, and Hongshan was surprised by this phenomenon and believed that it was a miracle. S-level ghost called Tarot Chariot came out, which took them by surprise. But the only thing Lin didn't understand was why the chariot was a train in the tarot card. Also, the ghost of the tarot wizard came out of the portal, having an S level of power. He was glad that the chariot had successfully done the job and brought these strangers to him. Yellow was surprised by the appearance of the second ghost. He did not understand why there were two of them this time. This only made Lin happy, because in front of his feet were 2 tarot cards with magical powers. But only Hong Ye did not see anything good in this, because the wizard was not as simple as it seemed. The Phantom Chariot was not happy that the Phantom Wizard wanted to fight them, because she was the first to notice them, and was going to finish the job. After these words, she immediately attacked them, but fortunately, she missed and Lin Kuei and Hong Ye were unharmed. Now it was the move of the ghostly wizard who sent his duck doves at them. Hong Ye did not understand where the pigeons were. She believed that they were an explosive mouse. Yellow sensed by the smell that it was 100% tasty duck. Lin didn't know where the truth was, so the guy didn't intend to let these ghosts get closer to him. They had a choice: defeat the chariot and the magician, gaining strength points and agility points, give the yellow one to 2 ghosts and get strength points, or bypass the enemy and save time in the battle by getting agility points. Lin believed that it was too risky to bypass them. The best solution was to prepare for battle. Hong Ye also believed that it would be better to fight with the enemies than to sacrifice Xiao Huang, especially since he was offended by them. After some thought, Lin told the ghost that they wanted peace, and that they had come with good intentions to the kingdom to meet the fool. And as a sign of sincerity, he wanted to give them a yellow ferret. The Phantom Chariot was embarrassed that the guy wanted to buy them as a gift, and the ghostly wizard said that they were the faithful guards of the Kingdom of Ruins. Lin Qi was disappointed that the ghosts refused his good nature, so the guy warned them not to be offended by him later. Yellow was upset that they wanted to give him away. The ghosts decided not to wait for an attack from this man, and to do it first. Lin was worried that Hong Ye might get hurt, so he asked her in advance to step aside and let her son-in-law and Xiao Huang bear the pressure. Looking at the ground, Lin and Hong Ye realized that while they were distracted, the ghosts had set a trap on the ground, and then they were lucky enough to fall into it. Since the situation was urgent, the guy realized that the only way to get out was through stealth, so he decided to use the power of the card and then save Hong Ye. The powers of the cards projected magic balls, and somewhere in the distance a ghostly wizard was watching this, and he could not understand why only 3 people became magical spheres. After all, there was also Lin Kuei. Suddenly something interacted with the ghost's face and left a nice mark. He blamed the ghostly chariot for hitting him, but it only suggested that it could be Lin Kuei with the power of invisibility. Then Lin appeared and said that they were in the right speculation, because he had discovered an invisible force that lasted only 10 seconds. But this was enough to sneak up unnoticed and deal a strong blow to the ghostly chariot. Lin duly decided to infuse his spiritual power into the ghost in order to have control over it. At that time, the ghost did not understand why he was so hot. The guy succeeded. The chariot no longer had control over itself, and the guy directed its powers into the ghostly wizard. Lin told her that if she did not kill the wizard, he would do it to her, and she couldn't understand how it was possible that this guy could have divine power. After all, her body was completely suppressed under his control. The ghostly chariot flew into the wizard at full speed, and she admitted that she did not want to do this, but Lin Kuei's powers were beyond her capabilities. The wizard tried to take control of everything, but unfortunately his magic was not capable of this. The only thing he could do was grab the chariot with his 6 arms and threaten to throw the guy off, but Lin only laughed in response, because everything was under the control of his spiritual power. In addition, the guy, unlike them, had the ability to fly, after which he sent these ghosts on a high journey. Along the way, it seemed to him that this was not enough, and in order to be sure to cope with them, he poured in a little more of his strength. That's what happened. The 2 ghosts were defeated, and Lin Kuei completed 2 tasks and received a system reward for Yellow and for his victory. The others were released from the magical spheres, and then they realized that Lin had defeated the enemy, and Hung Shan was ashamed of his defeat because he was defeated by a small ghost spell. The guy told them that he had received 2 ghost cards, but then he still could not suspect what powers they possessed. His beauty, Hong Ye, was proud of her young man's victory. Lin invited Hong Ye to feel the power of the magic cards together, so they found out that one of the cards, when used, provided a ghostly chariot, and the second could randomly turn the enemy into a small animal. This effect lasted 3 seconds and had a cooldown of 12 hours. Lin and Hong Ye were happy to receive vehicles and new skills. The guy knew that these ghosts were sent for a reason, because they were useful. Yellow was curious about what his sister and Lin Kuei were giggling about, but Hung Shang said that he had nothing to do with it. The first thing Lin suggested was to try the power of the tarot card and summon a chariot. Lin informed all passengers who had previously purchased tickets that they could board to go in search of the King of Fools. Why they were surprised, because they didn't think that that car could be reused. After they all climbed inside, he successfully exited the land and headed north to the royal capital. Close to the capital, there was a ghostly guard of crabs who chained people in cages. Not far from there, Lin and the others were scouting the situation, and they realized that there were carts carrying slaves. The leader was a ghostly toad, and the horses were huge crabs, and people in custody called for help. Lin believed that they could also pretend to be ghosts, disguising themselves as a crew transporting prisoners in order to sneak inside. Which sounded pretty good, and Xiao Bai wondered who would be the slave. Lin gently hinted to Yellow that he would have to play this role. Hung Shan immediately warned that he had no intention of participating in this, and Hong Ye only quietly whispered that she knew that it would be Xiao Huang. Yellow didn't expect that everyone would treat him like that, and then he realized why Lin really decided to take him with him, after which they went to the square. Using a ghostly aura, they hid their essences from the ghosts so that they could not detect them. Only Yellow was the only one who didn't have to do anything because he was, after all, well camouflaged. A couple of minutes later, they were stopped by a ghost who suspected something was wrong. And then Hong Ye informed him that they had arrived to sacrifice a nutritious half-demon to the King of Fools. The ghosts did not understand who needed to sacrifice such a tasty half-demon, but despite all the oddities, they opened the gates to the Imperial Land. Inside the city there was a huge ghostly tower, on top of which there was a demonic eye, watching over everyone and everything. There, Lin and the others noticed many prisoners being abducted by ghosts from human lands, and this knew that they often went to Earth. The ESA-class tower immediately discovered unusual creatures and began shouting about it throughout the city. Lin considered this a good start because they met the ghost of the tarot card. Many ghosts surrounded them because the ghostly tower gave them the order to catch the intruders. Lin warned everyone that they should run away because, as it turned out, it was a legendary tower with incineration capabilities. Even the other ghosts didn't dare to fight because they didn't want to get roasted. In another part of the city, there was a large gathering of ghosts who listened to a speech that the foolish king created the world, gave them the sun, moon, and starry sky. They respected their king for all this. This speech was delivered by the ghost of the Pope, who had the power of SOI class. He believed that he and the king should have been revered by the other ghosts for all the gifts they bestowed upon them. All the ghosts were very grateful to them, and they always came to them to show their grace. At this time, Lin and the others had to run away from the crazy ghost tower. The rest of the ghosts, seeing this, were shocked because they had never seen the tower so evil. The ghost of the Pope did not understand how this stupid tower allowed the enemies to get into their imperial land, and that made him angry because they interrupted his conference. After which he unleashed his wrath on them in the form of a lightning strike, and Lin couldn't understand why another ghost was attacking them. In order to properly punish the violators, the ghost of the Pope called on his knights of the Holy Order. Lin could not have expected a double attack from both sides, and to make the battle easier, the guy decided to call upon his army of ghostly dolls and direct them at other ghosts. The ghostly knights were defeated, and they did not understand where these creatures from hell could come from and mock their squad so much. And while the dolls were busy with the knights, Lin and the others simply could not stand idle. So they decided to overthrow the ghostly tower together. Not far from them, Xiao Huang felt like a great spirit and began to scatter the knights in all directions. When the tower ghost sensed danger, it switched to a 5-color flame defense mode. Lin doubted that the disco mode was a dance hall. No matter how many attacks Hong Yi launched, they did not cause damage to the tower with ordinary blows. Lin thought that they should have blocked it and then used stronger attacks. The guy asked his son-in-law to use the powers of the sand since he had a way to control the tower using skills. Hunshan warned him in advance that he could only hold back the ghostly tower for a moment with the power of sand. He raised the sandy stems, thereby distracting the ghost towards himself. At that time, Lin Kuei called upon the great spirit Pangu and asked him to use all his strength to achieve victory. It was not difficult for God Pangu to easily lift such a heavy tower because it was small in size for him. Hong Shan and Yellow looked at this with great surprise because they did not expect that the guy had his own spirit of power. Pangu brought the tower down to the ground with all his strength, as if it were his hammer. The ghost gradually went out of order. He kept repeating that the situation was not very good. The ghost was defeated, which the system successfully reported, and also talked about the new skill of the Tower Tarot card, which could be summoned at any time for various attacks. The guy was very happy, because soon he would have many skills from the ghostly kingdom. Hong Ye, as always, was proud of the fact that Lin was always able to handle any time-consuming tasks, with which he found ways to easily solve them. At this point, danger still haunted them, because the angry ghost of the Pope was running towards Lin, whose anger value was a peak of 99 anger units. The guy didn't tense up at all because he had the new power of tarot cards at hand, so he summoned the tower to handle it for him, which made the ghost surprised that the guy could transform the power of the cards. Lin did not understand why his tower suddenly became so low and looked stupid. Hong Ye saw no reason to be upset because the tower looked quite nice. Xiao Huang believed that this was due to the guy's low intelligence, which in itself was no different from this tower. And Hong Shan could not imagine how this thing could even fight. The ghost found it funny that this thing looked so stupid. He believed that it was much worse than its predecessor. Lin didn't mind all this ridicule, because the guy loaded the tower with nutritious eggs, which began to shoot at the ghost like machine guns. The ghost realized that it was not a tower at all, but a squirrel shooter that covered his entire face. He was in no mood at all as he wanted to continue his sermon, so he decided to deal with this guy using his light beam. As it turned out, it was a bright flash, somewhat similar in its effect to the sun. And although this bright flash blinded his eyes, the guy warned the ghost not to dare run away using his cheap tricks. The ghost asked not to approach him because he did not want to play these games. But the guy got him with his attack, and in addition joked that he allegedly used his evasion abilities 100%. After all, the blow was so strong that it literally flew at the speed of light. At just the right time, Lin remembered the magician's tarot card, which could turn people into animals. He considered that she could also work over a long distance. The guy aimed the card's magical effect directly at the ghost to see how it would affect him. The ghost's powers dried up, and he turned into an ordinary, unremarkable mouse. And when she realized that she was in the air without her magical abilities, she began to try to do at least something. Lin just didn't understand why she was waving her legs as if she were a duck. The effect of the card did not last long, and the ghost turned back into a lizard. But this did not mean that he could fly, because he did not have wings. A ghost broke through someone's roof. It was ghostly newlyweds who were planning on having a good time. Since the ghost of the Pope was in their home, they believed that this was God's punishment. Lin was going to finish his job and rid the world of another ghost. The guy pierced this evil ghost, from which he also received a magical tarot card. The system immediately notified the guy and told him that, with it, he could easily force his enemies to immediately kneel. The recharge time after use was 12 hours. The system invited the guy to arrange a fight in the arena of the City of Ruins in order to attract ghostly summoners and gain points of stamina and agility. Or, during the day, tame one ghost using a tarot card and receive the Mysterious Man artifact. Or refuse it and get nothing. Lin Kuei understood that the system wanted him to arrange a duel, thereby attracting the attention of the other tarot card ghosts in order to figure it out together with everyone at once. What he liked. As soon as Hong Ye found Lin Kuei, she immediately informed him that the battle with the ghosts was over. The guy was surprised that his wife found him, and he assumed that she was able to track him using a system task, which she confirmed. The girl said that she wanted to complete the system task because the reward was great. Lin said that the battle would be arranged, but since the system did not say who should complete this task, he wanted others to do it instead. Just at this time, many ghosts gathered in the Imperial City Center, speculating that the invading humans were about to stage a battle. Taking out a bullhorn, the guy informed everyone that the first martial arts competition between a person and a ghost would be held in this place. To make it seem interesting to everyone, the guy voted that the winner could receive golden treasures. This immediately attracted the interest of the 3 ghost frog brothers, who were willing to do this for the sake of the treasure. The guy was pleasantly surprised that people immediately took his bait. The question remained who would be the winner of this fight, because he wanted Xiao Huang to fight for revenge, who was beside himself with anger, so he called a strike and said that he was going to go home. Before Yellow was about to make a choice, the guy informed him that if he won, then the entire pile of treasure would belong to him. In this case, Xiao Huang realized that he would be much better off here because he could fill his pockets. After which he immediately began to attack the ghostly brothers of the frogs because he was going to turn them into a hot pot. His motivation to get gold was so strong that the frogs against him could not even stand for a couple of seconds. And then the ghosts realized that the guy on stage was unusual. The fact that it was difficult meant to many ghosts that the reward was enormous, so a large number of people gathered, but Yellow was surprised by so many ghosts. At this time, the royal family of the imperial capital was in one of the buildings. Yang Shou had heard that Lin Kuo and other members of his family had arrived in the imperial capital, and the guy wanted to know if it was true. The Phantom Lady confirmed this, but convinced President Yang Xiao that this guy did not have the strength to break into her imperial capital. The main tarot card Queen of the Empire of Ruins S, class of the highest class of skill fools, promised that if he lied, then she was personally ready to defeat him. Her servants arrived to her and told her the bad news that Lin Kui had entered the imperial capital and even set up an arena to challenge the city's ghost masters. The Phantom Queen did not understand how it was possible for Lin Kuo and his group, consisting of only a few people, to invade the imperial capital so quickly. President Yang Xiao said that he shouldn't underestimate the enemy. He wanted the queen to deal with him as soon as possible. After all, Daxia had recently begun to attack the west, and he simply could not figure it out personally. The Phantom Queen gave orders to her servants for General Zheng Guan to come forward and go to fight Lin Kuei, and she herself will come later because she needed to get ready. Yellow at that time was already beginning to blame Lin Kuei because it was his fault that so many ghosts had gathered. The guy was going to fight with ordinary ghosts to the end because he needed to find the ghosts of tarot cards. Not far from them was already General Zhenguguan, who had the power of a high S level of tarot, and also with her was the ghost of death of the S level tarot card. Lin was happy because the system said to tame one tarot ghost, but instead 2 ghost monsters came, which was truly an unexpected catch. The guy told all the ghosts who came that, according to the rules, they had to fight one-on-one. After all, fighting everyone was a stupid and difficult process. The Phantom of Death agreed with these rules because he was confident in himself. When Lin realized that the ghosts would fight one-on-one, the guy suggested that Hong Ye defeat them together because only stupid people could fight alone. Yellow believed that it would be best to arrange a group duel, but Hung Shan still could not understand this strange beast because recently he was about to go home. Hong Ye wondered if the death ghost would be killed. And to check this, Lin suggested taking action. While the ghost did not understand how this guy could do this to him, because they agreed one-on-one, Lin and his comrades began to fight the ghost of death and considered such an act dishonorable because they all crept up on him together. General Zhenguan found it funny that even the death ghost sometimes had to receive from people. He, in turn, was dissatisfied and asked to come and save him. And although she did not understand what kind of urgency this was, she still opened up a world of another dimension. Lin assumed that it was an area skill beam, while Hong Ye believed that it was another energy wave. They saw in front of them a very bright light that filled everything in their field of vision. This plowing transported them all to the ominous Dimension of Worlds. Lin knew that this was not at all like a ghost battlefield. And that was right. Hong Ye explained that this was the world where ghosts most often evolved. Yellow didn't like the situation here. General Zhenguguan welcomed Lin Kuei to her home dimension, and the ghost of death was curious. Where did this guy's impudence go? Lin himself did not understand what these ghosts really wanted. The guy told them that they had been wrong to show off their tarot card powers too early. He also wanted to show them what it meant to be a defeated person, but he found it strange that he suddenly couldn't use any power. Hong Ye reported that she also could not summon her spiritual scissors. It was exactly the same with Xiao Huang, which made him furious. Hung Shan reminded this little goblin that he did not have supernatural powers. General Zhenguguan told the ghost of death that she had completed her task. Now there was his way out, and the ghost wanted to force people to face their inner fears. He told people that their fears would turn into ghostly spells and attack them. Xiao Huang was terrified, because most of all he was afraid of tigers, since in childhood he was chased by one of them, and this guy was still afraid of them. Hun Shan was afraid of gloomy rats. Lin Kuei did not understand how the death ghost knew that most of all he was afraid of his wife, Hong Ye. When Hong Ye saw this, she was surprised because the girl believed that Lin was not afraid of anything in the world. But in fact, she thought it was even a little funny. Lin noticed that his woman was so strong that not a single ghost of her fears appeared. Hongxie did not see anything wrong with this, and she also gently hinted to the guy that it was not the time to praise her because a ghost was moving towards him. A loud roar sounded, and Hong Ye immediately warned Lin that he should dodge because the ghost generated by his fears was approaching him. And although the guy was afraid of fear, he knew that the best way to get rid of it was to look him in the eye and overcome it. Moreover, it was an unforgivable crime for him that they used the image of his wife. And although superpower didn't work in this world, it didn't mean anything, because the guy was good at martial arts. The Phantom of Death did not understand how this was possible, because in their dimension, it was impossible to use superpowers. And then General Zhenguguan realized that this guy's physical strength was not inferior to his skills. Lin also helped the rest of the group with their fears because the guy's body was S level, and he understood that the ghosts would not harm him. Lin didn't like those who tried to subjugate others with their fears, so the guy wanted to deal with ghosts using their own method. He decided to feed the ghosts their own fears by feeding them these creatures. This attack caused the ghosts to descend from the heights of the dimension to the very bottom in free fall. The guy saved these two by catching them in the air so that they could not understand why he did this. Lin Kuei replied that he just wanted to play multiplayer sports together. He made them start dancing the third complex radio gymnastics for school children. After dancing, he decided to use martial arts techniques and push their foreheads together in the dance. The guy thought that the death ghost was slightly hunchbacked, so he used a special spinning therapy to correct his posture. He then used a special stretching technique on the ghost of Zhenguguan, which was used by ballerinas before a performance. Hong Ye was very worried about Lin Kuei's psychological state. Yellow believed that he had always been like this, and Hung Sheng still couldn't accept that this guy's S-class qualities were superior to his own. Having shackled the ghosts, Lin asked them to release everyone from there. After all, if they did not come to an agreement, then they could organize war dances every day. But the ghosts didn't want to fight anymore, and she was ready to release them. With one wave of her hand, she activated the same magical flash that brought them all to her dimension. A strong, ghostly light emerged from the depths of the earth, which was the exit to the surface. As soon as Lin Kuo acquired superpowers, the guy immediately used them to send these ghosts to the Western Kingdom. Having dealt with the ghosts, he obtained 2 tarot cards with special magical abilities. The Death Phantom card allowed you to curse an enemy, reducing their combat power by 35%, but only for 3 seconds. And the Zhenguguan Tarot card created a sphere of space that locked enemies within itself. Since both tasks were completed, the system awarded them stamina and agility points, as well as a special item called Explosive Basketball. The guy assumed that this could give him special skills in playing basketball. Hongzhou was surprised by such special rewards from the system. The system told them that the explosive basketball could be used as an automatic guided weapon in combat. Suddenly, they were found by ghostly guards who wanted to arrest everyone, since the King of Fools entrusted them with this task. For Ling Ke, this was just in time, because the guy was about to test his new basketball skills. The blow from the flaming sword was so strong that it dealt with all the ghostly guards at once. The guy was surprised that the ball could be used as a weapon. After all, 12.5 months of training were not in vain. Suddenly, the sky was covered with thick clouds and lightning began to rain down from there. And also, a strange voice asked if the guy liked killing all the ghosts so easily. It was the Queen of Fools who fought in the name of Ming Yuan and the name of Yang Xiao. Lin and his group were surprised by such a meeting because they still managed to meet the Empress. Lin found it strange that the ghost was speaking on behalf of Yang Xiao from the gloomy abyss. The guy didn't understand why he was poking his nose everywhere, but didn't come himself. The Queen of Fools revealed that the great Yang Xiao was the president of the West and that he was not interested in dealing with small pawns. So she decided to do all the work for revenge on him. Yellow was angry at Aunt Octopus for her statements, and Lin informed everyone that they were one step away from complete success because all that remained was to defeat the S-level fool. The system offered to liberate the Kingdom of Ruins and take control of it by receiving power points, or give the fools the maximum show by receiving stamina points and golden slippers, or let the queen go and get stamina points. Lin liked the second option, to arrange a full-scale test for the queen, in which Hong Yi supported him because the girl also wanted to free the Kingdom of Ruins from ghosts. The Empress was sure that they and all the other people were right in her hands. Therefore, the Ghost Queen used her Dark Mist attack, which took everyone to the world of gray fog. Lin was disappointed because in their days, ghosts stopped fighting in the ordinary world as they preferred to play this game in their own small dimensions. Hengshang noticed that the fools were more cunning as the ghostly queen dissipated into the mist, but Yellow couldn't even smell her trace. Hong Yi felt something strange next to her because something was approaching her. Suddenly, the guy felt a ghostly limb on him. These were the ghostly tentacles of an octopus that they had to deal with. Yellow used his own technique. The guy told the ghost that if he did not overcome him, then he would have to bite him to death. Lin Kuei was tired of all these ghostly conflicts, so the guy decided to arrange leisure and entertainment for a while, because he believed that there were no conflicts that could not be resolved with a delicious barbecue. The team members didn't like what the two decided to do in the middle of the battlefield, and they were forced to ask them to take the task more seriously. The guy preferred to do a tasting of the Aunt of Fools and taste her tasty and juicy tentacles, which was what his woman Hong Ye liked, because this guy always found time for a touch of humor. The Phantom Queen did not appreciate the fact that the guy called her aunt because she was young and beautiful. The guy decided to show his hospitality and let his aunt try the tasty tentacle, which gave her a slight shock. The Phantom Queen didn't understand why this little guy still called her ancient aunt. She decided to attack him, but Lin found it funny that she was able to break through his defenses. Lin Q asked his aunt to hold his horses and play a game with him, after which the guy summoned the ghostly chariot of death. The Phantom Empress did not understand why her powers suddenly became weaker. She knew that only the forces of death, which made others weak, were capable of this. The aunt was surprised that the guy could use the power of tarot cards. And while she was thinking about where her powers had gone, a ghostly train came to meet her, which, at high speed, was right up her alley. The guy was pleasantly glad that the chariot drove in and out, doing part of the work for him. The Phantom Queen of Fools was impressed that the guy used 2 tarot cards against her at once, but she claimed that she could withstand his tactics. The guy was wondering how she would cope with the next power of cards, because he ordered the ghost to kneel. Now Lin Kuei wanted to see how this ghost aunt was going to confront him. The ghost did not immediately understand why this happened, but later it dawned on her that the tarot card of the ghostly pope was capable of this. Lin Kuei asked his son-in-law to take this opportunity to bind the ghostly Queen of Fools. With his power of sand, Hunshan bound the ghostly lady with sandy hands. For Lin Kuei, this was a new reason to use the power of the High Tower Tarot card, which he asked to tune in for maximum attack. The power of chicken eggs greatly clouded the mind of the ghost, who could not do anything about it. The Queen of Fools could not accept the fact that she was struck down like this without any chance of resistance. She began to transform her power so that it reached SS, the entry level, and now the ghostly Empress wanted to see what the guy would do to resist her this time. She wanted to see what other tarot cards the guy had in stock. Lin Qiu asked his aunt not to worry, since it was not difficult for him to look for something else for her. Hongju informed Lin that he shouldn't have worried so much, because they could use these card abilities together. They just each had different cooldowns, and now it's her time to use them. The Phantom Queen of Fools was outraged that the two planned to continue this cycle several more times. She was again bewitched by the power of the Death card, which reduced her capabilities and made her weak. Suddenly, Zhao Huang even felt a little sorry for the Ghost of Fools, although he never ceased to be surprised by Lin Kuei because even his wife was involved in this fraud. Lin and Hong Ye continued to fight the Phantom Queen, using the powers of the magic cards again and again. Suddenly, they remembered another card and decided to use it together to lock the ghost in a sphere of space. After all, this was the last card that fell from General Zhenguguan. The Phantom Queen was upset that the two locked her in a space prison, but she still wanted to continue fighting this guy. Lin was surprised by this. The guy understood that this aunt simply seriously underestimated the card god. The Phantom Empress thought it was all some kind of mistake because she didn't expect to see more power cards. But this time, Lin Ke used the wizard's tarot card, which made small changes in the appearance of the aunt and turned her into a cute pug. Lin informed Hong Ye that they urgently needed to catch the ghost before the power of the cards ended, after which they threw their magic chains over the ghost's limbs. The guy was interested to see where the ghostly Queen of Fools was going to run away this time. The ghost blamed herself for not coping with people with such SS rank powers. Lin suggested Hong Ye continue the show, but the Phantom Queen admitted that she no longer wanted to be the boss. The guy asked his aunt not to give up so quickly, because the most interesting things were ahead. But the Phantom Empress told them that she no longer wanted to play these games. Raising the ghost, Hongye suggested that she negotiate the terms. If she wanted to stay alive, then she should have shown a sincere attitude. The Phantom Queen was surprised by this girl's warm attitude. As a sign of understanding, the ghostly queen was ready to give all her power to each of them. She said that after ruling the Kingdom of Ruins for a long time, she was too tired. And she believed that it was time to give up her powers and live an ordinary life as a ghost, after which she began to transfer her energy to each of the Lin Ke group. The guy was surprised that the Queen of Fools actually transferred her powerful power to them. Xiao Huang was impressed when he felt such energy in himself, and this guy was going to grow to S level. Heng Sheng was impressed that such a powerful ghost would do such an act. After such strength, Lin Kuei was successfully promoted to the peak of the S level, and only half a step to the SS rank level. After the ghostly queen gave up her energy, she realized that she had too little strength for her body to maintain a human form. So she transformed into her original octopus form. Hong Ye did not understand why the others began to be sad because the octopus still had the breath of life. Lin was disappointed that his aunt turned into an octopus, and Yellow couldn't believe that she did it by giving away her strength. The ghost of the octopus was outraged because she was alive and simply did not easily return to her original form. The guy told the ghost that for her kindness he would agree to resolve the issue with the Kingdom of Ruins peacefully. And as a representative, he wanted her to transfer the position of Lord to him, after which she did so, gave him the position of City Lord of the City of Ruin. With this position, the guy could subjugate the entire Kingdom of Ruins. The system informed them that the task of putting on a show for the ghostly queen had been completed, so as a reward, they were given points of durability and strength, as well as an artifact, which could cause dizziness. Lin was glad that they completed the task so quickly, and Hong Ye was perplexed that the system gave them only one slipper per person. The ghostly queen, well, the one who was the octopus, really wanted to know the answer. Could she join them? Yellow found it funny that, without defeating the ghost, she wanted to join their ranks. Lin punished this Xiao Huang because he didn't like him laughing at others, but the ferret didn't understand how this guy dared to treat him like that because he had reached S level. Hong Ye told the ghost that if she wanted to join them, then she should have entered her spirit world, and if she needs her, she will call her from there. The octopus was pleased that Hong Ye turned out to be such a good person. Once inside, the ghostly octopus did not understand who it was there and why they were in the spiritual world. In turn, the ghosts were impressed with their new friend, but they realized that there was another unfortunate ghost on their team. The Phantom Queen was curious about what happened to the others. One of the ghosts replied that they were all raised by Sister Hong Ye, who never called them for help. The Phantom Queen was shocked because she understood that she was in a trap, which served as a kind of prison for ghosts. The ghosts understood her feelings perfectly, and they all decided to support the octopus. They also promised that they would not be lonely because they were all friendly. The ghost of the snake suggested that the four of us should go play mahjong, but the ghostly queen was disappointed because she didn't like this at all. Since the ruined kingdom collapsed, the sea ghosts have welcomed an era of peace created by Lin Ke and others. And the owner of the underwater ghost town Jichi, after fair elections, took control of the ruins and became a mediator of peace for people in the ocean. And all the underwater ghosts finally found peace because their city was now ruled by a just king. At the same time, Lin Kuei and the others also got ready and headed back to Daxia. They successfully arrived from a mission to the east coast of Kanglin City. First of all, the team gathered at a large table to taste delicious kebab. Only now Xiao Huang returned to his old dog habits. Xia Wei, looking at Hong Ye and Lin Ke, was delighted with how happy they were spending time together. Hong Shan suggested that she go surfing so that they could also have a good time together. Lin Chu considered his elder sister very good because she always came to their aid. Ling Hua replied that it was her duty as an older sister because she always had to take care of her younger ones. She thought they did a great job this time, as they not only controlled the underwater ghost town, but also conquered the ruins. Ling Hua said that after 3 days of rest, she would tell them important news. The guy thought it must be something about the West, but in fact, he knew that Daxia had taken peaceful actions regarding this matter. And she confirmed this, and also said that he and Hong Jie were invited by Daxia as the fighting elite for a military operation to combat ghosts, which the guy was glad about, because he always wanted to fight the night patrol. The guy wanted to go to the West to enslave the underworld, because this time he was not going to let Yang Xiao and the demon god go. It sounded like a great toast to the extermination of all ghosts. Therefore, they drank a glass of soda in a friendly atmosphere. Finally, at night, Lin and the rest of his family returned to their home for the first time in a long time. As always, they returned with gifts for the latter, Onitzi and baby Lulu. For the sake of such a surprise, Onitzi forgave them for leaving her at home. Little Lulu admitted that she didn't really need the gifts because she just wanted to be close to her parents. Lin Ke also admitted that it was his fault that they were busy and did not pay attention to her feelings at all. The girl wanted to know if she could sleep with them at night. Lin and Hongye did not at all expect that little Lulu would ask for this, because they had completely different plans for that night. Lingti noticed the sarcastic faces of her brother and sister-in-law, and she understood what they were going to do. Therefore, she caught up with them because the girl did not understand how these two could leave her alone for the night. Lin was not very happy because he thought that his sister was just joking, but since this was not a joke, the guy simply could not refuse his sister because he believed that the whole family should be together. The girl was happy because for a long time she could feel herself in a warm environment. Lin understood that if Ling Shi interfered with their space, then his plan could be completely failed. Therefore, the guy believed that they would have to sacrifice one sleeping place. Calling little Lulo into the room, Lin told her that Lin Si was thinking about her all the time, and he suspected that she didn't even know about it. Ling Si herself did not understand what her brother was talking about. Suddenly, the guy told Lulu that that night she would sleep with her aunt Ling Si. Lin believed that his sister would take excellent care of little Lulu. The sister assumed that her brother and sister-in-law were up to something wrong, and little Lulu was happy that her aunt would look after her at night. The guy asked his sister not to thank her for such a wonderful opportunity to spend time with her youngest. He also asked to go to bed early, as he wanted to discuss the philosophy of life with Hong Ye. To be honest, Ling Si was not very happy with this action, but once Lulu showed her feelings and talked about how much she loved her aunt and was incredibly happy that she would look after her, Ling Si was very surprised. She even forgot about her brother's act because, as it turned out, little Lulu was a very sweet sister, whom she was ready to look after with pleasure. At this time, Lin Kuei could relax in his bathroom for the first time in a long time. Then the guy saw his stunningly beautiful wife. The guy still admired her, but she was the first in this world whom he met. The girl wanted to know if she was beautiful, and the guy admitted that hundreds of millions of stars were not comparable to her beauty. And it was with her that he was ready to give up the whole world, since she was that very world. Hongye was slightly embarrassed, although she had heard many beautiful compliments from Lin Ke, but each time was like the first time for her. After which Lin kissed his wife, because now they were alone. Did you know that the joy of drinking milk tea is when you insert the straw? And happiness for Lin and Hongye is simply spending days and nights together. The next morning, Lin Ke woke up happy. Suddenly, the phone rang, from which a voice came out asking what the guy was doing and why he didn't answer. And Hongye kept thinking about who it could be. Lin's face lit up with a smile, because it was San Qian. The guy had not seen this good friend of the fat man for a long time. He was wondering how he found the time to contact him. San Qian said that this time, everyone was going to the western country for the ghost operation, and he suggested visiting the beach before the big battle. Hearing about the day trip to the resort, Hong Ye was happy because she imagined that they could have a barbecue party. Lin Kuei believed that he would be able to admire the local beauty of the beach. Hong Ye understood what kind of beauties her husband was talking about, and taking the phone from him, she told San Qian that if he allowed Lin to admire the arts of the beach, then she could beat him. Hearing this, San Qian promised that he would not allow this to happen. The next day, Lin and Hong Ye went to the beach resort. There they admired the magnificent scenery of the beach. Moreover, this was their first trip on a normal vacation. Suddenly, the girl noticed that there were no people near the high slides. Lin thought this was strange, because the fat man and the others said they would come. As it turned out, they were all at the top, namely Su Tang, Qin Feng, and San Qian. Lin Kuei understood that they all became the stars of Tsang Lan, because new waves always replaced the old ones. He was also glad that the fans didn't notice him with Hong Ye, as that would have been a disaster. Also, there was Qin Cheng, who also happily greeted Hong Ye and Lin Kuei. San Qian said that his friend had been eating a lot lately, and his 8-pack abs had turned into 1. Running up to San Qian, Lin joyfully greeted him and said that he missed him very much. The fat man was also indescribably happy about such a meeting. The girls were amused by this strange habit of guys when they met. Also, there were Kanya and Mo Chincheng, who had come specifically for such a meeting. The guys were delighted because they also had not seen them for a long time. Sutan said it was their first time visiting the beach resort and they were surprised by how busy it was. And Kanya was wondering what project they would have. And the blue one said that they would have to fight ghosts. When the guys found out that they had to go to a haunted house in which there was a ghost sister, they were very happy. Besides Lin Kuei, of course, because the guy had a woman. At this time, Hong Yi was thinking, when will they finally cook a delicious kebab? Lin was amazed that his friends managed to rent out the entire haunted house for a barbecue. San Qian said that compared to him, it was nothing. As soon as they entered the castle, they were greeted at the entrance by a ghost who respectfully asked permission about whether he could deal with them all. In order not to look into the eyes of such a terrible ghost, Lin immediately rushed into a blind attack. San Qian realized that it was an employee of this castle who decided to pretend to be a ghost. But Lin Kuei didn't care because he provided a threat, and their task was to cook a barbecue in a haunted house. A little further down the corridor, there was a ghostly girl called the Hanging Ghost, who, by the way, was already waiting for the newly elected tourists. She knew that by mingling with the employees posing as ghosts, no one would be able to recognize her. After all, this was the advantage of this individual. Mo Qingjun was delighted when she saw how much space there was, because the room, in her opinion, was ideal for a barbecue. But Lin suspected something in this place. The girl with pink hair said that she was counting on Lin Kuei. The guy couldn't understand why, of all the people, she chose him. Hong Ye believed that everyone thought that Lin was a barbecue master. The guy was pleased that everyone liked his culinary skills, so he said that he would show them another secret chef trick. Lin didn't understand why the trap went off at the very moment when he decided to show off. As it turned out, traps were set in this castle, and it was at that moment that the floor began to collapse under their feet, and a ghostly girl crawled out from underneath him, standing on all fours for some reason. Everyone was surprised by the loyalty of this castle's staff, but Lin understood that this could not have been arranged by people because a carousel emerging from the floor was something strange. The girl asked tourists to help her, as she accidentally injured her leg. The lady introduced herself as an employee of this hotel, who played the role of a ghost. In fact, the ghost was just waiting for the moment to lure them into the carousel to eat them. Lin Qi immediately understood that it was a real ghost, but the guy did not expect that there were actually real ghosts in the castle. Hongxie reported that because the ghostly aura was hidden under the floor, it was therefore more difficult to detect. The system said that Lin should not have gone, because a man never falls into women's traps, and as a reward, he will receive complete luck. And for saving the ghost girl, he could get hot sausages, or he could get rid of the danger and gain power points. From all this, the guy didn't understand what kind of reward this spicy sausage was. Hong Ye believed that the system became more and more evil as time went on. The fat man asked the ghostly beauty not to worry because he was going to help, and Qin Feng didn't see the point in this, so the guy tried to get ahead of the fat man. Lin Kuo believed that there was true love in the world because someone helped them complete this task. Hong Ye just laughed because she didn't expect anything else from Lin Kuei's friends. San Qian asked the ghostly lady to hold his hand because he could help. Qin Feng asked not to do this, believing that his help would be better. But the ghost just didn't understand why the butcher shop was going to help her. So that the guys would not argue enthusiastically, the ghost decided that both of them would help her. After they touched her, she activated her carousel. The guys just didn't understand why the magic of love turned into this so suddenly. Mo Qingchen was worried about them and wondered if they would be able to save their friends. And Sutun believed that if these two did not save themselves, they would turn out to be weaklings. Lin just liked watching it all. The ghostly girl found it funny that these two were afraid of her. She warned them in advance that in her world they would not be able to escape. But the guys were amused by the fact that the ghost thought they were scared, because that was absolutely not the case. Suddenly, the ghost realized that it was not they who were locked with her, but she who was locked with them, since the guys clearly announced themselves and began to pursue this ghostly individual. Qinfeng wanted to show the ghost what a direct attack by the yellow dragon was like, and San Qian wanted to use his flame hand technique. After which they attacked the ghost, and she was no longer at all sure that the idea of feasting on tourists was a good one. She ran as fast as she could and asked to help her because, as it turned out, people could be more ruthless than ghosts. The guys began to mock and pretend to be ghosts. Looking at this, the ghost was horrified, as she considered them demons. Looking at this, Lin understood that San Qian and Qinfeng wanted to arrest the ghost and put him in a ghost prison. Since the guy had previously escaped the trap, the system rewarded him with a special artifact of luck for 1 hour, which had the side effect of bad luck for 2 hours, and spicy sausages that had the property of increasing the power of fire tenfold. Lin became increasingly surprised by the strange system rewards, but he was also curious to experience the special effects of these devices, and Hongye was glad that they had an endless supply of tricks. When the ghost saw Lin Kei, she began to assume that he was the leader among the others, so she asked him to call these two hooligans away from her. In return, she asked for forgiveness for appearing before them. San Qian asked not to listen to this ghost and give it to them. Lin believed that the actions of these two were even more contrary to norms and ethics. The guy told the ghost that he could give her a chance because they still needed a waiter in the haunted house. He put a special necklace on her so that if she decides to run away, he will set off fireworks, for which she was grateful. Lin Q lit a fire with his fire ability so that the ghost could barbecue on it. Hongye was pleased with her husband, as she considered him an excellent capitalist who easily managed to find new workers despite their origin. Lin liked his new ghost fire ability as it gave the kebab a nice finish. The guy was outraged that the ghost no longer used ghost lights, and she only asked for forgiveness because she had too little strength for this. Nevertheless, Lin encouraged her efforts and decided to give the ghost a fire sausage to restore her strength. The guy really just wanted to see the effectiveness of this product on a ghost before trying it himself. The ghostly girl was grateful to her master for his kindness, and Hongye and Lin Kuei were all waiting for a miracle effect from this dish. But how surprised they were when they saw that the ghost in complete delight tasted this miracle dish and praised it for filling her with strength. Suddenly, the ghost realized that something was wrong because her power ignited like a flame. And although there was a small side effect, the ghost realized that this food rewarded her with fiery power. Lin and Hongye were delighted with the effect that this spicy sausage gave, but they felt that it was getting hotter and hotter. Lin asked the ghost not to waste the fire, and then the guy decided to fry a few more kebabs so as not to waste his energy. At this moment, there was a haunted house actor in the observation room who did not understand where their guests were. Also, the rest of the employees informed him that these clients had gone too far, because they had a barbecue in a haunted house. Ghostly actors came into their room and were planning to scare the visitors. The guys thought it would work, and they wanted to use security cameras to record the frightened customers. After Lin and his friends had eaten enough, the guy invited the others to take a walk around the castle to explore it. The girls, seeing the people, assumed that these were the same guests that the staff in the observation room were talking about. They planned to pretend to be ghosts to scare them. Coming around the corner, they began to grimace and make strange sounds, thinking that this would scare the guests. But Lin and the others chose to walk past, not paying attention to it. The actors were outraged by this reaction because every year it became more and more difficult to scare clients, and they didn't understand why they couldn't pretend to be scared for the sake of respect. Walking further along the corridor, Lin Kuei and his comrades met another ghostly actor who urgently asked to stay in their haunted house. Her image was reminiscent of Hongye, as even the blade props were similar to those same blood spirit scissors. She informed the visitors that they would spend the rest of their days in their ghostly home. Lin Kuei was suddenly attacked by a wonderful memory of the first meeting with his wife, and Hongye was outraged how this actress could parody her image with such a disrespectful look. Having turned into a monster, she wanted the actress to understand what true professionalism means. It was so frightening and convincing that even their friends were in fear, and are puzzled by how Hongye could have such unique skills. Even San Qian and Qinfeng were terrified, and they believed that Lin Kuei's wife was truly creepy in this guise, and Mo Qingcheng considered these two simply hopeless. The ghostly actress began to run, screaming that there was a real ghost in front of her, but Lin Kei and the others did not understand why she ran away so quickly. Qingcheng accepted the fact that Lin and Hongyi were demonstrating their love in front of them, but the fact that he also began to scare them was too much for her. But the guy said that it was not his fault. Hong Ye opened a dialogue with the first two actresses and said that this should be an example for them of how to properly scare people. And the girls, in turn, asked for forgiveness since their acting skills were not so good. They also promised that after this, they would stop playing the role of ghosts. In the evening, Lin and his comrades gathered on the beach to discuss this eventful meeting in a long time. The guy understood that such moments are always short and that it was time for them to say goodbye. And Hong Ye hoped that they would have more such pleasant parties in the future. Sanchen said that the next day he needed to prepare for his trip to the west, and since they were all distributed in different places to complete the mission, he was afraid that it would be difficult to cross paths in the Western Kingdom. Lin asked him not to be upset because when they win the final victory over the Western Kingdom, they will be able to meet again, which Sanchen agreed with because the faster they cope, the more luxurious the meeting will be. Mo Qingcheng reported that they were a bit useless since their tasks were only transportation as well as delivering supplies to the battlefield. Lin explained to them that tasks were not judged by size, but by contribution and results. Moreover, as the head of the Mo family, if they did a good job transporting supplies, their prestige in Daxia would increase. Qingcheng couldn't help but point out that when Lin became serious, he was still a good leader, and also the fact that only Hongyi was suitable for such a leader, because they complemented each other. Before saying goodbye, Qingcheng asked the guy for permission about whether she could hug him to put an end to their youth. This question was completely non-standard for the guy, and he didn't even know how to answer. Suddenly, Hong Ye approached him, who pushed him to do this and gave permission, since Qingcheng was his old friend. Lin Kuo was grateful to her for her understanding. Hugging Lin Ke, Qingcheng asked him to love his wife, because she was the best. And Lin wished her to achieve brilliant results when she goes to the Western Kingdom. Since the day of meetings was over, the guy suggested that his wife return a little earlier to rest. Afterwards, they all said goodbye and agreed to see each other again when they won victory in the Western lands. Lin wondered, based on the fact that Mo Qingqing hugged him, was his wife jealous? Hong Ye said that she trusted him completely, and it was natural that she did not intend to be jealous. After all, she knew that Lin was very popular among girls, but since he chose her among everyone, she did not doubt his choice. The guy decided to park near the beautiful Rocky Mountains to admire the night sky with his wife. The guy was grateful for your understanding. He also said that meeting her was the greatest happiness for him. And Hong Ye said that the opportunity to be with him was her eternal love. The guy said that when the war with the ghosts of the West is over, they will officially hold a wedding, and Hong Ye said that she would look forward to this day. The next morning, a night watch ship flew up to Lin Kei's house. Lin was glad, because it was all his older sister Lin Hua who sent a space battleship for them. And Yellow was delighted because he had never seen such large toys before. The guy asked his sister to call Little Fox, Lulu and Onitz Z because this time he wanted to go with the whole family, which the girl was very happy about because someone always had to stay at home. And although this was great, Lingxi understood that they were all going not on an excursion but on a serious mission. When everyone was gathered, Onitz Z shouted that they should not even think about leaving her this time, and Zhao Huang and Lulu were just glad that they were finally taken on the trip. The whole family was ready to go to the Western Kingdom to defeat all the ghosts there. After which, they boarded the ship, and from that moment the operation began successfully. Lin Kuei and others set out and landed on the west coast. At this time, Qinfeng, Sutong, and Sanchen arrived in a city in the northern part of the western country and began a battle in Kashi City. On the other hand, Ling Hua led a night patrol to the Danshu suburb of the western capital. The rest of Daxia's army was from the air. They were also landing in the western part of Danshi City. At this point, Lin and his family were still on the west coast, and since their journey had dragged on, they were glad to finally go outside. As soon as they left first thing, Lin informed Daxia of his successful arrival. The guy had a high-tech Daxia watch that was pretty easy to use. Lulu noticed that the western lands were not at all different from Daxia, and Onitz Z, although she didn't know what kind of cuisine there was, she was ready to master new exotic dishes. Yellow noticed the difference because the air in this area had a strange smell. The guy told Juan that they were no longer in Daxia, and if he was so gentle, he could put on a mask. Xiao Huang was angry because the guy offered him a dog muzzle, and Lin asked him to behave more politely and respect the kindness of others. Hong Ye also noticed that Lin treated Xiao Huang like a ghost dog, and Ling Shi couldn't understand at all because she thought that Yellow was a dog because he even gnawed on a bone. Lin pointed into the distance because there was Silicon City, which would be their first stop. Entering the city, they noticed how deserted and gloomy it was. The guy didn't want this trip to be wasted because he needed to find a way to earn money, even though he had 100 million yuan in his account still. After all, this young man had many plans after the wedding. Hong Ye assumed that Lin wanted to take a photo, otherwise she didn't understand what kind of thing he had started with the presence of a camera. Lin said that he launched a live broadcast so that people from Dacia could see their victory with their own eyes. Besides, this was the guy's plan, because he could make money by broadcasting live. As soon as the live broadcast began, the guy immediately began to arouse the viewer's interest and invite him to his broadcast. Within seconds, they had tons of viewers leaving hundreds of comments. Lin and Hongye had not gone out in public for a long time, and they did not really appreciate such a flow of spectators because they were not fans of such attention. The guy wanted everyone to take a look at their warrior spirit in the Western Kingdom. And although nothing had started yet, the audience was already taking their breath away, just from the words of this guy. While Lin Kuei was broadcasting, he came across a bunch of ghosts with bad habits. The ghosts behaved as strangely as possible, especially the one whose chin looked like a peach. Xiao Huang was confident that he could deal with these ghosts in a matter of seconds because this time he was determined to become the king. Although the ghosts saw the enemies, it was absolutely too early for them since they were on their own wavelength. Lin asked the audience to pay attention to the fact that these ghosts were originally ordinary people, and because they inhaled the smoke of the abyss, they became like this. Lin Kuei even decided to interview one guy who was starting to inhale the smoke of the abyss because he wanted to know where he got it in order to destroy the source. The guy said that he should have taken someone to a factory 10 kilometers to the east to get the ghost smoke. Lin decided to disguise himself as a girl to make it easier to get into the factory. Hongyi understood that disguise was a good option, but only the girl did not understand why women's clothing. This guy's logic was on point because he said that he wanted to turn into a beauty like her, so that together they would look like two beautiful sisters. After all, this was the easiest way to get into the factory. Since Lin Kuei was serious about this, Hongyi was ready to help him with this, and his younger sister was no longer surprised by anything and also supported her brother. Hongye busied herself with the process of applying beautiful makeup, as it was important to maintaining her disguise. The makeup process was successfully completed, and Lin was well prepared to successfully sneak into the ghost factory. Hongye and his little sister were delighted with such a marathon, and Onitzi liked it so much that she was ready to eat it. The fans watching the broadcast were pleasantly shocked by this spectacle and immediately began taking shots as a souvenir. Lin completely forgot about this live broadcast, and since the chat began to burst with SMS, the guy wanted to end the broadcast. This was the same large factory where people got the ghostly smoke from. Lin asked his sister Ling Shi to remain on guard until he and Hong Ye returned. The girl didn't mind because it was a responsible task. She only wished her brother to show these ghostly people the real power of the married team. Somewhere nearby there were two guys who, due to the fact that they were blinded by the smoke, could not understand where two such beautiful girls suddenly came from. When Lin realized that these guys were interested in them, he decided to find out if they could get that same ghostly smoke that everyone is talking about. As soon as they heard Lin Kuei's voice, they were shocked as they did not expect this, and Hongyi still liked them with her appearance. They informed Lin that they did not like him. The guy was disappointed that, for the first time, someone didn't like his hidden image. Hongye tried to support Lin by saying that defeat was only an excuse to start over. Suddenly, one of the guys noticed a flying device broadcasting live, and he was happy about it because, having lived a small part of his life, he still had the opportunity to get on the live broadcast. Having turned pale, Lin Qi realized that thousands of spectators were looking at him, including teacher Tang Ling, his sister Lin Hua, and Captain Yun Xi. And when he saw their support live, he realized that he couldn't screw it up. Therefore, the guy immediately tore off this disguise, since at that moment, he no longer needed it. After all, he could show much more of his skills directly. The guy decided to put on a small show for the audience, so he remembered his props received from the system. He was very grateful for such support from his loved ones, and that is why he bowed to them live. He also promised viewers that all proceeds from this broadcast would go to help children from poor areas in the mountains. After which Lin wanted to bring evil to justice, so he took out his golden slippers to bring justice. The half-ghosts believed that the real evil was his female disguise. When Lin dealt with the criminals, he called his sister Ling Si, since the passage to the factory was clear. Suddenly a portal opened in front of them. It seemed as if the ghosts of the abyss were about to emerge from there. These were the lighter ghosts of the initial S-level who did not like the fact that people and animals were sneaking into their factory. Lin Kuei's reaction was quite calm because the guy saw in front of him a bunch of ghostly lighters, which, in his opinion, did not pose a danger, which the ghosts didn't like at all. Xiao Huang and Ling Xi asked Lin Kuei to leave this matter to them because they were sure that they could easily cope with this bunch of ghosts. Here, Hong Ye faced Lin with a systematic task, in which there was only one point: to destroy the ghosts with the help of intelligence and receive power points as a reward for this. Even this time, the guy wanted to beat the system and find a way to get this reward for free. Looking at this, Hong Ye understood that from the point of view of wisdom, her husband had no problems. Suddenly, Lin had a good way to deal with these ghosts. And Hong Ye warned them that if Lin smiled, it meant that they should prepare in advance for their loss. The guy heated a metal barrel with his spiritual flame and decided to launch it directly at the ghosts, who decided to disturb their peace. After the barrels came into contact with the ghosts, a fiery show took place, which the live audience really liked. As it turned out, not all the ghosts were inside the action area, and the guy decided to give them a chance to escape. He offered them gas so that they would let him through to the factory, but this did not quite suit them. Moreover, they were serious about driving these strangers away from the factory. Ling Shi and Xiao Huang understood that this, unfortunately, was not the end, and the whole outcome was still ahead, so they took the first places to see it from a better angle. It was enough for the system that the highly intelligent guy used his abilities to fight ghosts, so it awarded him power points. The guy was already tired of easy awards and wanted something more serious. Suddenly, a giant rat guard of the initial SE class came out of the portal. Lin was surprised, because all he had to say was that the task was easy. A more difficult opponent appeared. Hong Ye was surprised by the fact that in the Western country, even rats were smoke lovers. Xiao Huang found it funny that there were rat mutants that used ghost smoke. Ling Sai believed that Yellow had a really low level of humor. The rat ghost used the ghostly smoke to stupefy Lan Kui and the others. Ling Shi didn't know what the danger was, so she told Huang to run instead of stand still. But Yellow didn't have time because the rat ghost caught up with him with its attack. Lingzi told him not to let that ghostly smoke dominate him, but it was already too late, and Xiao Huang succumbed to the effect and began to talk nonsense. Lin and Hong Ye were shocked that the ghost effect took effect so quickly. Ling Shi understood that Yellow needed to be brought to her senses, so the girl decided to do this with a special method of attack. Lin Kuei and Hong Ye were surprised by this act, but the girl assured them that everything was fine with Xiao Huang. The guy decided to eliminate the dangerous ghost so that he could no longer harm anyone with his ghostly smoke. But the rat guard was not going to stand still. He also used a light wave, thereby coming face to face with the guy. But he was immediately defeated, since Lin Kei's fiery attack was more powerful than his expectations. The ghost was already coming to terms with his loss, because he understood that he could not defeat such an opponent. Lin Kei did not think of wasting time, so the guy immediately decided to destroy the ghostly plant from which people drew the smoke of the abyss. He didn't expect that after reaching peak S level, his fire fist power would be so powerful. And that's why he had to quickly run away to save his loved ones. The broadcast was so spectacular that the audience could not take their eyes off it, because they had never seen such a performance even in the movies. But Lin Kuei realized that the energy of the fiery fist had spread and caused a chain reaction. Suddenly, the guy heard someone's statements addressed to him about what they had done. Turning around, they saw a distressed super mouse who was at the peak of S level, and she is very unhappy because she lost her brother. Lin did not think that the spirit of mice would appear to them. The ghost didn't like what the guy called him, and he shouted that he was a super mouse. He immediately told them that he was indestructible and could not be defeated because neither water nor fire could take his body, that he is not afraid of blades or weapons. Lin was surprised by his boastfulness and assumed that he was made of stainless steel. The ghost rat did not like the fact that the guy laughed at him, and after another shouting about how he was the Superman among ghosts, he rushed to attack with his invincible blow. But the guy decided not to use all his skills at once against such a serious ghost, so he made do with a little joke. Ghost Rat was disappointed with such hidden ambush techniques. Xiao Huang suggested doing something equally funny with this ghost. For example, remove its blue tint, which Lin Kuei immediately liked. Rat Ghost wasn't going to take it anymore, so he used his crystal light superpower. The guy decided to use Daxia's mobile technologies this time, which acted as a collector of electricity and immediately recycled it. Yellow was very impressed because this was the first time he had seen the use of high technology to combat ghosts. The Super Rat Ghost was at a loss about such technology, but he believed that this machine would not withstand his strength for long. Suddenly, Yellow's mobile phone ran out of charge and he became curious. Could it be recharged? Lin Kie said that it was absolutely safe and he could easily do it. Suddenly, Xiao Huang suddenly recharged himself, which he was unhappy about because the guy lied to him. And Hong Yi felt sorry for Yellow because he still had not learned to understand Lin Kuei's humor. The guy didn't like the fact that this ghost dared to attack Xiao Huang, and he told him that he would not forgive such an act. The rat ghost, in turn, was perplexed, as he believed that the guy was to blame for this. Lin was fine because this was just an excuse to deal with the ghost, so he immediately used his old lightning ability, but only this time the guy made it into a silhouette of a cat. The rat ghost couldn't believe that the guy was able to turn the lightning into nothing more than the silhouette of a cat. He was already beginning to be afraid as he felt the power of suppressing the blood. Suddenly, without even having time to take a step, he was grabbed by a huge spirit of a cat who struck with his lightning every second. The rat ghost could not withstand such a confrontation and immediately fell in battle. This sight could not leave their fans without comment, as immediately after the battle they began to write comments furiously, and then Hong Ye realized that the fans were very spoiled by Lin Kuei. Approaching the defeated man, he immediately began to say that he would not say anything because Superman would never betray the Western country. Lin Kuei realized that since the criminal himself began to talk about it, he was probably hiding something, and it was not difficult for him to find out, since the guy decided to use the props that he had recently received as a reward for this. The power of this item was in the rich smell that even Xiao Huang woke up from. The ghost also could not stand the smell, but he was more than confident in his loyalty to the Western lands, so he completely refused to say anything. Lin Kuei was convinced of the opposite because this item was very vigorous. He did not consider it necessary to drag out the presentation for a long time, and that is why he immediately got down to business. Later, he noticed that the rat ghost's phone, on which he had received a call at that moment, had fallen out of his pocket. Lin thought that this could teach him something new about these ghosts, so the guy took the call for him. They said over the phone that because the rat ghost had been doing his job well lately, his wife would come to see him the next day. This was precisely the effect of the item, because it added luck. The voice on the phone also added that the lottery ticket he had previously purchased was declared the winner, whose winnings amounted to 10 million ghost coins. The ghost even stood up from such news. Hong Ye was surprised by the success of this strange item, but the guy said that this was not all, because the stronger the effect, the stronger the side effects. The rat ghost suddenly began to dance from the joy of the arrival of his wife and 10 million. Now he did not need cooperation with Min Yuan, since he was thinking about retirement. But while he was dancing, he did not hear the voice on the phone that wanted to tell him another piece of news. Lini and the others just had to watch as this ghost danced around completely unsuspectingly. Raising the phone to his ear, he told his friend that he was not finished, but if he had positive news, he could also voice it. The voice told him that the wife appointed by Ming Yuan was intended for him, and also that he would keep the winning 10 million for him. Hearing this, the rat ghost was shocked. Having learned this, the ghost did not stop dancing and having fun, that strangely, he even laughed at this. Lin shouted to this crazy man that it was really crazy. Suddenly, the rat ghost's dancing was interrupted by a banana peel on which he slipped. The ghost could not believe that he had fallen and hurt himself so strangely. Hong Ye and Lin were convinced that the side effects of the item were too strong, and there was plenty of bad luck for the ghost. Since Ming Yan had taken everything from the ghost, he did not understand how to accept it. But then an idea came to mind: to deal with the remaining warehouses with ghostly smoke, and then defeat the leader of the city of Shishima. Which greatly surprised Lin Kuei, because he did not suspect that the ghost would take their side. But what he was most shocked about was that the rat ghost had changed thanks to the system item, and the guy already began to think that she had given him a faulty item. Imagine his surprise when the system told him that all the products were real, and then he assumed that she had become wiser, since she had given him an answer for the first time. After a while, the rat ghost, collaborating with Lin Kuei, showed the remaining warehouses with sources of ghostly smoke, and they successfully destroyed them all. Unexpectedly, the ghost reported that Lin had changed his train of thought for the better and given him a new soul, and he considered them to be adoptive parents who gave him a new life. And to show his sincerity, he was ready to renounce the darkness and join the light. Hearing this, Hong Ye was very surprised, because they accidentally changed the ghost for the better. Lin told the rat ghost that he had taken the wrong medicine, and also that he was the wrong person to adopt orphans like that. And Hong Ye jokingly said that she did not have such an adopted son. Regardless, the ghost just wanted to do his part, because Silicon City was the territory of a junior SS rank plague ghost lord, and having defeated him, they could win with his help. Lin decided to accept his help, and then the guy asked the rat ghost to show them the way so that they could go together to the most dangerous area. The ghost asked the guy not to worry about it, since he knew this area well. After that, they all followed the rat ghost together to Silicon City. On the way, they learned that the plague ghost lord was one of the 4 ghost lords of the Western underworld. He was also a master of releasing epidemics, and in front of him was his important point: the laboratory. And while the rat ghost was talking about how they should have come up with a method to get in there, he was surprised by a sudden incident in the building. As it turned out, Lin Kuei had already decided everything in advance. He saw no point in delaying such a trifle. The rat ghost thought this act was too rude. Lingxi decided to answer this, because the girl did not understand what was so rude about this. After all, her brother didn't bring an excavator for this, and in this way, he even showed mercy in her opinion. As soon as they entered the ghost laboratory, they saw with their own eyes ghostly people in special rooms. Lin Kuo immediately realized that these were not ghosts at all, because these people were caught by ghosts. And Hongye believed that Min Yuan had significantly expanded his dark affairs in the western country. Suddenly, the rat ghost screamed that he was declaring an uprising, after which he began to call his nurses so that his guests could become experimental subjects, set-tier nightmare ghosts that obeyed this ghostly traitor. All of this suddenly reminded Lin of his childhood fear of needles. Even Ling Shi, the brave queen, was a little scared because this time they had to deal with a serious matter. Suddenly a system task was launched that had only one choice. She wanted the guy to overcome his fear of injections and receive resistance points as a reward. Naturally, Lin didn't like this very much, and the guy was already starting to get angry at the system. Hong Yi also believed that this time the system overdid the task. The guy believed that 70 points of resistance was an unworthy reward for performing and fighting fear. Understanding him, Hong Ye said that he did not have to go through with it, and they could give up. But the guy was not a coward, so he allowed the ghost to perform the procedure on him. They were perplexed that their equipment was out of order, just like the navigator with its phrase "the route was rebuilt." Lin himself was also surprised, as it turned out that this trust in the system was not in vain. Then she notified him of a reward of 70 resistance points, and the guy suddenly remembered his physical abilities of an S-class body, which nothing could harm. Lin thought, since he had the baton, why not give an injection to the ghosts of nightmares? Hearing this, the ghosts rushed at high speed and screamed that they wanted to quit. But the guy was not satisfied with this, and he began to chase after them, and his family stayed to watch what was happening. Yellow said that this was the first time he had to catch a nurse performing a procedure on a patient. Suddenly, the rat ghost said that this time Lin Kei could not cope because he was going to release the most powerful creature of the laboratory. It was a creature called Fed SS, a class that didn't care about anyone, so the first thing he did was attack the rat ghost, which made him at a loss. How could his project cause him inconvenience? After the creature absorbed its owner, it began to attract absolutely all living things to itself. Lin assumed that it was something other than a kitchen hood, only larger. Unexpectedly for Lin Kai, Hong Yi, who had the ability to fly, came to his aid. It was as unusually pleasant as the first time they met, when she saved him. And although they had passed the danger, the creature was not going to stop there, since for such and such a size it required appropriate nutrition. Lin had seen many along the way, but this was the first time he had encountered such a creature. First of all, the guy and his family decided to get out of this building so that later they could make a decision on the situation. But no matter how they ticked, the creature followed them. Hong Ye noticed how the chase impressed the viewers since they were still live. All the spectators' comments began to jog Lin Kuei's memory again. While running, Yellow was curious to know if they should have fought back against this creature. The guy replied that there was no need to rush, since they needed to act carefully and find a way to strike back without injury. Looking at the map on her mobile phone, Lingxi noticed a space rocket launch base nearby, and she suggested sending this doll into the sky. Yellow Yui didn't understand how this was possible. Since this idea was quite good, the guy reported that they were moving towards this place, which surprised Xiao Huang very much, since he thought it was a stupid idea. They were getting closer and closer to the space rocket launch base, but the creature did not retreat a single step from them. Lin told Xiao Huang to go and operate the rocket launch pad, while they would attract the creature to it. Yellow was dissatisfied with this assignment, and he began to demand an increase in his monthly salary. While they were distributing responsibilities, a creature crawled towards them, which immediately turned on the exhaust mode and began to draw them into itself. The guy said that they needed to drive this huge larva to the launch pad. Class armor. After this, Hong Yi immediately used her special pedal fighting technique. She wanted to see what was stronger, the creature's head or her spiritual scissors. Seeing that Hong Ye's blade did not take this creature, Lin Kuei was surprised that something could be stronger than this, realizing what kind of enemy the powerful Ling Shi decides to help and calls his pets Black Wind and White Knight. And then they, following their queen, went into battle with the creature. But it just looked at them with a high look, as if it didn't care about what was happening, which surprised Hong Ye and Ling Shi. The reptile's contempt was a disrespectful look on the part of the ladies, and they informed this creature that Lin Kei would properly teach him common manners. The guy realized that to fight an SS rank creature, a tactical approach was needed, even using an entire strategy that appeared in Lin's head. Without thinking for a minute, the guy took out his golden slipper and attacked the creature with it. But he understood that one slipper was not enough, so the guy took the second one from his wife Hong Ye. This time, the guy did not use them for their intended purpose, as he began to run around the reptile at such great speed that it became dizzy, and all because their combination gave super speed. Lin Kuei was even upset that this was his first ghost that he had confused to the point of dizziness. Hongye asked him to do something effective so that the monster would not be able to wake up, but the guy assured her that everything was under his control since he still had a lot of cool moves. Suddenly, he takes out the secret royal potion, which was made from 49 ingredients. It was perfect for the body of Western creatures, including this one. The guy decided to give the creature a drink so that it would not attack them ahead of time. The guy hoped that he would be able to deal with the reptile and that it would no longer be able to harm anyone. By this time, Yellow radioed to them that he had prepared the launch rocket station, and Ling Ji asked Black Wind and White Knight to take this creature to the rocket. But then it suddenly woke up, only it was too late to rebel, since Ling Kei and Hongye took care of it and tied it with their spiritual power, which turned into a rope. They completed their task of capturing the majestic creature. Yellow was incredibly happy, although this was a small step for takeoff, but a big leap for humanity. After all, this was the first time people had done this. After a happy note, they pressed the button and launched this space rocket with the creature. Looking at how the monster set off on a space journey, it could not help but please Lin Kei's eye. At this moment, the spectators who saw the rocket launched in a live broadcast were beside themselves with delight, because their blood was boiling like never before, and Lin and his family can only see it with their own eyes. After some time, the rocket entered space orbit and successfully began its journey through the cosmic galaxy, along with the creature on board. The mission was not over here, because a cursed spirit of average S level appeared before them, a level that always appeared at a critical moment. He believed that he could easily defeat Lin Kuei and his comrades, since he had made a promise to Lord Yangxiao and the abyssal demon god. Suddenly, he found himself completely smeared with an incomprehensible substance that fell on him straight from the sky. This smell was familiar to him. He recognized that it was the smell of the chrysalis of the very creature that Lin Kuei sent straight into space. The cursed spirit was very disappointed that the creature left their world. He promised Lin Kuei that his damned spirit would deal with him. Ling Xi did not understand how that ghost dared to send boring minor villains to waste the time of the great Lin Kuei, and Yellow thought that the guy should have taken the initiative to teach this boss a lesson. The ghost of the damned spirit itself was perplexed by what it heard. He didn't know what this guy was capable of, but that didn't stop him from voicing his indignation that they were so devaluing him as an opponent. Yellow understood that in front of them was nothing more than an ordinary criminal with banal remarks, which is why he was not going to take him seriously. Suddenly, a system was activated that offered a task from one option. It wanted Lin Kuei to send the arrogant Xiao Huang into a single duel with the enemy. The reward was Nightmare Ghost Summon. Looking at Lin's task like this, it was funny that the system decided to teach this Yellow's arrogance a lesson, and Hongye, standing nearby, only whispered that this act was very tactless on Huang's part. A few minutes later, Lin nudged Xiao Huang, saying that he was sorry, but he wanted him to contribute to their team too. In turn, Yellow did not expect this from Lin Kuei. The damned spirit was upset that he was rated so low that they sent a dog to fight him. Yellow didn't like that he was underestimated as a strong rival, and he decided to teach this ghost a lesson so that he would remember who he was dealing with. The damned spirit did not expect that this madman would resist and actually rush into battle with him. Looking at this from Ling Xi's side, she blamed herself for not feeding this child puppy food, and she was offended that he decided to feast on a ghostly spirit. After that, the system reported that the task was completed. So as a reward, it gave them the Cat Summon Helpers. Hongye was even glad that the task was completed so quickly, because she had already begun to worry about Xiao Huang. Since there was no longer a need for Xiao Huang's help, Lin charged with the ghost, saying that no one dared to touch his teammates. The ghost said that he was at the SS, average level, unlike Lin Kuei, who was at the S, peak level, and he believed that this was an unwise battle. But despite this, the ghost was ready to show the guy the difference in levels. Suddenly it began to emit very bright golden rays that penetrated their bodies. And this seemed like a rather unexpected turn for Lin and the others. The guy understood that the holy glow would not disappear anywhere. Moreover, it had the property of sealing matter in its radiance, which surprised him very much. Since Yellow stood closest, the damned spirit decided to bewitch him with its holy light. The second in line was Ling Xi, since he considered her a weak opponent, so he decided to seal her so that the race would fight with stronger ones. Lin was disappointed that he allowed the ghost to intoxicate Ling Xi and Yellow. The guy and Hongye decided to work together to use their new skills and try to summon representatives from the cat world to fight evil. They successfully summoned 3 ghosts called Apple Cat, Happy Mao, and Banana Cat. And although they all seemed cute at first glance, no matter how, Seeing who had to save Ling Si and Yellow from the situation, Lin Kei, to put it mildly, turned pale, but Hong A believed that everything could have worked out because the system had never let them down. The cursed spirit believed that cats were evil creatures, so he was going to enlighten them with his golden light. Having received a dose of indignation from the evil spirit, the ghostly kittens were not very happy. This was unpleasant for them, and they began to be disappointed, and Lin was at a loss that all these banana cats could do was cry. What was strange was that the villain, directing his golden light, could not do anything with them. And then Lin Kei realized that the tears of the banana cat were destroying the holy light of the evil spirit, which seemed unthinkable for the guy. Realizing this, the ghost was even frightened because he could not believe that there was a force that could resist his abilities. Lin had a good idea, taking the banana cat. The guy walked towards the cursed spirit with a smile. With one part of the tear stream, he freed his loved ones, and with the other, he directed the criminal standing right in front of him. The banana cat's pressure was so strong that it could easily knock down an inveterate criminal. When the ghostly kittens realized their advantage, they wanted to show this criminal that they shouldn't have done this to them. When the spell stopped working, Xiaohuang was angry at the ghost for sending holy light at them, and he was determined to show his resentment over this. And Ling Shi was surprised, because usually she had to see in comics how others were attacked by the holy radiance, but the girl could not even think that she herself could be attacked by it. The guy understood that Ling Shi and Huang were unhappy that the ghost had bewitched them, so he gave approval for them to deal with this criminal on their own. Jumping onto Yellow, the girl only told him to rush with all his might to catch up with this spirit. He, in turn, ran as fast as he could. He didn't understand why suddenly they were all looking at him so angrily. The girl was perplexed by the fact that the ghost considered them all evil, while he himself was not a kind-hearted, pleasant spirit who only wanted to populate the world with ghosts. Therefore, Lingzi wanted to think carefully about what they should have done with this ghost. Yellow put forward the idea of eating it because it seemed to him that it tasted like chicken. The ghostly kittens were the first to surround this criminal because they also did not like his greeting to them. Afterwards, they decided to get even a little and show this criminal that next time they shouldn't behave like that. So they used the fighting glove method. Liniqua was surprised when he saw how many different chemicals the Lord of the Plague ghosts had, but he and Hongye were glad that they managed to catch the criminal in time before he could destroy the world. Suddenly, Xiao Huang approached the guy and took this dangerous product for himself, which made Lin Qi surprised because he didn't think this was the best idea. Afterwards, Yellow immediately ran to Ling Xi and gave her some of these cones to use against their creator. The girl thought it was not a completely humane idea, but in the end she liked it, which cannot be said about the Lord of the Plague Ghosts himself, because then he could not even imagine what these demons were planning. They decided to experiment a little and find out what power these cones had. This undoubtedly caused a stir among the audience, since they were live the entire time. Lin was pleased with the result of his sister, because now the Lord of the Plague Ghosts will no longer be able to bother people. Meanwhile, Ling Shi and Xiao Huang were still giving these cones to the criminal. The Lord of the Plague Ghosts was no longer happy with having previously developed so many potions. Lin said sarcastically that because this ghost went too far with his experiments, he began to release gases. Suddenly, Lin Qi noticed air forces in the sky, and he suspected that they were Western fighters. The Plague Ghost Lord thought it was the patrol plane of the Plague Demon skirmish, and he believed that Ling Qi would end, because his good brother would help him take revenge. The guy did not expect that the ghost would start saying something about revenge at such an inopportune moment, but in fact it even amused him. Since the Lord of the Plague Ghosts drank too many viral potions, the guy decided to get rid of him so that he would not harm the environment. In the direction of the Western fighters, Hong A dared to assume that they were heading to the city of Los Santos, in the area of which lived the dangerous plague demon of the skirmish. Suddenly, Lin noticed indignation from the audience, which made the guy disappointed because there were many different opinions, both positive and negative. And his wife only supported Lin, saying that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The guy was pleased that his woman always provided support, and he decided to remind him that as soon as they deal with all the ghosts, they will immediately officially get married. Lingzi and Yellow were not fans of this tenderness, so they only hurried them so that they could finally move to the city of ghosts. The next day, they set out on their spaceship on their way to Luosheng City. This ship had its own playroom, where little Lulu played video games with Xiaobai, while Yellow preferred to watch from the sidelines while eating delicious food, because, unlike them, he did not know how to play it and did not understand at all what the point was in this. At this time, Onitsi was cooking, and Lin Si was enjoying her favorite fresh strawberries. Lin told Hongye that she was so demanding that his S-class body could barely cope with her. The girl was embarrassed by what she heard because they were not alone in the room. and Ling Xi noticed that in the evening her brother and sister-in-law were making unusual sounds in the room. Realizing that they would soon be going out, Lulu and Xiaobai began to ask their dad for permission to go out with them in the city of Los Santos. Noticing this, Yellow in the background amused himself with the fact that he had an advantage over them in this. Lin was in a positive mood, and such a request from the juniors did not bother him at all, so he gave permission and said that he would prepare them for battle. What could not but rejoice upon hearing such an answer? Onitz Z was surprised that the younger ones and livestock had the right to come down, and she wondered if she had such a privilege. Hearing this, Lulu was at a loss as to what the expression livestock meant. Lin said that he had 2 with him and a third as a gift, which meant a positive answer. Hearing which, Onitz Z was beside herself with gratitude because for the first time in a long time she could go outside. She also couldn't help but express her gratitude to Hongye for this. The girl replied that they were one big family that should always stick together. At this time, in the city of Los Santos, Grove Street was in complete chaos. Arriving at the place, Lin Ke was surprised because even before the new year dawned, there were already fireworks and colors on the streets. Walking down the street, they met a local merchant who told them that there was a rush for shopping that day. Lin didn't quite understand what they were talking about. And did he mean ordinary purchases like in a supermarket? The man asked to take the gun and then explained that after Min Yuan took control of the western region, they established a rule that stores could be robbed every week, and also that making a mess was also a legal action. Lin realized that this street was the territory of the Plague Demon Skirmish, so he wanted to figure out a way to lure it out to them. Watching Lin Kuei, Hongye already understood that the ghost would be in big trouble. Lin decided to lure the skirmish plague demon by producing a mountain of fake gold bars. Taking out a megaphone, he began to lure everyone who wanted to receive the jewelry, after which a frenzied crowd immediately swarmed. The price for each ingot was 0 yuan. Everyone could take an unlimited number of ingots. Afterwards, the guy quietly whispered to Lulu that she could press the red button on the remote control. The girl was glad that she could participate and help her dad. Having fulfilled his request on the streets, the city was too colorful. After all, what the ghosts considered a jewel was not such. Suddenly, the guy felt an unusual force coming from the disgruntled biker who kept saying that they had violated the local rules. He identified himself as a law enforcement officer named Jack. This biker was going to punish these trespassers for the mess they were causing there. Lin Kuei decided to annoy him and distort his profession, which Jack didn't really like. He said he was known as the shooter from the Eye of Death, after which Lin Kuei immediately attacked with his musket. The guy was surprised because this bullet could not be avoided because it happened so quickly that Lin did not have time to react. Hongye told him that he underestimated the enemy too much, which is why he fell into his ability of rules. What Lin Kuei himself found strange was that this bullet was an energy body that did not cause any harm. Hongye said that the law is a special skill that awakens from the body of the powerful force of SE's rank ghosts. The law was usually the effect of an ability that could ensure a hit so that people couldn't dodge. Suddenly, the guy was faced with a system task with a single choice, in which she voiced that he had to apologize to Jack in order to get 99 power points. The guy considered this as disrespect and began to rebel. Since the system gave only one task, the guy asked for forgiveness to Jack, to which he replied that everyone should have drunk him at the sight of only one silver revolver. The guy understood that this was a normal system bug. Therefore, he simply completed the task and received the promised reward of 99 power points, and then immediately attacked Jack with his wave of advantages. Jack didn't expect the guy to be so fast, and he was also outraged that Lin Kuei dared to attack his 39-year-old bike. He told the guy that he had hit him with his projectile, which was supposed to activate in his body an hour later. Lin Kuei laughed at this because his spiritual energy released earlier had a corrosive effect which should have dissolved that projectile. Jack was surprised by this news. He believed that the guy was simply deceiving him in order to stall for time, but Lin only said that if he had doubts, he could wait to be sure. This surprised Jack extremely, and he immediately felt that there really was breath in his body, which was gradually dissolving his ghostly soul. Hongye asked Lin Qi to quickly defeat this Jack, so that the projectile in his body would disappear, which made sense, because the guy liked this idea. This only made Jack angry, and he reported that no matter what they did, the shells could not disappear. He proposed to arrange a battle, and whoever wins will help the other remove the effect of the skill. The guy has always been for civilized competitions, so he gladly accepted this offer. In addition, he believed that when he first arrived in Los Santos, he had to win the battle in order to frighten the rest of the villains. After the guy agreed, Jack suggested having a vehicle race, after which he called his Jump Hunter 2000, which surprised the guy because the bike was a fairly fast means of transportation, as it was completely unusual due to the fact that it used the power of magic. Lin asked the little fox if she would be his vehicle. which really surprised Xiaobai because he didn't even think that his role was to be a cute pet. Onyx Z was amused by this, because finally, someone appeared in the house whose status was lower in contrast to the status of the maid. While the guy was solving the issue of transport, Jack set off on the road, but the guy couldn't understand. Somehow he dared to run away from him. The guy climbed onto Xiaobai and said that they should have caught up with lost time and caught up with the impudent guy. At that time, the little fox preferred to enjoy the way his owner scratched his ears. And Hongye decided to pick up the rest and go on a journey after Lin Ke to evaluate the race from the outside, because there must be a judge to fully evaluate the competition. The guy believed that it was unlikely that anyone was capable of overtaking Xiaobai's 4 paws on 2 wheels. All this was observed from the side by people who were surprised because it was the first time they had seen a fox participating in a motorcycle race, and also that the animals of Daxia were so strong that they were able to catch up with vehicles. During the competition, the little fox said that he could no longer continue, which shocked Lin Jui because the guy did not expect that Xiaobai could run out of gas so soon. The little fox said that he had eaten too much breakfast, so he could not bear the exhausted pressure. And the guy understood him perfectly because sometimes things weren't easy. The system detected that the owner was facing trouble, so it provided him with the function of summoning undead, which Lin had previously eliminated to use for his own purposes. It was the demonic soul carrier. The guy was quite shocked. He did not expect at all that the system could summon this character, and that she actually used the powers of the undead. But despite this, the guy understood that the demonic soul carrier had a motorcycle that could be used in the race. So the guy took advantage of the system and called him. The demon was very happy that after a long period he was finally lucky enough to be resurrected. Jumping into the back seat, the guy asked his old drag driver if he was interested in winning the competition together. But the demon carrier was not happy about this meeting because it was Lin Kuei who defeated him. But the guy asked him not to talk nonsense and start acting. Then he said that they needed to overtake that guy on a motorcycle. The spirit was in shock. He just didn't understand what magic spell the guy used because the motorcycle began to go faster. When Jack saw that the guy had overtaken him, he considered this replacement completely unfair. While Lin Kuei said that he did not say anything about the rules of the competition, the guy said that he was an honest man and had no intention of cheating. Since time was running out, he wanted him to remove his magical effect from him so that later the guy could provide him with mutual assistance. Jack understood that he could not trust him, but since he had no better choice, he decided to remove his skill action from Lin Kuei. The guy was glad that the effects no longer made sense, and since Jack was so sincere with him, he decided to tell him one truth. Lin admitted that Jack's previous effects were completely harmless and he was only deceiving him. Jack didn't expect the guy to do this at all. Looking from the outside, the demon carrier was surprised that Lin was still as cunning as before. Jack himself did not expect that the guy would start playing with him not according to the rules. All he was going to do at that moment was to leave him as soon as possible. At that moment, Lin Ke decided that it was time for a race using the props, and the demon carrier was scared and asked the guy to calm down back there. But Lin was not satisfied with this, and he still decided to put on an enchanting show. Jack didn't understand why the guy was so mean, because they were both human. At this time, Linya caught up with Hongye and reported that she had found this flying car on a spaceship. Lin was pleased that Hongye arrived in time, and the guy told everyone to throw objects at Jack. At this time, Jack's thoughts were only about how to find a way to hide from them. Lulu wanted to support her dad, so she summoned her little tree creatures and ordered them to catch up with Jack and attack him. Jack, in turn, was annoyed by this, because he already needed to escape, and the small creatures were very difficult for him in this. At this time, a crowd of people gathered nearby to watch the Duck Gun King perform. Most of the crowd admired him and wanted to marry him. He introduced himself as Los Santos Star Gunner King Duck Gun, and he believed that if there were others who could hold a gun like him, then they were just as cool. The Duck King was so popular among young people that they were ready to give anything to go to his concert and see it live. He gained his fame largely because he was the only owner of such a huge weapon. Every man in this city dreamed of acquiring this particular value only in order to become that very king with power and a real number of fans. At this moment, Jack still couldn't get the little tree creatures off of him. Because of this, he moved straight into the center of the concert, where people were greatly surprised by the noise coming from his bike. Jack lost control and was stopped by a soft cushion located in the center of the concert. Jack immediately decided to take a little nap because the competition was by no means easy. Arriving at the location, Lin noticed that Jack was really good at accidentally causing trouble for his teammates. The Duck King was very surprised that his concert was abruptly stopped like that. He couldn't believe what happened, because after performing on this stage for 30 years in a row, this was the first time he had failed his concert. He became very angry and told the bodyguard that he was a failure and that he could not provide security for this city. Observing this from the side, Lin and the demonic soul carrier did not understand. Did this mean that they would now have to fight for each other? At this moment, having fallen to the floor, Jack only thought that now his dignity and his face had completely failed, because his duty was to protect the city. He remembered how once upon a time, when he had neither money nor work, his wife divorced him and left with his daughter. Then he felt exactly the same as at that moment, because he had failed to defend the city. These memories were very serious for him, and they washed over him with sadness and tears as he again thought that he was lost. Desperately, he decided to join the underworld, but this could not change the serious problems facing the demons, since he still had no status. The Duck King found it funny that this man also wanted to join their team. He reported that in the power of the abyss, the ghosts had upper-class aristocratic status. These words awakened a fire in Jack, because he did not like that the king mocked his low status. At that moment, a system was activated that wanted Lin Kuei to turn Jack against the Duck King. Jumping off the bike, Lin thought that the idea was quite good, and he thought that the system could become his advisor. Approaching Jack, the guy said that if this had happened to him, he would not have endured it, and since Jack had superpowers, Lin Kuei believed that he should not have endured the ridicule of demons. These words did not convince Jack, and he simply believed that he needed to ask for forgiveness to the Duck King, which greatly surprised Lin, while the demon stood and mocked, saying that Jack was a coward and the most ordinary guard in the motorcycle patrol. Listening to the demon's ridicule, Jack, squeezing the weapon in his hand, said that he forgives him for this. Adding to this the fact that his weapon, unlike him, could not forgive him for this. So he decided to use his strongest attack. The demon didn't understand what reason Jack had to fight him, the Duck Gun King, since he was a big star from the West Country. He could hardly withstand Jack's strongest attack. Even his so-called weapon was powerless against such an outburst. He didn't understand how this was possible and why he was faster than him. It would seem that they launched an attack at the same time. Jack, in turn, was glad that this time he actually had the courage to take him down, leaving almost no chance, and he realized that he would no longer be a waste of time. Since he was able to defeat this insidious demon, which means he will be able to defeat other representatives of the dark world. Lin offered to join them in Great Daxia, as he considered him a good person who could give up the darkness and come to the light side. Jack was surprised by the offer and wondered if they could really take him to help Daxia. The guy said that, of course, he could nominate him because, as they said, Westerners want to fight side by side with Westerners. These words awakened Jack's emotions, because this was the first time he was appreciated so much. After bowing and thanking, he said that he was ready to give his allegiance to Daxia. The guy, in turn, was glad that this man made the right choice. Somewhere in the distance, the demon carrier did not understand how Lin Kuei managed to trick this good man into serving them. Suddenly, Lin bent down to pick up Jack's gun, which caused him a little surprise. The guy just wanted to say that it was not time to throw down the guns because the battle was not yet won, and everyone still had to work hard. Jack understood the guy perfectly, and he promised him that he would use the weapon to defeat the phantom count of shooters. He also said that it was they who destroyed the Western Kingdom and plunged it into chaos and unemployment. The guy liked Jack's determination, and although he was not from Daxia, Lin already called him a comrade in arms. At this time, driving through the streets of Los Santos, Hongye noticed two groups of people. One side rebelled and demanded a gun ban be introduced in their city, but the other side believed that having weapons meant having freedom. It was also the lifeblood of the West Country. At this moment, Hongye realized that in the Western Country, the issue of gun ownership and prohibition was a hot topic. Onitz Z, on the contrary, was interested in this topic, and little Lulu considered it not good because of this. Lin understood that it was necessary to calm the crowd of people, so he came out in front of them with the words that the weapon was like a two-way sword that could not only cause harm, but also resist enemies. People on both sides did not understand who this blue-haired guy was and why he was giving them a lecture about how to do the right thing, what they didn't like, and said that he didn't belong among them. The guy realized that news from Daxia had never been broadcast in the Western Country, since none of them recognized him. In any case, Lin knew that his task was to use them to solve the problem. He provided them with special supplies so that they could defeat the trespassing believers in the underworld. But Lin also noticed that after they resolved the issue, all supplies should be destroyed. After the blue side saw that Lin had taken the gun from the red ones, it understood that the advantage was on their side. Having accepted their defeat, the blues began to retreat, as this no longer made any sense. Hongye was not surprised that just a few words from Lin Kuei, the Westerners began to behave this way. And Onitz, Z, and Lulu were celebrating this small victory. The guy said that if you use force correctly, then everything should be fine, after which he congratulated them on their ideological awakening and victory in the protest. People understood that in order to support a ban on a weapon, they had to first master it. In the Western Country, there was a guarded palace called Dunshbegun. in whose domain was President Yang Xiao. And when the demon shooter came to him in a hurry, all he was interested in was whether there were any joyful events in connection with this visit. What was confirmed by the demon shooter, he said that in the city of Los Santos, which he controlled, without the use of demons, he managed to force citizens to start fighting each other, plunging them into endless chaos. Yang Xiao was pleased with the work he had done and began to praise him, and also added that as long as the city of the West was not united and continued to fight, this would allow the great demon to generate more and more negative energy. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a lizard, who reported the news that Lin Kei and others had occupied the city of Los Santos, and also that a large number of armed people were coordinated to attack Nevada. This news could not go unnoticed by President Yang Zhao because he was furious. And the demon shooter was shocked that his absence from the city led to such a disaster. He asked President Yang Xiao to give him more people so that he could solve the problem with Lin Kei and the others. But Yang Xiao was furious that the shooter had the audacity to ask him for help after such a thing. He believed that when his subordinates did not have resources, they had to learn to find them on their own. And since the Western Kingdom was surrounded by troops on all sides, he could not provide it with people. The demonic shooter understood what President Yang Xiao meant. This could only awaken his full strength and determination to act. At this time, on the outskirts of Nevada City, where Lin Kei was located, the guy was the commander-in-chief. He wanted the people to use all their resources and restore this place to its former glory. Somewhere nearby, people from the blue team were waiting for them, who were interested in how strong those people who betrayed Los Santos were. Looking at their power, they did not lose heart, because they knew that the troops of the Lord of Ghosts would soon arrive. This is exactly what they looked like. Those same ghostly troops of the demonic dungeon who tried to fight the traitors of the city. With their bright rays of light, they could incinerate in a matter of seconds. Among them was the demon shooter, who believed that in the present battle, strong beings could not allow people to enter their territories. The system discovered that a strong source of energy was close, which is why it activated to absorb all the power and convert it into spiritual energy for its masters. This time, Lin and Hongye did not have to do anything because the system itself decided to take care of them, while they watched all this from the side, being protected by a magical shield. They were happy because more and more spiritual power was absorbed into their bodies, which was already approaching the SS rank level. The demonic archer didn't understand how they could use his power to transform themselves. This led him to great bewilderment at what was happening. The system successfully completed its job and informed the owners that they had reached SS rank power. The guy was very happy because it was just like being transformed into wings in a fighting spirit. Lin Kei was content with his strength because it had reached SS class, and he was wondering what the demon shooter could do against him. After all, he was invincible even at S level, and now he was also a level higher. The demonic shooter wanted to teach the SS-level newcomers a lesson and show them his terrifying weapon power. The ball-shaped clot that cut off in his hands was called the Bullet of Destiny, which contained a large amount of energy. Seeing this, Lin and Hongye were surprised because it was a rule ability that could not be evaded. The demonic shooter told them that when the bullet of fate hits them, it will cause negative damage depending on the attack of fate. After all, for most people it was tortuous, so the attacks had serious consequences. Suddenly, Lin felt that his wife was more beautiful than before, although he did not understand why. Hongye felt the same, but she suddenly wanted to show him concern. Looking at this, the demon shooter thought that it was some kind of joke. He did not understand why there was no negative effect from his attack. On the contrary, they became more loving. And then he thought that there were no flaws in their destiny at all. Lulu found it funny that the demon shooter suddenly became a matchmaker for her mom and dad. For the rest, everything was fine as they preferred to enjoy the food. While the demon did not like that, even the children laughed at him. Hongye screamed that her life with Lin Kei was perfect and that none of his abilities could ruin it, after which Lin and Hongye attacked the demonic archer, reminding him that they were his opponents, which he definitely couldn't expect, because the demon shooter originally thought to teach them a lesson and kill them in one blow. Knowing that the guy was good in battle, he decided to call on his spirits to see it with his own eyes. The demonic shooter said that these were all people whom he defeated and turned into invisible souls. The approaching ghostly souls did not want to cause harm at all. They only asked for help since they were in good health. A system task was launched, which provided a choice: help the spirits and receive strength points as a reward, deal with the Lord of the Archers, receiving Cupid's bow and arrows, or forgive all this for the reward of agility points. The guy was angry that the demon shooter was using innocent souls to play out emotional battles, and he thought it was unforgivable. Hongye believed that the best option was to deal with the Lord of Archers. Looking at how Lin Kei took a long time to decide the choice, the demonic shooter got tired of this and decided to attack him despite the fact that his spirits came under attack, who still continued to ask the guy for help. The guy knew that if he defeated these spirits, it would help them transform into people. So he took out his magic blade, which combines a golden staff and a magic knife that combines the effect of super ghosts. With just one swing, he was able to help all the ghostly souls at once, who were grateful to him because they were free. The demonic shooter did not understand how it was possible that the guy could help them because he was not God. After this, Lin and Hongye attacked the demon shooter because they believed that the end of evil, the days of the demons of the underworld, should be coming to an end. The Archer Master was at a loss as to how these two from Daxia could show such resistance to him. He got fed up, so he called his chemical night warrior for help. He was one of the most famous samurai knights of the Demon Archer King, who had been slaying everyone with his strength for decades. After the king defeated countless opponents, he was able to create this chemical samurai from their souls. The guy said that In Island was restored as a result of the liberation of Daxia, and he believed that this force of the old samurai era should also be destroyed. And also they and the old people of Yingdao had to pay for the sewage pollution. Suddenly, Onitsuzi approached Lin and said that she did not want to be a maid and do housework because she just wanted to do what she loved. Lulu also asked him to provide them with this giant. The guy agreed to leave the big one to him, and he himself was going to take care of the leader. The king of archers was angry with Lin Kuo because he did not pay attention to him at all. Approaching the giant, Lulu used her power and directed a vine weave at him. At this time, Onitsuzi was already preparing to attack him because he was shackled and, it would seem, did not pose a danger. But as soon as she took the first step, the big man used his ghostly slime, knocking the maid off her feet. Lula was worried about Aunt Onitsuzi, and she suggested doing it together because the big guy was too strong. Onitsuzi took it as a joke that she was too weak for the task, but she was never ready to give up. Despite the chemical samurai's intimidating gaze, Onitsuzi believed that there was nothing that couldn't be solved with a frying pan. Having climbed to the level of the big man's head, she attacked him properly, which caused indignation in him. As a result of his actions, he fell without even having time to move, and little Lulu realized that she was mistaken about her aunt, because she was in great shape and could stand up for herself and the others. The chemical samurai was furious that some girl was able to knock him down, so he decided to unleash his fiery wrath on them, an ability that Onitsuzi didn't quite understand. Suddenly Lulu shouted to Onitsuzi not to worry, as she had a bold plan. She summoned a giant plant that felled the chemical samurai again. Watching from the side, Onitsuzi could not understand whether this plant was going to absorb this demon. And in general, what kind of plant is this? Was it in biology? The huge plant immediately attacked the chemical samurai, after which it gradually began to absorb him. Watching this, Lulu was proud that the plant had done its job. And Onitsuzi was surprised that this huge something ate him so quickly. Looking from the outside, the demon shooter did not understand how it was possible for children to have such abilities. Lin told him not to be surprised by this, because more serious abilities were still ahead. After this, the guy called upon the majestic god Pangu. The demonic shooter couldn't stop wondering. He didn't expect that this guy had divine abilities. After reaching the SS level, the guy realized that the Pangu spirit had the ability to inhabit his body and perform the same movements as him. Lin couldn't help but take advantage of this opportunity and immediately began to test it. First of all, the guy decided to strike an attacking blow. This was the first time in Demonic Archer's life that he had encountered such a force of impact. The attack was so strong that it was able to drive him into the ground, as if he had served as building material. Looking at Lin, Hongye said that she also wanted to participate in the battle and use her enhanced abilities. SS level Baraifane, her blade called Blood Spirit Scissors, also evolved. The guy decided to do a joint job, so he grabbed the demon shooter so that his woman Hongye could give him a nice haircut. The girl liked the idea since this was not the first time she had done this, so she could easily provide the demon with a new image. He believed that they were actually demons. The demon shooter was able to escape from the fight of God Pangju, after which he began to flee as he realized that the western lands were too dangerous for him and that he needed to return to his city. But be that as it may, Lin was not going to let this criminal go. When he was caught, he began to ask for forgiveness for his actions because he wanted to be released. But Lin Kuo knew that the evil ghost with countless endless lives had only one way, and that was to fall in battle. So he threw it up without much desire to catch it, and Hongye attacked him from above with her new sword ability Flamelight. The demonic marksman couldn't believe that his battle was like this. Lin understood that it was time to end the battle without giving this demon a chance to win. Therefore, he caught the Crystal of Life, which he threw high up to be transferred. But Lin Kuo thought through this moment and crushed the crystal, after which an enchantingly bright flash formed, after which the system reported that they had successfully freed all the vengeful souls and killed the Phantom Count Gunner. Therefore, as a reward, they received Cupid's bow and arrows, which I am a 100% destructive artifact. Landing on the ground, the guy was glad of such a reward, because they were increasingly becoming larger and larger. Lulu immediately ran up to him. The girl was delighted that her father could cope with the boss so easily, and Onitz Z admired Lin Ke because he was so strong that he shook heaven and earth, making demons tremble with fear. The guy was proud and said that his light boat had crossed 10,000 mountains, more and more often causing his strength to increase each time. In other words, what the guy was saying was that their tactic was to just do their job and win. This was all good, of course, but Hong Ye was wondering what they would do next. After all, they needed to come up with the next plan. Yi Lin said that the best idea would be to catch the remaining 2 ghost lords in one go. Hong Yi thought that catching everyone in one fell swoop was a good idea. And suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a ghostly portal that appeared right before their eyes. 2 girls, Shinta and Yulei, came out from there and said that they had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. When Lin saw them, he was surprised by their unimaginable beauty. And Hong Ye noticed that they were not people or ghosts, but their bodies radiated divine power. Hong Ye was wary of them and pushed Lin Kuei back, then asked where they were from and what their names were. The blonde girl introduced herself as Shentu, and the girl with brown hair introduced herself as Yulei. Hong Ye was very surprised, because the gods themselves came to them. Lin had heard that Shentu and Yulei were characters from mythology. These 2 great gods were highly specialized in driving out evil spirits. Shintu said that when they came into the world, they were just weak incarnations with an SSS level, which they could not call divine at all. Hearing this, Lin was disappointed, because the guy only had an SS level. Yulei said that they watched them through their abilities while still in the underworld. This time they came to the human world only to help them fight. All Lin was curious about was if they were watching them when they slept together. Hearing this, Yulei didn't even know what to say. Shentu said that they should not waste time because their task was to deal with the remaining 2 ghost lords and then kill the demon god. The guy didn't know who the next Phantom Count could be, but he was sure that these gods knew information about the demons of the underworld. Yulei said that they needed to go to the first city of Yonggen in the west, which was 100 miles away, to find the demons they would need to fight. The ruler of this city was an SSS, rank Cyber Phantom Lord. When Lin and Hong Ye heard what rank this overlord was at, they realized that this time they would have to rely on Shentu and Yulei. The next day they all arrived together in that same city of eternal night. They landed in the wilderness not far from there to maintain their stealth. Shentu said that if there were too many of them, their identities would be easily revealed, so this mission would only require 4 people. When Lingxi first saw these 2 beautiful girls, she thought that they were fairies. Approaching Xiaohuang, Lin said that he could go with them, but this was only due to the lack of a tracking dog on the team. Yellow didn't like being devalued because he had recently reached S tier, so he was no longer a rookie. The guy was curious to ask the 2 SSS rank immortal sisters if they helped them in battle. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat the cyber ghost? The girls said that they were only in the form of incarnations and could not fight for long because they needed to continuously replenish their spiritual strength. Yulei suggested that since the guy was a supreme spiritual cauldron, they could settle inside him. She was interested in the answer. How does a guy look at them living inside his spiritual world? What the guy certainly didn't expect to hear from 2 gods. The guy told them that he was married, so his spiritual world would not suit them. But to the surprise of Lin and his sister Ling Xi, Hong A suddenly said that she agreed, after which the 2 gods suddenly began to give their energy to Lin, thereby entering his spiritual dimension. The guy couldn't believe that they actually managed to do it. Shentu said that when the critical moment comes, they will go outside to help. At that moment, the guy felt a sharp and very large influx of strength in his body. Hong Ye was sure that Shentu and Yu Lei definitely had to help Lin withstand all this. From these words, the guy began to be afraid of his wife. Hong Ye found this funny because they had been together for so long and she didn't understand where she could be jealous. After which the girl said that they needed to find a way to get to the city of eternal night. In this city there were people who looked like cyborgs or those who wanted to be like them, so they did various manipulations to become like them. Having understood the style of this city, Lin and his family dressed up so as not to arouse suspicion among the local inhabitants. He had a lot of different disguises, of course, but this one looked pretty good compared to the others. Lingji was surprised by the strangeness of the people of this city, because she had never seen people with iron bodies. Hong Ye said that these inventions of ghosts and monsters were called prosthetics that could enhance the strength of the body. Thus, according to the proposal, the prosthetics should contain programs implanted by ghosts to control the people of this city. Suddenly, some guy passing by said that prosthetics could help everyone work, even if they were invented by ghosts. Then he was ready to walk with them. Lin, in turn, did not understand who this guy was. He introduced himself as an artist named Zhai Gao. and then showed his creation of art called Starry Sky. The man said that someone wanted to buy the painting for 50 million yen, but he did not sell it. Lin was surprised because it was a world-famous painting and he believed that this man simply copied it. The artist did not understand whether it was possible to call something that the artist did by hand by himself theft. He said that he drew this picture using artificial intelligence, so this work belonged to him. Suddenly panic began on the streets of the city. People ran screaming that a cyber madman was approaching. And at that moment, Lin Kuei remembered how the intelligence department of Dexia said that the cyber madman was loyal to the Lord of Cyber Ghosts. They drove around the Eternal Night City and shouted that the King of Cyber Ghosts would live forever. And suddenly they braked right in front of Lin Kuei. A cyber madman jumped out of there, who was unhappy that these residents of the Eternal Night City were there without a single prosthesis. The cyber madman said that those who could not adapt to the rules and customs of the city could only leave it or fight them. To this, Lin Kuei said that most of all in his life he did not like it when anyone pointed things out to him. The cyber madman didn't expect that someone in their city dared to talk to him like that without any fear. But the guy was not interested in what he was not expecting there, and he began to attack this criminal. The madman's men realized that the guy in the blue suit was too strong for them, so they were going to deal with the rest of his teammates. Hongye, looking at this, regretted that these criminals chose the two most difficult ones who could be contacted. Yellow was angry at them for always being considered the easiest opponents, but no matter how this was true, they were quite good at martial arts, and they also had hidden abilities. And what Lingxi didn't like most of all was when others called her a child, saying that she was not capable of much. The guy only then understood what the concept of cyber ghost meant, because this ghost was everywhere, it was all cyber ghost. But he believed that all this must have some hidden secrets. Lin was angry that these cyber ghosts were everywhere in this city. Cyber Madman screamed at the guy that he would never know, after which he attacked him. But the guy repelled his attack along with him, after which there was a bright flash. The guy didn't understand why this ghostly Cyber Madman took such a risk. After all, he simply worked for the underground kingdom. When Lingqi and Yellow dealt with the criminals, the girl was wondering what they should do with them next. Yellow thought it would be nice to make a couple of buns with jam. Lin said that there was no point in doing anything, because they were just pawns and had no value, but what was really needed was to find someone more important. Yellow realized that these words were addressed to Ling Shi, but not to him, so he decided to carry out his plan. The madman's servants immediately began to run as fast as they could. They considered them crazy, and that they were more like villains in contrast to them. Seeing this, Ling Shi began to conduct a preventative conversation. Since Xiao Huang was creating unnecessary problems, she explained to him that he needed to force the criminals to escape in more humane ways. A couple of minutes later, due to Xiao Huang's actions, they were discovered by cyber military drones. As they noticed unlawful disturbances on their part, Yellow immediately began to attack them so that they would not attract even more danger to them. Watching him from the side, Lin didn't understand why Xiao Huang was so excited that day. With sadness, Lingxi replied that he had gone crazy a long time ago because he wanted to finally prove himself in martial arts. The drones realized that Yellow was a strong opponent, so they activated their self-destruct mode. Xiao Huang didn't understand. Was it really possible that the drones could somehow resist him? As it turned out, the self-destruct mode did not work quite as he expected. Yellow didn't understand why he was always so unlucky with his opponents. All these fights in Night City led to the fact that Lin Kuei and others began to be followed using magic. It was an army of SS rank robots that maintained law and order in the Eternal Night City. The guy didn't understand how it was possible that everyone in the area had an SS level. Hongye said that with them they would not have to spend any effort since they could use the tarot cards obtained in previous battles. The guy was glad that his wife reminded him of these abilities because it greatly simplified the process. The guy called the Hermit, the Infernal Chariot, the Magician, the Tower, the Pope, and others, after which he ordered them to go on the attack. Seeing this, the SS rank robots activated their energy protective force field. Lin and Hongye were shocked by such cyber technology because it blocked the abilities of tarot cards. Hongye had only heard that signals could be blocked, but she didn't expect that skills could also be blocked. Suddenly the guy remembered his reward, and since the weapon was a physical attack, the guy was sure that it could not be blocked. Seeing that Lin had Cupid's bow and arrows, Yellow was shocked to say the least. The guy had previously trained with a bow and believed that he could easily defeat all robots with this weapon. This bow had a special ability to hit the target directly, and this time there was no exception. The guy was very surprised by this shooting technique. He considered it very unreliable. Hongye believed that system items were never reliable. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the sound of wheels was heard. It was an unfamiliar girl on a motorcycle who decided to help them by dealing with the robots. She beckoned them to follow her, since there were even more robots on the way, and she knew places where she could hide from them. Lin and Hongye believed that she was a normal person, and besides, she did not have a single prosthesis and did not have a ghostly aura. The guy wanted to follow her, but at the same time remain vigilant. The girl led them to a safe zone hidden for robots. Going inside, the guy was surprised. He did not expect that there could be such a large secret base inside this building. Hongye wondered what this girl's name was. She introduced herself as Lucy and said that she was a former resident of this city who loved to do scientific research. Lin said that they were Daxia's night patrol personnel. He said that he had heard from the crazy people in the city that the cyber overlord ghost was omnipresent, and he wanted to know what that meant. Lucy said that the Eternal Night City was the phantom Mr. Cyborg, merging with the city into one. Lin and Hongye did not understand how this was possible. Lucy said that 3 years ago, a cyber phantom appeared in the form of a black ball that controlled the entire city. Since then, he and the city have united into one. Therefore, everyone had to install a mechanical prosthesis for themselves. Lin understood that being in this place, they would be detected by the cyber ghost in any case. Lucy said that she had installed security equipment nearby so they couldn't be detected by the ghosts. Lucy reported that it was difficult to defeat the ghost with just the power of combat skills, so she suggested using the weapon to deal with it once and for all. Understanding what we were talking about, Lin and Hongyi considered this too. Lucy sadly said that for this, she needed to find one serious thing that was not so easy to get. Hongye asked the girl not to worry and leave this task to them. The guy said that after such a serious attack, they will have to use superpowers to clean up the environment to create a new world. Hugging the guy, Lucy said she felt relieved by his promise. At the same time, Lin Kei and Hongye pushed the girl away, letting her know that she needed to remain subordinate. Lucy did not at all expect that both of them would react this way, and she felt embarrassed for her actions. To brighten up this awkward moment, the girl told them that she would prepare a room for everyone, and when they have rested, they will return to talking about the task of fighting ghosts. Hongye was grateful for the understanding despite what happened. This hefty door, reminiscent of an antique bank safe, was the very room that Lucy prepared for Lin Kuei and his other half. The guy was glad that they were given a room, but he was even more surprised by the elastic mattress. In his opinion, it was like it was from space technology because it was very comfortable to lie on it. Suddenly, he thought that it would be a pity if they did not spend the night on it. He was curious how he could help his wife at that moment. Perhaps she needed his help. Well, read a fairy tale before bed. Hongye said that Lucy gave her a smart headband that they could use to create an illusion world according to their wishes. It could be used by 2 people at once. The guy was impressed by modern technology. He said that he wanted to visit his wife in the world of illusions. After which, Hongye entered the settings of the hoop to share her world with Lin Kei. And all that remained was for the guy to join in order to see the spiritual world of his girlfriend for the first time. After which, the creation of the world of illusions began, and a moment later the connection to Hongyi's mental network was completed. At this moment, they both could see the world loading up and a bright light entering their eyes. And so they found themselves in a world of colors, where everything bloomed and came to life, where proud birds flew carefree. The guy was delighted with what he saw. He believed that this world was created 3,000 years ago, and Hongye is happy to show Lin her world, because only she could show it to him. Taking the guy's hand, Hongye said that she would take him to fly around her world. The world was so huge and magnificent, the guy thought her taste was excellent. Hongye suddenly wanted to show one special place. They stepped onto the huge bird to get a bird's eye view. After a while, they arrived at a huge, beautiful gazebo. The guy noticed that even though it was a fantasy world, he had physical feelings. Therefore, in such a modest and quiet place, he could not help but kiss his wife. Only quiet gusts of wind could be heard, along which the fairy tale leaves were developing. Suddenly, the goddess decided to watch what Hongyi and Lin Kie were doing. Shuntu was surprised by Yulei's shamelessness. The girl, in turn, said that she was simply learning this skill because in the future, it could be useful to them. Meanwhile, Lin Kuei held Hongye's hand tightly, and the two of them enjoyed the colorful views of her dimension. The next day, the guy felt sleepless because he had to study the new world all night. He was glad that they had a blocking device, and that they had not been detected by Cyber Mr. Ghost. Hongye said that she copied the image of the hoop into the spirit world, where they could travel together at any time in the future. Looking at this couple, Lucy thought that she also wanted to fall in love. Getting down to business, the guy wanted to know where the secret thing she was talking about was. In response to this, Lucy pointed to the twin towers, which were so high that their aisle was not visible. The guy understood that such a landmark had to be well guarded, so he believed that it would definitely be impossible to penetrate there. Shentu and Yulei knew that this was their time to go out and help Lin Ki with this. Looking at this, Lin was glad that the gods themselves helped them in this. The girls reported that their portal could go directly to the interior of the twin towers. The guy understood that it was not in vain that he fed the gods with his power. because at critical moments they provided assistance. Lucy believed that they were using cheats, otherwise how could two angels appear in front of them? Yulei noticed that Western people did not understand anything because they called it gods. So that they would stop joking, the guy decided to hurry them up and quickly enter the portal. The portal took them to the building. The place they were in resembled an elevator shaft. Lucy said that according to the information she had, that same secret weapon was hidden in a secret room on the 13th floor. And since she had an understanding of the location, Hongyi asked to find it. Suddenly a girl noticed them. She understood that these strangers passed by only because they were using a blocking device, but despite this she was able to notice them. It was an SS-class talented player who wanted to play with the new guests. Lucy revealed that it was Yule, the guard of the Twin Towers, whose ability was that she could summon characters from the games. Hongya told Lin Kuei to cover Lucy while she looked for the secret installation, and she would take over this game girl. The guy decided to clarify whether she really planned to fight alone. Hongyi said that this would be good for her, because Lin Kuei had sacrificed so many times for the team that she believed that she should learn to take more responsibility for herself and others. The guy believed in his wife, so he could so calmly let her go to fight with the gaming lady. He also liked that she was getting better and better each time. The talented player was already tired of watching this chatter, and she finally wanted to see who would play with her, because she was too bored. After these words, she was immediately attacked by Hong Yi, but she launched her game joystick at her. The talented player activated the single-player mode to have fun together. Suddenly there was a bright flash and the talented player along with Hongya disappeared. Lin began to urge Lucy to find the rocket launcher as quickly as possible, while he protected her. Hongya found herself in a huge football stadium. It was the dimension of a talented player. The girl told her that in her game console, all creatures had equal combat power, and also that only game characters could be summoned there for battles. She also added that between them there was a card pool in the shape of a photosphere, from which you could take out the game character cards and then start a duel with them. After using the card, it was possible to summon a game character, and she was glad that they were the ones she got. Hongya knew that she couldn't use the power there, so she had to try her luck at playing cards. Having drawn the card with the first character, she came across a weakened version of the plumber, but he turned out to be too weak and could not do anything against the opponent's characters. At this moment, Hong Yi realized that if the summon player was injured, then the body would also become damaged. She believed that this game was impossible to win because they were designed so that no matter what happened, the players would lose. But since Hong Ye had her own interrupters, she also had the opportunity to use them. She had previously tamed a magic blade and a small elf, but had never used them before. Therefore, his time came, and Hong Ye summoned the magical spirit of the sword, which he was very happy about because he finally came out after such a period of time. The two big guys believed that they had no equal and that with each character it would be exactly the same as with the first. The sword spirit was surprised that these jocks were going to confront her with their weapons against her sword. But she was surprised not because she was afraid, but because these jocks were confident that the weapon would help them, because the spirit of the sword, without even straining to sing a song, could repel flying bullets with its blade. The talented player was already beginning to chew on her joystick because she did not understand how the blade could block a bullet attack. After the sword spirit finished singing the melody, she proceeded to attack those two characters and was able to defeat them with ease. The talented player was very angry because she could not lose. To even the odds, she summoned a Tetris player. The spirit of the sword did not understand at all what it was and why these cubes fell, chasing her from above. Next, a huge worm appeared and was about to devour Hong Ye. But the girl was able to dodge, and by a great coincidence, she told the great player that she also had a snake. So she summoned the ghostly spirit of the snake, and she could not understand why Hong Yi only remembered her now. The great player began to mock because this girl did not at all look like a ghost snake. The ghostly spirit of the snake was not arrogant. She simply said that now everyone would see which of them was the real snake. With a sharp jerk, the girl turned into a real snake spirit and attacked that pathetic worm, and the great player could only think about where the real snake came from. Within seconds, the snake had completely absorbed the ghost worm. The great player was shocked by this because for the first time she had to witness with her own eyes how one ghostly snake absorbed another. Then the ghostly spirit of the snake admitted that this happened because the greedy worm was very tasty. After these words, Hong Yi immediately began to attack the great gambler because she was wondering what else they could play. The great player admitted that this was the highest level of play in her entire hour because they were playing within the game. A dynamic field formed around her, into which Hong Ye flew to continue the battle. The girl did not understand what it was, but assumed that it was another trick of the game world. The great player said that the one-on-one mode was included because this was the true essence of the game. In this case, Song Yi wanted to take a look at her abilities. The great gamer said that she could get any weapon from the game world, including an electromagnetic gun. The girl considered Hongye to be just a simple tailor with scissors who only knew how to get hit like that. But Hongye, in turn, easily dodged the electromagnetic pulses. She asked not to evaluate any types of weapons because her blow scissors were very powerful. Since they were SS level and one of their abilities was to transform into various forms, that is why the girl turned them into a shield. The great player said that these flashy tricks were nothing. After all, they will not be able to stop an attack beyond an electromagnetic gun. Hongye did not want to say anything about this because it was only necessary to show how it really was. Unexpectedly, for the great player, the attack was rejected, and then the girl wondered, was the shield made from some special material? Hongye reported that this was just a test before the real deadly attack, because she took on a new form of her blade. The great player realized that in order to counter this, she also needed a sword, so she summoned a level 999 artifact called Dragon Blade. This was truly one of the most difficult battles in its history, after which they fought with clashing swords side by side. Hongye used her special maple dance technique in battle. This technique was completely unknown to the gaming lady, and she had difficulty resisting such attacks. At this time, on the sidelines, the snake spirit and the sword spirit preferred not to waste time and enjoy something tasty while watching the battle from the first demands. The snake spirit was worried that these games from the outside could ruin her dinner and stain her hot dog, while the sword spirit laughed at the great player's technique. The great player was angry because even the small sword spirit mocked her. Therefore, she decided to treat them with her 999 points of physical damage, which spread the current throughout the land. The snake spirit was disappointed that her kebab shop was destroyed and their dinner was interrupted. Therefore, she tied the great player tightly with her snake tongue. Hongye was grateful to her for such a wonderful job. She asked her to continue to leave this matter to her. Seeing this, the great player launched the modification and began using cheats to teleport. Hongye didn't understand where she had gone because she was only shackled in front of her. Finding herself a couple of meters behind Hongye, the great player was glad that the plugin worked well and saved her. But it was not to be. When she began to leave, she was overtaken by the spirit of the sword, which, by the way, had more strength at that time, and she wanted to remind the great player that she loved to play games. Therefore, the sword spirit began to play with her, while simultaneously singing her songs. The girl was disappointed with her defeat. After this, she considered all people bad. Seeing that she was weak, Hongye believed that there was a better moment to seal her spirit world and return to Earth, so she started making efforts to get out of there as quickly as possible. Inside the Twin Towers' shafts, a bright light appeared again, only this time it was red, after which Hongye and the others returned again, and at the same time the girl managed to cast magic on the great player, sealing her in a crystal ball. The great player asked Sister Hongye to spare her and let her go, but the girl did not understand how. After all that she had caused them, she could let her go. The spirit snake and the sword spirit came up with an idea. Since the great gambler loved to play games, they could seal her in their spirit world forever. Hongye really liked this method of fighting the great player, so she began to seal it. At the same time, the player himself was unhappy and shouted that they were all demons. The great player regretted and told herself that if she had known that this would happen, she would not have served the dark abyss. Hongye gave these two a task to go to the building to clear out the ghosts, and she herself planned to meet with Lin Kuei. This is what the entrance to the secret room on the 13th floor looked like. Lin was interested in the question. Had Lucy found that same secret launcher? The girl said that the weapon was in the bottom safe, which she was trying to open. The difficulty in opening it was that using superpowers to force it could easily lead to damage, which is why the best solution was to use the password decryption method. Being behind the girl, the guy did not waste time, but spent it usefully for this matter, because he stood on guard so that no one could interfere with them. Suddenly, Lin Kuei was dumbfounded by a voice behind him, telling them to get out as soon as possible and surrender, and if they did not resist, then they would be fine. The guy was annoyed that they dared to disturb them at such an important moment, because they had not yet opened the safe. The people on the other side of the door didn't even know what else to say other than that they should have surrendered without offering resistance. They were tired of waiting because the guy did not come out to them, and they had already begun to plan a radio wave attack and force their way through this door. But suddenly the guy became interested in who was so crazy that he could dare to challenge him to a competition. When they realized that it was Lin Kuei in front of them, the girl said that they needed to absorb his abilities, so they launched a top-level attack. 2 strong radioactive waves began to press the guy to the door as soon as he left. The guy understood that this electronic signal could not be intercepted or booked, which he certainly did not expect when he went outside. There was nothing he could do. He could only wait while these cyborg scientists absorbed his abilities. He thought they were crazy because by sacrificing their powers to control him, they were exposing themselves to the reverse attack. Scientists realized late that the guy's mental abilities were too strong for them to absorb his abilities, so they themselves had to endure the reverse impulse. Lin resisted their attack for a long time. Finally, he was able to destroy the radio wave attack, but its effect negatively affected him. This also had a negative impact on the cyborg scientists, who realized that everything had gotten out of control, as the guy's mind suddenly lost self-awareness and went out of control in a way that even they had no right to control. The guy kept talking about how he needed female care. The girl was scared, because after losing control, Lin became a real predator, and she didn't fully understand whether this was his true face. The scientist did not understand how the hero of Daxia could be exactly like that, which really angered him, but he still couldn't resist him. Manhwa, the scientist, thought this was completely wrong. He could not even think that the guy really turned into a predator and could absorb them both. When he finally decided to try to attack Lin, he was immediately thrown aside. And then he realized that the guy's body was a legendary S level with the ability to reflect forces. Suddenly, someone else appeared in the corridor and began to gradually get towards them. It was Lin Kei's wife, who was beyond embittered from not understanding what her husband was doing. The guy did not yet understand what was happening and who this girl was because the cyborg scientists had knocked down his self-awareness. When the scientist cyborg saw the demoness, he began to complain that Lin was out of control and he believed that it was his own fault. When Lin Ke himself saw his more beautiful sister, he immediately began to run to her. Hongye was unhappy with his condition, so the girl decided to awaken him to normal feelings. And it really helped. The guy realized that this was his wife. He told her that these cyborg scientists tried to take over his mind, after which he went out of order and did a bad thing, which the guy regretted. Something told Hongye that Lin did this on purpose. To find out the truth, she had to take control of him this time and point the spirit blade at him. Suddenly, such an educational moment was interrupted by Lucy, who reported that she had found a top-secret launcher. But seeing this, she was scared, and wondered what Hongye was doing. The girl only said that they still had important tasks to complete, and she did not intend to be at the same level as Lin. The guy understood that his wife was playing a scene, wanting to be apologized to. Hongye did not want to continue the conversation anymore, so she said that they needed to go to the base to launch a secret installation in order to quickly deactivate the cyborg city. This is exactly what the very place they came to after the launch of this secret weapon looked like. Suddenly, Lucy reported important news. The girl said that for some reason, the secret installation could not be launched. Lin then wondered if there was something nearby that could be blocking the signal. Suddenly, demonic creatures began to crawl out of the ground, intending to protect the secret base where the weapon was installed. They surrounded the invaders on all sides and were preparing to deal with them on the spot. Lucy said that in front of them were cyber ghosts. During life, they were all the strongest SS ranks, and their strength inspired respect. Lin Kuei was not happy, because they had another annoying battle ahead. Suddenly, 2 stars shone brightly on the guy's body, and then 2 gods got out of his inner world with the words that they would take these cyber ghosts upon themselves. After a long rest, Shentu finally wanted to stretch her muscles. Yulei was of the same opinion because she was given the opportunity to warm up with these dummies before the real battle. Shentu told Yulei that they should have tried harder to prevent Lin Kuei from underestimating them. Shentu activated her elemental vortex, which began to suck in most of the cyber ghosts. She preferred to call it a swirl cut. The guy thought it would be more appropriate to sound like a rotating washing machine. At this moment, Yulei was already dealing with the cyber ghosts with the help of her weapon. Watching from the side, Hongye thought that with 2 SSS-level gods opening the paths, all difficulties could be overcome. The guy only thought that sooner or later, they would also reach SSS rank. Suddenly, Lucy reported that the secret launcher could finally be launched. Lin said that he would inform Ling Si and Jiao Huang about this so that they could leave the city as soon as possible. At this moment, Lucy had already successfully opened the entrance hatches of the installation. Meanwhile, Shentu and Yulei began to inject their spiritual power inside her to double her power. This was the first combination of technology and divine power. On the other side of Night City, Lingxi and Xiao Huang were packing their things to fly away from that place. The girl was worried that Yellow could be trusted with the spaceship. Xiao Huang said that the first time he drove it, the controls were similar to a toy car. Suddenly, a projection system launched over the Eternal Night City because Lin had important news to report. He asked residents to evacuate as quickly as possible since the launcher was scheduled to land in 5 hours. After which he said that this announcement was over for the time being. People were in a panic. They were asking many questions. Will their cyber ghost lord save them? What will happen to the city? And much more. The guy only had to warn the residents and monitored the evacuation process, but suddenly, before turning off the projection, he noticed something emerging from the bowels of the city. It introduced itself as the creation of the cyber ghost, which told people what would protect them all. It also asked not to trust Lin Kuei and not to go anywhere outside the city. People were already in a panic, but for the first time they saw this huge creature before their eyes. The guy wasn't going to try to convince people to evacuate. He just reminded them that the launcher would arrive in 5 hours and they needed to do everything possible to get away from this place. The creation of the Cyber Phantom decided to warn the guy that even this secret weapon could not penetrate the shield of the Eternal Night City. The guy just grinned in response and asked to wait to be convinced that he was right. 5 hours later, Lin realized that unfortunately the large installation would go into operation. The timer went off, after which the launch was activated. Meanwhile, the Eternal Night City was shrouded in a dome, protecting it from various situations. Meanwhile, for greater protection, the very creation of the cyber ghost stood at its walls, feeding it more and more with its energy. However, it was confident that the shield created from the souls of countless beings could not be broken by anything. The sound barrier was passed, after which there was a bright flash. The launcher, imbued with the energy of the gods, was able to break through the shield and get inside the Eternal Night Ghost City. The creation of the cyber ghost was frightened by such unexpected news. It is unlikely that the cyber ghost creatures inhabiting this city would be able to resist this. Arriving at the place, Lin was already glad that everything was finished. Yulei believed that they should carefully check everything since the electronic ghost could not just be destroyed because it could merge with everything that exists. Therefore, the two of them flew with Shentu to investigate this. In the thick pile of smoke, a huge silhouette was visible which mocked everyone. This was the same cyber ghost lord who was able to use the energy of the launcher and change his body to the maximum version. After all, the cyber ghost loved to evolve most of all. Looking at the ghost, Yulei thought that he was using such a bulky body to avoid punishment, but he and Shentu believed that this would benefit them since it would be easier to bind him with spiritual ropes. Lin and Hongye understood that even though the gods helped them, their help would not be superfluous in capturing such a cyber creature. Through teamwork, they wrapped a wind rope around the ghost on all sides, constraining his further actions. What he could not expect, because he believed that such a body would give him greatness and impunity. Nevertheless, he awakened his strength and said that this small rope could not hold him. The gods didn't like being underestimated, so they were going to show him the power of their magic art. Cyber Overlord immediately realized that it was the power of the Eastern gods, but he did not understand how they got there. Shentu said that they needed information from him about the underworld, in exchange for which they would spare his life. The Phantom refused to say this because the Abyss had been kind to him, and he, as the Cyber Overlord Phantom, must remain loyal to it. This answer did not suit Lin Kuei and Hong Ei, so they decided to convince the ghostly lord otherwise. After some negotiations, the Cyber Overlord said that he would help them and tell them information about the Abyss. He reported that the forces of the underworld were currently mainly concentrated in the capital city of Dunshui. However, the city was protected by the strongest SS-class demon of the 100 Beasts, and he believed that they were unlikely to be able to break through its defenses. So, Hongye realized that only the last Demon King remained, and after they destroy him they will be able to fight Yang Xiao and his people. And she correctly noted that Lin believed that victory was just around the corner. After the Cyber Ghost Lord told everything, Shentu thought that he had had enough words. Having unleashed her magical wrath on him, she dealt with him once and for all. Ling Kui said that he would report this to the Daxia army and Sister Linhua's night patrol department. The guy wanted them to attack the demon kings from different sides together and then deal with the underworld. Yulei was delighted that although Lin seemed to be a slacker, the guy could still rally with everyone at critical moments. The guy was pleased that he was praised, so he decided to say that it was because he was the god of men. Suddenly a loud roar was heard. Raising their heads into the sky, they saw a spaceship that was quickly changing its trajectory. There was already panic inside the ship. Ling Shi understood that they would lose their vehicle. Ling Shi asked them to get out of the way, since a collision could not be avoided. The goddess named Yulei immediately reacted and flew to the side. The guy did not think that they would be overtaken by a catastrophe in the form of their own spaceship. Yellow lost control and landed the ship differently than in the game instructions. Ling Shi found a positive note out of it all, that everyone was okay. Yellow considered Ling Shi to be a shameless demon queen because she bothered to create a protective dome just for herself without thinking of helping him. The guy was glad that his sister arrived on time. It didn't matter to him that they broke the ship. The main thing was that they arrived safe and sound. The girl was so happy to see her brother, as if they had not seen each other for 3 years. Lin said that he missed her too. At this moment, only Yellow did not understand why they always devoted so much time to Ling Zi. The others immediately came out, who also missed Lin and Hong Yi. Little Lulu immediately told her dad that she really liked the fireworks they set off in the city. The guy was glad to see them all, because finally the whole team was reunited. Hong Ye believed that it would be good for them to cleanse the city with spiritual forces, since after the launch, it was polluted. Lin understood that she was speaking the point because they have always been for the environment. They immediately began to cleanse the environment together, creating a core with a large amount of spiritual power. The guy said that after completion, they would all go to Daxia together. This is what the statue of the Demon of Liberty looked like in the Western lands. There, in his domain, was the god of all demons, the lord of the underground abyss himself, who watched over Lin Kuei and was very disappointed that he was able to clear the territories of the Cyber Ghost King. Next to him was Yang Xiao, who asked him not to worry about this, because they still had hundreds of demon beasts and ghost lords guarding their city. The demon god was angry. He believed that they had little chance of winning because there was only one Phantom King left. He couldn't understand what kind of contribution did Yang Xiao make when he appointed him as the president of the Western country. Yang Xiao was upset because he worked day and night tirelessly for the benefit of the Western country. The guy didn't understand. Didn't the Lord see this? The demon god said that there were many people who worked exactly like him, but there were also many geniuses who were smarter than him. Yang Xiao understood that the demon god was going to abandon him, which of course the Lord did not deny, because this made sense. Suddenly, Yang Xiao could not stand it, and began to laugh with all his might, out of misunderstanding of how the demon god had the courage to scold him, because he was only his clone. One of 1,000. He believed that there was only a clone in front of him, and that he would have the strength to deal with him and take his throne. Gathering energy, he decided to attack the demon god at least once and take his place. The demon god appreciated this boy's courage and tenacity, but his strength was not enough to simply take him by surprise. Yang Xiao didn't expect that the clone was capable of using his thoughts to create a protective shield. Having fallen before the god of demons, the guy began to ask for forgiveness and say that he was just joking, and he really hoped for his leniency. The demon god didn't mind this, but he wanted the guy to be punished. Yang Xiao was ready to do anything to ensure that the demon lord did not deal with him. The demon god was glad that his subordinate was so obedient. Yang Xiao assumed that the Lord wanted to move into his body, and the clot of magic that he directed was a transfer. The demon king said that Yang Xiao had only raised an army thousands of miles away to use it just once, but he believed that now it was time for retribution. His eyes became bright red, sharp teeth appeared. This is exactly what the process looked like when the demon god passed into someone's body. And then there was a strong surge of demonic energy. There was no more Yang Xiao, now there was a demonic god in his likeness. This body now had the power of a demonic god clone combined with the power of Yang Xiao. This gave him SSS, peak-level skills close to the sacred semblance. Looking at this human world, he did not see anyone who could compete with him, which he was pleased with. At this moment, under the leadership of Lin Kuei, the elite troops led by Lin Hua and Great Daxia were heading towards Dongxi City. At the same time, San Qian, Qinfeng, and Su Tang also followed this route to the Great Battle. As the advance team, Lin Kuei and the others set off ahead of schedule. This time they used Daxia's warplane since their previous spaceship had crashed. Part of the team was on the wing, and it was clear from Xiao Huang's face that he didn't like it. He asked Lin Kuei to find them a better plane. Lin didn't like that Yellow still dared to say anything about this because it was his fault that the spaceship was broken. Zhao Huanwu said that he was just playing before and thought that the ship was the same as in video games. The gods noticed that the plane was too slow, and they also wondered when they would reach the city of Dongsha at this rate. Yulei had an idea. She suggested playing a game like with a paper airplane, giving it speed. Shentu didn't understand what she meant at first. Yulei, instead of explaining, decided to show with an example and immediately flew under the belly of the plane. Already on the spot, goddess Yulei began to use magic. At this moment, Hongye wondered why suddenly there was a feeling as if someone was under the plane. The guy only replied that this could not have happened, since this transport was famous for its safety. A couple of minutes later, Yulei had already concentrated her forces and grabbed the plane, after which she launched it sharply, just like a paper airplane. The speed was so high that we had to stay there on the wing. And at that moment, Shentu finally understood what Yulei was trying to explain to her, and she appreciated this method. At this moment, the guy was extremely dissatisfied with the work of the gods. Suddenly, several more planes appeared in flight at the same altitude, which Lin immediately noticed. The guy didn't understand where these toy airplanes came from. And Hong Ye was only thinking about how the toy plane managed to rise to such a height. While they were thinking, they did not notice that these toys were flying straight towards them, and due to the high speed of the collision, a small breakdown occurred. Therefore, they had to evacuate, which Lin Kuei was extremely unhappy about. The guy didn't understand why the toy was so powerful and why it was flying towards them from Yingdao Island. When someone's hand gently wrapped around his neck, the guy was surprised. It was just his wife Hong Ye, who also asked Lin not to forget to land softly. A little lower was Ling Shi, who said that she was scared, and if you go a little lower, then on the other leg was Zhao Huang, who couldn't stand heights. The gods thought, why not? so they joined everyone else in saying that they too were afraid. The guy considered this impudence. He did not understand what these deities could be afraid of. The rest of the family preferred to travel on the fox since it had the property of volatility in the air. From above, Lin Kuo looked at the city and suspected something was wrong. He didn't quite understand what was happening, namely why the city was so small. Lin Ji, on the contrary, liked this mini-town because it looked like a toy and she felt like an ultra-human giant in it. Hongya did not feel any ghostly energy in this place at all. She believed that the mini-town could be a summoned creation of psychics. Yellow suddenly became interested in looking at the roof of one of the houses, where he noticed toy soldiers that aroused his interest. Suddenly they fired a toy cannonball at him, which Juan definitely did not expect. Yellow reported that there was something wrong with this place, as there were toy soldiers in it that were causing trouble. Hearing this, Lin said that they should have destroyed this toy city since all the toys in it had attacking abilities. Suddenly Ling Shi screamed to make her brother look away. It was a ghostly army of toys, ready to fight anyone who invaded their city. The guy said that they should have started the fight directly, because it couldn't be that they were offended by toys. Watching what was happening, Yulei believed that there was no point in their help. Ling Xi assured that with one attack, she was able to send them to a meeting with the Chinese team. These opponents turned out to be completely safe for Lulu and the Yellow One, as they fought without straining themselves against them. Lin was faced with a system task with a double choice: defeat the toy soldiers, receiving strength points, or subjugate them and receive dexterity points. Although it was strange, the guy liked that the system came out at that moment. Hongye reported that they had 222 attributes obtained from the system, and they could use their toys to defeat other toys with them, which Lin liked and wanted to try. This time, the guy liked that he didn't have to fight because he could use the toys wisely and trust them with this task. At this point, Lin Xi, Lulu, and Xiao Huang were doing great because after they defeated the ghostly toys, they began to play with them. Yellow asked everyone to ignore Lin's team and continue playing with the ghost toys and then defeat them. Xiao Huang also wanted to join the battle this time. Lin Ji also liked playing with them, and also the fact that the ghost could obey her legs because they were small. Lulu was also having a good time, rolling on the ground and throwing ghostly toys down. Observing them, Lin sometimes couldn't tell which of them was the villain. Hongye agreed with him because she also considered them to be little devils, because in just 5 minutes they could do this with ghost toys, which was unbearable for them because they realized the inequality of power and were forced to surrender. After they surrendered, the guy realized that they would be good soldiers for Daxia, and to prepare them, the guy gave them a textbook on the rules of conduct in the ranks. He gave everyone a textbook called Moral Ethics, which they had to study. Suddenly, something made the guy jump into the air. Hongye noticed ghostly vibrations in the aura emanating from the bowels of the earth. Suddenly, the buildings of the toy city began to shake, and a bright light began to appear from the ground. A mechanical ghost called Aganda emerged from there. Lin considered this robot such a frivolous opponent that he began to mock him. The ghost didn't like this and activated his Fire King Tornado mode. To wait this out, Lin covered everyone with his protective shield. Afterwards, the guy sent his newly created army of ghostly toys to attack and said that the one who can deal several blows will be appointed commander of the army of toys. This title interested them very much, so much so that the whole team rushed to attack. But they encountered their first problem in the form of a tornado, which captured them inside. This was Hong Ye's first time catching the toys fighting each other. Yellow couldn't help but capitalize on this, so he launched a live stream where he showed viewers the toy-like ghostly chaos taking place. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard throughout the entire toy town, asking them to stop. It was the owner of the city who could not tolerate the fact that these strangers came to her toy city and began to cause destruction. The guy looked at it and didn't understand where the witch came from. Hong Ye was most interested in why she was riding on a jetpack, because other witches used a broom. The girl said that she was not a witch. She introduced herself as Catherine, who was also known as a toy collector in the Western lands. She was so carried away by grafting that she completely forgot about balance. She wondered why these villains from hell had come to her place to wreak havoc. Lin didn't like the fact that they were called the villains from hell, and he responded by calling this girl the villainess from hell. Hongya thought that this younger sister did not look very smart. Suddenly, Catherine said that they were a little like Lin Kei and Hong Yi, and she was curious if this was true. To which the guy replied that her assumptions were absolutely correct, and he was that handsome guy. Hongye felt that this girl was a kind soul against the darkness, so she invited her to join their team. While Hongye spoke, Catherine stood admiring her beauty. Looking at this, Lin Kia thought about whether his wife had some kind of attractiveness magic. After all, this was not the first time he noticed how she persuaded the girls to join their team. While Catherine was busy talking with Hong Ye, a system appeared in front of Lin that rewarded him for defeating the boss and winning the hearts of the toys, for which I received strength points and agility points, which I was glad about, because the system was becoming more and more pleasant. She didn't like how Lin treated her like a guy and told him that she was a woman. Lin Kuei was surprised, because this was the first time the system had responded to him, which meant that it was becoming smarter. Hong Ye wanted to talk to Catherine about the proximity situation going on with the Ghost Lord. The girl was surprised that Hong Ye knew the Overlord. She said that the Phantom Lord of the 100 Beasts was loyal to darkness, creating powerful defense lines in the city, Dunshi, not far from which there was a tribe of bulls who loved to invade her lands. Lin said that no matter what deities and demons there might be, they were not afraid of their army of justice, which would certainly deal with them. The girl was happy to meet them, and was ready to work together to defeat Minyuan. 30 kilometers away from them was the very tribe of the big-horned bull. Sitting on the throne was the leader of the bull tribe, Grandfather Nu, who was interested in who would be in charge of patrolling this time. The rest did not understand why this question was raised at all, because they believed that it was worth assigning the most useless black bull to this task. One of these bulls objected because he did not like it. He told Neji that he could agree to these demands, but only on the condition that he let his beauty go, at which they began to grin. Neji didn't like the fact that this bull was trying to bargain with him because he was told to go on patrol since he was less useful than the others. One of the bulls told the dark bull to wait a little and then go, and the leader Nu also began to talk about him going there. The dark bull was outraged that even Sloth and the leader began to persuade him about this. Although this angered him, he decided not to argue with them and agreed to patrol. When leaving, he said that only this time he would do it, and when he returned from patrol, he promised himself to deal with Neji and return his beauty. This is what the outer territory of the big-horned bulls looked like. And this is what 3 people looked like after they squatted for 3 hours. Catherine said that they were in a patrol area of the bull tribe. Hong Ye at that moment was only thinking about why they were squatting while waiting for the bulls. At that moment, that same dark bull was walking around the territory. He kept thinking about how those bulls could send him on patrol while sitting with the beauty. Seeing the first bull, Lin was uncontrollably happy because they had been waiting for this moment on their haunches for so long. At that time, the bull only thought about how every time he looked at Xiao Mei, he wanted to gallop with her and spend his youth, and he regretted that the existence of Nu Shi prevented him from approaching her. What made him uncontrollably angry, and he wanted to destroy everything in his path. But the thought that he could sneak into Xiao Mei's room after the night patrol to at least talk to her comforted him uncontrollably. He already imagined how he would hug her tightly and confess his feelings. But watching this, Lin was quite shocked, because this is not how the guy imagined formidable bulls. But he believed that they could take advantage of the enemy's weakness to force him to rebel and disintegrate the Cadillacs clan from within. And Hong Ye undoubtedly liked this idea. Suddenly the bull smelled something, and it seemed their scent attracted him. And he began to shout questioningly to find out who was whispering there. Lin understood that they had no reason to hide, especially since they had been squatting for 3 hours. So the guy came out saying that he had heard his plan and was very much in agreement with it. And he was curious. Did Bull want them to help him capture Xiao Mei? Bull immediately realized that standing in front of him was Lin Kuei himself, wanted by everyone in Minyuan, and he had no idea how this guy could help him. Lin asked him not to be nervous because he was simply asking him to cooperate, since they were dealing with the people from Bighorn Docks, so the guy offered him the opportunity to deal with Neji and live happily with Xiao Mei. At this moment, Hong Ye absolutely loved watching Lin's wit in negotiations because he was great at sowing discord, which could destroy the relationship between the 3 masters of the Bull clan. The Bull believed that this was not good because he was a noble man who seemed incapable of doing such a thing. Lin understood this very well, so he simply asked him to think about Xiao Mei. Just the thought of her captured this bull's heart and took his spirit away. After thinking for only a few seconds, the bull announced that he was ready to cooperate with them and invite them to the Bull clan. Hongya was pleased because Lin began to show leadership qualities more and more, which consoled the guy since he considered himself such. An hour later, the bull's territory was attacked. And although it was a great loss for them, they were brave and ready to fight to the end. Lin couldn't help but praise Catherine for her toy plane being able to do such a thing because in his opinion it was amazing. The girl said that she had successfully completed her task, and then it was up to them. The guy asked not to worry about it, since Black Bull had to take action at that time. Meanwhile, Neji was at a loss as to how Black Bull could control the city since the enemy had broken into their territory. Suddenly, Lazy Bull noticed something and told Neji to look at it. There was Black Bull, who kept trying to persuade Xiao Mei to run away with him so that they could live a wonderful life in the future. Niji didn't understand how Black Bull dared to kidnap his little beauty. The bull mocked and talked about how Xiao Mei's would be his in the future, and the girl herself asked Niji to come and save her. Watching Black Bull's unthinkable behavior, Niji already imagined what he would do to him. After all, he was very angry and began to run towards him, screaming. After which, they both clashed in a sword fight. But it would seem that for the Black Bull, this was something ordinary because at that moment, he easily managed to protect Xiao Mei behind his back. He wondered, since Niji was usually under the chief's protection, did he actually consider himself the god of speed? After all, this was not so, because in strength, they were separated by thousands of miles. And at this moment, Niji did not expect that Black Bull would actually be so strong compared to him. Lin knew that heroes always appeared at critical moments, as this was the law of victory, so the guy decided to fly into the bulls. By activating his Celestial Justice ability, he caused fear in his opponents even before he could attack them. Lin planned to defeat Niji and send him to the underworld for his honeymoon. The laziest bull was very inspired by this guy's armor, and he wondered for a second if he was actually human. After the attack, he realized that it was the same Lin Kia, wanted in the West. He was very disappointed that the guy was involved in dividing the relationship between their people. When attacking, Lin said that times had changed and he should have done it. With new strength, the guy experienced new indescribable sensations in martial arts, which he really liked. Suddenly, the guy in the smoke saw a silhouette heading straight towards him. It was the leader of the Bull Nu tribe, who was outraged that the little man dared to break into such a sacred place. This was unexpected for Lin, as the guy didn't know that the Ox clan still had hidden abilities. He wondered if such a terrible breath was the power of the gods. While the guy was thinking, Chief Nu unleashed the sealing power of the divine bull, Minos, on him. At this moment, the guy only thought again about the fact that the leader had the power of a minotaur. Since the hour of battle with the gods had come, Shentu and Yulei decided to intervene. The legend said that the wife of the king of Crete deceived him and began dating a bull. One man and one cow soon lived in a cave, and a small minotaur appeared. And this was the same minotaur in front of them. Although the guy did not ask for clarification, this was new information for him, so he was glad to increase his level of knowledge. The minotaur didn't like the fact that they were discussing him for so long. Instead of fighting, he couldn't just wait, so he attacked first. The guy asked Shunta and Yulei to rest and give him some time to warm up. The guy said that most of all he disliked those who pretended to be important, after which he struck. But the bull was so strong that the guy's attack was immediately repelled. Yulei wondered what was wrong with this little Shaolin, and Shentu wanted to know why he was so weak and what he did with Hong Ye at night. Shentu told the guy that if he defeats this bull, she will reward him. There was only misunderstanding in Lin's mind. What was this all about? And what was the reward? Yulei said that she also wanted to join and will reward him with a reward for defeating the ox. After these words, the guy immediately rushed off. He was serious and said that first of all, he did this not for the sake of reward, but in order to simply defeat the enemy. The bull began to envy the guy because he had been single for many years and didn't even have a girlfriend, and he considered it unreasonable that the guy had 2 girls at once. Lin didn't even want to listen to him, which he considered reasonable and unreasonable. The guy simply attacked him, one after another, but the bull was powerful and surpassed him, repelling the blows. The guy realized that fighting head-on was not the answer since he could only use prohibited techniques to win. Although it was still in the experimental period, he still decided to try. The light emanating from it was so bright that it blinded the divine bull. The gods also did not understand what was happening. And where did this star come from in the dimension? The guy awakened a new skill of advanced divine armor. The bull realized that this armor was created by turning the idol into reality. And knowing that the younger guy would become a great man in the future, he did not want to leave him. Although Lin was surprised by the size of the flying fist, which was as big as a saucepan, he didn't even try to shorten his distance from it. The bull's attack didn't even move him, let alone do any damage. This surprised him because the defense was extremely high and it also had an anti-injury effect. After awakening such a skill, the guy could finally deal a serious blow to the divine ox. He realized that he no longer had the strength to fight, and they had only just begun. Lin gradually destroyed. With each attack, the Ghost King lost more and more strength. And finally, after several more attacks, he fell in battle. The bull no longer wanted to fight, so he was ready to accept his defeat with honor. The guy said that he was not going to do this because he could not do this to the old and weak, so he said that he could do it himself, which surprised him very much since he could not expect such an answer. Suddenly, the gods informed him that if he did this, they would quickly give him the promised reward. Lin completely forgot about it, but that didn't make it any less interesting to him. Therefore, he quickly struck down the demonic bull with one fell swoop and went to the gods to claim his prize. They began to praise him for the work he had done, but all the guy asked was what kind of treasures they had prepared for him. After these words, the girls rewarded the guy with a kiss on the cheek, which he certainly could not have expected. Suddenly, Hongye appeared and reported the good news that they had captured the main settlement of the Bull clan. But seeing this picture, Hongye froze in a stupor. She could not have expected that the gods would dare behave like this. Hongye was very angry. She wanted to know what he was doing. Lin froze with fear and said in a quiet voice that Shantu and Yulei took the initiative. Lin thought his wife was truly terrifying because she would deliberately let him do what he wanted and then punish him. The gods stood up for the guy, saying that they were passing on skills to him in this way. Hongye, with her terrifying appearance of the demon queen, asked Lin if this was true, to which the guy replied with a trembling voice that that was exactly how it happened. And although the girl was offended, she believed Lin's apology. Watching this from Catherine's side, she was impressed by the guy's tricks and his ability to persuade. Suddenly, Lin Kuei's phone rang, and then the guy realized that he had a good opportunity to move on to another topic. It was his sister Ling Shi, and the guy wanted to know what happened that she decided to call him. In truth, he was glad to receive such a timely call. The girl said that because they were bored, they, along with Onitz Zi and Xiao Xuan, went to fight the monsters. Lin was unhappy with this news, because he did not understand how they could go out without permission. It was so dangerous. After his outrageous speech, Ling Zi decided to hang up, saying that she would call him later. The guy understood that all girls once began to grow up and become naughty, but he was still worried. Catherine noticed Lin's good qualities. It seemed to her that he was worried about his sister, and these were signs of a good older brother. Lin said he wasn't worried about his sister at all. He was worried about the ghosts she might torture. Catherine was surprised. She did not expect that the guy's sister could turn out to be a demon. Somewhere outside of the Beast King city, there was a large stone entrance. It was there that Lin Shi, Onitz Zai, and Yellow sat in ambush. This place was an important fortress guarded by orcs. The girl wanted to take the form of an orc to get into the fortress. Onitz Z, who was nearby, did not understand what she was talking about. What kind of form was this? Suddenly, the girl had horns and bright pink fluffy wings. This image was fake so that she could join the ghostly cast. Yellow and Onitz Z were delighted with the beauty of the demon queen, and they also wanted her to turn them into something similar. Ling Shi reported that this was not necessary since one of them was a human demon and the other a spirit being, which of course disappointed them because they were already thinking of changing their new look. This whole crowd of bestial human creatures was near the orc building. They planned to start hunting for the treasure that was in the Beast King city. Lin Ji and the others blended perfectly into the crowd, and since there were many animals there, the girl thought about the fact that she needed to stand out from everyone present. She decided to ask a ghostly beast passing by if there was any festival in the city that day. The human-like duck said that recently the annual conference on the destruction of the towers took place in the city. All you had to do was climb to the top of the 9-story tower and defeat the final boss and claim the rare treasure. Hearing about the rare treasure reward, Onitz Z's eyes immediately lit up and became interested in how the rest of the team members who were planning to fight the final boss. Ling Xi understood that no matter how dangerous the beast tower was, they had to find out. Because if she gets the final treasure, she will receive praise from her brother. There were a large number of people willing to begin the task. Some even decided to climb to the top so as not to wait for the whole line, but they never succeeded because the climb was too steep. People didn't understand. Was this year's conference really that difficult? It would seem that all the candidates lost. The beast believed that this year's battle with Great Daxia was on the way, and the lord of the city raised his demands. Ling Xi called on her spirit bear so as not to wait in a long line, but to immediately get to the 9th floor of the beast tower. The beast people there considered this unscientific, and they also thought that only madmen could climb immediately to the 9th floor. At the top of the tower sat the ghost of Ses Rank Medusa. She was so rarely reached that she managed to just sit back, which made her sad, because each generation of people trying to get to the top of the 9th floor was no better than the previous one. Since not a single person managed to get there, suddenly her boring expectations in this tower were interrupted by a strong breakthrough. It was Ling Qi. They nicknamed their team Divine Level Conquest, and Xiao Huang was already eager to find the boss. Ling Xi said that they would be the first to drive away the boss of this tower. The ghost of the jellyfish was dissatisfied with this grafting, from the fry that burst into her cave so easily. Mother Jellyfish got angry and awakened her true self, saying that what she disliked the most was the fry. By the way, Ling Xi really didn't like it when anyone thought she was small. In the background, Yellow knew that this snake ghost was too young to know the horror of the Demon Queen. The girl decided that it was time for the snake ghost to see what the beast's true power was, so she awakened her beast form. To show this ghost what happened, because she had the courage to call others little ones, after which the two evil spirits collided in the air to fight. Ling Xi could not imagine that a snake could defeat a bear, but the phantom woman believed the opposite. After such words, The Lingxi bear impressively showed the ghostly spirit who the boss really was. A moment later, the spirit of the bear received a response from the spirit of the snake. Yellow had the feeling that the battle between the idols was more intense than the battle between the demon queen and the snake ghost. Lingxi didn't like that the two were just having a good time on the battlefield, so she told them to move aside to avoid getting hurt. The Phantom Mermaid believed that the audience deserved the best. Her eyes suddenly began to look even more terrifying and evil, because she didn't like seeing unnecessary people on the battlefield, especially those who behaved so disrespectfully at dinner. After looking at her, Xiao Huang didn't understand why he suddenly turned to stone. Onitsuze blamed Yellow for this, since at his suggestion, they went out to fight the ghosts. After a couple of minutes, Xiao Huang turned into a statue. Lingxi understood that something had to be done about this. The girl wanted to know what magic the ghostly woman used against them, but she, mockingly, only asked her not to worry. After all, she was next in line to be turned into a statue. The girl understood how her magic worked, so she closed her eyes because the power of the effect would not work that way. The ghost mermaid didn't like it, but she was interested to see how long Lingxi could hold on with her eyes closed. Activating her claws, she began to attack her, but Lingxi managed to dodge. She summoned sunglasses to prevent the ghostly mermaid's magic from reflecting on her, after which she was finally able to land her first serious blow. At that time, Phantom didn't understand. Who would have thought of carrying sunglasses with them? She realized that in order to defeat the girl, she needed something more serious. So she activated the power of her ghost hair. Seeing this, Lingxi also decided to take something auxiliary. Since simple methods in a single battle were not enough, mass attack tactics were needed. The ghost mermaid believed that the best solution for Lingxi was to simply give up, since she was too young to compete with her. But the girl didn't think so, because she had even more difficult opponents. With her queen's name, she was going to summon two heroes from their demon world. She managed to do this, and a huge bear from the world of demons called Snowstorm and his faithful companion, Terrible Raccoon, appeared to her. The ghostly mermaid did not understand why this girl had so many bears. She believed that she had her own zoo. Suddenly, the Terrible Raccoon quietly crept up to her and deprived her of her poisonous claws. Blizzard then attacked her with her weapon, which she did not expect. The attack was so powerful that it left a mark on the walls of the tower. Lingxi decided to reward them with the treasures of the underworld so that they would do most of the work for her, which the demonic assistants were happy about. With such serious motivation, they immediately set off to catch the ghostly mermaid. The ghostly woman no longer knew what to do because the opponents exceeded her strength. Looking at her idol, Lingxi discovered good news because he dealt with the spirit of the snake, after which it fell at his feet. At this moment, Yellow and Onitsuze finally emerged from their petrified state. Onitsuze realized that it was a big mistake that they were watching the play, so she promised herself not to let it happen again. Meanwhile, the Phantom Mermaid was overpowered and pinned down. She didn't understand how it happened that after so many years, these little ones were the first to defeat her. Without losing hope, she asked to be released. Since they did not respond to her request and did not leave a chance, she decided to come to the use of her spirit of the King of Beasts. A thick dark portal appeared above their heads from which frightening sounds came. Appearing in front of everyone, he did not understand why he was called at such an inopportune moment, because he was in the toilet. Lingxi was not surprised to be in front of such a monster, because he was just another newly arrived losing player. Not quite in a comfortable position, the Phantom Mermaid greeted the Beast King and asked for help. He was surprised at how his beloved Phantom Medusa was treated. Lingxi did not wait for the king to leave his throne to fight them, so she decided to deal with him since he was summoned. She threw chains with spiritual power over him, which completely restrained his movements, for which he was angry and asked him to wait for him, because very soon he would be able to get rid of her trap. But Lingxi asked this guy with green skin not to even try to do this, because she was sure that nothing would work out for him. After which, the Demon Queen called on her assistants, Dark Wind and White Knight, and asked to send this green-skinned one into Earth's orbit. The Beast King couldn't imagine what those two fat bears were planning to do. Meanwhile, Yellow and Onitsuze were carrying Phantom Medusa, whom they also wanted to send into space for what she did to them. Lingxi liked this idea, so she was in favor of both of them going into space. After all, Medusa dared to behave this way towards them, which was truly fearless on her part. The ghostly woman was angry with these two little brats, and she demanded to be released. But all they said was that she should do it so they could feel older. The Dark Wind and White Knight lifted them into the air, gaining height more and more. Meanwhile, Lingxi and the others remained on the ground saying goodbye to the ghosts. Onitsuze wished them a good space travel, and Yellow wished never to meet them again, and Lingxi asked the Dark Wind and the White Knight to return to dinner early. The Beast King was doubly dissatisfied because they did not even let him finish his important business. They also sent him on a space journey, which he definitely didn't ask for. Somewhere out there in the depths of outer space, there was a space dish. inside which were alien creatures discussing the study of earthly civilizations. Suddenly, one of the creatures noticed something ahead flying in their direction, somewhat reminiscent of a UFO. These were the same two powerful bear spirits that carried the Beast King and Phantom Medusa further and further into outer space. After seeing the space saucer, they decided that it would be nice to leave two ghosts for the alien race. Therefore, without warning, they threw these creatures on board their plates. The aliens, of course, did not expect that they would be attacked. At this moment, the phantom jellyfish couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a siren sounded and the spaceship's system notified them of severe damage. Due to this, the instrument malfunctioned and the autopilot turned on. For the alien intelligences, this was a disaster, because after their ship failed, it could take them anywhere. The Beast King began to blame Medusa for all this, but she only became angry and asked him to find a way to stop the ship. At this moment, the troops led by Lin Kuei and the patrol forces gathered and reached the defensive line of Dongxi City. And this is what the outer defense lines of Dongxi looked like. All troops were given the order to catch the leader of the underworld alive. The Night Watch people and other services fought against countless ghostly creatures. The defensive lines of the monsters did not plan to retreat because all they knew how to do was hold the line. Hong Ye told Lin Kui that they needed to quickly get out of the ambush, but the guy believed that there was no reason to worry since there was not a single capable ghost there who could provide worthy resistance. Their battle was so colorful and unrestrained that there was not a second of time to rest as there were too many monsters. Meanwhile, the elite troops of the Daxian Night Patrol arrived to them, who were fearless in front of any creature. They were ready to go to the last. After all, after so many centuries, the time had come to put an end to the Western countries once and for all, because their lands were overflowing with the forces of the Dark World. Hong Ye wanted to break through these walls of ghosts, but the guy believed that they should not waste their strength on this before the main battle, since the people of the Night Patrol could do it for them. Somewhere in the city was the command center of the Dongxi defensive line. When the information reached them that Lin Kuei and the patrol service had attacked them, it was a strong blow for them. The 100 Beasts ghost didn't understand why his servant was so afraid. He believed that the King of Beasts would be able to control the troops and be able to eradicate them. The Cyclops reported with horror the sad news that a conspiracy had been carried out against the King of Beasts, after which he disappeared, and his army of orcs was also divided by a little girl named Lingzi. Hearing this, the 100 Beast ghost was shocked, because everything was not going according to plan. It all sounded like a rhythm that was intent on destroying his Western dungeon world, and he understood that the time had come for the decisive battle. Fate and life depended on this battle. The 100 Beast ghost believed that they should have remained loyal to the demon god and protected Dongsha with all their might. Meanwhile, the men of the Night's Watch continued to battle the ghosts in the city, which Lin Kuei really liked, because it was a real general attack on ghosts from all sides. Suddenly, a joyful voice came out of the fog, saying that he had finally found him, which surprised Lin. The guy could not understand what they were talking about. It was his sister Lin Hua who brought his former team to meet him. Seeing San Qian, Su Tan, and Qin Feng, the guy was very happy because at the last meeting they agreed to meet in the final battle against the Phantom World. The first thing that happened was that San Qian came at him with open arms and said that he missed him so much that he had regained his form, which Lin was surprised by. Although he was happy to see him because it was hot, San Qian was too sticky. Then Qin Feng greeted him, who could not help but notice that he had become much stronger. And Su Tan was glad of his achievements because in the modern world, Lin was the center of attention of hundreds of millions of people. The guy was pleased that they had a good opinion of him, but he asked them not to flatter him like that because they were all old friends and he appreciated each of them even without it. Su Tang was surprised for the first time because Lin had never been modest before. And Qin Feng said that during their entire journey to this place, they only heard about his glorious exploits. Linghua said that in any case, thanks to little Kuoi, who dealt with all the leaders, demons and ghosts, they were able to successfully invade Dongxi. Lin was pleased to hear this, but he believed that his sister had overestimated his achievements because the Western country was so great that he would not have been able to cope without her help, as well as without the support of the Night's Watch. Linghua agreed since after all it was the result of joint efforts. Hong Ye couldn't help but say that along with everything, he had also become wiser. While they were having a good time with warm conversations, there was someone in the city who was amused by this because they had not yet won, but were already celebrating, so he decided to remind them that they had a battle. Seeing such a strong attack, Lin dared to guess that the last Ghost Lord was in front of them. And he turned out to be right, because it was the Ghost of 100 Beasts who asked these young guys not to try to invade the Kingdom of Darkness in the west, which belongs to the Great Spirit. Lin Hua informed Lin that they would take on this lord because Lin had a special task. They wanted the guy to go in search of the demon god's fortress. The The guy did not expect that they would not need his help, but still, he really had something more important to do. He was sure that they would all meet together in the battle against the main demon god. Hongye urged him to hurry up because she didn't want them to break the trust of the majority. She suggested going deep into the city of Dongxi. Lin then went to fight alongside his wife side by side against the demon god. Before leaving, the guy informed the others that they would be waiting for them in the central region of Dongxi. In the depths of the city, there was a tall building, next to which many ghosts walked. With their flight, Lin and Hong Yi attracted more and more attention. The ghosts were surprised because they had not seen a real person in these places for a long time. However, they wanted to report this to the chief demon god. On the other side of this majestic building, there was a full-fledged defense in the form of an army of armed ghosts. And on the very tower of this building was the demonic god incarnate Yang Xiao, who was just waiting for this unpredictable moment of attack. Watching from above, he believed that Lin Kui still had the skills to make it to Dongxi. But he didn't worry about that, since he had searched all the world's resources anyway and placed them throughout the city, making it the most secure place on Earth. Meanwhile, Lin and Hongye were still on their way to the Kingdom of Darkness headquarters. Suddenly, a portal opened in front of them, from which creatures began to fly out. It was a death squad called Phantom Wind who told them not to even think about invading an inch of Mingguan City's land. The guy was outraged that these ordinary soldiers dared to behave this way with guests and overestimate their strength. Lin informed Hongye that they could split up to deal with everyone together. Meanwhile, the ghosts had already managed to surround them from all sides. Hongye asked to wait a little, as she wanted to mark their location. Suddenly, marks in the form of a red leaf appeared on every ghost and every flying creature. The ghosts had never seen anything like this before, so they couldn't understand what it was. Lin seemed to follow a route along these marks, defeating everyone with one attack, which Hongyi was grateful to because this was her merit. They were not going to stay in place any longer, but simply flew off to look for the headquarters of the Kingdom of Darkness. Suddenly, a voice came out saying that he had successfully reached the city of Dongxi. Then the guy wondered if it was Shentu and Yulei, and he turned out to be right. The gods told him that the strength of the four of them could surpass the SSS level, and the chances of victory would be higher. They also wanted Lin to take advantage of the demon from all sides and drive it by surprise. Suddenly, the entire sky turned dark purple, and a portal appeared in front of them, from which came the demon god who had heard that they were looking for him. They were surprised that it was Yang Xiao who came out to them and not the dungeon deity. The demon god said that they only guessed half right. Lin noticed that something was wrong, because this guy was no longer similar to the previous Yang Xiao, as his breathing had changed a lot. And then he realized that it was like the incarnation of the demon god. Having awakened his power, he mocked madly and said that he was a demon god and at the same time Yang Xiao. Hongye was impressed that the incarnation of the demonic god had united into one. Lin, without starting the battle, said that they must catch them both at once. Shentu told Yulei not to forget about their mission on Earth. After all, the hour of the great battle has come. The demon god was amused by the fact that Shentu and Yuli had little place in the Kingdom of Darkness because they also decided to interfere in the affairs of the human world. The fighters knew that he was cunning, and it was unclear what to expect from him, so they activated the shield in advance, after which the demon god immediately attacked them. Apparently he planned to do this earlier, but did not think that they would activate the defense. The gods noticed that the demon's aura had a strong destructive force that was impossible to resist because it gradually destroyed their shield. Lin told them that they were not fighting alone, and after these words, he and Hongyi began to feed the shield with their energy. And although he increased significantly in size and strength, the demon god also did not retreat. On the contrary, he began to attack with his tentacles of darkness from all sides. And although he was quite powerful, it was not an easy matter when he had to confront two deities at once and the rest at SS rank. He thought that it was time to show something else interesting. He began to envelop himself in a strong stream of dark divine power, which immediately destroyed their shield along with them. The demonic god wanted this energy to boil over and engulf the entire world. Meanwhile, Linghua and the others fought against the 100 Beast King, and then he realized, when everything was covered with a red source of demonic power, that it was the demon lord who had finally begun to work hard. However, Linghua and the others believed in their victory despite this, so they attacked the 100 Beast King with all their might. Meanwhile, nearby on another street in the city, a ghost cleanup was taking place. It was Tang Ling who believed that if Lin Kuei could reach the capital of the Western Kingdom of Darkness, then they simply had no right to show weakness. With the help of her fire-breathing idol Zhu Yan, she easily arranged hot nights for the ghosts of the city. The people of the Night's Watch were motivated by the guy Lin Kuei, and thanks to this, they were able to fight countless abyss ghosts for so long. Meanwhile, the demon god released enough dark energy to cover the entire world. What interested him most was how long Lin Kuei could hold out. The gods understood that it was impossible to continue like this, because all they did was dodge the pursuing attacks in their direction. The system detected that Lin was facing the strongest enemy, so it suggested that he activate the burning blood function, which by burning vital energy continuously improved strength. Hong Ye was worried about Lin, so she asked him not to make rash decisions, as this would put him in danger. The guy understood this, but he didn't know if there was another way out, having such a formidable enemy at hand. So he made a decision and asked the system to turn on the blood burn function to maximize his potential. The system understood his request and fulfilled it, after which the guy's cultivation began to quickly improve. While Hong Yi just looked at it, not knowing what would happen, the demon god noticed that the guy's strength suddenly skyrocketed, which he found a little interesting. And while he was admiring the gods united and decided to come behind him, their spiritual abilities were activated. They were going to defeat him. Turning around abruptly, the demon god said that even though they had combined their spiritual deity power, everyone still remained merciless, because even so, he could easily repel their strongest attack with his dark divine shield. The gods were shocked because their power was suppressed and destroyed. Meanwhile, Lin's powers had reached the peak SSS level and were heading towards higher levels, which consoled Lin Qiao and frightened Hongyi more and more. In his name, he began to call upon the military ruler Qiyu, the progenitor of god Pangu and the victorious fighter Buddha. And so all those whom he called upon stood up before him, and they were ready to help him fight shoulder to shoulder. The gods and ancestors began to help him in exterminating all evil demons. The demon lord didn't understand what kind of joke this was. How could 3 statues of powerful gods appear at the same time, rebelling against him?